A weak kid who's been bullied at school for years suddenly sees a Quest power-up system window pop up in front of him during class one day. Just as he's about to activate the quest, his hand accidentally taps Baek Chae-rang as she walks past. Annoyed, she slaps Kim Woo-hyun across the face and then orders him to buy her a sandwich, even using the excuse of sexual harassment so she doesn't have to pay him back. This is the miserable state Kim Woo-hyun is in right now. Even when things are unfair, he's too afraid to resist. Even when others mock him, he can only swear in his heart to repay them 100-fold, then shamefully apologize to the very people who bully him. The cowardly Kim Woo-hyun only dares to act tough in front of his mom. He firmly demands that she let him take a leave from school since he claims he can't learn anything there. In reality, Kim Soo-hyun is more interested in running a YouTube channel, but his mom ignores this unreasonable request. Kim Do-eun ridicules this good-for-nothing, saying he thinks his life is some kind of fighting live stream and wants to run YouTube. Desperate, Kim Woo-hyun can't understand why he has to live like this. At that moment, the Quest power-up window appears again. Kim Woo-hyun decides to try it and see what it really is. After activating the system, it shows that completing quests earns cards, and the current one is just a tutorial quest. If he simply apologizes to his mom, he'll receive a gold card. Kim Soo-hyun's first thought is, can this gold card be sold? The system explains that cards are ranked by rarity: gold, silver, and bronze. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't think too much about it for now. He loudly apologizes to his mom for his earlier attitude. Kim Do-eun thinks he's finally gone crazy. After Kim Woo-hyun keeps mumbling, the quest is finally completed. He figures the gold card should sell for at least 100,001, right? Still, he decides to open the gold card first to check. To his surprise, it's a consumable card that increases height by 3 centimeters. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he chooses to use it immediately. Moments later, his mom, who's cooking in the kitchen, is shocked by a shout because Kim Soo-hyun really has grown 3 centimeters taller. His height rises from 168 centimeters to 171 centimeters. Only now does Kim Woo-hyun truly believe that this sudden quest window is real. At that moment, his mom apologizes to him instead. Kim Woo-hyun suddenly realizes that over the years at school, he's gotten used to apologizing to everyone. Yet, he never noticed the people around him who genuinely care about him. The next day, Kim Soo-hyun goes to school feeling excited. After all, going from 168 to 171 centimeters feels like a major leap. Even the female classmates passing by notice the change in him. At that moment, the quest window pops up again. Completing this quest will reward him with 1 gold card and 1 silver card. Just as Kim Woo-hyun gets distracted, he bumps into someone, and it's none other than the quest target, Baek Chae-ryong. Kim Woo-hyun is completely shocked because this quest actually requires him to kiss Baek Chae-ryong. She raises her hand to slap him for not watching where he's going, but suddenly, Baek Chae-ryong recalls something. She's heard that being hit by her, someone with countless admirers, is considered a kind of reward, so she can't just hit those perverts. Kim Soo-hyun is about to give up on this impossible quest, but the system warns that if he abandons it, not only will all previous rewards be taken back, but the quest window will never appear again. Kim Soo-hyun absolutely cannot allow himself to shrink back to 168 centimeters. So he decides to first test the waters with Baek Chae-ryong. After returning to his seat, he keeps thinking about how to achieve a kiss. At that moment, a voice beside him says they're willing to kiss him, but the voice belongs to his deskmate, Gildo, who, like Kim Soo-hyun, is often bullied. Despite his mature appearance, his face still shows fresh bruises from being beaten. He finds it suspicious that Kim Soo-hyun keeps muttering about kissing next to him. Kim Woo-hyun asks what he should do if he wants to kiss a girl. Gildo shyly replies that if you sincerely ask, it might actually work, but Kim Woo-hyun is self-aware enough to doubt that. Gildo then suggests offering money in exchange for a kiss. That idea doesn't sound too bad. After all, everyone likes money. Kim Woo-hyun then tries to borrow some money from Gildo, but his pockets are even emptier than his face. Gildo apologizes for giving useless advice, but reminds him that to kiss someone, you need to be alone with her. But how could people like them ever get a chance to be alone with Baek Ryong? Still, Kim Woo-hyun comes up with an idea: gym class. Baek Ryong always uses being sick as an excuse to skip gym. When class starts, she wonders why Kim Soo-hyun isn't there, and then orders him to buy her strawberry milk. However, Kim Soo-hyun, who's often bossed around by Baek Chae-ryong, had already anticipated this. He takes 2 sips of the strawberry milk to boost his courage, and gathers the nerve to ask Baek Chae-ryong if she has ever been kissed. As a result, Baek Chae-ryong questions whether he wants to take a trip to the police station. Seeing the quest about to fail, Kim Soo-hyun quickly claims he was just joking. But the delinquents who usually bully him suddenly appear at the door holding up their phones. Kim Woo-hyun is stunned. They mockingly ask if he likes Beak Sure. Kim Soo-hyun panics and tells them to delete the video they recorded, but the delinquent Cho Chang-dong suddenly punches him in the face. With a smirk, he says he's just joking. After all, they're good friends. Just as Cho Chang-dong is about to keep hitting him, Baek Ryong stops him and orders him to delete the video. Chang-dong still listens to Queen Baek Ryong, and they wouldn't dare film Baek Ryong randomly anyway. In the end, Baek Ryong looks down at Kim Woo-hyun lying on the floor and tells this idiot to just take the day off so he won't get beaten again later. After returning home, Kim Woo-hyun falls into despair because he had to leave early after getting beaten up before school even ended. Now he's worried about how to explain his broken glasses to his mom, and he fears his happy life at 171 centimeters will disappear too. Kim Soo-hyun truly can't see any future at this moment. Then the quest window indicates that the quest has been completed. It turns out Baek Cheryong forgot that Kim Soo-hyun had drunk from the bottle, and when she later put the straw in her mouth, it counted as an indirect kiss with him. But Kim Woo-hyun has no idea about this accidental coincidence. He doesn't understand how the quest was cleared. Still, opening the cards is more urgent. When he sees the new skill on the gold card, Kim Woo-hyun can't help but shout in excitement. After using this consumable card, it can restore his eyesight to optimal condition, so Kim Soo-hyun immediately uses it without hesitation. He looks at his hands as his blurry vision quickly becomes crystal clear. Then he checks the skill on the silver card and feels slightly surprised. Moments later, he excitedly wants to tell his mom about his restored vision, but only Kim Doon is sitting at the dining table. It turns out his mom is working the night shift today. Kim Doon curiously asks if he got beaten up again. Kim Soo-hyun lies and says he was just playing with friends. Suddenly, Kim Doon tells him not to talk to her at school anymore. After all, having a weakling as a brother is embarrassing. As usual, the delinquents come looking for trouble with Kim Soo-hyun and order him to go to the back of the school during lunch. His deskmate Gil-do apologizes to Kim Woo-hyun, even though they had agreed not to interfere when the other gets beaten. But today, those delinquents really went too far. The miserable Kim Woo-hyun painfully wonders, why do I have to live like this? During lunch, he's still bullied like a stray dog by Cho Chang-dong. Cho Chang-dong orders him to pick up the cigarette from the ground. Just as Kim Woo-hyun is forced to crawl toward the cigarette butt, Kim Doon happens to pass by and asks what he's doing on the floor. Kim Woo-hyun freezes, not knowing what to do. After realizing the girl in front of him is his sister, Cho Chang-dong politely says to Kim Doon, "We're just joking around," and then drags Kim Soo-hyun away. Kim Woo-hyun feels slightly relieved that Kim Doon didn't witness his humiliating state. But Cho Chang-dong's eyes slowly turn sinister. He suddenly wants to get closer to Kim Woo-hyun. In the bathroom, Cho Chang-dong tells Kim Woo-hyun to introduce his sister to him. Kim Woo-hyun hurriedly says his sister has terrible grades and a bad temper. But Cho Chang-dong keeps insisting, using "we're friends" as an excuse, demanding he introduce her. Then he shamelessly comments that certain parts of his sister look very bouncy. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun is stunned. At that moment, Gil-do, hiding in a toilet stall, speaks up. "Ho Chang-dong, that's too much." Without hesitation, Cho Chang-dong punches him and begins humiliating and beating Gil-do. Kim Woo-hyun can't help but shout, "You bastard, stop it!" Seeing this, Cho Chang-dong realizes this trash has finally snapped and strides toward Kim Woo-hyun, ready to teach him a lesson. But Kim Woo-hyun suddenly throws a punch straight into his face. This is the silver card skill, the boxing jab. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to, and can't, keep living like this anymore. He wants to change and fight back. At that moment, the quest window pops up again. The quest is to defeat Cho Chang-dong, with rewards of 1 silver card and 1 bronze card. Kim Soo-hyun accepts the quest, determined to show Cho Chang-dong what bouncy really means. Cho Chang-dong sneers, wondering what's gotten into him. "You trash, think you can fight me after watching some YouTube videos?" Kim Soo-hyun ignores him and keeps throwing jabs. Cho Chang-dong finally realizes this loser has actually learned some boxing. Furious, he tries to retaliate, but Kim Woo-hyun's jabs rain down like a storm. With every punch he throws, Kim Woo-hyun's mindset slowly begins to shift. He soon completes the quest, earning 1 silver card and 1 bronze card. The quest window then shows that his jab proficiency has increased. Before Kim Soo-hyun can check what's happening, Gil-do quickly pulls him away so they can escape. Hiding in a corner, the two realize this is only the beginning. Those bastards are terrifying for one reason. They always move in groups. Right now, Cho Chang-dong is searching everywhere with his gang, looking for Kim Woo-hyun to take revenge. Gil-do is confused too. When did he learn boxing? Kim Woo-hyun stammers that he learned it from YouTube. At that moment, he notices the jab skill has a proficiency bar and wonders what will happen when it reaches 100%. Gildu asks what he's muttering about. After confirming that no one else can see the quest window, Kim Soo-hyun wants to quickly check his rewards. But when he sees the two new skills, he's left slightly speechless. Just then, Baek Ryong and her friends approach, asking what the two of them are doing. Gildu immediately feels like they're finished. But Baek Ryong only asks Kim Soo-hyun what he did and why everyone is searching for him. Realizing they're not here to catch him, Kim Soo-hyun explains it was just an accidental fight. Baek Ryong coldly replies, "I'll pretend I didn't see you. Just go home quickly." But it's too late. Kim Soo-hyun and Gildu are still caught. The delinquents can't believe it. Cho Chang-dong was knocked out by someone like him? They chase away the ordinary students. Kim Soo-hyun panics because soon that monster who used boxing to dominate the third years when he first enrolled, the undefeated boss of Gangbuk West High, Gu Ha-jun, might show up. And he already has. A lackey reports with a smile that Cho Chang-dong was knocked out in the bathroom by that guy. But under Gu Ha-jun's cold gaze, the lackey's voice trembles as he apologizes. Although Gu Ha-jun didn't even know who Cho Chang-dong was before this, since his subordinate got beaten, he still has to come check. He asks Kim Soo-hyun why he hit Cho Chang-dong. Kim Soo-hyun explains that Cho Chang-dong insulted his family first. Gu Ha-jun remains indifferent to the explanation. He asks Kim Woo-hyun if he can fight well. Then Gu Ha-jun actually tells him to hit him. If Kim Woo-hyun doesn't strike, then he'll be the one getting hit. Instead, facing this overwhelming presence, Kim Woo-hyun is at a loss. Then he remembers the cards he just obtained. Maybe they can help. The silver card's skill restores stamina once per day, and the bronze card's effect is high pitch. But even with these two skills, defeating Gu Ha-jun is impossible. Since he's going to get beaten anyway, Kim Soo-hyun decides he might as well throw a punch first, but his current jab can't even touch Gu Ha-jun. Instead, Gu Ha-jun's counterpunch knocks him unconscious. After some time, Kim Woo-hyun wakes up. He regrets challenging someone like that. Being targeted by Gu Ha-jun will only make things harder from now on. Just as Kim Woo-hyun gets up, preparing to be beaten again, Gu Ha-jun suddenly invites him, "Let's go smoke." Somehow, Kim Woo-hyun ends up standing among them. Gu Ha-jun even offers him a cigarette. Kim Woo-hyun quickly waves his hand, saying he doesn't smoke. He had thought this trash was as bad as the rumors said and was dragging him out to beat him again. But Gu Ha-jun actually apologizes. Since Kim Woo-hyun fought better than he expected, he reflexively counterattacked. He says he's also trained in boxing for a long time and even praises Kim Soo-hyun's potential. Back home, Kim Woo-hyun still can't understand why Gu Ha-jun spoke to him so casually. After all, the rumored Gu Ha-jun is supposed to be terrifying. He immediately suspects the guy is pretending to be friendly and will beat him up tomorrow instead. If the quest difficulty increases because of Gu Ha-jun, that would be a disaster. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun also wonders who is issuing these quests. It's still only the tutorial phase, so what about the main quest? So far, only gold, silver, and bronze cards have appeared. Maybe there are even higher level cards. Suddenly, Kim Woo-hyun realizes another strange thing. Every card he's received so far seems to be related to fighting. The next day, Kim Woo-hyun sits at his desk like someone awaiting execution. As expected, Cho Chang-dong comes looking for him again. Kim Woo-hyun quickly prepares to fight, but Cho Chang-dong is only there to deliver Gu Ha-jun's message, an invitation to meet after school. After leaving the address, he turns and walks away without another word. Kim Woo-hyun instantly feels doomed. After school, he'll probably get beaten. And if he runs away, tomorrow will be even worse. That evening, Kim Woo-hyun arrives at the agreed karaoke place. Since coming to get beaten today seems like the best choice, he accepts his fate. But inside, the karaoke room feels more like a party. Gu Ha-jun tells Kim Soo-hyun to sit down. All the well-known figures from school are gathered there. Kim Soo-hyun wonders if Gu Ha-jun plans to let everyone watch him get beaten. Baek Chae-young looks surprised and asks, "What are you doing here?" Only now does Kim Woo-hyun notice her presence. Gu Ha-jun tells the new friend to sing a song. Although Kim Soo-hyun can't sing, he worries that refusing and ruining the mood will only make things worse. So he decides to try using the high-pitched skill. Baek Chae-young, who has 200,000 Instagram followers, is left completely stunned. Even Gu Ha-jun can't help but admire the touching voice. Kim Soo-hyun feels a little embarrassed. Why is everyone reacting like this? Baek Chae-young had assumed he would sing some childish anime theme song. The girls tease that Kim Soo-hyun is actually kind of cute. The guys are shocked. It's the first time they've seen Ha-jun treat a friend this way. Kim Soo-hyun wonders why no one is beating him up. He starts to realize the rumors were wrong. Gu Ha-jun is actually kind. For the first time, Kim Woo-hyun genuinely wants to go to school. From now on, school life might finally be different. Gu Ha-jun even told him to let him know if anything happens. Kim Woo-hyun plans to ask him to protect his deskmate Gil-do. The next day, Gu Ha-jun arrives at school at the same time and greets him. But at that moment, the quest window suddenly announces that the main quest has been activated. The reward for completing the first main quest is a platinum card, something that hasn't appeared before. However, the quest requirement is to defeat the boss of Gangbuk West High, Gu Ha-jun, within 3 days. Kim Woo-hyun is completely stunned. That's absolutely impossible right now. The quest window also states that while completing the main quest, side quests will be activated, allowing him to obtain more cards. Kim Woo-hyun immediately wants to abandon the quest. His original goal was simply to attend school normally. And with Gu Ha-jun as a friend, that goal has already been achieved. He believes his friendship with Gu Ha-jun won't change. But at that moment, Gu Ha-jun is punishing Cho Chang-dong. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand what's happening. Bi Chae-ryong speaks from behind, asking, "You don't actually think Gu Ha-jun is a good person, do you?" Chang-dong was beaten just because he didn't hand over enough money. All the money the delinquents extort ends up in Gu Ha-jun's pocket. Although Gu Ha-jun seems to care about Kim Woo-hyun, Bae-cheong warns him to find out what kind of person Gu Ha-jun really is. Just then, Gu Ha-jun notices Kim Woo-hyun in the distance and greets him with a smile. Kim Woo-hyun hesitates, but still asks, "Why do you treat me differently?" Gu Ha-jun answers plainly, "Because you can box. Before I met you, there were only losers here." Only now does Kim Woo-hyun realize that Gu Ha-jun befriended him simply because he thought he could fight well, and if he abandons the quest, his jab skill will disappear, and he might go back to being treated like trash. Seeing Kim Woo-hyun looking troubled, Gu Ha-jun asks what's wrong. Kim Woo-hyun suddenly feels like crying. In the end, he still has to fight. That night, he goes to the park to practice his jab. No matter what, he has to try. But no matter how much he thinks, he can't figure out a solution. A few days ago, his jab was useless against Gu Ha-jun. The remaining skills, restore stamina and high pitch, don't seem very helpful either. Just then, several boys approach and ask Kim Soo-hyun if he can lend them some bus fare. But Kim Soo-hyun has no money, so he apologizes and refuses. Hearing this, their expressions immediately change. They warn him to understand the situation. They're robbing him. But Kim Soo-hyun truly has no money. The delinquents decide he needs to be beaten before he tells the truth. Kim Soo-hyun instinctively uses his jab to fight back. At that moment, the quest window notifies him. Jab proficiency is increased. It's gone up again. Kim Soo-hyun wonders, does proficiency only increase when I actually hit someone? The quest window congratulates him. The jab skill has been upgraded to rank E. While he's distracted, a delinquent tries to ambush him, but Kim Soo-hyun counters with another jab to the face. He feels the difference immediately. The jab is faster and the power is stronger. At this level, maybe he really can challenge Gu Ha-jun, but facing so many delinquents at once, Kim Woo-hyun is unsure what to do. Suddenly, a side quest appears. Defeat 5 delinquents, reward 1 silver card. There's also a hidden condition. Unlike the main quest, this side quest can be abandoned. The delinquents rush toward him. Kim Woo-hyun tightens his vest. He doesn't want to waste this chance to earn a card. He lands a jab on one of them, knocking him out instantly with a blow to the jaw. 4 remain. Kim Soo-hyun immediately chooses to run. He knows he has to create one-on-one situations. Breathing heavily, he finally reaches an alley. The delinquents mock him, saying this boxer has terrible stamina. Kim Woo-hyun quickly activates the restore stamina skill. One delinquent tries to take advantage, but with his stamina instantly replenished, Kim Woo-hyun lands another jab. He adjusts his footing and continues striking with precise jabs. The others are shocked. Didn't he just run out of stamina? Now more familiar with the jab, Kim Woo-hyun can attack freely. 3 delinquents remain. He uses the high-pitched skill to disrupt them, then accurately strikes another jaw with his jab. The side quest is quickly completed. The quest window announces, hidden condition achieved. Victory without being hit. Reward upgraded from silver card to gold card. Kim Soo-hyun, simply trying not to get beaten to death, accidentally fulfilled the hidden condition. He eagerly opens the gold card, but after seeing the skill, he feels confused. 2 days later, only 8 hours remain before the main quest deadline to defeat Gu Ha-jun. Kim Soo-hyun's skills now include rank E jab, restore stamina, high pitch, and the gold card skill he recently acquired. He hesitates. Can he really defeat the undefeated Gu Ha-jun with just these? If he fails, he'll return to his former miserable life. He originally wanted to protect his deskmate Gil-do, since Gil-do often gets beaten in his place. Kim Soo-hyun thinks to himself that he truly made a good friend. With that in mind, he seriously thanks Gil-do, almost like delivering a final farewell. Gil-do can tell that Kim Woo-hyun has been troubled about Gu Ha-jun lately. At that moment, Gu Hajun happens to enter the classroom and invites Kim Woo-hyun to go to the convenience store together. Kim Woo-hyun stands up, thinking about how to provoke a fight. Two students who just came back from the store enter as well. One of them accidentally gets ice cream on Gu Hajun's clothes and hurriedly apologizes. Gu Hajun turns around with a cold expression, and the student is immediately beaten. Kim Soo-hyun stares in shock. Someone like this deserves to be beaten. He angrily mutters, "Gu Hajun, you bastard!" Gu Hajun asks, "Are you talking to me?" Kim Woo-hyun prepares to use his new move. He doesn't fully trust himself, but he's relying on the gold card skill he obtained earlier. However, when Gu Hajun raises his hand, he only praises Kim Woo-hyun. "You've got real loyalty. I thought you were angry because I hit someone from your class." Gu Hajun laughs. "Why would friends fight? Calm down." A confused Kim Woo-hyun simply follows him to the convenience store. Meanwhile, rumors have already spread that Kim Woo-hyun challenged Gu Hajun. He never expected Gu Hajun to apologize first. Seeing how Gu Hajun treats him, it really does seem like he considers him a friend. The rumors say Gu Hajun is cruel and ruthless, but from Kim Woo-hyun's perspective, he genuinely seems to like him. Kim Woo-hyun feels conflicted. With so little time left for the quest, he worries that it might really end without him doing anything. Gildu asks from the side, "Are you still being bullied by Gu-hun?" Kim Woo-hyun casually replies, "Probably will be soon." At that moment, Baek Chae-ryong, having heard the rumors, comes to find him. She jokingly asks Kim Soo-hyun, "Do you really want to take down Gu Hajun?" But Kim Soo-hyun asks her instead, "Why are you friends with someone like Gu Hajun?" Because Baek Ryong has helped him a few times, and although she hangs around Gu Hajun's group, she doesn't bully others. Kim Woo-hyun feels she's actually kind. Baek Ryong simply answers, "I feel safer staying with them." Suddenly, someone urgently tells Kim Woo-hyun that this isn't the time to chat. After hearing what his classmates are saying, Kim Woo-hyun is stunned. At that moment, Gildu steps forward in front of Gu Hajun's lackeys and tells them to call Gu Hajun out. A lackey is about to punch him, but Gu Hajun appears and tells everyone to step aside. He coldly asks Gildu what he wants. Gildu gathers his courage and asks Gu Hajun to stop bullying Soo-hyun. Using strength to constantly control Soo-hyun is clearly bullying. Gu Hajun suddenly slaps Gildu. He warns him that he and Soo-hyun are friends, and he hates people like Gildu. Gu Hajun believes there are hierarchies in this world. Everyone should stay with people of their own level. Right now, in his eyes, it's Gildu who's dragging Soo-hyun down. If you hang around Soo-hyun like this, you're the one harming him. Gildu understands his reasoning, but he says if you befriended Soo-hyun for that reason, then Soo-hyun will never truly see you as a friend. Gu Hajun is suddenly caught off guard by a punch and steps back. He looks at Kim Soo-hyun in confusion. Kim Soo-hyun understands one thing clearly. Without Gildu, he couldn't have survived school life. The confrontation between the former weakling Kim Soo-hyun and the school boss Gu Hajun draws nearly the entire school. Everyone believes this will be a one-sided beating by Gu Hajun. Gu Hajun still considers Kim Woo-hyun a friend and doesn't really want to fight him. But Kim Woo-hyun coldly declares that Gildu is his only true friend at school. His new gold card skill is exceed limits for 5 seconds. That means he only has a 5-second window to possibly defeat Gu Hajun. He starts with an enhanced jab. However, it doesn't seem effective against Gu Hajun. The watching students are shocked. It actually looks like a real boxing match. No one expected that weakling Kim Woo-hyun's boxing would be this strong. At this rate, he might even win. But Cho Chang-dong and others feel something is off. When Kim Woo-hyun fought him before, it was the same. He seems to only know how to throw jabs. Kim Woo-hyun takes a heavy hit to the abdomen and collapses in pain. Gu Hajun also realizes he only knows how to use the jab. Trembling, Kim Woo-hyun stands back up, waiting for the right 5-second opportunity. Gu Hajun is speechless. He doesn't understand how Kim Soo-hyun thinks he can win using only jabs. Kim Woo-hyun already knew it was nearly impossible. The exceed limits 5-second skill feels underwhelming. He thinks it would have been better to have learned jujitsu or grappling to fully utilize it. To make proper use of exceed limits, he needs his opponent to lower his guard first. Gu Hajun asks, "What are you trying to do?" Cho Chang-dong notices Kim Woo-hyun attempting grappling, but with such a size difference, it seems impossible to succeed. Kim Soo-hyun knows it's not time to activate exceed limits yet. He must continue fighting. He uses high pitch to assist his attack, but it barely affects Gu Hajun. Gu Hajun doesn't understand why Kim Woo-hyun keeps getting back up to attack again. Kim Soo-hyun needs to wait until Gu Hajun grows tired and drops his guard. Finally, the moment comes. Kim Soo-hyun activates Restore Stamina, instantly recovering his strength. Gu Ha-jun, now completely impatient, decides to finish this reckless fight. But when he forcefully pushes Kim Woo-hyun, he realizes he can't move him at all. Exceed Limits is a different type of attack card from the jab. Its effect is to add 100 kilograms of weight for 5 seconds. Kim Soo-hyun weighs 56 kilograms, so for those 5 seconds, he possesses the mass and power of a 156 kilogram super heavyweight. Gu Ha-jun is slammed heavily to the ground. Kim Woo-hyun tightens his vest and unleashes a devastating strike with the power of 156 kilograms. Gu Ha-jun never expected this outcome. In the final second of Exceed Limits, Kim Woo-hyun rains down multiple punches. As the effect ends, the quest window announces, "Main quest complete." The entire scene falls silent. No one could have imagined Gu Ha-jun losing. Kim Woo-hyun roars, "Give me my reward." Before today, no one believed Gu Ha-jun could ever lose. At that moment, students at the doorway shout for everyone to quiet down because the school boss needs to pass through. Kim Woo-hyun himself doesn't even know how things turned out this way. Hiding in the bathroom, he finally has time to check the newly obtained platinum card. To get a card ranked higher than gold, he gave everything he had. He eagerly opens it, but the skill he receives is simply called Ordinary Peak. Kim Soo-hyun has no idea what that means. It feels even less useful than the jab. Gildu asks him, "Are you mentally prepared?" Because now he's become the center of attention for the entire school. The rumors are getting wilder by the minute. His harmless appearance is said to be a terrifying disguise. Some even claim Kim Soo-hyun beat up Gu Ha-jun's entire family. Even Gildu, because of his mature face, is rumored to be some kind of gangster. Walking toward the classroom with his head lowered, Kim Soo-hyun bumps into someone. Several fierce-looking delinquents stop him and ask, "Are you the senior who defeated Gu Ha-jun?" After he confirms it, they shout, "First-year boss Lee Hyun salutes you." Kim Soo-hyun is completely confused. Why are first-years saluting him? Lee Hyun explains that, as underclassmen, they must naturally greet the new boss of Gangbuk West High. Kim Woo-hyun quickly says he doesn't want to be any boss. He just wants to attend school peacefully. Lee Hyun looks shocked. "Boss, are you abandoning us?" After Kim Woo-hyun dismisses them, the first-year delinquents leave sadly. Kim Soo-hyun has no idea what just happened. Gildu explains that they originally followed Gu Ha-jun, but Gu Ha-jun found them annoying. The first years followed strength for their own benefit. Now, for their own goals, they have no choice but to follow the new boss. Gildu heard that Lee Hyun is the younger brother of Lee Hyun-do from Juwon High School, and Lee Hyun's real ambition is to unify the entire Gangbuk area. Right now, the Gangbuk region is like a battlefield. The 4 strongest high schools are constantly expanding their influence. Although Gu Ha-jun had no interest in unification, Lee Hyun thinks differently. He wants to follow Kim Soo-hyun and conquer Gangbuk. After hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun feels he absolutely cannot let that lunatic attach himself to him. He has zero interest in unification, but at that moment the quest window issues a new main quest. Rule Gangbuk West High. The first step, recruit first-year subordinates from Gangbuk West High. If the main quest is abandoned or failed, all previous rewards will disappear. If that happens, the truth that Kim Woo-hyun can't really box well will eventually be exposed and he'll return to his miserable life. So Kim Woo-hyun calls out to those foolish first years. With a cold expression, he says, "I was just testing you earlier. From now on, I'll be taking over Gangbuk West High." The first-year delinquents immediately shout excitedly, "We'll unify the Gangbuk area!" Seeing his subordinates so thrilled, Kim Woo-hyun also sheds tears, though whether from joy or shock, even he doesn't know, as he slowly comes back to his senses. He feels a chill because quests always appear at these critical moments. Speaking of which, Kim Woo-hyun still hasn't used the peak skill yet. At this moment, Baek Rang asks him, "What's wrong with you?" Because the whole school has heard Kim Woo-hyun is taking over Gangbuk West High and will unify the Gangbuk area. B. Ryong can't help but find it amusing. Suddenly, Kim Woo-hyun stares at her thoughtfully. Then Kim Woo-hyun says the words peak. The next second, the peak skill begins to peak at Baekjae Ryong, but the result just gives her ability chart. Different from what Kim Woo-hyun expected, but still amazing. On a whim, Kim Woo-hyun says peak again to check his own ability chart. To his surprise, it's almost the same as Baekjae Ray's, although she doesn't know what happened. Baekjae Rang still feels Kim Woo-hyun did something to her. After the annoyed Baekjae Rang leaves, Kim Woo-hyun thinks, does potential refer to fighting ability? The card is called peak, so Kim Woo-hyun didn't expect much from its function. But maybe it's better than Kim Woo-hyun imagined. But even with subordinates now, Kim Woo-hyun can't feel happy because these guys are absolutely crazy. They shout things like, "The boss of Gangbuk West High has arrived. Anyone who approaches will be considered an assassin." Now people have heard that. If you get close to Kim Soo-hun, your organs will be ripped out. Lee Hun-dong exclaims in admiration as expected of the boss of Gongbuk West High. Everyone's so happy. Kim Woo-hyun is speechless to death. He tells Lee Hyun following him. At this moment, Lee Hyun hands him this month's payment, which is stained with blood. Kim Woo-hyun thinks Lee Hyun truly gone crazy, actually giving him money. What leaves him most speechless is that Gil-do actually accepts the money. Lee Hyun thinks Kim Woo-hyun finds the amount too small and says he'll increase the payment next time. Kim Woo-hyun is annoyed. What the hell is wrong with this Lee Hyun guy? He uses his peak skill and discovers that Lee Hyun is really just a simple-minded thug. Lee Hyun being peeked at feels strange about why he suddenly blushed. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to deal with him anymore, so he turns to leave, but Lee Hun-dong reminds Kim Woo-hyun that he still needs to attend the boss inauguration ceremony. He initially doesn't want to pay attention, but then a quest pop-up appears with the main quest. The second step to ruling Gongbuk West High is to attend the boss inauguration ceremony. Kim Soo-hun, who can only agree to attend the inauguration ceremony, sheds tears of despair. All the delinquents bow to Kim Woo-hyun in unison, shouting, "Unifunify Gongbuk." Seeing that the quest is complete, Kim Soo-hyun wants to get up and leave, but Lee Hyun says he still needs to hear the report. All the factions in Gongbuk are now fighting each other, because Chung Yao-han, who once unified Gongbuk, gave up power. After the ruler disappeared, power struggles naturally emerged. First, there's Gongbuk East High. Their boss is a psycho. There are rumors he's involved in human trafficking. Then there's Gongbuk South High. They look like complete model students, and their boss is very kind too. But from a professional perspective, they must have some issues. Lee Hyun absolutely cannot let them take down our Gongbuk West High. But Kim Soo-hun is confused. Why not? If they really attack, can't we just call the police? Maybe we could even become friends. Gil doesn't care about any of this at all. He's leisurely ordering his subordinates around. Lee Hyun says, "We probably can't be friends because those guys have already started being wary of you, boss." The rumor about tank top Kim Woo-hyun, who ties his tank top into an X shape before slaughtering enemies, has already spread. Kim Soo-hun is shocked. How can there be such an outrageous rumor? Lee Hun-dong proudly says he's the one who spread it. Kim Soo-hyun really can't stand it anymore. He tells his subordinates to stay away from him. Lee Hyun hurriedly asks him, "What should we do about the upcoming Gongbuk conference?" Kim Woo-hyun doesn't care what the Gongbuk conference is. He just wants to be an ordinary student. This kind of leisurely life is what Kim Woo-hyun wants. He has no need to protect Gongbuk West High. Protecting the school through fighting is simply unreasonable. Kim Da-han comes home from school annoyed. "What did you do at school?" "Now people are calling me Tank Top Kim Woo-hyun's sister." However, seeing that Kim Woo-hyun is finally not getting beaten up all day long, she can't be bothered to care. Late at night in a karaoke bar, a masked underling is reporting to the boss at the new boss of Gongbuk West High, Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun. But Han Ha, the boss of Gongbuk East High, kicks him hard because he doesn't want to care about such trivial matters. Inside a bowling alley, an underling from Gongbuk South High asks the boss, "Have you heard about West High's new boss?" Tank Top Kim Soo-hun Kang-suk, the boss of Gongbuk South High, says calmly, "We'll meet him soon." After all, the Gongbuk conference is about to begin. At this moment, Lee Hyun is very worried. He thought the boss not attending the Gongbuk conference was also a test for him, but then Kim Soo-hyun calls him. Hearing what's said on the other end, Lee Hyun immediately gets excited because the damn quest power-up system has issued another quest to attend the Gongbuk conference. Looking at the reward of 1 gold card and 10 bronze cards, Kim Soo-hyun asks Lee Hyun to spare, "When does the Gongbuk conference start?" After telling him the time and location, Lee Hyun is ready to start preparing for the upcoming Gongbuk conference. Kim Soo-hyun immediately becomes furious. He warns Lee Hun-dong not to do anything reckless. He's just attending normally and doesn't need any preparations. Bored. Afterward, Kim Woo-hyun starts using his peak skill on other classmates. Being able to see other stats is quite interesting. Moreover, peak really does seem to make the target feel embarrassed. The funniest thing is that peak also has levels, just like jab, and can be upgraded. Every 2 people peaked, it adds 1 experience point. Kim Woo-hyun thinks to himself, after leveling up, "I shouldn't see more than I do now, right?" He also uses the peak skill on his desk mate, Gil-do. Gil-do immediately blushes and becomes shy, but Kim Soo-hyun is now curious about who he really is because Gilda's potential is actually S rank. Today is the day of the Gangbuk conference. At some point, because of his desire for rewards, Kim Woo-hyun has to do all these crappy quests. His plan is to attend the conference first, then run away as soon as it ends. Guild feels that nothing happening might be a bit difficult because Lee Hyun has brought a large group of delinquents. Kim Woo-hyun can't even be bothered to get angry now. He asks Lee Huns to do. Lee Hun says, "Seriously, the Gangbuk conference is where the supreme leaders of each high school gather. I was afraid something might happen, so I called everyone. They're all first-year experts who came voluntarily. One of them even came despite his grandfather being seriously. Guild tells everyone to prepare themselves mentally. Today's dinner will be eaten in hell." Kim Soo-hyun is annoyed. This will cause misunderstandings. He orders everyone else to go home. Just the three of them will go to the Gangbuk conference. Lee Hyun understands that Kim Soo-hyun means he can handle the guys from other schools alone. After dismissing the others, Lee Hyun confidently follows Kim Woo-hyun to the location of the Gangbuk conference. Kim Soo-hyun didn't expect the meeting to be held at an abandoned construction site. This place is eerie. Even if someone died here, no one would find out. Lee Hyun worries. The boss isn't planning to kill everyone today, is he? Kim Soo-hyun is still thinking, there must be many scary guys inside. I might get beaten as soon as I enter. The people from Gangbuk South High who arrived first greet him friendly. After confirming Kim Woo-hyun's identity, he introduces himself as Kong from South High and says with a smile, "We're the same age. Maybe we can be friends." Kim Woo-hyun rarely meets people with single character names. He politely says, "Sak. That name is it seems people from Gangbuk South High are all very kind." Kim Woo-hyun feels he was nervous for nothing. But Lee Hyun beside him reminds him, "Don't be deceived by smiles. Kind people don't become bosses, so you absolutely can't let your guard down around that Kong-sak. He might be the most dangerous guy among all the Gangbuk high schools." At this moment, Kangyo's underling asks him what he thinks of Kim Woo-hyun. And because Kim Soo-hyun called him Seek Suck, Kong feels provoked. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun looks at him smiling and thinks, how could this kind of person be dangerous? The quest pop-up hasn't shown quest completion yet. Kim Woo-hyun anticipates what ability he'll get this time. He thinks maybe he needs to wait for people from other schools to arrive. At this moment, Han Ja, the boss of Gangbuk East High, arrives with his underlings. He says mockingly, "The annoying guy is here too." Kong replies calmly, "That really hurts feelings between friends. One look at that guy tells he's dangerous." The three of them quietly lower their heads. At this moment, the quest pop-up shows the quest is complete. Reward obtained, 1 gold card and 10 bronze cards. Kim Woo-hyun immediately quietly gets up, wanting to go home and open the cards. Suddenly, Hanja grabs him and demands to know where he's going. Haeha came specifically for the rumored tank top Kim Woo-hyun. He heard the Kim Soo-hyun beat down Gu Ha-jun. So he tells Kim Woo-hyun to try beating him down too. But at this moment, Kim Woo-hyun shows a bitter smile. He's figured out the pattern of quest releases. No matter how he responds to Han Ja, now that damn quest pop-up will issue a quest to fight him, just like with Gu-hun before. So to prevent the quest pop-up from appearing, Kim Woo-hyun can't make any move. And this scene looks incredibly strange to others. People from South High exclaim, "Tank top Kim Woo-hyun is really amazing. Not only does he provoke their boss, he's not afraid of Han Ja at all." They keep speculating, what does Kim Soo-hyun's unfocused gaze mean? He's probably looking for Han Ja's weakness. The rumors are indeed true. Tank top Kim Woo-hyun, who would even capture opponents' family members as hostages to achieve his goals, is powerful. Kong Suk doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He'll wait until the two are tired from fighting, then strike when they're vulnerable. Kim Soo-hyun just stands there blankly. Hanja says viciously, "You're the first guy who dares to provoke me like this." Kim Woo-hyun feels something's wrong. At this rate, he'll have to fight even without a quest pop-up. At this moment, Hanja's underling pleads, "You two, please don't fight now." Han Ji-ha suddenly slaps him, because a mere underling dares to interrupt him. His underling reminds him that Kong Suk is also here. If they fight, they might get ambushed. But the opportunity to deal with Kim Woo-hyun isn't just today. Right now, they need to be most careful of Kang Sak. Finally, Han Ja walks out, unhappily. Kang Sak says with a smile, "Let's end it here today. After all, if we continue, a real fight will break out. Everyone's met each other anyway." He tells everyone to remember to greet each other when they meet in the future. Most importantly, Gangbuk North High didn't come. Kim Woo-hyun says excitedly, Suck, it's really great that it ended without fighting." Kong Suk feels provoked again. Before leaving, Kim Soo-hyun uses his peak skill on Han Ja and Kong Suk, but the quest pop-up displays peak level too low. Cannot use. The next day, Kim Woo-hyun drags his exhausted body to school because of that damn Gangbuk conference. He didn't sleep well all night. The failure of the peak skill also makes Kim Soo-hyun realize that those two are probably much stronger than him. Kim Woo-hyun is dumbfounded. When he arrives at the school gate, a group of underlings excitedly greets him respectfully. They all heard about Kim Woo-hyun's heroic deeds at the Gangbok conference. Before Kong Sok intervened, Kim Soo-hyun had already subdued Han Ha with a dragon tiger fist. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. Who the hell is spreading this stuff? Lai Dong, who ran to School of Dawn to spread the news, proudly says, "It was me." Kim Woo-hyun is really about to go crazy. Everyone heard that his dragon tiger fist was a technique obtained after killing his master, and they all ask him to demonstrate it. Starting from yesterday, tormented Kim Woo-hyun feels so miserable he gets sick and ends up in the infirmary. He thinks to himself, what the hell is this dragon tiger fist? After confirming no one's around, Kim Woo-hyun is about to start his happy card opening time. A total of 1 gold card and 10 bronze cards. Let's start with the gold card first. Opening the gold card, the skill obtained is Card Master. Can synthesize or decompose cards to exchange for higher or lower level cards. Kim Woo-hyun feels it's like gambling. Next are the 10 bronze cards, which all seem to be mediocre skills. The only useful one is lower grade Strength Boost. But if used, intelligence will drop by 3 levels. Although becoming dumber doesn't feel good, it's better to keep it just in case. Next, Kim Woo-hyun uses the Card Master skill to synthesize bass voice ability and sharp sense of smell. The result is obtaining a silver card. The skill is straight punch from boxing techniques. Kim Soo-hyun immediately uses the skill to check its effect. Afterward, he feels card synthesis is really fun. Although his mom told Kim Soo-hyun not to gamble, he thinks this probably doesn't count as gambling. After some thought, Kim Woo-hyun synthesizes 4 more bronze cards. Then he obtains 2 silver cards. Their soccer and basketball skills, respectively. Kim Woo-hyun curses inwardly. I'm not competing in the Olympics. What use are these? Painfully, he uses the Card Master skill again to synthesize the 2 silver cards. Soon he obtains a gold card. Kim Soo-hyun gets a nosebleed when he sees the skill, because this is a real fighting card. The skill name is very strange. Master, please. Just after obtaining this skill, Kim Soo-hyun slaps himself, but besides his face burning, nothing else happens. Kim Soo-hyun realizes that this perverted-looking skill doesn't count if he hits himself. At this moment, the quest pop-up issues another main quest. Recruit 4 members, reward 1 gold card. Kim Soo-hyun thinks, how is this like a game, making things bigger and bigger? He worries, will there be some ultimate final boss at the end? Recruiting members doesn't seem too difficult. Guild can become a member after agreeing with Kim Woo-hyun. Looking at it this way, this quest is too easy. At this moment, Lee Hyun comes with medicine, concerned about how Kim Soo-hyung's body is doing. Kim Soo-hyun casually asks if he wants to be his member. The medicine in Lee Dong's hand quietly falls to the ground. He's surprised. Is the boss finally recruiting members to unify Gangbok? Lee Hyun formally salutes Kim Woo-hyun, but Kim Woo-hyun feels that recruiting people too casually might cause trouble later. After thinking about it, he decides to think carefully before recruiting members. At night, lying on a park bench, Kim Woo-hyun thinks he needs to find people who are verified, preferably people with strong stats. At this moment, a shadow falls over Kim Soo-hyun. Turns out Baekchae Ryong also lives in this neighborhood. After greeting Kim Soo-hyun, she's about to leave. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun remembers something. He asks Baekchae Ryong, "Can you slap me?" Because Kim Soo-hyun wants to test this perverted skills effect. Baekchae Ryong thinks her fetish has been discovered and immediately blushes. She hesitantly asks Kim Woo-hyun, "Are you into that too?" Kim Soo-hyun explains, "If I get hit, something good might happen." Baekchae Ryong is ready to strike directly. At this moment, a voice interrupts them. Several delinquents previously beaten down by Kim Woo-hyun have come for revenge. Kim Soo-hyun is speechless. Do these guys specifically pick certain locations to cause trouble? At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a side quest. Defeat the delinquent boss and his underlings. Reward 1 silver card. Kim Woo-hyun has already beaten them once before, so he's confident he can complete it more easily this time. However, a tall figure walks out from behind. He's Park Kang-hoo from Gangbok East High. Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses his peak skill. Park Hook's stats are much stronger than his. He can't think of how to win for the moment. And Park Kang-hook has also heard the rumors about tank top Kim Soo-hyun. But Baekchae Ryong blocks in front of him, demanding to know which school the delinquents are from and why they're acting crazy after being beaten down. Kim Soo-hyun remembers that Baekchae Ray has wide connections. If she steps in, maybe she can solve the problem herself. However, the delinquents mockingly ask Baekchae Ray why she's being so arrogant. Kim Soo-hyun immediately becomes anxious. wanting to protect Baek-chae Rayong, but Park Sang-huk suddenly punches him. He mocks, "Didn't Tank Top Kim Swan conquer Gangbuk West High? With this strength you only conquered a toilet." Bakesh hurriedly asks if Kim Soo-han is okay. Kim Soo-han keeps muttering, "Stomach." Bechi thinks his stomach is injured, but Kim Woo-hyun actually feels his stomach is comfortable. Bech is confused about what he's saying. How can being hit feel comfortable? Kim Woo-hyun doesn't know what's going on either. The more Park Chan-huk hits him, the more comfortable he feels. Now he's accumulated 5 hits. That perverted skill activates. It will randomly increase one of Kim Woo-hyun's stats. The next second, his fist appears before Park Sang-huk's eyes again. The power of this punch actually sends Park Sang-huk flying. Because Kim Woo-hyun's strength increased from A rank to C rank, he can now confirm something to Baek-chae Rayong. Getting hit really does feel comfortable. With strength boosted to C rank, maybe he can defeat Park Sang-huk. Kim Soo-hyun quickly ties his tank top tight. This quest is officially starting. Other delinquents charge forward first. Kim Woo-hyun originally wanted to use jabs for containment first. Then, like last time, find a narrow place to take out the enemies. But the opponent passes out directly after taking this jab. Kim Woo-hyun is certain, "I clearly didn't hit that guy's chin." He's surprised. Is this the power of Master, please? The other 3 delinquents nervously glance at Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun tells Baek-chae Rayong to close her eyes, but Baek-chae Rayong clearly doesn't listen to him. Kim Soo-hyun, who quickly finishes off the 3 delinquents, thinks women shouldn't watch these things. Baek-cheong just thinks there's something wrong with his brain. Park Sang-huk on the side starts clapping. That's why it's interesting. Kim Soo-hyun can see his stamina is only C rank. His own strength is enough to beat him. Kim Woo-hyun starts using jabs. The next second he freezes because his strength, which returned to E rank, doesn't hurt Park Hang-hyuk. Turns out the interval was too long. The accumulated 5 hits only have 4 remaining, but Kim Woo-hyun feels it's okay. He just needs to get hit one more time to have 5, but he doesn't understand. "I've already been beaten like this. Why haven't I reached 5 hits yet?" Kim Soo-hyun decisively chooses to pause. He wonders if there are special conditions needed to activate the skill, but Park Sang-huk isn't going to play any pause games with him. Seeing Kim Soo-hyun in danger, Baek Rayong wants to help. Park Sang-huk smirks. "After I take care of your husband first, I'll have some fun with you." Baek-chae Rang can't help but cry out. However, the perverted skill's 5 hits are completed at this moment. Something good is about to happen. Kim Soo-hyun, with strength boosted to Kank, suddenly throws a straight punch at Park Sang-huk. Now, Kim Woo-hyun finally understands. The important condition for accumulating 5 hits is he must have the will to protect Baek-cheong. Actually, it's not that noble. It only works when he feels embarrassed. No wonder this perverted skill is called Master, please. However, wrestling is Park Sang-huk's specialty. If he grabs you, it's basically game over. But then, Park Sang-huk is confused because he can't lift Kim Soo-hyun. Of course, it's because Kim Woo-hyun used the Exceed Limit skill. Powerful striking force bombards Park Sang-huk's back. This punch not only contains the weight of Exceed Limits, but also the strength added by the perverted skill. Kim Soo-hyun's current stats give him a rank striking power. This quest is now complete. Kim Soo-hyun is now more curious about what skill this card will be. The next day, as soon as he arrives at school, he starts thinking about where the quests come from. Suddenly, the Master Please skill accumulates once. Baek-cheong shouts angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you spreading rumors that we're dating?" Kim Soo-hyun quickly says, "He didn't do anything." People have already heard they have 3 children. Lai Han is confused. Didn't Baek-cry fall for the boss after he saved her? Baek Rayong shouts angrily, "What nonsense are you spreading?" In the evening, Park Sang-huk kneels to apologize for his failure. He can now confirm the rumors about Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun are true. First pretending to be weak to make enemies relax, then brutally knocking them down with one punch. From Park Sang-huk's perspective, that guy is definitely a fighting expert. Han Cha, the boss of Gangbuk East High, says disdainfully, "No one has any expectations for you, idiot." Park Sang-huk, this underling doesn't even have the qualification to be beaten by him. However, Han Cha still confirms the rumor with Park Sang-huk. He was defeated miserably by Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun and the rumors. Han Cha is puzzled. That guy's spreading such rumors so openly. In that case, he'll go cooperate with Kim Woo-hyun properly. At the same time, Kim Soo-hyun also opens the newly obtained silver card. The new skill is called Rise Can Adjust Eye Level. Kim Woo-hyun wants to try the effect right now. At this moment, Hwangdes number 14 of Gangbuk High asks the boss, "Do we need a cleaver to kill a chicken?" He asks Hanja to let him handle it. Hanja reminds him with interest, "Even Guha Jun lost." Hong pats his big belly and smiles. Don't you trust this? Hanja is speechless. The pig-like thing is acting crazy again. He orders, "You idiots, make it quick." Now Kim Soo-hyun is still worrying about recruiting members. His unreliable slippers are about to break. He's thinking, should I wait until the peak skill reaches E rank before recruiting members? Just at this moment, the slippers completely break. Big Sher Ryong was just told by the homeroom teacher to find Kim Soo-hyan. Kim Soo-hyan falls right into her arms. Big Che Ryong curses angrily. "You idiot, how rude." Kim Woo-hyan quickly explains it was an accident. At this moment, he feels a chill on his back. Gu Ha-jun is watching him coldly. Kim Soo-hyun, hiding in the corner, says friendly, "You're finally back at school. Everyone was worried about you." He keeps trying to talk to Gu Ha-jun, but never gets a response. At this moment, the quest pop-up issues another side quest. Recruit Gu Ha-jun, reward 1 silver card. Kim Soo-hyun is annoyed. How do I get Gu Ha-jun, who I fought with, to join? I'm not confident I can win again. Anyway, it's fine to just abandon these quests, but Kim Soo-hyun still can't give up the cards, so he invites Gu Ha-jun to join his group in the friendliest tone possible, seeing that the other party has no intention of responding. Kim Soo-hyun awkwardly scratches his head. Gildo is somewhat surprised that Gu Ha-jun didn't do anything. You know, Kim Soo-hyun doesn't even dare sleep during break time now. Afraid Gu-hun will ambush him. At this moment, first-year delinquents hurriedly find the boss because Lee Hund was captured by people from Gangbook East High. Kim Soo-hyun is speechless. You should call the police. It's not good to ignore law enforcement, but the delinquents are still asking, should we gather people? Kim Woo-hyun tells him to handle it themselves. He'll leave first. The delinquents are shocked. Boss, you're joking, right? Gangbook East High has Handar. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to go. If there were a quest, he might consider it. Taking this opportunity to get rid of Lee Hyun, who loves spreading rumors, would be good. Kim Woo-hyun feels the weather is really nice today. At this moment, Lee Hyun has almost been beaten to death. People from Gangbook East High mock him. How did you end up like this? First following Gu Ha-jun, then Kim Woo-hyun. If tank top Kim Woo-hyun loses too, who will you run to next? Lee Hyun says quietly, a wise bird chooses its tree. A good minister chooses his master. This is natural. I just chose the tree I wanted and found the master I want to serve. For me, there's no next master after tank top Kim Soo-hyun. Leong also knows the boss won't come save him. So he tells Hong Da-song to just finish him off. But Hong Da-song hands him a weapon and tells him to fight. Lai hundas for a moment, then suddenly attacks Hang Da-sign. However, this strike doesn't hurt him. Hang Da says disdainfully, "What are you doing, idiot?" He'll let others take care of the rest. Lee Hyun is still thinking about the boss in his heart. He apologizes for these days. "I'm sorry for always bothering you, boss." Huang Des, because the target of this operation has appeared. Kim Woo-hyun roars, "Lai Hyun, you really annoy me. You made me care, making me want to help you all the time." Kim Woo-hyun starts using the peak skill. The other underlings are relatively simple to handle, but this Hong Dong stamina is actually D rank, with just Kim Soo-hyun's few attack skills. Can he really bridge the large stat gap? Kim Soo-hyun ponders the height difference is too big. Will aiming for the face work? In that case, let's use jabs to test first. Hang is confused. What are you doing? His fat absorbed all the pain. In that case, just try aiming for the face. However, Hang's strength is also strong. He's somewhat puzzled. Why is Kim Woo-hyun's body so weak? The physique gap is too large. Lai Hun-dong is very worried about the boss, but Kim Woo-hyun is confident he has a way to deal with physique because he has a card that can solve the physique difference, but exceed limits fails to activate. This skill can only be used once a day. There's still 1 hour left until the next use. Kim Soo-hyun instantly remembers. He used it yesterday evening when fighting Park Sang-guk. He's slammed hard to the ground by Hwang Dong. Hwang Dong is puzzled. Is Kim Soo-hyun really the boss of Gangbook West High? This is too weak. The rest can be handled by other underlings. Lai Hun blocks in front of Kim Woo-hyun. Deal with me first. An underling shouts angrily, "Stop filming a soap opera." The next second, he's kicked flying. Gu Ha-jun, the former boss of Gangbook West High, has arrived. He asks Kim Woo-hyun something. "What did you mean when you asked me to join you at school? Do I look like a fool?" Kim Woo-hyun sweats and explains he just thought it would feel safer if he joined. Gu Ha-jun is puzzled. What a strange guy. He points at Hong Des and says to Kim Soo-hyun, "I'll leave this to you. I'm joining Kim Soo-hyun's group." The quest pop-up indicates the side quest is complete. Reward obtained, 1 silver card. This is the first time Hong Dong has seen Gu Ha-jun in person. He asks, "Are we fighting right now?" Gu Ha-jun says coldly, "I'm not the one fighting you. Wait for him to put on his clothes." After tank top, Kim Soo-hyun uses Restore Stamina. His energy is instantly restored. The quest pop-up issues another side quest. Use different cards in combination. Hangdes says disdainfully, so what if you put on your tank top? Kim Woo-hyun's master, please skill starts accumulating. Third hit, fourth hit. Finally, the fifth hit is accumulated. It will randomly increase one step. Kim Woo-hyun again throws a straight punch with strength boosted to C rank. Hang Decent is pushed back by this punch. He doesn't understand how Kim Woo-hyun suddenly became stronger. After that, everyone is stunned because that skill that can adjust eye level actually increases vertical jump height. Kim Woo-hyun uses the rise skill to leap up, but Hangdes just needs to grab him and throw him. Amid Leong's cry of alarm, Kim Woo-hyun midair starts rotating because in the card he just obtained, he got the roundhouse kick from Taekwondo. The charged-up roundhouse kick slams into Hong Daong's chin. Number 14 of Gangbuk East High is defeated. The quest pop-up indicates the side quest is complete. Reward obtained 1 gold card. Kim Woo-hyun directly chooses to open the card, but this time is different from before. He can choose one from 2 cards. Kim Woo-hyun is caught in a dilemma for a moment. Underlings from Gangbuk East High are still checking Hwang Daong's injuries. Gu Jun tells them to scram. Kim Soo-hyun back home feels like his body is falling apart. He just wants to get back to his room and rest quickly. But Kim Da-hun is passionately dancing in the living room filming a video. Kim Soo-hyun mocks her that 02 dance is already outdated. Back in his room, Kim Soo-hyun is conflicted about which card to choose. One allows him to know in advance what skill the next card will give. The other allows him to meet the highest level challenger card. Exhausted, he falls asleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, Hang kneels before Han-ja to apologize in terror. He begs for another chance. Hearing this, Han-ja raises his hand toward Hang-sun. On the Gangbok West High side, Kim Soo-hyun is sincerely thanking Gu Ha-jun. Gu Ha-jun is somewhat speechless. Do you have to say it now? Kim Soo-hyun enthusiastically explains to him while he's in the restroom. It's because I happened to run into you. Kim Woo-hyun is very grateful for him becoming a member of his group. Gu Jun tells Kim Woo-hyun not to get it wrong. He's just keeping an eye on him temporarily. He reminds Kim Woo-hyun to pay close attention to Gangbuk East High, especially that Han-ja. People who don't know Han-ja just think he's a small-time thug, but he's actually smarter than everyone. Han-ja doesn't hit Hwang Dong. Instead, he asks kindly, how did that Kim Soo-hyun guy fight? He wants Hwang Dong to tell everything from beginning to end. From Kim Soo-hyun's manner of speaking to his action habits, which aspects are strong, what to be careful of, what techniques did he use? After Hang desks his brain to tell all the details, Han-ja roughly knows what kind of guy Kim Soo-hyun is. Hwang Des is kicked unconscious by him. From everything Hang said, a person on the verge of death suddenly acts fine and suddenly uses roundhouse kick techniques. Han Ji-ha has roughly guessed Kim Soo-hyun's situation. Delinquents within Gangbok West High are congratulating Kim Soo-hyun again, because his nickname has been upgraded to man-eating tank top Kim Soo-hyun. This is a nickname obtained with Lai Hun's help for eating the entire defeated Hwang Dong. But unfortunately, only the top 13 figures of Gangbuk East High have their own territories to manage. So this battle didn't expand territory. Kim Woo-hyun is helpless. How did it become like this? Am I really going to have to unify Gangbuk? He's curious where the quest pop-ups come from. Why was he chosen out of so many people? There are too many things to be curious about. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to do quests his whole life without knowing why. Although giving up card vision is a shame, he must know where the quests come from. So Kim Soo-hyun must meet the challenger card that wants to meet him. And as Kim Woo-hyun begins to use the greeting card, everyone in the classroom disappears. The entire world seems to have only Kim Woo-hyun left. And when he comes downstairs, a magnificent challenger card stands before Kim Woo-hyun. It tells Kim Woo-hyun he can ask anything. Kim Woo-hyun hurriedly asks, who's issuing the quests? Why was I chosen? What's the final quest? The challenger card will answer all of Kim Woo-hyun's questions. He now begins connecting Kim Woo-hyun with that person. Then a human voice comes from within the card. I didn't expect Kim Soo-hyun to be so lucky as to already draw the greeting card. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun is puzzled. Besides me, are there others doing quests too? The other person tells Kim Soo-hyun not to worry about something that won't happen. He says, frankly, it's too early for them to meet. He's not sure yet if Kim Woo-hyun has the ability to solve that matter. Right now, they can't trust each other yet. So, many things can't be said. The other person wants to first see what Kim Woo-hyun's abilities are like. The first test is to unify Gangbok East High and Gangbuk South High. Kim Woo-hyun is dissatisfied. If he wants to unify, he'll have to fight again. He doesn't want to do such things without understanding why. The other person reminds Kim Soo-hyun, don't you think this is an opportunity? Not only has your vision improved, your height has also increased, and your life of being bullied has been changed, But all you've used are just gold cards. Are you satisfied with just this level? Aren't you curious about the abilities of diamond cards, master cards, and challenger cards above platinum cards? After who knows how long, Kim Soo-hyun wakes up in the classroom. Gildu is presiding over a discussion about uniform clothing. Turns out using the greeting card looks like sleeping to others. Kim Soo-hyun carefully thinks about what that person said. He didn't expect there could be even better cards than ones that increase height and improve vision. Kim Woo-hyun finally realizes this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He says to Lee Hyun, "I seem to be interested in unifying Gangbok." Kim Woo-hyun is ready to give it a try. Lee Hyun prepares to convey the boss's message to all the high schools in Gangbok. A young couple at the school gate is being romantic, when suddenly the girl slaps the guy hard, because she suddenly feels uncomfortable, and this is precisely because Kim Woo-hyun is diligently using peak nearby. After persistent effort, the peak skill finally levels up. Kim Soo-hyun can't wait to see what changes it will bring, and he naturally turns to Baek Chae Rayong again. The upgraded peak skill now has the additional ability to see the target's height and weight. Walking alone in an alley, Kim Soo-hyun looks at the cards in his hand and starts thinking with his current cards. Unifying East High and South High is nearly impossible. He must obtain more attack cards. So, he plans to avoid meeting Han-ha until he becomes stronger. Han-ha, suddenly appearing before Kim Woo-hyun, asks, puzzled, why? Kim Woo-hyun is stunned for a moment. Han-ha wonders, aren't we on greeting terms? With just one kick, Kim Woo-hyun feels like he can't breathe. Han-ha asks, confused, not going to fight back? Aren't you pretty good with your legs, or do you only use them when running away? Han-ha still finds it strange. How exactly did Kim Woo-hyun beat Hong Daesun? Kim Soo-hyun starts using peak on him. Han-ha freezes for a moment upon hearing the word peak, and he actually has two abilities above rank. Kim Woo-hyun's stats are completely incomparable to his. Seeing the quest pop up, issue another side quest, he thinks to himself in dismay, speak of the devil. The quest actually asks Kim Woo-hyun to defeat Han-ha with a platinum card as the reward. Kim Woo-hyun says, seriously, let's fight another day. In a deserted place like this, there's no meaning even if you beat me. Kim Soo-hyun is racking his brain, trying to figure out how to get the unobtainable platinum card, and calmly tells Han-ha, how can the showdown between West High and East High happen in such a messy place, or are you afraid you'll lose to me? Sure enough, Han-ha takes the bait. He asks Kim Soo-hyun, then when do we fight? Kim Woo-hyun tells him not to worry. He'll contact him when he's free. Han-ha turns to leave, reminding him they'll meet again when the time comes. Kim Woo-hyun nervously stares at Han-ha's back, who's smoking a cigarette, looking quite casual. Kim Woo-hyun instantly uses the Rise skill. Even another day, he has no confidence he can beat this double S monster. Han-ha's endurance is only a rank, so Kim Woo-hyun uses exceeded limits and charges up, trying to launch a roundhouse kick. However, this sneak attack fails. Han-ha apologizes to Kim Soo-hyun because even if I were dead, I would never let my guard down. Han-ha wonders, Kim Woo-hyun's footwork is so chaotic, yet his technique is this strong. The quest pop-up also reminds him at this moment that the side quest has failed, but a hidden condition has been achieved. Your first failure against an unbeatable enemy. Congratulations on achieving the hidden condition and obtaining one diamond card as a reward. In a daze, Kim Woo-hyun gradually regains consciousness. Lee Hyun asks with concern if he's all right. Kim Woo-hyun passed out in the alley, so Lee Hyun brought him here. Everyone's heard that Han-ha shamelessly used a sneak attack to beat Kim Woo-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun lets out a long sigh because he really did lose, and it was a complete and utter defeat, and he lost without even doing anything. Kim Woo-hyun feels this kind of gap for the first time, he wonders. I could still beat Hongdae. So why is there such a huge gap with Han-ha? Looking at strength alone, it's just a difference between B rank and S rank. Kim Woo-hyun suspects that maybe all attack power is uniformly labeled as strength at this moment. Gu Ha-jun praises his luck, saying he should be grateful Han-ha didn't continue. Kim Soo-hyun instinctively uses the peak skill. Gu Ha-jun asks, puzzled, aren't you already looking? And he also has two abilities at rank. He and Han-ha are at similar levels. Kim Woo-hyun is shocked. How did he beat Gu Ha-jun? He can't help but ask Gu Ha-jun something. Why are you helping me? Not only did you go easy on me during our fight, you even said you'd be my crew member. Gu Ha-jun says indifferently. First time I've met a guy like you. Just a bit curious. He tells Kim Woo-hyun not to misunderstand. He never said anything about hanging out together. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun feels Gu Ha-jun is even stranger than himself. He tells Lee Hyun to leave as well. Lee Hyun-dong, thinking Kim Soo-hyun is psychologically traumatized, keeps comforting him. Kim Soo-hyun thanks him and tells him to get out quickly because only then can he open this diamond card. Kim Soo-hyun is incredibly lucky. He can't wait to open this diamond card. The skill is called Copy Cloud, a summoning type card. Meanwhile, Manhwa returns to Gangbuk East High. A subordinate respectfully asks him how Kim Soo-hyun was. That guy is weaker than Hanja imagined. So, he's determined to take Gangbuk West High. So he orders number 13 Kong Pyo-hook to lead a team to take care of Gangbuk West High. However, because of Gu Ha-jun, they also need to bring number 5, Park Ji-an, who loves to research. And from now on, Hanja will keep an eye on the guys from Gangbuk South High. After taking down both West High and South High, it'll be that guy from North High. In the evening, Kim Do-hyun acts cute. And because friends are coming over, she begs Kim Woo-hyun to stay in his room and not come out. After teasing her a couple of times, Kim Woo-hyun can't wait to return to his room to test the new card's effect. As he summons Copy Cloud, a cloud emitting a blue glow appears before Kim Woo-hyun. Kim Hun's friends also arrive at this moment. Upon learning that the rumored tank top Kim Woo-hyun is also home, they're all surprised. Meanwhile, Kim So-hyun is trying to communicate with Copy Cloud. Its effect is when copy mode is activated, it can copy nearby people. Once activated, it will automatically copy nearby people. Just as he starts looking for humans to copy, Kim Doon walks in to get tank top Kim Soo-hyun's autograph for her friends. Copy Cloud instantly finds a target. Kim Doon is bound, and Copy Cloud begins copying Kim Doon. And during the copying process, both the target and the user cannot move. Soon the copying is complete. Kim Do-hyun is shocked. She just had a strange feeling. Just as Kim Soo-hyun thinks she saw Copy Cloud, Kim Dean exclaims, "Is our house haunted?" Her friends all think she's hallucinating. What era are we in? Still believing in ghosts and stuff. Just as Kim Soo-hyun wonders what to do after copying, the quest pop-up indicates that he can paste Kim Deun. In that case, Kim Woo-hyun decides to give it a try first. Copy Cloud quickly transforms into Kim Da-hoon. Kim Woo-hyun rushes to the door and seeing Kim Deun still chatting with her friends. He's shocked. What on earth is this thing? It even has a realistic texture. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, can other people see this? If discovered, I'll probably be treated like an alien. The quest pop-up indicates Copy Cloud is in a bad mood. Kim Woo-hyun, who just got slapped on the left cheek, actually wants to get hit on the right cheek too, but Copy Cloud is already automatically returned to the card. So Copy Cloud is a summoning that can copy and paste people. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't understand where this skill can be used. He was happy to get a diamond card, but now it seems completely useless. Copying Kim Dun just means double the annoyance for him. At this moment, a large face without eyebrows suddenly approaches Kim Soo-hyun, and startled, he orders Lee Hyun's quickly, but Lee Hyun's Kim Soo-hyun that Gangbuk East High has started moving to completely take down Gangbuk West High. Hanja has already sent his subordinates. Leading two teams are East High's number 5 Park Ji-an and number 13 Kong Po-hook. Their subordinates are all elites, and currently Gangbuk West High has no available talent. If they face Gangbuk East High in their current state, there's no chance of winning. After all, Kim Woo-hyun beat Hwang Da-sung before because of luck, and he can't get other attack cards in a short time. Kim Woo-hyun racks his brain but can't think of a way to get stronger quickly. At this moment, Gu Ha-jun asks what he's doing here if not smoking. Kim Woo-hyun instantly thinks he could have Gwa-jun help him train, but before he can even ask, Gu-jun refuses. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun comes up with a brilliant idea. He doesn't press Gu Ha-jun any further. Meanwhile, Gangbuk East High's number 13, Kong Po-hook, comes to visit number 5, Park Ji-in. He's a weirdo who loves researching the human body. Park Ji-in has also heard about taking care of Gangbuk West High, and with a personality similar to Han-ha, he sets out immediately. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun is staring at Gu Ha-jun before him. He suddenly throws a jab, hitting Gu Ha-jun in the face. The jab's proficiency increases. Kim Soo-hyun immediately dances with excitement. He thanks Gu Ha-jun for letting him hit him, or more accurately, the pasted Gu Ha-jun. Although Kim Soo-hyun was desperate after being rejected by Gu Ha-jun, he can just copy him directly. Now Gu Ha-jun is a human punching bag that can help him continuously improve through repeated strikes. Kim Woo-hyun's proficiency keeps accumulating. This is the true way to use the diamond card. Kim Woo-hyun keeps using all the combat techniques he has, and the proficiency of jab, straight punch, and roundhouse kick rises like crazy. Finally, Kim Woo-hyun hears the notification. His straight punch has successfully upgraded to dank. After school, 3 girls walk out from Gangbuk Girls High on the other side. Kong Pyo-hyuk says playfully, Girls' high students are really hot. He wants to bring those girls over to cleanse his eyes. A subordinate reminds him that Park Jian seems to have already set out. Kang Po-hyuk is in charge of dealing with Kim Woo-hyun, and he thinks Kim Woo-hyun is about the same as Hong Dong, whom he could put in the emergency room. However, Kang Go-hyuk feels it's a bit of a waste to catch Kim Woo-hyun right away, so he might as well play around first before leaving. Kim Woo-hyun and his two companions also finish school and prepare to go home. At this moment, Lee Hun's boss's aura is extraordinary. Looking particularly imposing, he asks flatteringly, "You didn't do some special training, did you?" Kim Woo-hyun says he doesn't know either. He just has an urge to smash utility poles. At this moment, a subordinate reports, "Big trouble. The intelligence operative has received information that people from Gangbuk East High have appeared. Students nearby are already being threatened." The subordinate asks if the boss wants to help. Both Kim Soo-hyun and Lee Hyun don't want to take unnecessary risks to help. But when they learn that the people being bullied are students from Gangbuk Girls High, which only the city's most beautiful girls attend, the three of them immediately confirm they'll be having their dinner in hell. At this moment, however, Hang desicks him. "I'm here to restore my honor today." Lee Hun-dong wants to help, but Kim Soo-hyun refuses and tells him to go check on the situation at Gangbuk Girls High first. Hang Desai-sung says coldly, "You alone probably can't beat me. Last time was because Gu Ha-jun suddenly appeared that I was defeated while off guard. My strength was clearly superior to yours then, but now Kim Soo-hyun is confident he alone is enough." The three girls from Ganga Girls High are cornered in an alley. Kang Go-hyuk says playfully that as long as they spend 3 hours with them, any amount of money is fine. Looking at the prettiest girl among them, Kang Go-hyuk feels she could become an idol. Just as Kang Go-hyuk's hand is about to touch the girl, Lee Hyun shouts angrily, stopping his action. Kang Go-hyuk wonders, how did this guy know we're here? And Lee Hyun only now realizes there are so many people here. Just as the other side is about to make a move, Lee Hyun prepares to hold out until the boss arrives, but the other side suddenly stops. Just as Lee Hyun is confused, the other side recognizes the Western Rising Star, Gangbuk West High's number 2, the Dark Lord, Gildu. This rumor exists, of course, thanks to Lee Hyun Gild's strength. Under the surprised gazes of the opposition, Gildu, sweating profusely, looks at Lee Hyun, but Lee Hyun gives Gildu a thumbs up. Gild reluctantly takes 2 steps forward with his hands in his pockets, and the opposition fears, does he not even need to use his hands to deal with us? So the Gangbuk East High people plan to exhaust him with their numerical advantage. Just as Gildu is sweating and frowning, Kim Woo-hyun apologizes for being late. "Didn't expect that guy to be tougher than I thought." Hang, knocked to the ground, is dumbfounded. He didn't expect to lose. He doesn't understand how Kim Soo-hyun got so strong in such a short time. The disappointed Guild generously gives Kim Woo-hyun the opportunity to show off. Kang Po-hyuk says disdainfully, "I'm much stronger than Hong Dong." He orders his subordinates to attack together, but Kim Soo-hyun's fists are different from before. After continuous practice of punching and kicking, jab, roundhouse kick, and straight punch have all reached B rank. After reaching B rank, the skill names changed, and below it shows critical hit rate increased. Now, every strike from Kim Woo-hyun has a chance to critical hit. Under the shocked gazes of others, the quest pop-up issues a side quest. Defeat Gangbuk East High's number 13, Kang Po-hyuk. Reward 1 silver card. Kim Woo-hyun has no interest in small fries. He tells Kang Go-hyuk to bring Han-ha. Kim Woo-hyun quickly charges forward. The upgraded fists have undergone a qualitative change. A small fry tries to sneak attack from behind, and the next second his vision is filled with only a fist. Kang Hyuk praises, "You can really fight. Worthy of being tank top Kim Soo-hyun." He roughly knows what level Kim Soo-hyun is at, about the same strength as Hong. Before coming, Kang Po-hyuk asked Hongdae some questions. According to Hongdae-sung, Kim Soo-hyun is a guy with no real strength who can only rely on sneak attacks. Even so, he reminded Kang Go-hyuk never to let his guard down, because that's how he was defeated. However, although Hong Sung said this, he understood that Kang Go-hyuk couldn't lose no matter how careless he was. In summary, Kim Soo-hyun is weak. But now, Kang Go-hyuk wants to kill Hwang Dae. This is what you call weak. This is a monster on another level. Kim Woo-hyun starts using exceed limits, and the charged fist delivers critical damage again. But Kim Woo-hyun is a bit troubled because he hates using his fists in front of women. Kim Soo-hyun asks with concern, "Are you ladies all right?" The three girls want to leave quickly after thanking him repeatedly because they've heard Kim Soo-hyun eats the corpses of his defeated opponents. At this moment, one girl asks if she can have Kim Woo-hyun's number. Kim Woo-hyun then recognizes her as Kim Dae-hoon's friend. Her friends hurriedly remind the girl that Kim Soo-hoon is an extremely brutal guy, but the girl, blushing, says she's just very grateful. Just as the sleazy Kim Woo-hyun is about to give his number, Kang Pyo-hook on the ground tells him, "Laugh while you still can." The Dark Lord steps on Kang Pyo-hook. Asking what he means, he says coldly, "Gangbook East High's number 5. Park Ji-yeon is coming soon to take down Gwajun." Gujun, doing pull-ups, tells Park Ji-yeon to leave. He still needs to exercise. Park Ji-yeon says disdainfully, defeated by Kim Soo-hyun, "What's the point of exercising? After catching you, Kim Woo-hyun is next." Gu Ha-jun, defeated by Kim Soo-hyun, is already worthless. Park Ji-yeon's words come to an abrupt halt. Gu Ha-jun wonders, did Hanja lose his mind, sending such trash to catch me? This gives Gu Ha-jun the perfect excuse to go find Kim Woo-hyun. Meanwhile, the girl Kim Woo-hyun just helped is reading a philosophy book. Her mother praises her for being such a literary girl. However, 17-year-old young So-ha from Gangbook Girls High is actually holding a 19-plus violent book. Returning home, Kim Soo-hyun is still excited about his 2 victories and feels that at this rate, he might really be able to beat Han Ji-ha. But those guys all move in groups, and Kim Woo-hyun understands he absolutely can't win alone. So he still needs to find some people. Before that, he still needs to complete the recruit crew members quest. Although Kim Woo-hyun has been using Peak, he hasn't found anyone trustworthy. Suddenly, he comes up with another brilliant idea. Then Kim Woo-hyun summons Kopit Cloud. Everything else doesn't matter. He tells Kopit Cloud not to transform into this person next time. Kim Woo-hyun almost slaps it. Better to transform into Gu Ha-jun. Well then, now it's time to begin. Kim Soo-hyun invites Kopit Cloud to become his crew member. It actually works. Recruit crew members quest complete. Obtain 1 gold card as a reward. This skill allows training crew members. Currently, Kim Woo-hyun's crew members are Gwajun Gildo, Lee Hyun, and Kopit Cloud. The quest pop-up indicates he can now start training crew members, and only training cards can train crew members. Training cards can be obtained through the newly activated training quests. For now, it's still unknown what the training quests are. Kim Woo-hyun should first open the card he just got from defeating Kang Pyo-hook. This skill is the use from boxing. After testing the effect, Kim Woo-hyun immediately finds it super fun. At this moment, the quest pop-up issues another side quest. Collect the essence of boxing, you slip and hook reward 1 gold card. It seems he just needs to get the hook card. Kim Woo-hyun feels this is heaven telling him to take a gamble. So he wants to use the card Master Skill to test his luck since he still has some useless cards anyway. Kim Woo-hyun uses the Card Master skill and combines 4 bronze cards, resulting in 2 useless silver cards. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun realizes he hasn't tried the Decompose function yet, and since he has many silver cards, maybe he can try decomposing. After that, Kim Woo-hyun regrets he shouldn't have continued playing like gambling. Also, subordinates congratulate Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun and Dark Lord Gildu in unison. The next day, because the 2 of them thoroughly showed Gangbok East High the strength of West High, because they defeated Kang Pyo-hook, his territory became Gangbok West High's. The 3 high schools Kang Pyo-hook managed now all belong to Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun asks since his territory was taken. Han-ha should come attacking, right? But Lai Hyun-dong says they can relax for now because he's already contacted Gangbok South High. Han-ha also learns of Park John and Kang Po-hook's defeat, and the schools Kang Po-hook managed have been taken. So of course, Hanja prepares to go right away. At this moment, however, a subordinate brings news that Gangbok South High has started moving. After Kongi heard that Hanja's people were defeated by Kim Woo-hyun, he started a war. At this rate, East High might be attacked by both West High and South High simultaneously. Han-ha orders number 2 to go to South High to hold them off. Anyway, that weakling Kim Soo-hyun Han-ha can deal with him anytime. So now he needs to deal with that bastard Kang Suk first. After learning everything Leong did, Kim Soo-hyun feels somewhat fortunate. After all, during this time, although he got stronger from quests and training, he's still not sure if he can beat Han-ha. Since they've bought some time, Lee Hun suggests they properly reorganize internally, because West High expanded its territory in this battle. But the 3 schools Kang Pyo-hook once managed can't be certain they'll follow Kim Woo-hyun. So he needs to personally go reorganize them. At this moment, the quest pop-up also issues a training quest. Reorganize the 3 schools reward ultimate training cards and 1 random attack card. In that case, Kim Woo-hyun plans to start now first to Seojin High School. At this moment, however, young So-ha from Gangbok Girls High appears here. Turns out she has plans with Kim Do-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun seems uninterested in her and walks right past. Suddenly, young Soha calls out to Kim Soo-hyun. She asks Kim Soo-hyun why he hasn't replied to her messages. Lee Hyun teases from the side. Boss is a heartbreaker, but Kim Woo-hyun just answers indifferently that he'll reply when he has time, and then leaves without looking back. Baek Chae-ryong on the side is dissatisfied. What's with Kim Woo-hyun? The delinquents at Seojin High School have also heard that they'll be following Gangbuk West High from now on. They've heard that tank top Kim Woo-hyun is super scary, so it's better to obediently become subordinates. But Seojin High's boss, Jung Jung-soo, scolds them to shut up. He'll follow Han-cha to the end. That Kim Soo-hyun, if he comes, I'll kill him. He also threatens the others, saying, if they want to die, go find Kim Soo-hyun. Just at this moment, a panting Kim Soo-hyun arrives. He's speechless. Are Seojin High people mountain bandits? Why build a base in the mountains? Jung Jung-soo's sneak attack punch is neutralized by Kim Woo-hyun's you slip. Kim Soo-hyun stares coldly at him, then starts using the hook. He feels the hook is quite useful. Previously, after continuously combining and decomposing all of the useless cards, Kim Soo-hyun finally obtained the hook skill from boxing. After collecting the essence of boxing, he completed the main quest and obtained a gold card. Jung Jung-soo is beaten without any ability to fight back. This is the pendulum shift from boxing. Kim Soo-hyun's punching speed and angles have greatly improved. He tells his crew members to wait. Daddy will bring cards back soon. Jung Jung-soo soon collapses to the ground. The others wanted to follow Kim Woo-hyun from the beginning anyway. Seojin High School reorganization complete. Next is the next school. The other two schools both suffered from Gangbuk East High's tyranny. And upon learning Kim Woo-hyun doesn't collect tribute money, they're all willing to follow the benevolent ruler. The training quest is thus complete, and Kim Soo-hyun obtains 4 training cards. Now he can start training crew members. However, although he got the cards, Kim Soo-hyun doesn't know who to use them on. Training Gu Ha-jun to the highest level, he fears losing control. Giving them all to Lee Han-dong feels weird. After thinking, Kim Woo-hyun decides to give them to Gil-do because he's the weakest right now. Kim Woo-hyun understands that one day he'll be dragged into fights because of him. So, he needs to give him the power to protect himself first. So, Kim Woo-hyun gives all the training cards to Gil-do. After using them, Gil-do instantly feels a surge of power in his body, and he's completely freed from his urination troubles. Kim Woo-hyun still has something he's curious about. He asks Lee Hyun what kind of person is Gangbuk North High's boss. He didn't even show up at the Gangbuk conference, and both Hanja and Kong-suk seem to hate him. Kim Soo-hyun needs some information to prepare, but Lee Hyun says he doesn't have information on North High's boss because he's not an ordinary regional boss and has an unusual past. But his past hasn't been passed down, only rumors of him being very strong. In fact, the current rumors about Kim Woo-hyun are also ridiculous, and he's too lazy to care about them. Might as well go to class and sleep. But another devious idea appears in Lee Hyun's mind. Although the new management areas are stable, the boss goes into battle himself every time, and in the future, West High's territory will grow larger. So they can't let the boss spend all his energy on internal matters. Lee Hyun does need someone who can stabilize the internal forces. Generally speaking, women are more meticulous, but now everyone looks at Kim Woo-hyun like trash. Lee Han-dong suddenly thinks of a suitable person, and that's Baek Cry. If she dates the boss, she'll definitely help manage her internally. That way, they can usher in an era of peace and prosperity. So, Kim Woo-hyun and Baek Chae-ryong both receive invitations to hang out. He suggests that to build relationships, they all go to Gangbuk's pool villa. This, of course, is rejected by Baek Ryong. She won't go to such a place with a bunch of lunatics. Kim Woo-hyun condemns Baek Ryong for being too harsh, but he wonders, what's a pool villa? Lee Hyun explains it's a great place to take photos in bikinis and upload to Instagram. He thought Baek Ryong really liked Instagram, so he suggested going there. Kim Soo-hyun didn't expect this guy to be pretty clever. Although he deserves to be beaten, Kim Woo-hyun still tells him not to give up easily. At this moment, a hand grabs Lee Dong. Gil-do wonders, why didn't you discuss this with me first? After school, Baek Chae-ryong's 2 friends come to hang out with her. They heard that Kim Soo-hyun's group reserved a pool villa, so they invite Baek Chae-ryong to go along. It's an influencer hotspot. They also want to increase their follower count, and can use those guys. Under the two's persistent persuasion, Baek Ryong still agrees to go. However, buying a bikini will be a bit troublesome for her. Soon the day arrives, but Gil-do has something he's curious about, and that's why is Gu Ha-jun also here? Kim Woo-hyun only casually asked. He didn't expect Gu Jun to actually agree. The invited women also arrive. Kim Soo-hyun stares fixedly at a certain place. It's someone's bag, Baek Chae-ryong scolds. Don't think you can see through it. Meanwhile, at the battle zone between Gangbuk East High and South High, a subordinate hurriedly comes to report the latest news. He tells boss Kang Suk that Gangbuk West High is making a move. Kang Suk thinks Kim Soo-hyun is quite smart and asks his subordinate Kim Soo-hyun's target is Gangbuk East High. Right? But the subordinate's information is that they seem to just be going out to have fun. Kang Suk feels foolish. If we attack East High from below, West High should attack from the side. Upon learning Kim Soo-hyun and his group are going to play at Gangbuk's pool villa, Kang Suk wonders, isn't that Gangbuk North High's territory? Soon after, Kim Soo-hyun's group arrives at the pool villa. Lee Hundong has already handled the check-in procedures. Gildu is embarrassed. Why does Gu Ha-jun keep looking at me? The girls prepare to separate and organize their luggage first. But one more person quietly appears in their group of 3. Baek Cry is annoyed. What are you following us for? Lai Honong reminds the boss to get moving because it's only 2 days and 1 night, so there's not much time to play. And just as they enter the pool villa, several pairs of eyes silently watch everything from not far away. They're delinquents from Gangbuk North High, and the leader plans to deal with these Gangbuk West High people themselves. Baek Chae-ryong's friends are happily taking photos, and after 30,000 shots, finally one is usable. However, they admire Gu Ha-jun's physique is really good. At this moment, Baek Chae-ryong appears wearing a bikini. The other 2 wonder, why are you wearing a bikini? Turns out before coming, they messaged Baek Chae-ryong saying they weren't wearing bikinis. But Baek Ryong didn't see the message. She runs back in embarrassment to change and decides never to go out with those girls again. Next, everyone has a great time. Gun goes jogging again right after eating, and the girls don't understand. When you're dead, you're dead. Why still exercise? They'll be checking out tomorrow. And Baek Ryong says it's boring and wants to go home now, but she's actually having the most fun. At this moment, Lee Hyun proposes if they're bored, how about playing a game, and the loser has to shave their eyebrows. Baek Chae-ryong reluctantly agrees to play 2 rounds. 5 minutes later, she excitedly points out that Kim Woo-hyun lost, but Kim Soo-hyun thinks he didn't lose. The 2 fall into an argument. Lee Hyun silently watches everything from the side. Then his small eyes shift slightly, and the other 2 girls nod in agreement. Lee Hundong says in his view neither of them won and proposes, how about playing another game? The game rules are simple. The 2 go in here together, and whoever comes out first is eliminated and has to shave their eyebrows. If it's an endurance contest, Kim Soo-hyun feels it's too easy. But Lai Hun says they have to hold hands inside and wait until one person gives up. Baek Sharang is immediately dissatisfied. Why do I have to hold hands with this guy? The 2 girls, it's just a game. There's no feelings involved. Cheryong, if you're shy, just forfeit directly. Kim Soo-hyun's hand is firmly grasped, and Baek Sharang tells him to get ready to shave his eyebrows. After the 2 are ready, Lai Hun closes the cabinet door. He thinks to himself, this is all for our Gangbuk West High Guild outside size. Truly youthful. Soo-hyun has really grown up. It's a bit enviable. The Gangbuk North High people who sneaked in ask, envious of what? They recognize Gildu's identity. The legendary Dark Lord at this moment. The atmosphere between the locked-up Kim Woo-hyun and Baek Chae-ryong is a bit awkward. Kim Woo-hyun calls out to Baek Chae-ryong because her hands are sweating a lot. Kim Woo-hyun hesitates to speak because he seems to have seen this kind of scenario before. Just at this moment, the quest pop-up issues a quest. Kim Woo-hyun is stunned after seeing the quest. Baek Rang wonders why does he suddenly have that expression. The quest issued by the quest pop-up is actually to lose to Baek Chae-ryong and come out of the closet. Although the reward looks pretty good, Kim Soo-hyun now feels super happy, but he wonders why is Baek Chae-ryong sweating so much. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun notices something's wrong. Baek Chae-ryong looks very uncomfortable, breathing heavily. Under Kim Soo-hyun's questioning, Baek Rang finally says she has mild claustrophobia. In middle school, because of her fierce eyes, she was bullied by others. Once those scumbags locked her in a garbage storage and left since then, Baek Kron hasn't dared to stay in narrow spaces. She didn't expect to be in the cabinet for so long. If she'd known, she wouldn't have played. Kim Woo-hyun finally realizes that Baek Chae-ryong helped him before because she was reminded of her past self. Kim Soo-hyun tells Baek Chae-ryong he concedes he didn't know she went through that, and if she's uncomfortable, she should say so earlier. But Kim Woo-hyun is stunned when he finds the cabinet door won't open. Something seems to be blocking the door outside. He shouts loudly, but no one is nearby. Seeing Baek Sherry getting more and more distressed, Kimu Hyan starts using the exceed limit skill and smashes open the closet with his fist. He's dissatisfied. This joke isn't funny at all. At this moment, Baekshare Rang thanks Kim Soo-hyun and says she'll help draw eyebrows for him after he shaves them. Actually, Kim Soo-hyun didn't entirely break the closet for Baekshare Ryong because he was starting to get aroused, so it was a bit difficult for him too. Baekshare Ryong doesn't react at first, but after thinking of something, she curses angrily. "You crazy guy." Afterward, Baekjeong's friends also apologize to her, saying they really just wanted to joke around. But if there's a next time, Baekchae Ryong will really kill them. Kim Soo-hyun with shaved eyebrows agrees on the side. At this moment, Lee Hunley reports big trouble. Guild was captured by 3 punks from Gangbuk North High, but Kim Soo-hyun calmly says it's fine. The current Gildo is no longer the Gildo of before. These 2 punks' stats are pretty decent, and the leader Cho Chong-sok's strength has even reached a rank. He also needs to go capture Gu Ha-jun, so he doesn't want to waste time with Gildo. Gildo fearfully closes his eyes instinctively. After all, Kimu Hyan used all the training cards on him. And the random ultimate attack skill card reveals the military martial arts system. So as long as he has confidence, he can become a true guild. Cho Chang-suk gets knocked sprawling. The others instantly show expressions of shock. Even Gildo, whose body reacted automatically, wonders what just happened. The other 2 finally realize he's been deliberately hiding his strength. Guild suddenly realizes he's never actually been in a real fight before. He thinks maybe he's actually really strong. From now on, he'll become Gangbuk West High's true Dark Lord. The punks yell angrily, "Stop showing off." Guild says calmly, "Passing out is something you don't need me to teach you, right?" This is the first time he's felt truly cool. Another punk suddenly throws a surprise punch. But this punch barely faces Gildo. He unleashes system once again. Gildo now truly has the aura of the Dark Lord. He smiles. "What a successful debut battle," Lee Hund exclaims excitedly. "Gildo took down all those guys by himself. That's incredible." Gildo says calmly that although he doesn't like doing such things, if he didn't, they might have been in danger. Kim Soo-hyun had felt sorry that only he was getting stronger, but now it seems Gildo won't be bullied anymore either. Still, Kim Soo-hyun wonders when his S-level potential will actually manifest. The 2-day trip ends just like that. Kim Woo-hyan wonders why is it so quiet. He had expected that coming to Gangbuk North High's territory would lead to a fight with their people. The guys Gildo beat apparently weren't major figures anyway. And this is of course because of the long-absent Gu Ha-jun. He came alone to find Gangbuk North High's boss and explained that West High was just here to have fun. So he asked North High not to interfere. And the reason North High's boss didn't take action is he could crush those Gangbuk West High ants anytime he wanted. Soon after, Kim Soo-hyun returns home. His mom had thought he'd be a loner his whole life, so she's quite relieved he could actually go on a trip with friends. Kim Soo-hyun finds those words really hurtful. Kim Do-hyun viciously mocks his missing eyebrows. Back on his bed, Kim Woo-han opens the silver card he traded his eyebrows for. This time the skill is called Elder, which increases probability. Kim Woo-han can't tell if this is good or bad. Guild also returns home soon after. His father is shocked to learn he got into a fight. Gildo feels like something has awakened inside him. He wonders what exactly is flowing through his body. Is his father really just an ordinary office worker? Seeing the moment has come. His father admits, "I'm just an ordinary office worker." That's right, but actually his words are cut off by a slap. Gildo's mom urges him to come eat dinner quickly. Returning to school, Kim Soo-hyun feels utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Baek Rang pulls him away. It turns out Baek Rang is keeping her promise to draw eyebrows for Kim Woo-hyun, and all of Kim Woo-hyun's followers shaved off their eyebrows so he wouldn't be mocked. Then the followers all shed tears of pain. They greet their boss in unison. Kim Woo-hyun suggests, "You guys should go draw on some eyebrows too." Lee Hun's boss, "It's really time to start now. Gradually expand our territory and then unify Gangbuk." At that moment, the quest pop-up issues a main quest. Unlike before, this quest offers 3 choices, each with different rewards. Kim Soo-hyun begins to think carefully. Strategically speaking, he needs to examine West High's relationship with the other schools first. East High has the worst relationship with Kim Woo-hyun because of Hanch Ha, but attacking East High first only rewards 1 silver card. Attacking South High, with whom relations are better, would earn a gold card, which isn't bad, but Hanch Ha might take the opportunity to attack from behind. Maximum profit would be attacking the powerful North High, but then West High might become the target instead. After careful deliberation, Kim Woo-hyun finally makes his decision. Attacking there first would be a good start for expanding territory. Lee Hun-dong says, If it's that place, we should give up. North High is famously powerful. Every single one of them is a Hyle monster. The only one we could attack is the boss of Gangbok Pool Hall, and even he's a formidable opponent. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hun understands that attacking North High without strategy would mean everyone's doom. So Lai Hong wonders, "Boss, will you attack East High or South High first?" Kim Woo-hyun tells everyone to prepare. They'll begin the attack soon. Soon after, Gangbuk East High catches wind of the news. Gangbuk West High has started making moves. Han Jia knows that West High making moves means war is finally coming. He tells everyone to prepare. Gangbuk West High will definitely attack us first. However, after hearing his scout's report, Han Jia freezes. Gangbok South High also receives news that West High has started moving. They also think Kim Woo-hyun will target East High first. They could attack Han Jia together, or ambush Gangbuk West High, which would be left undefended. But Kumguk tells everyone to wait and observe for now, since there's no clear information about where West High will attack. Kumguk didn't expect Kim Woo-hun to start a war this quickly. Considering West High only has 3 fighters total, soon the latest news arrives. Kim Woo-hyun is attacking Gangbuk North High. Neither Han Jia nor Kumguk expected this turn of events. At this moment, Gangbuk West High's people have already arrived at Gangbuk Pool Hall. Kim Soo-hyun understands the territory can be expanded anytime, but what West High truly needs right now is talent. So, he must recruit the boss here to West High's side. And the biggest reason is that attacking North High will earn him a platinum card. Although Lai Hyun wants to believe in the boss, the ones getting attacked will most likely be them. The pool hall boss appears, and it's Chung Il-chi, ranked number 39 at Gangbuk North High. Kim Soo-hyun never expected that Chung Il-chi would be a woman. He invites Chung Il-chi to join his group. Chung Il-chi freezes for a moment. Lee Hun reminds him, "Boss, that's too direct." The next second, Chung Il-chan kicks fiercely at Kim Woo-hyun. He thinks he's just a nobody managing the small pool hall, and Kim Woo-hyun must have come here to defeat him. Seeing his boss getting hit, Lee Hun-dong moves to retaliate, but gets knocked to the ground by Chung Il-chan's punch. He's shocked. How can a woman have this much physical strength? Chung Il-chan clarifies, "I'm a man." Next, it's the Dark Lord's turn to act, but Kim Woo-hun speaks up, saying he'll handle this himself. It's his first time being kicked by a woman, and he's actually a bit excited. Chung Il-chan roars, "I'm a damn man." This dodging speed surprises Chung Il-chan somewhat. Kim Soo-hyun quickly throws a straight punch. Seeing it dodged, Kim Woo-hyun immediately follows with a roundhouse kick. He and Chung Il-chan are evenly matched opponents. Kim Soo-hyun didn't expect Chung Il-chan could train a woman's body to this level. He's used the peak skill on many people, and Chung Chan is the most impressive among them. So Kim Woo-hyun wants to make a bet with Chung Chich. If he wins, Chung Chan has to become his crew member. Chung Chan wonders, why does this guy keep insisting I join his crew? Kim Woo-hyun uses a U-lip to dodge the incoming fist. The reason he's so eager to recruit Chung Il-chan is, of course, because he sees the unlimited potential in him. The quest pop-up issues a side quest, recruit Chung Chun, reward 1 silver card. Since Chung Chun keeps launching surprise attacks, Kim Woo-hun takes that as agreement to the bet. Chung Jan yells angrily, "I don't want to join." But Kim Woo-hyun understands that when a woman says no, she means yes. Chung Chun's speed is too fast, making him difficult to handle. He's thinking about how to end this fight quickly. Taking advantage of Kim Woo-hyun's distraction, Chung Chun lands a punch on his face. Kim Woo-hyun immediately falls into Chung Chan's arm. He's somewhat puzzled. Did I win already? But the next second, Kim Woo-hyun's hands suddenly exert force. He thinks Chung Chun's laundry detergent scent is quite nice, taking advantage of Chung Il-chun's moment of relaxation. Kim Woo-hyun uses exceed limits for a wasteless lock. He won't let Chung Chun escape. Attack Gangbuk West High quest complete. Reward obtained. 1 platinum card. Chung Il-chan had been dissatisfied with being ranked only 39, and he wanted to join that plan too. But the person ranked second at Gangbuk North High ordered him to shut up because the plan didn't need weaklings like Chung Il-chan. He should be grateful just to be ranked 39. The second-ranked person gave Chung Il-chan a pool hall closest to Gangbuk West High and told him to monitor the forces there. That's where the lower ranks belong, since even trash has its uses. Chung Chan jolts awake from the dream. He wonders, where is this place? Lee Hun, serve as Lord, tells him not to get up yet since the acupuncture isn't finished. It was Lai Hyun who brought the unconscious Chung Il-chan to Gangbuk West High. Kim Woo-hyun tells him not to worry. He wouldn't casually touch a woman. After clarifying once again that he's not a woman, Chung Chun wants to leave. Kim Yun is about to start his talk no jutsu. The elder card obtained at the pool villa actually increases the probability of persuading others. After activating the skill, Kim Hyun says calmly, "I'm only saying this for your own good. A 17-year-old kid. Are you satisfied with just a pool hall? If you become my crew member before Kim Hyun can finish," Chung Chan agrees. He wants Kim Hyun to promise him one thing, completing the quest and earning a silver card. Kim Hyun excitedly hugs him. Lee Hundong is moved to tears to finally have reliable talent, but Chung Chan reminds him they're in trouble now. Kim Hyun attacked North High and recruited Chung Go Chong, which is a huge deal. The enraged gangbuck North High will definitely attack West High. Chung Chan doesn't have the courage to fight North High's boss. If they don't solve this problem, they can't work together, but Kim Soo-hyun tells him not to worry about it. He's already thought of a solution. The pool hall followers were worried when their boss was taken away, but he actually came back after dealing with West High himself. However, the followers feel their boss seems to talk even less now. This is, of course, because this Chungil Chan is copied by Copy Cloud, and the real Chungil Chaeon at Gangbook West High just needs to act in disguise. He's dissatisfied. What the hell is this? Why do I have to cross-dress when I'm a man? But Kim Hyun can't hold it anymore and needs to go to the bathroom because it's time for the exciting card opening. First, the silver card reveals the pool draw shot technique. This is a completely useless skill. Kim Hyun can only save it for decomposition later. Next is the platinum card he's most looking forward to, but it reveals a skill called diaper. Kim Hyun wonders, is this meant to be worn? Maybe it's an attack card. At that moment, the quest pop-up issues another training quest. Kong Suk of Gangbuk South High is working out. He understands that Kim Hyun attacking North High means Gangbuk West High is doomed. That guy absolutely won't let this slide. The scout reports big trouble. Our territory is under attack. Kangi thought it was Hanj Ha making the move, but the follower says it's Gangbuk West High's people. They were supposed to attack North High, but North High suffered no damage. West High's people have now reached Gangbuk Tunnel. If they don't hurry to support, South High's territory will be taken. The quest pop-up issues, investigate Gangbuk, South High's business, rewards. 2 mid-grade strength training cards, 2 speed cards, 1 high-grade endurance card, 1 mid-grade random attack card. Kim Hyun decides to take down South High. So he brings Gildu and Chung Chiang to attack Gangbuk, South High. South's people mock. A woman can actually go to battle. Chung Chan roars, "I'm a damn man." Another South High guy tries to sneak attack and Chung Chan leaps up in response, but the next second his hair gets grabbed by another person just as the opponent is about to throw a punch. Chong Yi-chun kicks both of them down first. It was clearly Kim Soo-hyun who said they'd charge in. So Chung Chan tells him to stop just watching and help out. Kim Soo-hyun is taking notes. Chung Tian has great speed, but strength and endurance are relatively weak. He fights recklessly without technique, which is dangerous. So Kim Hyun plans to give him any attack training cards first. After all, with Chung Il-chian's S potential, as long as he gets an attack card, no matter how low his stats are, he should reach Gildo's current level. Kim Soo-hyun still needs to complete the training quest, but he doesn't know where to start investigating Gangbuk South's business. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun notices something unusual about the fleeing South High people. Having cleared out the tunnel, Chung Cheon wonders where did Kim Hyun go. Bang Juni, ranked 18 at Gangbuk South High, arrives for support. Chung Chong can tell he's stronger. Having cleared the other side, Gildu fighting can actually be this mundane. The next second, Bang Junji, ranked 17 at Gangbuk South High, comes to add salt to his wounds. Bang Junji recognizes him as Gangbuk West High's Dark Lord Guild. Perfect. Bang Juni has been wanting to fight him. Before starting, Bang Juni says bluntly, "You're really ugly." Gildu says coldly, "This is an average-looking face." Having knocked out the fleeing South High delinquents, Kim Hyan wonders what's in the bag they were secretly protecting. Wang Dongwu, ranked 10 at Gangbuk South High, questions, "You bastard. How dare you go through someone else's bag?" He recognizes the person before him as the legendary tank top Kim Hun. Doesn't look like much. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Kim Hun doesn't even use his skills. He needs to restore his stamina before fighting, but against someone of this size, even exceed limits won't help him break free. Wang Dongwu unleashes his signature move, Wang Dongwu Combo Punch. On the other side, Kang Sek isn't worried about Wang Dongwu and the twins. He's only worried about South High's business in that bag. The moment that gets stolen, things will become very troublesome. At that moment, the latest news comes from the tunnel. The South High reinforcements say they won easily. The three scoff such weaklings dared to intrude here. When Dongwoo tells Bongjun to guard the bag, if Kang Suk gets angry, they're dead. After all, they almost let the important business get stolen. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun finally knows the bag contains this operation's objective. He wouldn't bring just 2 people here without preparation. Kim Woo-hyun asks the 3 opponents, "Do you believe in miracles?" The diaper skill from the Platinum card restores stamina to crew members unable to fight and raises all their stats by 3 levels for 1 minute. However, it can only be used once a month. It's called diaper because in Korean, diaper and miracles sound similar. Gildo and Chung Chaeon instantly feel their stamina restored, and all 3 of their stats rise by 3 levels. Soon after, arriving at the tunnel, Kong sees only devastation. The business the 3 were protecting has been stolen by Kim Soo-hun. Furious, Kong goes to contact Han Ha. He wants to join forces with Gangbuk East High to eliminate Kim Woo-hyun. The 3 from Kim Soo-hyun's group are curious about what Gangbuk South High's business is. It turns out to be just some questionable patches. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, is Kong feeling unwell? Suddenly, Kim Woo-hyun figures out how to make money with these patches. This utterly despicable bastard must be forcing them on elderly people on buses, threatening not to let them off if they don't buy. Guild speaks up to explain these patches are actually fentanyl, an addictive painkiller. Depending on how it's used, it can destroy people. It's a painkiller that absolutely shouldn't be misused. Kangi gets it from doctors and sells it to students for profit. Gildu also finds it strange how his mom knows this. He heard it from her. Kim Woo-hyun finally understands why people say don't trust people with small eyes. That Kong Suk is a real villain. After learning about Gangbuk South's business, the training quest is finally complete. Kim Woo-hyun obtains 6 training cards. Han Ha, playing games at a PC cafe, receives a call from Kong Suk. Hearing his mocking tone, Kongguk understands he already knows. Kunga proposes. South High will attack Kim Soo-hyun from the south. So, East High attack from the side. But for Hanja to attack Kim Soo-hyun together, he wants Kong to transfer some of South High's territory to East High. Unexpectedly, Kong Suk actually agrees, but if they fail, he'll kill Hanj Ha. Then Kong Sok asks Hanj Ha when they should plan the operation. And with Hanja's personality, of course, it's right now. After a tiring day, Kim Soo-hyun walks home deep in thought. He's somewhat hesitant. Who should he use these training cards on? Just use them all on himself. But Kim Swan already has many strong cards. In war games, he should be developing every character. So, Kim Woo-hyun is very conflicted. At that moment, his phone rings. A follower reports, "Big trouble. Gangbuk East High is attacking." Heard that Han Ha made some deal with South High's Kangsa. The followers can barely hold off their advanced team. Kim Soo-hyun rushes toward the battle zone, and the first to run over is Lee Hundan 4 at Gangbuk West High. He doesn't know what to do anymore. All the other school bosses under Gangbuk West High have fallen, leaving only Lee Hund to defend West High with a determination to die. But he's utterly powerless to resist their attacks. Lee Hund realizes it's not that they're strong, it's that he's just too weak. Hwang Deong scoffs, "Even those small fries lying on the ground are stronger than you. A ranked 4. You're just a waste riding Kim Woo-hyun's coattails. Being a bit clever doesn't help in fights." Lee Hyun understands, too, that he keeps saying he'll help the boss, but always becomes a burden instead. The ranked 2 Dark Lord Gildu, ranked 3 Gu Ha-jun, and the new ranked 5 Chung Yeon all do well. Only he is this pathetic. Lee Dong sheds tears of frustration. Mediocre him. Worthless trash wherever he goes. Can only end up as everyone's burden. Park Hyun takes Lee Dong's phone and calls Kim Soo-hyun. He taunts. After this, it'll be our East High's territory. Park wants to take Lee Hun's legs as a trophy. The anxious Kim Soo-hyun is rushing at full speed toward the battle zone, but the quest pop-up suddenly alerts. Crew member Lee Hun's conviction is full. Lee Hun's potential begins to skyrocket. Lee Hun's potential has reached maximum value. Lee Hundong's potential has awakened. His stat panel's potential column changes to awakened state. Due to potential awakening, the quest pop-up specially restores Lee Hund's stamina and grants a Lee Hundong exclusive attack card. Tool Mastery effect can easily master all tools, and strength level rises according to different tools. Lee Hundong first uses a wooden stick. Hong didn't expect to feel pain from a wooden stick. And why can someone who is nearly dead still stand up? Lee Hyun has never given up on getting stronger. Although his talent is insignificant, although he's still far behind others, he doesn't want to be a burden to the boss. Lee Hyun is sorry for being sorry. From now on, he's eyebrows. Lee Hyun 4 at Gangbuk West High. Park Jin scoffs. "You think you alone can beat us? What a disgusting guy. Guha Jun, rank 3 at Gangbuk West High, actually thinks Lai Hyun looks pretty cool. Park Jian instantly breaks into a cold sweat. Gu Jun rushed over and forgot to bring a lighter. He orders East High's people to call Hanja over to light his cigarette. Li Hun Dong, with the wooden stick, faces off against Huang Des, but Huang Des, called the Endurance King, has a plus-grade endurance. As long as the stick doesn't hit his head, he won't lose. Li Hyun, who hasn't fully developed yet, still struggles against him. But there's more than just wooden sticks on the ground. At this moment, Kim Woo-hun is sprinting frantically. He understands that, although Li Hun's ability awakened, his potential is too low. So he won't become very strong. This level of ability can't beat Hong Dae-sung at all. At that moment, the quest pop-up alerts. Crew member stats have changed. Li Hyun's suddenly... And this is because he chose a new weapon, so his stats change accordingly. Lai Hundong's game is about to begin. He wildly swings the iron exhaust pipe in his hands. Using weapons is a cowardly move. Li Hun knows this too, but he just doesn't want to be the only pathetic one. So even if it's cowardly, he doesn't care. Having finished off Hang Des, Li Hyundra, but there are still 2 people left. He wants to help Guha Jun, but Li Hyun suddenly realizes something. Guha Jun is someone who doesn't need his worry. Park Jian thought last time it was because Guhun ambushed him. That's why he got knocked down with one punch. Today's him is completely different. He roars, "I'm Park Jian." Guha Jun seems indifferent to Park Jian's attacks. His feeling differs from Park Jian's because he can't tell what's different about Park Jian from before. Park Jian's body makes a crisp sound. Guha Jun's heavy punches continue pounding into him. Just as the battle is about to end, a swift figure flying kicks towards Guha Jun. Hanja arrives with East's people to take down the powerful Guhun. Han Ji-ha brought his recently carefully cultivated strike team. Guha Jun coldly orders him to light his cigarette. Hanja sneers, "You're almost dead and still trying to look cool." He orders the strike team to kill Guhun. These strike team members aren't easy to deal with. They're all skilled stalkers, people Hanja cultivated specifically to take down bosses from various schools. However, Gu Jun doesn't see how impressive these so-called stalkers are. Actually, it's because he's too strong. Hanja worked hard to find people of this caliber. The follower keeps reporting the battle situation to Kim Soo-hyun. He's been running for so long, but the battlefield is still far away. Kim Soo-hyun worries that, at this rate, it might be over before he arrives. Fortunately, Guha Jun is there. But the strike team seems strong, too. Suddenly, Kim Woo-hyun thinks of a good solution. Hanja is satisfied with the strike team's results, because he never expected them to beat Guha Jun anyway. Making Gangbuk West High's Gu Jun feel tired already achieves the goal. Hanja proposes he come to East High, train the strike team together, and take down Gangbuk North High. He can have whatever he wants, but Gu Jun just coldly spits out one word at him: light. Han Ji-ha immediately laughs. He orders the strike team to keep fighting. Even if they all fall, as long as they drain Guha Jun's stamina, it's a win. And the way Kim Soo-hyun can help Guha Jun from afar is with the training cards from this quest. Kim Woo-hyun uses all these cards on Guha Jun. He's somewhat curious. What attack technique will Guhun get? And this mid-grade random attack card reveals the key fighting method from martial arts. Guha Jun instinctively begins using the key fighting method. Hanja freezes instantly, the strongest close combat fighting technique created for actual combat by Spanish Special Forces members who knew many martial arts skills. A practical fighting method that doesn't rely on weapons, where the entire body can be used as a weapon, because humans are inherently weapons. Guha Jun scoffs. A strike team that can't even handle me wants to take down our school's boss. What are you going to do? Kim Soo-hyun is even stronger than me. Watching Guha Jun's stats remain unchanged. Kim Soo-hyun is somewhat puzzled. He clearly gave all the training cards from this quest to Guha Jun. From this, Kim Woo-hyun deduces that upgrading Trip S level abilities requires more cards. He hopes Guha Jun can hold on a bit longer, because Kim Woo-hyun is about to arrive for support. Guhun also feels somewhat strange. He originally didn't know this fighting technique, but now he's using it as naturally as boxing, which he studied for a long time. But none of that matters. Guha Jun just needs to win. He kindly reminds them, "You should fight people at your level if you don't want to die." But the next second, a foot appears at Guha Jun's temple. Hanja exclaims excitedly, "This is what kicking feels like. But competitions forbid kicking, which is why he was forced to quit professional competitions." Hit by a sneak attack to the temple, Gu Jun's head spins with dizziness. Hanja appears as double images in his eyes. The Ki fighting method works well in actual combat, so Gu Hajun must close the distance with Hanha, but Hanja's legs are longer. Fighting isn't just about strength and endurance. Coordination and balance are equally important. Just like how a bull, no matter how much it charges, can't beat a matador. Just as Han Ji-ha is about to finish off Gu Hajun, Gu Hajun grabs his foot. In the instant, Han Ji-ha is stunned. Gu Hajun's fist is already at his chin. Hanja didn't expect that Gu Hajun could still attack his chin in that condition. But that was also Gu Hajun's last struggle. Gu Hajun admits he lost. He won't make excuses for himself. So from here on, Gu Hajun leaves it to him. Gangbook West High's boss Kimu Hyan finally arrives. But Hanja doesn't take Kimu Hyan seriously. Kimu Hyan carefully considers the current battle situation. Hanja just took a heavy hit. If Kimu Hyan uses all his cards, there might be a chance. After all, he's very different from back then. However, at this moment, Hanja leisurely lights up a cigarette because Gangbook East High's main forces have arrived. On a real battlefield, Hanja won't fight Kim Soo-hyun one-on-one. He mocks Kimu Hyun, charging around wildly without any strategy. You might as well go home and farm, and you dream of unifying Gangbook. Lai Hund also reminds the boss, we seem to be doomed. South High's Kang Suk is bringing his army this way to get revenge on West High. Hanja says coldly, you'll never know when you'll be ambushed, or when enemies will become allies. You barged into this domain knowing nothing. The reason Hanja is being so friendly now is because West High will be eliminated here today. Then, to prevent them from interfering again, Hanja will break their arms or legs. Kim Soo-hyun proposes, let's make a deal. As long as Hanja lets West High's people leave, Kim Woo-hyun will give him South's goods. If used well, it can deal a major blow to South High. And with East High's forces, attacking West High is possible any time. This is also what Hanja just said. You'll never know when you'll be ambushed or when enemies will become allies. Anna sneers, why don't I just snatch South High's goods from your stupid hands? Kim Woo-hyun tells him to try it if you don't mind them being burned to ashes. Hanja laughs, you kid? You're actually pretty smart. Now hurry up and drop the bag and get lost. Soon Kangi receives a call from Hanja. He says mockingly, I don't want to fight Kim Soo-hyun anymore because that kid gave me all your goods. My good friend Kang Suk is actually selling this stuff. Who knew you were even more ruthless than me? With a ferocious expression, Kang Suk asks where Hanja is now. Returning to West High, Kimu Hyon apologizes to everyone. Hanja was right. He took this domain too lightly. Fortunately, everyone is okay and the territory wasn't taken. Just engrave this humiliation into your bones. Gildu realizes we must have a strategist from now on, but everyone around Kimu Hyan is an idiot. Only Lee Hyun is somewhat clever. At that moment, Lee Hyun says he knows a strategist. Using Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a metaphor, that person is like Ju Gilang. Whether in strategy or internal management, he's a rare talent. He's the younger brother of Yang Seung-hook, ranked 2 in the Imperial Dog Alliance, the organization that once ruled Gangbuk, although many organizations have reached out to him. He's like a lone wolf, and hasn't joined any organization. So now there's a rumor, gain him alone and you can gain the world. At that moment, the quest pop-up issues a training quest, recruit someone as a crew member. Rewards, 2 high-grade strength training cards, and 2 speed cards, and 1 high-grade random attack card. Kim Woo-hyun immediately asks, where's that person now? Although Lee Hun knows where he lives, recruitment should be very difficult. After all, both East High and South High failed before. That person said he doesn't want to use his talents for war. So even if West High goes, it probably won't change anything. But even Chungul Chian was recruited. Impossible isn't in West High's dictionary. In that case, Lee Hyun has no choice. So everyone goes together to meet Gangbooks, Wang Jung-shi-hook. But the gatekeeper says the teacher is playing ranked games and will take a nap after. So he tells Kim Soo-hyun and the others to go back. Gildu asks quietly, don't you know the legendary tank top Kim Soo-hyun? Kim Soo-hyun politely says, we came at the wrong time. Please tell the teacher I came by. He tells Guild there's a saying about 3 visits to the thatch cottage. Meaning to recruit talent, you must visit 3 times. Dub also visited Jugyang 3 times. So Kim Woo-hyun must also come 3 times before he can meet Jang Ji-hook. But Lee Hunong says this guy is Gang Buk-seong. Kim Soo-han curses under his breath, then uses peek. The result shows this guy named Jang Ji-hook probably couldn't even beat an ant. He doesn't want to get involved in any fights. So he tells Kim Soo-hyun and the others to go back. But Jang Ji-hook suddenly sees Chung Yi-chun with his hair down. He suddenly feels this might be fate. Jang Ji-hook suddenly permits tank top Kim Woo-hyun come in and state your purpose. The lady can come in too. Kim Woo-han feels that guy looks like a lunatic. After understanding Kim Woo-hun's recent conflicts with South High and East High, Jang Ji-hook says things will work themselves out to Kong-suk. His goods are like his life. Therefore, to get the goods back, he'll definitely go after East High first. But the war between these two won't last long. Eventually, Kangak will propose a ceasefire to Hanja, then get the goods back by offering money or territory. And East High and South High, to expand their territories, will attack West High again. With West High's current manpower, facing both East High and South High simultaneously, they'll definitely be doomed. But Jang Ji-hook has a way to both block enemy attacks and expand territory. They just need to borrow external forces. There's still Gangbuk North High to utilize. They should propose to North High to stop Hanja's invasion. To get North High's help, they need to agree in advance to share enemy territory with North High if they take it. Although North High isn't interested in lower-level territories, they'll definitely want to expand their domain, so they absolutely can't refuse this proposal. Kim Soo-hun feels that Jang Ji-hook seems to be speaking casually, but strangely convinces him. Now, Jang Ji-hook begins deploying strategy. First, clarify Gangbuk West High's path to survival as long as they position Guajun and North High's allied forces in front of East High. Han Jae-ha won't attack easily. Then the remaining people attack South High's King Suk. With Gu Ha-jun and North High blocking East High's attacks, they can attack Kong Suk without worry. They must first take down South High's forces before proceeding to the next step. Next comes the war between West High. Having absorbed South High and East High and North High, everyone present is impressed by such an ugly-looking person for the first time. Soon after, Gu-hun, ranked 3 at Gangbuk West High, arrives at the West High and East High battle zone. Gangbuk North High's people also arrive quickly. They are North High's ranked 49 and 50. The two already understand West High's purpose. They tell Gu Ha-jun to know his place. North High, who came to help, is the boss. You West High people, just stay down. Before they finish speaking, Gu-jun instantly throws a punch. Of course, the hierarchy needs to be clear. He tells North High's people to speak properly. Choi Kong, ranked 28 at Gangbuk North High, tells North High's people to save their energy to fight East High. He exchanges pleasantries with Gu Ha-jun. Gangbuk North High's boss doesn't care about matters below, and Cho Kang has nothing to do. Taking this opportunity to improve his record, he might even raise his ranking at North High. Anyway, both sides follow the agreement, and together stop Gangbuk East High. After that, Kim Woo-hyan receives a call from Gu Ha-jun. Learning that North High is willing to act together, he's amazed. How did Jang Ji-hook negotiate this? Having a strategist really makes a difference. Gu-jun is about to hang up, and Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly thanks him for helping him defend West High this time. I should have said this to Gu Ha-jun earlier, but I missed the timing and delayed until now. But Gu Ha-jun tells Kim Woo-hyun not to misunderstand. I just don't like Han Jae-ha. Kim Woo-hyun verbally apologizes for overstepping while thinking, yeah, right. After hanging up, Kim Woo-hyun realizes he's ridiculously weak right now. He gave all the training cards to crew members before, so everyone got stronger except him, who stayed the same. Kim Woo-hyun wants to use the high-grade training cards from this quest on himself, but fears that if he gets stronger, quest difficulty will increase accordingly to execute Jang Ji-hook's Gangbuk trifecta plan. It would be easier if Kim Woo-hyun got stronger. Originally, he'd level up using Copy Cloud, but he's currently Chung Il-chin, so he's busy. So now, Kim Woo-hyun can only get stronger through quests, but he's already dealt with all the small-time punks around here, and quests haven't appeared recently. Kim Woo-hyun's information is leaked out, so doing quests at East High or South High would be dangerous. He needs a method to both hide his identity and get stronger. A flash of inspiration hits Kim Soo-hyun as he boards a bus, heading somewhere. Soon after, Gangbuk North High's people stare ahead with confused looks because an idiot wearing a hood has appeared before them. Kim Soo-hyun plans to operate in North High's territory for now, since there's not much information about him here, and North High's territory is larger than the other 3 combined, so there will be more quests available. Sure enough, at that moment, the quest pop-up issues a main quest. Explore the Gangbuk North High territory. Reward, 1 diamond card. The first step is to verify North High's territorial forces. Kim Soo-hyun uses a US slip to dodge the incoming fist. Seeing he has some skill, the opponent asks his name. Kim Soo-hyun says his name is Kim Paper Bag, and this places a super leveling zone that will make him stronger. First, Kim Woo-hyun uses the US slip from boxing to dodge the opponent's punches. But there are simply too many enemies. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand why they're so strong. He finally realizes that the ones he encountered at the pool villa before were just small-time thugs. This is the true average level of Gangbook North High. Just as they're about to finish off Kim Woo-hyun, they remember their boss said to be lenient with the weak, so they hold back. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun's master please skill has accumulated 5 hits. He understands that with such high-level rewards from the quest pop-up, this difficulty level makes sense. This way, Kim Woo-hyun gets that rush of becoming stronger. His speed increases to C rank. After using Restore Stamina, he charges toward the North High students. Moments later, Kim Soo-hyun answers Gild's call, breathing heavily. Gildu asks in confusion, "Why do you sound so weak?" Kim Soo-hyun explains, "It's because he's currently training in Gongbuk." Everything is still going according to strategist Jung Ji-hook's plan. Han Ji-ha extorted a large sum from Kong using the goods, but Kong won't let this slide easily. Therefore, Kim Soo-hyun wants to use this time to train hard and get stronger. On the other end, Gildu asks Kim Soo-hyun if they can really trust Jung Ji-hook like this. Gild worries that if Jung Ji-hook has other intentions, Gangbook West High will be in trouble. Actually, Kim Soo-hyun doesn't completely trust Jung Ji-hook either. But West High, which has been recklessly charging around lately, really does need a skilled strategist. Even if Jung Ji-hook has ulterior motives, Kim Woo-hyun has a solution. Become strong enough to handle the risk. The main quest updates to Step 2, make the name Kim Paperbag famous. It looks like Kim Soo-hyun plans to clock in at Gangbook right after school for a while. He must work hard to get stronger. Soon after, the rank 20 fighter at Gangbook North High receives news. His underlings report that a group of their guys was defeated by some unknown person. Apparently it's a lunatic wearing a paper bag on his head called Kim Paperbag. The rank 20 fighter says grimly, after a quiet period, "All kinds of things happen." Back at West High, in order to get Baek Cry to draw his eyebrows, Kim Soo-hyun actually shaves them off again on his own. An annoyed Baek Chae Ryong says she'll never draw them for him again. Kim Soo-hyun complains unhappily. "But you're the one who promised to draw my eyebrows for life." A passing student exclaims in surprise, "Did Baek Cheong propose?" The next second, Kim Soo-hyun gets slapped in the face for running his mouth. At this moment, the quest pop-up alerts him. Main quest updated. The name Kim Paperbag has become famous through Kim Woo-hyun's constant fighting these past few days. The next quest is to get close to Young Ha. Kim Woo-hyun wonders in confusion. Wasn't this a North High exploration quest? Why is it suddenly asking me to get close to Young So-ha out of nowhere? Now, the name Kim Soo-hyun has become notorious in the area. He feels a bit sorry about getting close to someone for a quest. However, getting close to Young So-ha is also challenging for Kim Soo-hyun, because as a straight guy, his previous conversation with Young So-ha was extremely awkward. BCH Ryan's friends ask if she likes Kim Soo-hyun because they heard rumors that Baek Rang and Kim Woo-hyun got engaged. BJ Ryong hastily says that's all nonsense, though. That Kim Soo-hyun kid does look pretty funny when he's being dumb and hitting him all the time, is also quite entertaining. At this moment, Baek Ryong sees downstairs that Kim Woo-hyun is on a date with another girl. She calls out to Kim Woo-hyun, but he doesn't hear her. B recognizes Young So-ha as a girl she's seen before. She's displeased with his pathetic look. Kim Soo-hyun still dares to go out alone with a girl. Young So-ha, noticing Baek Chang's presence, wonders, are those two dating? Kim Woo-hyun, completely oblivious to Baek Rang, just feels awkward right now. He doesn't know what counts as getting close. Kim Woo-hyun asks Young So-ha, "Where do you like to hang out?" Kim Dae-hyun's mom asks if Kim Don has dated before. She reminds her daughter that she needs to meet more men to be able to tell the jerks apart. Mom asks Kim Doon again, has Young So-ha not dated either? Kim Da-hun says she's really a pervert. Ever since high school, Young So-ha has been extremely curious about that sort of thing. Hearing this, Mom feels she'll probably start dating soon because someone like Young So-ha has a strong competitive spirit. Once she sets her sights on someone, she'll charge forward regardless of consequences. Kim Woo-hyun feels a bit uneasy about being brought to Young So-ha's home. Young So-ha asks in confusion, "What's the problem? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to get close to me?" Entering Young So-ha's home, Kim Woo-hyun marvels at how nicely decorated it is. Even the TV playing a nature documentary is huge. But Young So-ha doesn't come out, and he's getting a bit bored. After all, he still has a quest to complete. He calls out, "Young-ha, did you fall asleep?" Young-ha's face is flushed red, feeling like she's truly gone crazy. How could she bring a boy home, especially Kim Soo-hyun, seeing she doesn't want to come out? Kim Woo-hyun figures they might as well just talk like this. He first asks what Young So-ha's hobbies are. then what food she likes to eat, but the quest pop-up shows no response. Young Soha has been quiet since childhood, timid, only following behind the Kim siblings. Her only friend was Kim Dawn. Kim Soo-hyun barely ever spoke to her. Young Soha suddenly asked Kim Woo-hyun, "Do you remember what happened in elementary school?" Kim Woo-hyun, with no memory of it, is curious. "What happened in elementary school?" Young Soha says, "It was when you walked me home." That day, Young Soha had to obey her mom and go home before dark. The Kim siblings, who had just parted ways with her, heard screaming. Soon after, police cars arrived at the scene. It turned out Young Soha had encountered a creepy stranger on her way home. Fortunately, neighbors heard the commotion and came out to check, preventing anything serious from happening. This kind of thing happened often in the area. No one knew what might happen next time. One day, Young Soha's parents couldn't take her home due to an emergency meeting. Young Soha stood helplessly at the street corner that haunted her. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun, passing by, told her to get on his bike. He warned Young Ha to be prepared, that he's the type who only knows how to charge forward. Before reaching their destination, he wouldn't stop even if Young Soha cried. Whether to ride or not was up to Young Soha to decide because of Kim Soo-hyun. Young Soha forgot how long that alley was. Her heart was beating too fast then, so she couldn't remember anything. Kim Woo-hyun probably forgot about such a small thing. Later, Young Soha's parents moved with her, so she basically had no contact with Kim Woo-hyun after that. Young Soha didn't expect this topic would make him fall asleep. She gazes at Kim Soo-hyun for a moment, then reaches her hand toward his jacket. It's better that Kim Soo-hyun doesn't remember, because this way, Young Ha finds it more interesting. She slowly leans her head down toward Kim Soo-hyun. The quest pop-up soon alerts him. Quest to get close to Kyanga completed. Waking up, Kim Woo-hyun can't help but feel something is strange. Not only is the quest complete, but Young Soha isn't home, and she's not even replying to texts. Kim Woo-hyun thinks he made her angry by falling asleep. After completing just one more quest, he'll get a diamond card. The main quest is titled Take Over the Gangbook Hotel. A hotel is a place only adults can enter. Kim Soo-hyun realizes this means fighting thugs, and the quest pop-up thoughtfully shows him the way. Soon after, Kim Paperbag storms into the Gangbook Hotel. The North High guys didn't expect him to be so bold as to come in alone. Kim Soo-hyun thanks them for the compliment, but honestly, he didn't expect there to be so many people here either. A deep voice calls Kim Soo-hyun a strategic guy, because Enze said, "Honest people make others let their guard down." The ranked 20 fighter from Gangbook North High asks Kim Paperbag what he knows about Nixa. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't know anything about Enze, only that he needs to take over this place. The opponent says coldly, "There's only a fine line between bravery and recklessness. That's also niche." He tells Kim Paperbag to go back. He can let bygones be bygones, but the wrath of Yang Cheon-si, ranked 20% of Gangbook North High, isn't something a character like Kim Paperbag can handle. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. What's going on? The gap between my stats and this guy's is way too big. Yang Cheon-si's stats are similar to Gu Ha-jun's. Kim Soo-hyun has no chance of winning, and the real difficulty is something else. There are simply too many people in this hotel. The Instamove gets distracted. Everyone in the hotel charges at him. Moments later, Yang Cheon-seol is quite surprised, not just by his courage to storm in here alone, or his fearless attitude when facing them, but most surprising is his ability to go down in 3 seconds. The underlings scoff. Where does this Kim Paperbag get his confidence? Making us get our hopes up over this weakling. Young Chi-shio tells them not to belittle Kim Paperbag's courage. A man who fights knowing he'll lose deserves respect. Young Chan can tell Kim Paperbag has learned boxing, but has no experience facing this many people at once, and that's exactly why he lost. Fighting is all about results. No one cares about the process. Young Chan's soul is about to remove Kim Paperbag's hood. He's very curious about who dares to challenge Gangbook North High. Suddenly, Young Chansalei's calf is grabbed. Kim Soo-hyun starts using the Exceed Limit skill, then uses the Rise skill to lift Young Jonsail high into the air. From the start, Kim Woo-hyun's strategy was to take over this hotel. He's not crazy enough to take on all of North High. He just needs to take over the hotel and complete the quest. The underlings are completely caught off guard, but Kim Woo-hyun is somewhat confused. He's already taken down Young Chan, so why isn't the quest complete? At this moment, a cold voice sounds. Young Jonsail says grimly, "Nez said that extinguished fires can reignite." Kim Soo-hyun can't believe it. How can he be fine after falling from that height? The underlings mock this ignorant fool. Our boss used to be a judo athlete. Kim Woo-hyun is stunned for a moment. Actually, Young Shanseil did take some damage. He acknowledges Kim Paperbag's strength. Kim Soo-hyun throws a fierce straight punch at him. Young Shan-seol wonders where did that strange strength that lifted me up go. Of course, it's because Kim Woo-hyun's exceed limit skill has ended. Seeing young Shan-seol's hand rapidly approaching, Kim Woo-hyun instantly uses the ulip. He understands the opponent is a former judo athlete. If he gets caught, it's over, so he must keep his distance. Kim Woo-hyun starts using the rise skill, then executes a roundhouse kick aimed at Young Chan-seo's chin. The strike lands precisely, but Young Chung seems completely unfazed. Though the roundhouse kick was flashy, it doesn't seem to have done much damage. Young Chan-seol ends the fight with a shoulder throw. He said it before, his wrath isn't something Kim Paperbag can handle. Just then, Kim Woo-hyun uses Restore Stamina. After recruiting Jung Ji-hook, he received 5 training cards. Unlike mid-tier cards, high-tier cards can raise abilities by 2 ranks when used. Worried that quest difficulty would increase as he got stronger, Kim Woo-hyun had prepared to use cards when in dire straits. Kim Woo-hyun's speed and strength both rise by 4 ranks. Young Chan-seol is shocked. What kind of technique is that? This is his first time seeing this kind of fighting technique. Kim Soo-hyun's high-tier random attack card reveals Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tune, a traditional martial art from ancient Korea. Kim Woo-hyun quickly begins using Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tune. This is the first time in Yang Chang-seo's life encountering this fighting technique. He plans to defend like he would against Taekwondo, hold out, then counterattack. However, Kim Soo-hyun uses the hand techniques from Ancient Flow Martial Arts Chun. He targets the nose through a gap in the defense. Next comes the collarbone strike from Ancient Flow Martial Arts Taiyun. Finally, the descending from heaven technique from Ancient Flow Martial Arts Chun. Young Qian completely goes down. Having completed the main quest, Kim Woo-hyun receives a diamond card. Young Qian is actually Young Soha's brother. When he saw his sister get hurt as a child, he vowed to become strong and protect her. So Young Qian learned judo. After becoming strong, more people gathered around him. Young Chansei kept his underlings from bullying good kids, but bad kids were fair game. Upon learning his sister was being bothered by people from another school, Young Chan-seol rushed home to check on her. Fortunately, his sister was saved by Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun. Young Chan-seol had planned not to lose to anyone before meeting Tank Top Kim Woo-hyun. Back home, Kim Woo-hyun ponders, if Yang Chaniel at rank 20 of North High. Is this strong? Just how strong are those ranked above 20? Though Kim Woo-hyun won by ambush, fighting is about results anyway. Kim Woo-hyun's newly learned Ancient Flow Martial Arts, Taegun, is a fighting technique with varied moves that few people know. Next, it's time to open the diamond card he got from defeating Yang Chan-seol. This skill is called Card Festival. In confusion, Kim Soo-hyun activates Card Festival. The next day, strategist Jang Ji-hook announces it's time for war. Gu Ha-jun is currently holding back East High, so now is a good opportunity to attack South High and expand their territory. Kim Woo-hyun asks what the strategy for attacking South High is. Jang Ji-hook presents routes A and B as the fastest path to South High. If they attack only Zone A or B, enemy reinforcements will concentrate. So Jang Ji-hook decides West High will attack both A and B simultaneously. This way, there won't be any reinforcements. Kim Soo-hyun remarks, apart from that smile, the strategy is perfect. With the strategy deployed, it's time to move. Eyebrows Lee Hyun-dong leads support forces from other schools to defend West High against sneak attacks. Dark Lord Guild leads the first-year team to attack Zone A. Kim Woo-hyun and Chung Il-chien attack Zone B together. The two of them enter the building in Zone B. Taking this place means taking Zone B. Chung Qian can't help but wonder who they'll be fighting. He impatiently pushes open the door at the very back. Inside are the twins and Wang Dongwoo. They fought before. Remember, last time Kim Woo-hyun's trio barely won against them. This time, those three won't let Kim Woo-hyun's duo off easily. While Chung Chun is stunned, Kim Soo-hyun has already struck with the small slap from Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tune. That diamond card, called Card Festival, upgrades all existing cards. The cards Kim Soo-hyun currently possesses suddenly burst with a roaring sound. Each skill is enhanced according to its card type. After Card Festival, Ancient Flow Martial Arts, Taejun's attack power and speed have increased. Kim Woo-hyun will face the enemy's 3 strongest fighters alone. Chung Yi-chan only needs to handle the small fry. Thanks to Card Festival, all team members' abilities increase by 1 rank. At this moment, an underling reports to Wang Dongwoo. The other people from Gangbook West High went to attack Zone A. This means they might not be able to get reinforcements. The small fry in Zone A are quickly dealt with by Dark Lord Guild. Now only Lee Hyun, rank 9 of Gangbuk South High, remains. Her speed stat is actually S rank. Guild can tell at a glance she's stronger than him. After all, she's a kendo master who climbed to this position with just a wooden sword. But to Guild, she's just a deer chewing on wood. Guild and Kim Woo-hyun always give their all, even if the opponent is an elementary schooler. Lee Ji-han tells this fat pig to stop talking and come at her. At this moment, a figure walks in, reminding Lee Ji-hun that won't do. Those who try to take others' territory need to be properly entertained. He is Ju Hak-jung, ranked 8 of Gangbuk's South High. On the other side, having dealt with the small fry, Chung Yi-chan stares ahead in disbelief. He doesn't understand when Kim Woo-young became this strong. Chung Yan heard about him training everywhere to get stronger, but Kim Woo now defies all logic. He can practically dominate enemies he couldn't beat just recently. When Wang Dongwoo rushes forward, the quest pop-up issues a side quest. Revenge. Defeat Wang Dongwoo. Reward 1 gold card. Chung Qian wants to help, but Kim Soo-hyun says it's fine because he can now withstand Wang Dongwoo's strength. Wang Dongwoo is completely stunned. Just recently, this guy was a weakling, but now he can go toe-to-toe with him. And once Kim Soo-hyun starts using exceed limits, Wang Dongwoo is lifted entirely off the ground because Kim Woo-hyun's strength has now stepped into S-rank territory. Wang Dongwoo has experienced this monstrous strength before. This is monstrous strength on par with King Sok's. After completing the side quest, Kim Soo-hyun receives a gold card. Wang Dongwoo still doesn't understand how he got this strong in such a short time. At this rate, Wang Dongwoo worries. Kang Suk might actually lose. After securing Zone B, they need to call Gildu in Zone A. Chong Il-cheon can't figure out why Kim Woo-hyun suddenly became the strong. He might actually be able to unify Gangbuk. However, Gildu in Zone A isn't answering his phone. Kim Woo-hyun worries something went wrong. Soon after, Lee Honong also arrives at Zone A. Kim Woo-hyun silently stares ahead. Lee Hyun explains, Gildo was attacked. The first-year students who came with him were also seriously injured, apparently by metal weapons. Lai Hund confirmed it wasn't Liun. It was Ju Hak-jung, infamous for his cruelty and underhanded methods. Even Kang Suk doesn't like him. Even Jang Ji-hook didn't predict that guy would show up. Gildo's injuries are worse than expected. Ju Ha-jung beat him nearly to death. It must have been extremely painful. In the past, the reason Kim Woo-hyun was bullied at school was simple. He just wanted back his tablet that had been borrowed for a month. Just as Cho Chong-dong wanted to continue beating him, Gildu took out his own tablet and gave it to him. And this caused Gildu to be attacked by those scumbags. After beating them, Cho Chong-dong threatened others that anyone who befriended these two would face the same fate. Kim Soo-hyun didn't understand why the stranger would help him. Guild calmly said, "Because I want to be your friend." He said his name was Yang Gu-ki, then asked for Kim Soo-hyun's name. Now Kim Soo-hyun tells Lee Hyundai Gangbuk South High. Lee Ji-hyun complains. Ju Hak-jung, didn't he need to go that far? Just scare West High's people and they'll run. But Ju Hak-jung believes only this way will Gangbuk West High's people not dare barge in next time. Kang Suk usually doesn't like Ju Hak-jung's methods, but praises him for doing well this time. Ju Hak-jung feels today is a good day to actually be acknowledged by Kang Sek. At this moment, an underling reports. Bad news. Gangbuk West High is attacking again. The rank 13 and 15 fighters are already down. Kang thought it was Gu Ha-jun, but the underling's information is that the intruder is only Kim Woo-hyun alone. He's already taken 3 zones by himself. At this rate, he'll storm South High's headquarters. No one can stop Kim Woo-hyun. Though the underling doesn't know what happened, he's terrified. We at South High seem to have messed with the wrong person. Kangi wonders, is Kim Woo-hyun that strong? Lee plans to handle it since her warm-up was interrupted halfway. Ju Hak-jung, who caused this, plans to handle it himself. Besides, he's very good at dealing with emotional guys. When Jang Ji-hook learns Kim Woo-hyun stormed into enemy territory alone, he's shocked. He doesn't understand why no one stopped him. Jung Ji-hook finally understands the feeling of making a painful but necessary decision. Lai Hund admits he couldn't stop him because it's the first time he's seen their boss that angry. Kim Woo-hyun was once a target of bullying at school. The reason for bullying was just that the scumbags wanted to show off. They made Kim Woo-hyun stay in that position until class ended. Utterly humiliated, Gildu was also bullied along with Kim Soo-hyun simply because he helped Kim Soo-hyun. The scumbags looked forward to those two being watched by others. Just as Kim Soo-hyun didn't know what to do, Gildu said it's better to run and get beaten than to be seen as perverts. Before Kim Woo-hyun activated the quest pop-up, the only reason he could keep going to school wasn't his parents or teachers, but only because of Gildu. Because of Gildu, he could endure that hellish school. Because of Gildu, he could survive. Now Kim Soo-hyun asks South Ace people one last time, where exactly is Ju-hok Jong? At this moment, a voice says, I know. Someone trembling with fear says he knows where that Ju-hok Jung guy is. Just as Kim Woo-hyun wants to hear more, a fist with brass knuckles appears in front of Kim Woo-hyun's face. The one throwing the punch is Ju-hok Jong himself. He sneers, You idiot! How are you going to find me when you don't even know what I look like? Ju-jong understands Kim Soo-hyun fought his way here for Gildu. He mocks, I gave that kid a brutal beating. This pig-like guy still dared to be arrogant, so I beat him into an idiot. Ju-hok Jong also says, Gild kneeled and begged for mercy, begging like a pig or dog non-stop. Now it's Kim Woo-hyun's turn, but Kim Woo-hyun tells Ju-hok Jong to stop lying. Gild would never make a sound or beg for mercy because of trash like you, just like at school. What Ju-hok Jong said is nothing but his fantasy. Furious and humiliated, he swings fiercely at Kim Soo-hyun. But this time he's really messed with the wrong person. After defeating Wang Dong-woo and completing the quest, Kim Soo-hyun received a gold card. The skill it revealed lets Kim Soo-hyun become a berserker who feels no pain for 2 minutes. But the cost is passing out after 2 minutes, and Kim Woo-hyun now activates the berserker skill. Ju-hok Jong tries to continue attacking. Kim Soo-hyun grabs his eyeball and makes him listen. From now on, you're going to get beaten for full 2 minutes. While Ju's eyes are injured, Kim Woo-hyun uses the knee strike from ancient flow martial arts Tiun, then a knife hand strike to the neck. Ju-hok Jong goes down after these 2 strikes, but Kim Woo-hyun's attack continues for a full 120 seconds. Kim Soo-hyun keeps throwing punches until the berserker skill time expires. Kim Soo-hyun says grimly, Lee touch Gildu again and I'll kill you. Then he falls into unconsciousness. South High's reinforcements quickly arrive at the scene. West High loses contact with Kim Woo-hyun. Chung Il-cheon worries something happened and wants to provide support, but Jung Ji-hook understands Kim Woo-hyun is now at the center of enemy territory, with many of South High's strongest gathered there. Average fighters going to rescue would only be a burden. Jung Ji-hook has already sent the right person, the only one in all of West High who could possibly survive there and rescue Kim Soo-hyun. Leung Men, rank 7 of South High, asks him, You think you were Xiao Yi trying to fight your way out alone with a dead weight? He is Gu Jun, ranked 3 of West High. After setting down the unconscious Kim Soo-hyun, Gu Ha-jun will face the entire force of Gangbuk South High alone. But shortly after the battle begins, Leung Min, rank 7 of Gangbuk South High, receives a message. He immediately returns to South's headquarters. Kong asks in confusion, Weren't you dealing with Gu Ha-jun? Why are you back? Leung Min's underlings are still dealing with Gua Jun, but he got the message. Gangbuk East High is attacking and rushed back, but Kangok tells Leung Min Gangbuk East High hasn't made any move at all. He quickly realizes South High fell for Gangbuk West High's trap. A trap to let Kim Soo-hyun and Gu Ha-jun successfully escape. Inside West High, Chung Il-cheon keeps urging strategist Jung Ji-hook to send support, but he understands an army can't deploy troops lightly. The message about Gangbuk East High attacking South High was leaked by Jung Ji-hook. Now he can only pray Gu Ha-jun can bring Kim Soo-hyun back. Kongguk also understands this is the only chance to catch those two. He orders all strong fighters to be mobilized on the road to Gangbuk West High to pursue Gu Ha-jun. Today we completely eliminate Gangbuk West High. The rank 14 and 16 fighters of South High quickly arrive. Endless waves of South High people surge forward. Gu Ha-jun doesn't understand one thing. Why is he fighting? Just to protect Kim Soo-hyun. Can't remember when he became friends with him. In his eyes, Kim Soo-hyun is a funny kid with a peculiar charm. This is Gu-hun's first time fighting to protect someone. He tells South's people to come at him together. But South High's people understand they just need to catch Kim Soo-hyun, just as a wooden stick is about to strike Kim Soo-hyun. Gu Ha-jun quickly rushes over and covers him with his body. The intense pain makes him frown involuntarily. Inside West High, Lee Hyun also doesn't understand why they haven't sent support after so long. He understands if even Kong Sek joins the battle, Gu Jun won't be able to handle it. Lee Hyun does. The strategists have another plan. But Jung Ji-hook actually has no more moves. At this point, they can only trust Gu Ha-jun's strength. Chong Chong can't hold back. He wants to act as a decoy to disperse South's forces. Zhang Yilchan is confident in his speed. At this moment, the sound of a door opening is heard. It's Gu Hajun covered in wounds carrying Kim Woo-hun back. Barely making it back to West High, Gu Jun also collapses unconscious. With his strength alone, he actually broke through that hell. Kang arrived too late after all. He underestimated Gu Hajun, but that's fine. Kang is going to take West High right now. With both Gu Jun and Kim Woo-hyun unable to fight, Gangbuk West High is an empty fortress. At this moment, the underling brings news that Gangbuk South High is attacking. This time it's real. Hanja believes he can swallow West High any time. So, South High is his primary target. While South High was distracted, East High had already started moving. If we attack Gangbuk West High like this, South High's headquarters will be in danger. Kang Suk roars, "Hanja, that idiot!" Waking up, Kim Woo-hyun finds himself in his own bed. He plans to definitely thank Gu Hajun tomorrow. Kim Woo-hyun didn't expect so many things to happen in one day. Extremely exhausted, he quickly falls asleep. At this moment, Copy Cloud suddenly summons itself. It turns out after being enhanced by Card Festival, Copy Cloud gains self-awareness. Now Copy Cloud begins acting according to its self-awareness. Sensing movement, Kim Soo-hyun opens his eyes. Seeing it's his annoying sister, he quickly asks, "What are you doing in the middle of the night, you jerk?" Kim Soo-hyun can't help but think, could South High have paid his sister to assassinate him? At this moment, he notices the Copy Cloud mark on Kim Do-hyun's neck. Kim Soo-hyun, he didn't summon it, so how did Cloud appear? Suddenly, the copied Kim Dean calls out, "Brother Kim Woo-hyun is shocked. How can Copy Cloud talk?" At this moment, Mom hears Kim Woo-hyun talking and is about to come in to check. To avoid exposure, Kim Woo-hyen quickly says he's watching videos. After learning Copy, Cloud has gained self-awareness. Kim Woo-hyun is somewhat helpless because Cloud just had to take the form of Kim Deon. Kim Soo-hyun tells little Cloud to stay quiet. After all, if two identical people appear, the world might fall into chaos. Cloud was originally acting as Chung Il-chian's double, and if Gangbuk North High discovers the double is Kim Soo-hyun, they'll tear him apart. So Kim Soo-hyun tells Cloud not to come out casually before he finishes dealing with the double situation. But little Cloud says it doesn't want to go in. It's too stuffy inside. Kim Soo-hyun suddenly realizes something. He didn't consider the space little Cloud stays in when not summoned. It's probably nothing but darkness. Kim Soo-hyun makes a decision. From now on, he'll summon little Cloud to play together for up to 5 hours each day. Wearing a hat, they'll go out and enjoy the world together. Kim Soo-hyun asks, "Is this okay?" Little Cloud calmly replies, "Okay." As a result, Kim Woo-hyun spends all night telling it what it can and can't do. Gildu can tell at a glance that Kim Woo-hyun pulled another all-nighter. Kim Woo-hyun is surprised. "Are you okay now?" Gildu says confidently, "Probably the muscles I trained protected my bones. No bone injuries. But Gilda's heart is injured. His heart is clearly beating in his chest, yet it feels like it's fallen somewhere else." Gild has finally found the answer to love. Today, Baekchae Ryong is unusually not late. Kim Soo-hyun just turns to glance at her, and the Master Please skill accumulates 1 hit. He doesn't understand getting slapped, even when I did nothing wrong. More than that, Kim Woo-hyun wonders what's wrong with Baekchae Ryong today. At lunch, Baekchae's friends learn she had a dream about dating Kim Woo-hyun, and it was a nightmare with physical contact. In that case, even someone you didn't like much would become someone you care about. Kim Woo-hyun keeps telling Gu Hajun to eat more. He won't forget Gu Hajun's favor. Meanwhile, Kanguk gathers Gangbuk South High's main forces. They are Moonshang Yu and Ojin Su, ranks 5 and 6 of South High, Jungbyum Sang, rank 3, and Rao Wom, rank 2. Kang Suk gathers them because of the imminent Gangbuk conference. Everyone present is an elite of Gangbuk South High. Kang Suk wants them to catch that damn Kim Woo-hyun with him. After school, since they're going the same way, Kim Soo-hyun naturally walks together with Baekchae Ryong. He feels Baekcheong is a bit strange today, but he doesn't know what he did wrong, so he doesn't know whether to apologize. Under Kim Woo-hyun's persistent questioning, an impatient Baek Cry is about to tell him to get lost when a basketball comes flying their way. Kim Soo-hyun instantly raises his hand to block the basketball. He wonders, "What were you about to say?" Kim Woo-hyun tells the little kids to be careful when playing. After hesitating, Baekcheong wants to go eat with Kim Woo-hyun, but Kim Woo-hyun says he has plans today. He introduces to Baekchae Ryong. "This is my sister's friend. We agreed to eat together today." Bae finds Young Ha somewhat familiar. She asks, "What's your relationship?" Under Shae? Ryan's surprised gaze, Young Soha says, It's a relationship where we can sleep at each other's homes. Kim Woo-hun hastily explains, Soha is exaggerating. I just slept at her place alone once. In that case, Baked Cher Ryan says she and Kim Woo-hyun have a relationship where we can kiss. Kim Woo-hyun is helpless. Why are you both exaggerating? It was just an accidental indirect kiss. Young Soha smiles. I have plans with Kim Woo-hyun. Sorry, but we have to go. Bak Cheryong suggests she'll come along too, but Young Go-ha wonders why would you go? Kim Soo-hun's sister will be there too. We've been friends since childhood, so we often gather to eat like this. Younga feels Bak Cheryong is acting strange. How would ordinary friends react like this? She asks, Do you like Kim Soo-hun? Baked Cherry says coldly, I just don't like your rude attitude. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Baked Cherry Young turns coldly and heads home alone. After getting home, she complains to her friend about that crazy woman, Young Soha. But her friend doesn't quite agree with her. Her friend asks Ryong to honestly say how she feels, but not how she feels now, but how she would feel if Young Soha and Kim Woo-hyun were dating. Her friend feels Baek Chae Ryong may not know her own heart yet. Furious and embarrassed, Baek Chae Ryong tells her friend to stop. Seeing her thoughts guessed correctly, her friend bursts into laughter. Baek Chae Ryong grits her teeth, still uncertain. Does she really like Kim Soo-hun? The next day, Kim Soo-hun also gathers Gangbuk West High's main forces. They are Jung Ji-hyuk at rank 6, Chung Il-chun at rank 5, Gil-do at rank 2, Lee Hun-dong at rank 4, and the most handsome Gu-hun at rank 3. Kim Soo-hun announces, Today is the day the Gangbuk conference is held again. Just like before, all the bosses will be there. If we're lucky, we might even see the boss of Gangbuk North High. Kim Soo-hyun asks the strategist to say something too. Jung Ji-hyuk heard the last conference was just everyone greeting each other. But this conference is different because they now have strategist Jung Ji-hyuk. He explains, At this conference, West High must achieve one goal, ally with Hanja of Gangbuk East High. The war between West High and South High is still ongoing. Though Gu Ha-jun is holding back East High, this wastes a lot of our combat power. If we offer Hanja attractive enough conditions and ally with him, no matter how strong South High is, they can't withstand this attack. This war will ultimately end with Kang's defeat. Kim Woo-hyun tells everyone to remember what the strategist just said. So, next it's time to head to the Gangbuk conference. The Gangbuk South High people arrived at the conference venue early. Han Ji-ha greets him warmly and asks if he's been doing well lately, but Kang Gi-hyuk asks Han Ha, shouldn't he apologize? He hasn't forgotten the territory taken by East High. It was a good chance to deal with Kim Woo-hyun and Gu Ha-jun. But damn, Han Ha not only didn't help, but also ambushed Kang. Hanja reminds him, don't bring emotions to the Gangbuk conference, and he wants Kang to treat him well today. After all, East High has the advantage at this conference. At this moment, footsteps gradually approach. It's the Gangbuk West High people. Looking at Kim Soo-hyun and the others, Hanja is somewhat surprised. His underling wonders what he's surprised about. You know, not long ago, Gangbuk West High only had 3 people. Yet in such a short time, they've increased to 6 people, and 6 strong fighters at that. It would be strange if Han Ja weren't surprised. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun stares ahead, with an unchanged expression because Kang Sak is looking down at him from above. Han Ja sighs. The tension is really thick. Looks like today's Gangbuk conference will be very interesting. Kang Suk, however, takes the initiative to shake hands with Kim Soo-hyun, because attending the Gangbuk conference without personal grudges is an unwritten rule among schools. Fighting is also forbidden. Kang says he's only here to talk. With that, Kim Soo-hyun also extends his hand, temporarily setting aside their past conflicts. Kang-guk turns to Han Ja. Can you do the same? Han Ja refuses to trust Kang Suk. He wonders, what trick is Kang playing now? Kang-guk says calmly, your attitude toward my sincerity is quite rude. In reality, Gangbuk South High strategist Young Ba-sang had proposed a method to take down West High and East High, which was to extend goodwill towards Han and Kim Soo-hyun. He reminds Kang that now is not the time to worry about pride. Our South High is currently being watched by both forces. If West High and East High surround and attack, South High will be in danger. Therefore, Jung Bim-sung's strategy is to propose an alliance with them. Kang Suk must convince Han Ha and Kim Soo-hyun that instead of fighting in this small area, the 3 sides should join forces to attack Gangbuk North High. Hang is shocked. Young Bom saying, what are you thinking? Even with all 3 sides combined, we can't beat North High. Are you trying to get us all destroyed? Jung explains, this is just a smoke screen to make Han Ha and Kim Woo-hyun lower their guard. Using the excuse of attacking North High together will make West High and East High drop their guard. South High will secretly form strike teams to attack them. Once we take down Manhwa and Kim Soo-hyun, South High can easily seize East High and West High without their leaders. In a war decided by strength alone, there's no such thing as being underhanded. But the most foolish thing is not knowing how to be underhanded. Kanguk finishes his speech about the three-way alliance to attack North High and asked West High and East High for their opinions. Kim Soo-hyun flatly rejects the alliance. Before coming, Young Ji-hook had said that South High being in danger might abandon their pride to request an alliance. That alliance proposal has a very high probability of being fake, so it must be rejected. Moreover, Gangbook West High's goal for attending the Gangbook conference is crystal clear. Kim Woo-hyun states bluntly, "Our strategist said, you definitely launch a sneak attack. Of course I'm going to listen to West High's brain." Right. South High strategist Yeongbam sang. Yeongbam Sang didn't expect identity strategist to be discovered. Kim Woo-hyun completely bypasses Kang Suk. Manhwa doesn't understand what he's trying to do either. He reminds Kim Woo-hyun, don't attend the Gangbok conference with personal feelings. Hanja thought Kim Woo-hyun came to fight him again, but Kim Woo-hyun extends his hand instead. He states, "We at West High have decided to propose an alliance with Gangbok East High. Let's take down Gangbok South High together." Hanja says mockingly, "Why should I team up with you? I can take down West High and South High by myself. Besides, Kanguk and I have known each other since middle school. If I were to ally with anyone, it would be with Little Suk, not with a stranger like Kim Woo-hyun, right? But of course he's going to team up with Kim Woo-hyun. Hanja's relationship with Little Sik is quite special, so he wants to deal with that guy first. However, forming an alliance with him will cost a bit." Kanguk listens to their conversation in silence. He had already guessed this would happen. Then footsteps sound and East High and West High's people are surrounded by Gangbuk South High. Kanguk understands that dragging this out will only cause more trouble, so he decides to resolve everything now. Lai Hindong shouts angrily, "Not fighting at the Gangbuk conference as our unwritten rule. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" Before he finishes speaking, someone from South High throws a fierce punch at him. Someone from West High steps forward and blocks the strike. Gangbuk West High's number 3, Guhun says loudly, "Long time no see." Gangbuk South High's number 2, the criminal Rao, didn't expect South High to launch a sneak attack at the Gangbok conference. Kanguk smiles at Kim Soo-hyun. "What are you going to do now? We have quite a lot of people today." South High swears to take down West High and East High. Hanja is utterly speechless. These small fries dare to dream of taking down East High. Each of his strikes knocks down one person. Kim Woo-hyun can clearly see that Hanja has gotten even stronger during this time. He asks Kim Woo-hyun, "What are you standing there for? If Gangbuk West High's boss doesn't show off soon, he'll be looked down upon." The quest pop-up issues a main quest. Escape the Gangbuk conference with Hanja. Reward 1 gold card. This will be the first battle of the West High and East High alliance. The enemy has too many people today. They can only escape first, then plan the next step. The closest place from here is Hanja's East High territory. As long as they break through South High's encirclement and reach East High's territory, Hanja's subordinates will be there to support them. Hanja will clear a path from here first. Facing so many people, he can only use desperate tactics. Hanja calls out to 2 of his underlings, then kicks them toward Kang Suk, making them sacrifice themselves. Kim Soo-hyun didn't expect this maniac Hanja to use his own subordinates as bait. However, outside they're surrounded by South's people again. More and more enemies are coming this way. This will be a tough battle. Hanja's figure vanishes from the spot instantly. He kicks fiercely toward Wang Dongwoo with incredible speed and tremendous power. Even though Kim Woo-hyun has gotten so much stronger, he still doesn't have the momentum to beat Hanha. He's a complete monster. Kim Woo-hyun is glad he formed an alliance with him. Hanja asks, puzzled, "Is Kim Woo-hyun going to keep watching?" The next second, Kim Woo-hyun leaves only an afterimage. Hanja can't help but be surprised, because he actually couldn't see Kim Woo-hyun's movements clearly. The feeling is completely different from before and much stronger than when he fought Hanja last time. Kim Soo-hyun has completely transformed. Given this, Hanja feels that once the alliance ends, he will face a difficult battle. Kim Soo-hyun tells everyone to listen carefully. The current situation is very unfavorable and enemies keep attacking. Escaping together is impossible now, so we must split up, then regroup at Gangbuk West High. Gildo, who's been running breathlessly, suddenly stops because there's a kitten on the street meowing at him. Gild still cannot resist the temptation of kittens. But the next second, intense pain shoots through his body. It's Gangbuk South High's number 9, Lee Ji-hun, who is caught up. Gild didn't expect she would be the one to end him. This isn't too bad an ending. In what he thinks is his final moment, Gildu asks, "Could you tell me your name?" At this moment, the little cat pounces at Li Jun. Startled, she stumbles. Gildu very gentlemanly catches her. Guild sighs, "I thought you were perfect. But you let me see this little mistake. You're really a naughty little cat." At this moment, Hanjha and Kimu-hyun finally escape South's encirclement. From here on, this is their gang book, East High Territory. The quest pop-up also indicates quest completion. The reward gold card reveals a skill called Exchange. Looking at the skill in his hand, Kimu-hyun is puzzled for a moment. The incredibly fast Chong Yil-chun also quickly arrives here. According to him, the others seem to be in good condition too, and everyone should be able to regroup properly at Gangbuk West High. At this moment, the two suddenly realize something. The strategist, Jung Ji-hook, who gets tired even fighting ants. At this moment, Jung Ji-hook, surrounded by South High's people, is covered in cold sweat. Kong also learns over the phone that they've caught West High strategist. Jung Bong-sung reminds him that this guy is the strategist who's been tormenting Kang Suk all this time, and for future plans, they must eliminate him immediately. Kang Sik now only wants to kill Jung Ji-hook with his own hands. He orders the others to guard that guy and first break his cruciate ligament. Jung Ji-hook sigh helplessly, truly dying before achieving success. The one throwing this punch suddenly freezes. On the other side, Kim Soo-hyan is troubled as this skill was meant for himself. The new gold card's exchange skill allows swapping two team members' stats once per day for 3 minutes. And Kim Soo-hyun temporarily swapped Gu Ha-jun's stats with Jung Ji-hook's. Jung Ji-hook can't believe it. Is this a dream? My body feels very strange. He thinks he might as well unify Gangbuk himself. The tremendous power makes Jung Ji-hook's body heat up. His heart feels like it's about to leap out. South High's people are shocked. What's going on? How could the strategist be so strong? Jung Ji-hook tells them not to worry. After dealing with you, Kanggi is next. Kim Soo-hyun tells him to stop there. The duration has ended. Now is not the time to show off. They should quickly leave here and apologize to Gu Ha-jun. On the other side, looking at Gildo's chubby appearance, Lee Ji-hyun decides to make him unable to open his mouth ever again. But the kitten hisses at her again. Guild sees Lee Ji-hyun is afraid of cats. It seems today is not the time, not the day for a showdown. Guild sighs. Partings are always inevitable. Lee Ji-hyun demands, "Are you running away?" Guild didn't expect her to say he's running away. "I've already given you my heart like this. How can you bear to say I'm running away?" Inside Gangbuk South High, the underlings tell their boss he worked hard. They think Hanja overexerted himself this time, bringing so few people to the Gangbuk conference that they almost had a major incident. Hanja asks his underling, "Do you know why I only brought those people?" Because he actually guessed long ago that Kong would launch a sneak attack. Because Kong has always been the type who acts recklessly when angry. If so, the underling is even more confused. "Boss, why didn't you bring more troops to the conference?" But Hanjha mobilizes troops to gain benefits. To take down Kim Soo-hyun and Hanjha, Kong Suk brought all his forces to the conference venue. Thus, to seize the now empty Gangbuk South High, their East High main force is now moving toward there. The underlings marvel boss, Hanjha, is so clever, but he also didn't expect that guy would also attend the conference. Gangbuk South High's number 2, the criminal Rao Guyong. Meanwhile, Gildu finally arrives at the meeting point. Kim Soo-hyun praises how well he can run with that bulky body and asks if he's injured. Guild says coolly, "I left my heart there. Gu Ha-jun and Lee Hundong should arrive at Gangbuk soon, and the conference will finally end." At this moment, a bruised and battered Lee Hyund appears before everyone, and the person carrying him is none other than Gangbuk South High's number 2, Rao. East High's underlings curiously ask their boss what kind of person Rao is. Hanja says he got out of juvie at some point, and Rao isn't number 2 because he's weaker than Kang Suk. His strength is about the same as Hanha's. Gangbuk West High's people immediately rush toward Rao. Gildo's Sistema is struck before he can even use it. Jung Ji-hook, who has reverted to being weak, is also kicked down. Even Chung Yil-chun is hit by tremendous force. He's shocked. How can this person be so strong, but he's not willing to give up? In terms of speed, Chung Gul-chung is still confident. But his strength is insufficient and causes no damage. Chung Chun is struck hard by a kick. When facing Rao Yong, he's completely powerless to resist. Kim Soo-hyun silently catches Chong and Chong. He says in a low voice, "You criminal, you even hit women." At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a side quest, defeat Raui. Reward: 1 gold card. Seeing Rao remain silent, Soo-hyun decides to help him open his mouth. First, he uses the boxing US slip to dodge the opponent's fist. This speed surprises Kim Soo-hyun. Rao immediately follows with a low kick at him. And with just this one strike, Kim Soo-hyun feels like his leg has been kicked to pieces. He understands he must counterattack. But facing this level of attack, Kim Woo-hyun can't muster any fighting spirit. He falls to the ground in a sorry state, taking advantage of Ra's advancing opening. Kim Woo-hyun finally finds the right moment and lands a hit. Just as Rao Gong is pushed back, Kim Woo-hyun uses Restore Stamina, instantly recovering his energy. He's secretly alarmed. Gangbuk South High actually has this kind of monster. Rao Jung wastes no words and continues attacking with kicks. But the next second, his cold expression changes slightly because Kim Woo-hyun dodges his attack with a special stance and uses double wind through ears. Kim Soo-hyun understands he must attack continuously, not giving Rao a chance to breathe. The greatest advantage of ancient flow martial arts, Taejun, is that it's a martial art unknown to most people. Kim Soo-hyun exploits this information gap and indeed lands effective attacks. He decisively activates the Exceed Limit skill. Rog's endurance is S rank, the same as Yang Chong Seal's. Since Kim Soo-hyun could take down Yang Chan, it should definitely work on Rao too. Kim Woo-hyun starts using the Rise skill, then delivers Heaven's Descent with 156 kilograms of force, but the result shocks Kim Woo-hyun because Rao actually dodges the strike, only getting hit on the arm. Kim Woo-hyun suddenly realizes his speed is faster than Yang Chun Seal's. This time, Kim Woo-hyun was careless. Having reached this point, Kim Woo-hyun can only use his second restore. Soon, Konggi receives a phone call. Hearing the voice on the phone, he can't help but laugh because it's Kim Soo-hyun repeatedly saying, "I can still fight." He still has the final Berserker card to gamble with, but falling into a coma after 2 minutes would be even more dangerous. On the phone, Kong Suk tells Rahu Yong to just bring Kim Soo-hyun back. At this moment, an underling reports bad news again. Gangbuk East High is attacking our South High headquarters. Yoongbom Sang admires worthy of being Hanji Ha. He actually gassed our strategy. Even so, Kong still orders to deal with Kim Soo-hyun first. Hearing Rao Young's silence on the phone, he asks, puzzled, "What's wrong?" This is, of course, because Gangbuk West High's number 3, Guin, has arrived. Just now, for some reason, he suddenly lost his strength. Now he wants to fight Raoi again. Seeing the situation, Kong decides to deal with Guajun first. But strategist Jung Bong Sang tells Raom to retreat first because their headquarters is in danger now. If we're going back to fight Gangbuk East High, we must have Raom. But Kang Suk is unwilling to give up this chance to capture Kim Woo-hyun. Jung Bong Sang tells him not to worry. "Last time I wasn't there. I'll make sure you can capture Kim Soo-hyun anytime." Returning home, Chunga Chaeon is frustrated that he lost without doing anything. His desire to become stronger reaches its peak. The quest pop-up also reminds Kim Soo-hyun the side quest to defeat Raom has failed. Fortunately, failing a side quest has no penalty. Kim Woo-hyun finally realizes he still has a long way to go. "Now I'm beaten like this by South High's number 2. Kim Woo-hyun can't help but doubt. Can I really unify Gangbuk? He thinks about going to North High's territory and fighting everywhere with a mask to improve his strength. But the quest pop-up issues a training quest. The chance for Kim Woo-hyun to become stronger has finally arrived. This quest is make team members with a rank or higher potential awaken. The reward is very good. Now it's finally time to begin awakening. However, Kim Woo-hyun still doesn't know how to trigger awakening. Lee Hunong seems to have awakened after getting severely beaten. Someone with only frank potential becoming so strong after awakening really startled Kim Woo-hyun. Little Cloud doesn't know how to awaken either. He recently started reading books, so his manner of speaking has become strange like a king, but Kim Soo-hyun needs to remind Little Cloud about something. When you transform into Gu Ha-jun in the future, don't lie down, though at least he's better than Kim Da-hun. Kim Soo-hyun thinks hazily. Can I awaken too? The next day, because the teacher changed seats, Baek Ryong and Kim Soo-hyun end up sitting together. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, is she angry today too? Is sitting with me disgusting? Actually, Baek Ryong doesn't know what to do because she's afraid Kim Woo-hyun will know she likes him. So, Baek Ryong doesn't dare look directly at his face. Looking at the insect bite marks on Baek Kry's, Kim Soo-hyun pokes it with his finger. Baek Kry says angrily, "What are you doing suddenly touching me?" However, Kim Soo-hyun just wanted to make a cross mark on the bite to stop the itching. In the end, Baek Cheryong says, "Don't do it with her mouth," but doesn't resist. She doesn't know why she can't refuse. After school, Gangbuk West High's main forces hold another meeting. According to Jung Ji-hook's understanding, Gangbuk's forces are divided into 2 parts. He's stationed in the east with Lee Hyun and others to restrain East High. The West is left to Rao, Jungbong Sang, and others. So, before West High fights Kang Suk, they must first deal with Jung Sang. This means they'll inevitably have to fight Raoui. At this moment, Kim Dean comes looking because this jerk Kim Soo-hyun took from her wallet again. Kim Soo-hyun says, dissatisfied, I did this for the greater good. Through Guild's explanation, Jung Ji-hook learns that woman is Kim Woo-hyun's younger sister. Either way, Kim Soo-hyun tells his sister to leave first. At this moment, Kim Dean notices someone. She finds it strange. How can there be such a beautiful girl in a place like this? Finally, she warns Kim Soo-hyun, return the money quickly. At this moment, Lee Hun reports that someone wants to see the boss. Soon after, Kim Soo-hyun arrives at Gangbuk South High's territory again. Several schools under South High's control want to join Gangbuk West High because South High is about to collapse, but the main reason is the tribute money. All schools within South High's sphere of influence must pay tribute money to Kang once a month. They can no longer afford the exorbitant amounts, so they want to join West High, which doesn't collect tribute territory he can get for free. Kim Woo-hyun has no reason to refuse, but just as he lets his guard down, South High's people raise iron rods and attack Kim Soo-hyun from behind. Chung Chun leaps up and kicks him down. Just as the strategist said, they almost fell for South High's scheme. Guild also appears using Systema. He asks Kim Soo-hyun with concern, are you injured? Of course not. Kim Soo-hyun understands it must be Young Bae-sung who directed these people. That guy is really cunning. A large group of South High people emerge from the shadows. Kim Soo-hyun suddenly wants to thank Young Bae-sung because the quest pop-up issued a side quest. If he takes out all of South's people, he'll get 1 gold card. This is basically experience, points delivered to his door. Now Kim Woo-hyun has 2 quests on hand. South's people seem to underestimate Kim Woo-hyun and his team. Today, Kim Woo-hyun is determined to make Gildu and Chong Yil-cheon awaken. Jung-sang in the shadows suddenly receives a call from Kong Sik. He entrusted the West to Jung-sang, so he wants to hear about the situation there, such as what stage the plan to capture Kim Woo-hyun has reached. Currently, it's just Jung Byung-sang's appetizer. And they're about to enter the main course stage, because he found out that Gangbuk West High's Kim Soo-hyun is not an only child. He has a younger sister named Kim Hyun. At this moment, facing the siege of a group from South High, Guild strikes an alluring pose with his bulky body. South High's people immediately feel disgusted. Guild reiterates, my heart is already gone. South High's people marvel worthy of being the Dark Lord. Beneath that ugly and fat exterior lies such formidable strength. Gildu says coldly, it's about time to end this. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun slaps his behind hard. Gildu immediately looks at him sadly. Kim Soo-hyun tells him, keep fighting, don't mind me. If you want to awaken, just tell me. Chung Yil-chun is also fighting hard. He desperately wants to become stronger. Doesn't want to lose anymore. Sooner or later, Chong Chun will personally defeat Rahu. He wants to fight even stronger opponents. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun also slaps Chong Cheon's behind hard. Chong Yi-chan asks, somewhat sadly, what's wrong? Kim Woo-hyun wonders why neither is awakening. There must be some special condition. At this point, all of South High's people have fallen. Kim Soo-hyun sigh helplessly. In the end, they still didn't awaken. However, the skill from the new gold card is pretty good. This week, Kim Woo-hyun has been exhausted. Kim Deun complains, our family parasite is watching TV. Kim Woo-hyun retorts, the parasite is you, the one draining our parents' hard-earned money for streaming and wasting more internet fees. Kim Deun scolds, don't bully your sister. She tells Kim Woo-hyun he better treat her better because Kimo invited her to stream together. This woman is a 19-year-old streamer who suddenly became popular recently. She invited Kim Hyun to stream with her this weekend. Seeing Kim Woo-hyun's indifferent attitude, Kim Hyun decides that after she succeeds, she'll definitely cut ties with that guy. Kim Woo-hyun wishes her success. When the time comes, he'll expose that she's a lunatic. Soon the streaming day arrives. Kimo tells the viewers, let's take a break and come back. The viewers all feel that Kim Deun is boring except for being pretty. Kimo smiles and ends the stream. Kim Deun apologizes to her embarrassedly because she was too nervous, couldn't speak well, and only ruined the atmosphere. Kimo says kindly, it's okay, the viewers are just looking at faces anyway. It's inevitable the first time. With more practice, you'll get better at keeping up with the mood. Kim Deun wants to ask her a favor. She wants to invite friends to join because if she has friends nearby, she'll be much bolder. Kimo says as long as they're pretty, it's fine. Now she needs to go out for a bit and will come back. Kim Ho now outside calls Jung Sung. In her eyes, Kim Deun is a fool, and once she gets close to Kim To Hun tomorrow, they can act. Gangbuk South High has also made preparations. South High's number 4, Ojinsu, arrives here with something tomorrow. After Kim Hun finishes streaming, Kimo will bring her here. First, pretend it's a celebration and make her drink, then feed her addictive fentanyl. Once the addicted Kim Hyun loses herself, Jung Bong-sang will use her to threaten Kim Hun. This way, they won't lose troops and can gain Gangbuk West High and customers. Kim Do-hyun's friends also arrive at Kimo's place. One of them is Young So-hwa. Another person is surprisingly Chung Il-chi-yeon. He doesn't know how he ended up here either. 2 days ago after school, Kim Do-hyun approached Chung Yun because she wanted to be friends with Chung Il-chun. So, they exchanged numbers. Since she's Kim Woo-hyun's sister, Chung Il-chun gave her his number. Kim Do-hyun thought he was so pretty that she definitely had to call him when filming. So Chung-gul still doesn't know why he's here at this moment. The soundly sleeping Kim Soo-hun receives a main quest from the quest pop-up. Help rescue Kim Do-hyun. Reward 1 platinum card. North High's number 20. Young Chian also wonders why his sister isn't answering the phone. Neither of them knows what's happening yet. The next day, after waking up, Kim Soo-hyun calls his sister, but she sounds completely normal, still preparing for the stream at Mino's place. Kim Woo-hyun tells her to stop being crazy and come home quickly, but Kim Do-ne has already promised the viewer she'll stream tonight. Kim Woo-hyun is too lazy to care, but he tells his sister when she makes money, remember to buy him a gift. Everything seems like there's nothing to worry about. So, Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand what the quest pop-up is asking him to do. The two who worked hard streaming all day finally finish. Chung Yun still doesn't know why he's here. Kimo says everyone worked hard, and Kim Dun's subscriber count has increased a lot over these 2 days. Kimo praises her for doing great. Suddenly she asks, "Where are you going to hang out after the stream?" She suggests, "Let's all have a celebration party. After all, we worked so hard streaming for so long, it would be a shame to just go home." Kimo says her friends are all interesting, and they can hang out together. The unwilling Kim Soo-hyun asks Gildu with concern, "Do you want to awaken?" The result is a handsome muscle photo. Kim Woo-hyun still has no clue about how to trigger awakening. At this moment, his phone rings. Kim Woo-hyun is surprised. "How does this guy know my number?" Jung Bum-sang asks, puzzled. "Didn't you put it on Instagram?" Kim Woo-hyun demands what scheme he's plotting now, not playing the trick of pretending to join West High, then attacking again, but Jung Bum-sang asks Kim Soo-hyun a question. "You're not an only child, right? Your sister is still streaming, working very hard at life." Kim Woo-hyun asks coldly. Jung Bum-sang, "You shouldn't go after family, right?" He answers disdainfully, "So what? As long as I can take down Gangbuk West High, it's fine." Kim Soo-hyun says in a low voice, "You better not try, or even if you beg for mercy, I'll beat you to death." But no matter what, Kim Soo-hyun says, Jung Sang's plan has already begun. Kim Dun complains. "What kind of celebration is this? It's clearly just a drinking party." Chung Il-chun, too tired, has already left. South High's Chi Chung-yu nods to Kimo. Then Kimo complains to Kim Do-hyun. "Making money is hard now, right?" She asks Kim Do-hyun if she wants to know how much she makes. Upon hearing Kimo makes $8 million a month, Kim Do-hyun can't help but show surprise. Kimo says she used to be like her with few viewers, but later became livelier, and people started watching. "Do you want to know the method?" Kim Do-hyun also wants to make a lot of money, so of course she wants to know. At this moment, Cho Cheng-yu takes out something prepared in advance. He explains, "This is just something like aromatherapy. It'll make you feel better." Kimo adds fuel to the fire, saying her subscriber count exploded after she started using this because viewers like streams with good atmosphere. She also asks Young Soa if she wants to try. It can increase concentration and help with studying. Cho Chong-yu thinks Kimo is really an expert who knows how many people she's hooked. Their fentanyl is a drug that's hard to quit after just one use, no matter how smart the person is. Chung-woo tells them to try inhaling slowly. At this moment, a figure kicks fiercely toward Cho Chung. Chung Gi-jan knows very well what fentanyl is. Cho Chang is furious. "We almost succeeded. Where did this idiot come from?" Gangbuk South High's number 4. Oh Jin-soo asks, "What's the new pretty woman's name?" And Chong Il-chan certainly won't tell him. After the stream ended, Chong Il-chun feeling strange about the so-called celebration called Kim Woo-hyun. After learning the celebration might be a trap, Kim Woo-hyun also starts rushing there. And now what Chong Il-chan needs to do is to protect the two girls with all his might. And Gangbuk North High's number 20, Young Chong-gul, has also traced his sister's whereabouts before she went missing. He doesn't bring underlings and heads alone to South High's territory. At this moment, Chong Yo-chan is facing a siege from a huge group, and because he needs to protect the two girls, he can't fight with full strength. He can only hold on until Kim Soo-hyun arrives. South High's number 4 and 5, Ojin Su and Cho Chang, also recognize Chung Yan's identity. They report this unexpected situation to Jungbom Sang. But Jungbom Sang understands Kim Woo-hyun can't get there in time because he stationed some people on Kim Soo-hun's route, and it will take time to deal with them all. However, Jungbom Sang tells them they better deal with Chung Yi-chan quickly because he hates variables most. South High's number 4, Ojin Su, makes his move. Chung Yi-chan can sense this guy is different. After all, although he's not as strong as Kang Suk and Rao, he's still Gangbuk South High's 4th strongest. The tremendous power leaves Chung Yi-chan unable to resist. He unexpectedly spits at Ojinsu to block his vision. In terms of speed, Chung Yi-chan is still confident. He now uses his fastest speed. If he can just hit the opponent's chin, there's still a chance. Amid Cho Chang's triumphant smile, Chung Yo-chan freezes because his punch was actually seen. Ojinsu starts throwing punches continuously. Chung Yo-chan finally realizes this guy is even faster than him. After dealing with Chung Yo-chun, it's time to deal with the other two women. Since the drugging strategy failed, they'll have to threaten Kim Woo-hyun in another way. Ojinsu will help them take some nice photos. Kim Do-hyun shouts angrily, "You maniac!" The next second, she's hit by Ojinsu's heavy punch. At this moment, Chung Yeon lies powerless on the ground. He recalls the helplessness when facing Rao Jeong and Gangbuk North High's number 2, in whose eyes Chung Il-cheon is just an incompetent waste. Kim Hyun is knocked unconscious by one punch as Ojin Su is about to make his move. On the other side, Kim Soo-hun is still in fierce battle. Jungbom Sang sent out too many people, but the quest pop-up indicates team member Chung Chun's resolve is full. Chung Chun's potential begins to surge. His potential reaches maximum value. Chung Chung's potential is fully awakened. Therefore, his stamina is specially restored. Cho Chung-yu tells Ojin-su to continue. He'll handle this side. The moment his hand touches Chung Yi-cheon, Cho Chung's entire body is immediately slammed to the ground. Seeing this, Ojin-su also turns to attack Chung Chi-yeon, and because of his potential awakening, Chung Yush gains an exclusive attack card. The skill is called Capoeira, and its effect is triggering critical damage when the opponent is slower. Chung Ya starts using Capoeira. Because the opponent is slower than Chung Jan, he deals critical damage. Cho, Chong, Yu, and Ojinsu are quickly defeated. Kim, Da-hun, and Young So-ha then thank Chung Il-chan, and after awakening his potential, Chung Il-chan's stats have surged dramatically. At this moment, an underling rushes in to report Kim Soo-hyun is breaking in. But looking at the two bosses lying on the ground, the lackey hurriedly explains he's just a passerby who took a wrong turn. His voice cuts off abruptly. Kim Woo-hyun finally arrives. Kim Woo-hyun scolds angrily. "You crazy fool, why didn't you answer your phone? I'm definitely telling mom about how you drink all the time." At this moment, Young So-hwa throws her arms around Kim Woo-hyun, crying as she says, "I was so scared." Kim Woo-hyun says she's been through a lot. It's all Kim Hyun's fault. Chonglan asks, "Wasn't I the one who had it rough?" Looking at such high stats, Kim Soo-hyun marvels at how incredibly strong he is. Young So-hwa and Kim Don are about to start their real celebration. Kim Mo hurriedly explains, "This is all a misunderstanding. She was threatened too." Kim Do-hyun doesn't care about any of that and lands a brutal punch on her. Chung Chun wonders, what is Kim Soo-hun looking at right now? Kim Soo-hun feels something is off. Why hasn't the quest completion notification popped up yet? Could it be because the helper mentioned in the quest hasn't appeared yet? Or does it only end when they catch the mastermind Jung Bong-sang? But Kim Woo-hyun doesn't even know where Jung Bo-mang is. Suddenly he comes up with a brilliant idea. He immediately tells the two girls to stop fighting because Kim Woo-hyun needs everyone's help. Inside a warehouse at Gangbuk South High, Jung Bom-sang is counting the fentanyl. Cho Chang reports that he escaped from Kim Woo-hyun's clutches and nearly died. Only Kang Suk and Jung Bong-sang know the location of this fentanyl storage warehouse because Cho Chang said he would bring that person here. Jung Bom-sang had no choice but to tell him the location. That person is the quest target, Kim Hun. As long as they use her as a hostage, they can capture Kim Woo-hyun. The bound Kim Hyun roars, "How dare you!" But a mark appears on her neck. At this moment, Cho Chang-yu trembles as he apologizes to Jung Sung because he truly couldn't withstand Gangbuk West High's brutal interrogation. So, he had no choice but to betray Gangbuk South High. Not long ago, Kim Woo-hyun had Kim Don and Young So-ha go home first. Then woke up Cho Chang-yu and Kimo. Although neither of them knows where Jung Sung is, Kim Woo-hyun has a way to extract the information. The scenario is Kim Dean gets captured and bound by South High, and Kim Woo-hyun fails to rescue her. But Chung Eng-ju calls Jung Bom-sang, saying he'll bring the quest target back. To secure the hostage, Jung Sung will definitely reveal his location. Kim Soo-hun warns the two of them, If you don't get the location, you'll be dealt with first. Facing the charging Kim Soo-hyun and Chung Gul-jun, Jung-sung sneers instead because his objective has already been achieved. Kim Woo-hyun's sister has become his hostage. But when Jung-sung turns around, he discovers the bound Kim Dun has disappeared. The moment copy cloud vanishes, Kim Woo-hyun covers Chung Il-chan's eyes. Earlier on the phone, Kim Woo-hyun already said, if Jung-sung dares lay a hand on his family, Kim Woo-hyun will beat him beyond recognition. Jung-sung mocks Kim Woo-hyun for thinking others are idiots. He felt something was off when he received Choi Chang's call, so he had already contacted his subordinates in advance. This is Gangbuk South High's Boss Special Forces, a team specifically formed to handle bosses, just like the assault team formed at Gangbuk East High. They are all people Yongbang Sang carefully selected from various high schools who knew they would come in handy today. An excellent strategist turns crisis into opportunity. At this moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine sounds. Young Chenol, ranked 20th at Gangbuk North High, arrives on the scene. He says in a low voice, "Whoever dared touch Yang So-wa, get out here." The cigarette in Yoongbam Song's hand quietly slips away. He doesn't understand why someone from Gangbuk North High would be here. Kim Soo-hyun never expected the helper in the quest would be Young Chan-seol, but since they share the same goal, they might as well fight together. The team specifically designed to handle bosses can't even handle a single person now. Young Chan-seol, whether in stamina or strength and even technique, is incredibly strong. Jung Bong-sung can't believe it. Isn't he only ranked 20th? How can he be this strong? Young Chien-se noticed one person from the start. He initially thought that person was Chung Yi-cheon, ranked 39th at Gangbuk North High. But quickly Young Shan-sael dismissed this idea because Chungul couldn't possibly be this strong, nor could he be this fast. If he's a monster of this caliber, he couldn't possibly be ranked only 39th at North High. Kim Woo-hyun also engages Young Byung in combat. But Jung-sung is quite displeased because he's also one of Gangbuk South High's fighters, with decent stats across the board, and Kim Soo-hyun activates his skill that adapts to opponent's strength. This gold card's effect is if the opponent's stamina grade is lower than the user's strength grade. The user's strength increases by 1 grade. Kim Soo-hyun, with his strength now at SG Rud, throws a brutal punch at Yoongbam Sang. He's about to fulfill his promise. Chang Yo-chan initially thought Kim Woo-hyun was calm and not angry, but it turns out when his people are touched, this is how he reacts. After a while, Young-sang is beaten to a bloody pulp. Kim Woo-hyun sighs. They truly are the Boss Special Forces. Even with Yoongbam Sang down, they keep getting back up to fight. At this moment, they notice Young Chong-seol has disappeared. In fact, the Boss Special Forces wasn't the only backup. Jung Byum-sang contacted. Now the game changer that can turn the tide appears. Ra Wong ranks 2nd at Gangbuk South High has arrived. Kim Woo-hyun and his companion immediately want to go provide support, but the Boss Special Forces blocks them. Ra glances over there. Young Chan-sael says in a low voice, "What are you doing? It's just getting started now." Young Chan-seol can sense that the guy in front of him has similar strength but incredibly fast speed. Young Chan completely cannot counter. He can't match the speed, so he can only defend. A battle of attrition is highly disadvantageous for Young Chong-yel, but he has one devastating strike, a powerful blow that can knock down anyone. Young Chan-seol says in a low voice, "As a man, there's an aesthetic to that one decisive strike, and now is the time for him to deliver that strike." Rao is driven into a corner by his previous attack. In speed, Young Chong has no confidence. He's only confident in one thing, and that's his final strike. Betting everything he has, Young Chan-seol cannot tolerate defeat. He'd be satisfied with a draw against a monster like Raom. Then Young Chun sees because Raom sits back up. Young Chong sails sighs helplessly. He's truly greedy, not just speed and strength, but even stamina this formidable. So the reason Rao wasn't nervous even when caught is absolute confidence. Having finished with the Boss Special Forces, Kim Soo-hyun walks toward Rao Young. At this moment, a hand stops him. Chung Il-chan wants to handle this alone. The quest pop-up also issues a side quest at this moment. Team member Chung Chan defeats Rao Om. Reward 1 platinum card. Chung Chan begins using capoeira, then delivers critical damage to Raw Guy, whose speed can't match his. Yoongbam Sang is stunned. Chung Il-chan says coldly, "Being this slow, is that really okay?" Even Kim Woo-hyun can't help but feel surprised. How are these two guys fighting so impressively? Chung Il-chan thought Ragong only knew how to brawl wildly, but didn't expect him to know grappling techniques too. However, Chung Il-chan won't give him the chance to grab him. A South High lackey in the shadows never expected Boss Ra Wong would be at a disadvantage. He realizes at this rate, Gangbuk South High will truly be finished. At this moment, Kim Woo-hun's phone rings. Strategist Jung Ji-hook urgently explains this is not the time to fight. After hearing what he has to say, Kim Soo-hun's face shows surprise. The battle between Chong and Rao Gyung continues. Kim Soo-hyun uses ancient flow martial arts to go to push Raong away. He tells Chong Il-chong to quickly finish Raogu and escape because Gangbuk South High is heading this way now. According to Jung Ji-hook, this is South's storage warehouse. After Kong learned the news, he sent many people rushing here. With their stamina nearly depleted, Kim Woo-hyun and his companion cannot possibly deal with all of South High. So they must quickly finish that guy and flee. Chung Yo-chun's fist lands heavily on Ra Wong's head, but Kim Woo-hyun can't land a hit on him at all. There's no time left now. Kim Soo-hyun activates all his combat cards. Gu Ha-jin, whose stats were exchanged, feels another wave of weakness. This is Kim Woo-hyun's current maximum state with absolutely terrifying stats. The lackey in the shadows, seeing the scene, immediately feels boss Rao Guillaume is done for, but suddenly he discovers a turning point. Just as Kim Woo-hyun and his companion are about to attack Rao, the entire warehouse instantly goes dark. In the darkness, South High's lackey calls out to boss Rao. Kim Woo-hyun gropes around in the darkness and quickly finds the light switch. But when vision is restored, Rahu Yong has already disappeared. Continuing the pursuit would waste more time. Kim Soo-hyun and his companion must leave quickly before Gangbuk South's army arrives. However, this battle still ends in Kim Woo-hyun's victory. Having completed 2 quests, Kim Woo-hyun receives 2 platinum cards. The skills are named Camera and Lucky Bag. Afterward, Young Chan Seol thanks Kim Soo-hyun and his companion. North High owes West High a favor, and he'll report this matter upward. Kim Soo-hyun is relieved Young Chan Seol didn't realize he's Kim Paper Bag. Chong Il-jun also wasn't recognized because he's become far too strong. He sighed helplessly. Feels like I just spent the whole day excitedly fighting and got nothing. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't think so because he brought back Gangbuk South High's boss Special Forces. Chung Il-cheon also doesn't understand. Since we got the fentanyl, why not let these people go? Of course, it's because Kim Soo-hyun has other purposes. He tells these people Ra and Yongbong Sang have been beaten to a pulp. But we two aren't West High's true fighting force. If Dark Lord Gildu shows up, you're all dead. Gangbuk South's decline is already a fact. The allied forces of West High and East High will tear them apart soon. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't say more, and directly tells the boss, Special Forces, to join Gangbuk West High. He activates the Elder's skill and says solemnly, I'm saying this for your own good. Sure enough, all 15 members of the boss Special Forces present choose to join Gangbuk West High. After the weekend ends, Kim Soo-hyun drags his exhausted body to the classroom. At this moment, Baek Cheong murmurs, Got bitten by bugs again. It's so itchy. Kim Soo-hyun sighs. No wonder famous doctors are also tired. He asks Baek Che-ryung, Is it on the back of your hand like last time? But Baek Cheong becomes bashful, then says with a flushed face, It's on the sole of her foot. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun freezes. He says quietly, Even though we're friends, this is too inappropriate. Baek Cha-rang suddenly becomes serious and says flatly, If you find it embarrassing, forget it. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't really mind, but it's inconvenient during class, so he plans to make the cross mark after class, but Baek insists on doing it now. Kim Soo-hyun makes it clear first. If the teacher catches us, it's all your fault. He gradually extends his hand. Feeling the sensation on her foot, Baek Chris' face turns slightly red. She grabs her pen, pretending to be listening to class. Kim Soo-hyun's procedure is successful. The crossmark is perfectly applied. At this moment, the teacher notices something unusual and questions what those two in the back are doing during class. Kim Woo-hyun and Baek Che-ryung immediately turn their heads away, pretending nothing happened. Inside Gangbuk South High, Yoongbam Sang bows his head, apologizing to Kang, willing to accept any punishment. Kang smiles and says, Have you ever seen me get physical with you guys? Hearing this, Yoongbam Sang thinks he's been forgiven. The next second, Kang Suk says coldly, This is the first time. He doesn't understand what Yoongbei Sang was doing. How could he lose even with Rawom and the Special Forces? And the Special Forces were even taken by West High. Even the fentanyl was taken. How do you still have the face to come back? King Shiak tells everyone to listen carefully. The current situation is absolutely terrible. Kim Soo-hyun defeated Yoongbam Sang, so he took the western area. Hanjha is also constantly closing in from the east. South High is in a state of being pinched by allied forces from both sides. At this moment, Yoongbam Sang says he still has an idea and begs Kang Sek to trust him one more time. South High has no way back now. If they fail again this time, Gangbuk South High is finished. This will be Gangbuk South's final battle. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun is at home troubled about what's wrong with Little Cloud, because it was he who said he wanted to go out. That Little Cloud agreed to the summon. Yet Kim Soo-hyun actually tied up Little Cloud and humiliated him and even betrayed him to enemies. Kim Woo-hyun is about to explain something when he suddenly realizes he'd be unhappy too if he were treated this way because Little Cloud has always been waiting for him in darkness. In that case, Kim Woo-hyun tells Little Cloud to say whatever he wants to do. He'll listen. Then his phone beeps. Kim Woo-hyun looks puzzled at the message. Little Cloud sent. It's about Seoul's World Culture Festival. Not long after, Kim Woo-hyun brings Little Cloud to the bustling culture festival. He didn't expect Little Cloud wanted to come to a place like this. Kim Woo-hyun asks him, feeling better now. Little Cloud immediately nods excitedly and repeatedly. At this moment, Young So-hwa greets Kim Woo-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun is surprised she would be here. Turns out, Young Woo-hwa came with school friends, but suddenly got separated from them. She thought she saw someone who looked like Kim Dan just now, but the person who was just walking beside Kim Soo-hyun has already disappeared. He apologizes to Little Cloud in his heart. I'll find another chance to summon you out soon. Young-hwa wants to find her friends together with Kim Soo-hyun. Feeling somewhat anxious, he immediately starts moving. Then Kim Soo-hyun is a bit startled. He feels linking arms with Young Soo-hwa is a bit strange, but Young Woo-hwa says she's worried about getting separated again. At this moment, the quest pop-up seems to flash for an instant. Kim Woo-hyun thinks he must have seen wrong. At this moment, a cheer erupts from the stage not far away. Idol singer Elisa has appeared. Little Cloud stares blankly at Elisa on stage from below. Kim Soo-hyun, who's accompanying Young Hwa, can't muster any enthusiasm at all. He desperately wants to summon Little Cloud out again, but the people around suddenly let out gasps of surprise because idol singer Elisa is walking toward them. She asks Kim Woo-hyun, "Since I'm no longer in the form of people around you, can I accompany you now?" Kim Woo-hyun is baffled for a moment before he realizes the real Elisa left after the performance ended, but Copy Cloud followed her. So the Elisa here now is actually Cop Cloud. Young Hwa nervously asks Kim Woo-hyun who she is. Little Cloud says flatly, "You don't need to know who I am, but this lowly thing is my master." The onlookers are all stunned. Young So-hwa also can't believe hearing the word master, but Little Cloud still looks at Kim Woo-hyun with righteous confidence. Kim Woo-hyun is also completely baffled by this move. At this moment, people are already starting to discuss who is Alyssa's master. Kim Woo-hyun hurriedly grabs Young So-hwa and Little Cloud and flees. After reaching a deserted corner, Kim Woo-hyun explains this is his relative from America named Little Cloud because she's also mixed race. She just happens to look like that Elisa. Kim Woo-hyun pulls out proof to show Young So-hwa. The real Elisa is still live streaming in her car, but Young Hwa suddenly asks Little Cloud in English. When she came to Korea, Kim Woo-hyun is stunned. How could Little Cloud possibly know English? This seems very strange to Young Woo-hwa. How could an American not understand English? Kim Woo-hyun early stops Little Cloud, who wants to call Young Woo-hwa a barbarian, then starts explaining. At this moment, Young and his friends find them. She originally told her friend she'd go back after finishing something. Now even Young Soo-hwa's mom has called, "It's time to go back." She then says goodbye to Kim Soo-hyun. Little Cloud says coldly to Young Hwa, "Step back." Her friend wonders why her expression is like that. In fact, Young Hwa has known Kim Da-hoon for so many years and never heard of any foreign relatives. Young Hwa is very curious about their relationship. She will never yield to anyone, because in Young Hwa's heart, Kim Soo-hyun is hers. And what she holds in her hand is the spoon Kim Soo-hyun used to eat ice cream. Kim Woo-hyun also doesn't understand this ridiculous situation. He just wanted a low-key outing, but ended up copying an idol. Teacher Little Cloud apologizes to Master. He thought this was a good idea. Didn't expect it would cause such a big problem. But Kim Soo-hyun tells him not to apologize. After all, he only did this because he wanted to go out, but Little Cloud is somewhat puzzled. "Master, why are you blushing?" Actually, it's because Kim Soo-hyun is seeing a celebrity up close for the first time. Little Cloud asks if he's satisfied. Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly steps back, reminding Little Cloud this is going too far, but Little Cloud grabs him and thanks him. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't know what the sudden thanks is for, and of course Little Cloud is thanking him for bringing him to this world. This kindness Little Cloud will definitely repay. The next day, Gangbuk West High's main forces hold another meeting. Soon another lackey comes to report disaster. After his frantically gesturing report, Kim Soo-hyun smilingly tells the lackey to tell East High's people they understand. After Gangbuk South High's main forces assemble, strategist Yong Byung-sung also begins strategic deployment. South High's current situation is dismal. The once vast territory now reduced to just a few areas. Morale among ordinary fighters has hit rock bottom. West High and East High will inevitably take this chance to attack South High. And unlike previous small skirmishes, if they lose this time, Gangbook South High will completely disappear. West High and East High strategists are smarter than young Bum. So, he came up with a method that will definitely trick those people. This is Yongbam Song's final resistance. At this moment, a lackey rushes in reporting disaster. Gangbook East High has already begun moving. In the past, Kong Suk and Han Ha had a very good relationship, but now they've turned against each other as enemies. Gangbok East High's main forces have also assembled. They are Seo Dongjong, ranked 4th, Ryui Kyong, ranked 3rd, and Yongchung Wang, ranked 2nd, along with Gangbok East High's assault team. East High just notified Kim Soo-hyun. Now it's time to set out together to catch Kong Sik. Lee Hund explains, Gangbok South High has many talents and troops. Gangbok South High is a force focused on elites. East High's top 4 rank people are all extremely formidable fighters, talents that Hanja greatly values and trusts. However, Gangbok West High's talents may not lose to them. The quest pop-up officially issues the main quest. The first step is for Kim Soo-hyun's team to deal with 50 ordinary South High fighters. Today will be Gangbok South's Doomsday. At this moment, strategist Jung Ji-hook hurriedly says they cannot attack Gangbok South High first. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't understand where this is coming from. He already made an agreement with Han Ha, but Jung Ji-hook says it's precisely because of Han Ha. If we attack Gangbok South High first, we'll be attacked by Han Ha. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, aren't West High and East High allies? Jung Ji-hook explains, Gangbok South High's destruction in this battle is already an established fact. But have you thought about the next step? The reason West High and East High allied is to deal with South High. This isn't a complete alliance, but an agreement that ends after South High falls. Therefore, after South High falls, East High will immediately attack our West High. The reason Hanja just told West High's people to attack South High first is to deplete their stamina. After that, East High will immediately attack the already exhausted West High. At that point, Kim Woo-hyun and his group will have no chance of winning. Han-ha is indeed the type of person who would do such a thing. Everyone present applauds Jung Ji-hook's explanation, but he worries that if they tell East High directly they can't attack South High first, it will damage the relationship with East High. For this, Kim Soo-hyun has a solution. He can go do quests first. An Jae-ha also quickly receives the message. According to Kim Woo-hyun, they think attacking South High first would be a bit difficult, so they want to clear surrounding forces first. Yongchung Wang sees that Kim Woo-hyun recruited a decent strategist. Hanja hears that guy is called Jung Ji-hook. Seo Dongjong asks if he should attack South High first, like Kim Soo-hyun said. But Han-ha, not wanting to waste troops, also decides to clear surrounding forces first. South High strategist Yong Bae-sung also understands that East High and West High aren't a perfect alliance. Both sides believe South High will definitely fall this time, so they'll restrain each other and secretly compete. Yong Ba-sung aims to exploit this point to ambush those who let their guard down. In other words, to defeat them one by one. South High's lower ranks didn't expect West High's people would come clear them out first. Lee Hund, using his exclusive skill here, is simply invincible. But this alone isn't enough. A Lee Hund of this level still doesn't have the qualifications to follow his brother Gangbok South. High, for the hope of survival, erupts in final struggle, and behind Lee Hund follows South High's former boss, Special Forces. They can almost crush these ordinary South High people. Lee Hunong easily calls his boss to confirm the situation. Kim Woo-hyun's side had a few more people, but they were also quickly dealt with. He also learned that East High's people deliberately copied West High, not attacking South High, constantly stalling for time. Looking at it this way, it will be hard to end the war within today. Kim Soo-hyun wonders why did Lee Hyun on the phone suddenly go, "Oh," and at this moment Lee Hyun has frozen because someone who shouldn't be here has appeared. Gangbok South's boss Kong Sik. The strategy Yongbam Song gave him is to defeat them one by one, because Yongbam Song predicted that both West High and East High would use clearing the surroundings as an excuse to disperse forces. So South High's officers must go ambush East High and West High. And this battle plan requires Kong Sok to take action, because only when the king personally enters the field will the enemy feel fear. For Gangbok South High, the boss must act personally. Lee Hun, using his exclusive skill, is stunned because Kong Suk wasn't harmed. The next second, Lee Hyun feels like he was hit by a truck, and this is merely because Kang delivered one strike. Kang can't help but feel disappointed because Gongbuk South High was actually attacked by this level of trash. Then Kangok looks at the traitorous boss Special Forces. He tells the boss Special Forces to try and see if they can catch the boss. SEO Dongjung, with nothing to do, asks Hanj Ha a question. If you and Kang fought, who would win? Hanj Ha says disdainfully, war is fought with the brain. Fighting isn't important, but SEO Dongjung wants to know just how strong Hang is. And the title Hanj Ha gives him is Wrestling Rhino. The boss Special Forces facing such a monster all flee in terror. Kim Woo-hyun's side also receives the latest news from lackeys. The lackey thinks their side was too lax, but Kim Woo-hyun actually wasn't lax. To prevent South's ambush, he put special thought into troop deployment. Jong Jan and Jung Ji-hook as one team, Kim Woo-hyun himself with Gildu as one team, and the remaining team is Lai Hyun and Gu-hun. Kim Woo-hyun begins using the camera skill. This skill's effect is to activate holographic view, allowing him to sense the surroundings of a designated team member. Now, Kim Woo-hyun begins using the camera skill on Gwa-jun with the defeat them one by one strategy. Kung-suk originally wanted to avoid Gu-hun, but didn't expect it would be a boss battle right from the start. Their fists viciously smash into each other's faces. On the other side, Kim Woo-hyun observes the battle using the camera skill. Gu Ha-jun's offensive is extremely fierce. Kim Woo-hyun believes he can win, but Kung-suk, as Gongbuk South High's boss, has incredibly tenacious defense. Gu-jun understands he must make him drop his guard, so he continuously attacks Kong's waist. The continuous strikes make Kong's hands involuntarily lower a bit. Gu Ha-jun perfectly seizes this opportunity, landing a punch right on Kong's face. West High's lackeys feel Gu-hun is about to win. Kim Woo-hyun also excitedly watches Gwa-jun in the holographic window. He uses the Kai fighting method again. Gu-jun understands it's about time. One more strike to Kong's chin, and he can win. He sprints forward quickly, not wanting to delay anymore, but the next second, Gu-hun freezes. Kong-suk's clothes at the waist hang suspended in midair. Hansa asks Seung-jong if he knows why Kong-suk is called Rhino. The reason is simple. No matter how brutally the opponent beats him, he only needs one strike to end the battle. Gu Ha-jun is actually caught by Kong-suk again. The lackeys can't help but show surprised expressions, but then they discover Gu Ha-jun withstood Kong-suk's strength. After all, Gu-jun is a strong man. Even if the opponent is Wrestling Rhino, it doesn't matter. Kim Woo-hyun understands Kang is also very tired. As long as Gu Ha-jun breaks free and delivers one more strike, he can still win. But Kong-suk, receiving his attack, doesn't waver in the slightest. Han Ji-ha knows Kong-suk is called Rhino, partly because of his shoulder strength, partly because of his personality. Though rhinos are herbivores, their personality is very aggressive. If one charge doesn't work, they charge until it does. This is Kangi's style. Gu-jun loses his grip for a moment. Kangi instantly grabs him, then executes a suplex, but Gu-jun can still hold on. As long as he can shake off Kanguk, he still has a chance, but the force in Kong's grip grows even stronger. Gu Ha-jun thinks this is bad. Kangi executes another suplex. Under the shocked gazes of West High's lackeys, Kanguk begins the infinite suplex. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned. Gu-jun admits he lost. Kong-suk also seriously injured calls strategist Jung Bong-sung to report. South High strategy succeeded. Gangbuk West High lost a major fighter. Jung-sung tells Kong-suk to come back first. Rog also called just now. He alone took out Gangbuk East High's assault team. Hanja's side also receives the news. Raug ambushed the dispersed assault team. Around the same time, Gu Ha-jun was also defeated. From this, they can guess South High's strategy. East High and West High were completely played by South High. This time, Yong Chang-wong, ranked second at East High, asks if he should take action. At this moment, Ryu Kwai-ong, ranked third at East High, calls out to Han Ha because a guest has arrived among East High's lackeys. Someone recognizes that's Gangbuk West High's boss, Kim Woo-hyun. They didn't expect that with relations between the two sides not so good, Kim Woo-hyun would still dare come here alone. Ryu Kyung also finds that guy called Kim Woo-hyun quite interesting. What business could he have coming here at this time? Kim Woo-hyun and Hanj Ha look at each other, then reach a consensus to start by dealing with South. A moment later, Kim Woo-hyun calls strategist Jung Ji-hook. He just finished talking with Hanj Ha. Even after dealing with South High, they'll maintain the alliance. Well, then it's time to start moving. South High's people are still excited about defeating Gu Ha-jun. Kim Soo-hyun uses Heaven's Descent from Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tegan. The quest updates to have West High and East High together deal with 20 South High officers. Kim Soo-hyun will pay back all the damage received. He calls to confirm Chungil Cheon's side is doing well, but Guild's side feels something strange because he feels like something is flowing inside his body. Kang Suk, resting back at South High headquarters, didn't expect Gu Ha-jun to be so strong. He understands if that guy had been more aggressive, he would have lost. Kang Suk asks Young Byum-sang what the next strategy is. Young Sang says it's to make West High and East High fight each other. It won't succeed easily, but their alliance is a relationship that can be easily broken. They just need to find a way to worsen the relationship between East High and West High, and South High can rally again. At this moment, a lackey reports disaster. Kim Soo-hyun went to Hanja for alliance negotiations. Now, West High and East High are in perfect united form. They've already started attacking South High. Young Bong-sung didn't expect Kim Soo-hyun could actually persuade Han-ha. Just as he's about to make the next deployment, Kang Suk interrupts to explain. Because I defeated Gu Ha-jun, South's morale greatly increased. So, as soon as I recover my stamina, I'll go deal with Kim Soo-hyun. Wang Dongwoo, ranked 10th at South High, is still boosting morale. Everyone roars, the final victor will be our Gangbook South High. Ryu Kya-wang, ranked 3rd at Gangbook East High, shouts, Go Gangbook South High. The lackey all turn around only to find an unfamiliar redhead. Ryu Kyung smirks and touches his nose. Wang Dongwoo is completely in despair because he knows what kind of monster Ryu Kyung is. Wang Dongwoo has no power to fight back in his hands. Kim Woo-hyun's side also takes out South High's rank 16 officer. At this moment, a lackey brings good news. Hanja's 5-member elite force that just started moving has already dealt with 5 South High officers. Just a few members yet sweeping across the entire battlefield with incredible firepower. Currently, Lee Ji-hyun, ranked 9th at South High, is leading a small force in confrontation with Gangbook East High. The battlefield is in a hair-trigger state, but Lee Ji-hyun, at a disadvantage, will definitely be taken down by Gangbook East High. Kim Woo-hyun can't help but turn to look at one person. He asks Gildu, with Lee Ji-hyun's situation, are you okay? Gildu honestly says he wants to go save that woman. Of course, he knows he can't do this, but he has something to get back from that woman. So Gildu asks Kim Soo-hyun for one thing. Let me go save that woman. Strategist Jung Ji-hook hurriedly stops Gildu. You must know Lee Ji-hyun is fighting with East High. If Gildu goes to support, he represents West High declaring war on East High too. They finally became united with East High. If Gildu goes and damages the relationship with East High, they might not be able to take down South High today. Jung Ji-hook understands Gild's feelings, but he still reminds Gildu not to let love cloud his judgment. For this, Kim Soo-hyun has a solution. Gangbook South High headquarters also receives Leon's request for support, but Young Bae-sang doesn't plan to waste troops there, so he just brushes it off and refuses. Leon is fighting fiercely with East High's people. The prolonged battle gradually depletes her stamina. East High's Hang and Park Jian's Sai, worthy of being South's rank 9, taking down many enemies alone with just a wooden sword. But with Park Jian's appearance, the battle should end. Lee Ji-hyun, with her stamina greatly depleted, can no longer dodge his attacks. Park Jian doesn't want to waste more time either. At this moment, a man wearing a hood grabs Lee Ji-hyun away. The man says flatly, making you worry this much, you really are a naughty kitten. Hang recognizes that guy's identity. The strong fighter who appeared alone in Gangbok North High's territory and defeated Yang Chan Seil. Lee Hyan asks, in confusion, Who are you? Why are you helping me? Gildu calmly replies, Because there's something I need to take back from you to figure out how awakening works. Kim Soo-hyun asks the other two who successfully awakened. Chung Il-chan doesn't know how he defeated Ojinsu either. He just thought about things that angered him in the past, and suddenly a power surged within his body. Lee Hyun felt furious that he alone was so weak. So he stood up in anger, and his strength suddenly increased, and he won. Kim Woo-hyun roughly grasped the conditions for awakening. Therefore, he can predict that Gildu will awaken today. Meanwhile, Ju-hook Jong from South High calls the other officers together. He asks everyone if they want to consider betraying Gangbuk South. Because in Ju-hook Jong's eyes, South High has no hope left. The officers are one thing. Ju-hook Jong asks, what did their subordinates do wrong? Why should they sacrifice themselves for a South High that's already finished? West High and East High want Kong. Once they capture Kang Suk, the war will end immediately for the sake of his subordinates. Ju-hook Jong wants to end the war as soon as possible. The next second, Leong Min knocks him down with a single punch. Leong Min growls, You trash, how has Kong wronged us? he confiscates Zhang's forces. At this moment, Li Jihun hears Gildu say to her dramatically, "You took my heart away." She instantly realizes the man before her is that guy from the Straight Cat encounter. Li Jihun doesn't understand what Gildu is doing. Is he here to mock her? To watch her get defeated? Gildu makes a gesture for silence. He says softly, "At least in this moment. Please don't see me as an enemy, but look at me with different feelings. I hope my sincerity reaches you. What you're seeing now is the back of a man driven mad by love." Hang reminds everyone to be careful. This opponent is a master who defeated Young Chan. Moments later, the underlings can't help but show shocked expressions because that guy is super weak like a punching bag. Gildu tells Li Jihun to leave quickly. He'll handle things here. This is the front view of a man driven mad by love. Li Jihun says helplessly. Is Gildu an idiot? Still, thanks to Gildu, she recovers her stamina. Now Li Jihun tells Gildu to return to where he belongs. She doesn't need any help. Nor does she need anyone to like her. At this moment, Park Jian attacks again. Li Jihyun can't dodge his attack. Guild's speed somehow suddenly explodes, and Park Jian actually gets knocked away by him. Guild feels his body becoming strange again. Something inside him starts stirring once more. Not long ago, Youngguk's father asked his wife if they should tell the truth, but Youngguk's mother felt it would be better if their son didn't know about such things. Father Youngpong wanted Gukji to know what blood flows in his veins. Mother Yamazaki Tako asks back, "Can you personally tell our son that the blood flowing in your veins is from the Yamazaki clan, Japan's #1 Yakuza family?" Yamazaki Tako doesn't want her son to become the White Demon, but Youngukji already possesses Yakuza bloodline within him. So perhaps some event will become the trigger, causing Gildu's true bloodline to manifest. The quest pop-up shows Youngukji's potential is surging violently within. At this moment, something happens on Kim Woo-hyun's side as well. These South High guys had clearly fallen, but they desperately climb back to their feet. While they don't pose much threat, it's still quite troublesome. Even stranger, guys who were weak before the fight started have all gotten stronger and rallied. Kim Soo-hyun realizes these people have stood back up with a do-or-die determination for South High. He suddenly worries the officers might get stronger too. If even Kong Suk becomes stronger, that would be real trouble. At this time, someone appears behind South High, continuously attacking South's people. Kim Soo-hyun and his companion don't understand what's happening at first because the newcomer is Ju Hok-jung, ranked number 8 at Gangbook South High. He throws down his weapon and says he's here to surrender. Ju Hok-jung explains that Gangbook South High has no hope left, so he wants to become a member of Gangbook West High. If Kim Soo-hyun accepts, Ju Hok-dong promises to help him ambush Kong. Moreover, Ju Hok-jong knows the positions of all Gangbook South High's officers. He's willing to let Kim Soo-hyun use him as Gangbook West High's wildcard. Ju Jong's stats are all decent. The quest pop-up also issues a mission to recruit Ju Hok-jong at this time. Depending on whether Kim Soo-hyun wants to bring him into the group, he chooses to enter discussion time for now. Kim Soo-hyun asks the other two what they think about this. Since Yu Hok-jong hit Gildo, Kim Woo-hyun doesn't really like him. Jang Shi-hook also shares the news he received earlier. Ju Hok-jong was beaten by South's officers. He proposed betraying Kong, but the other officers were very loyal, so he failed. He was beaten in front of his own subordinates, and even his men were taken away. So it's quite possible Ju Hok-jong really is betraying. Young Ji-hook votes in favor, but Kim Woo-hyun suspects this might be South High strategy. There's a chance Yu Hok-jong deliberately let the officers beat him to join West High. He looks really despicable. If that guy does things as underhanded as he looks, West High is done for. Jung Ji-hug also realizes this point can't be ignored. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun suddenly thinks of a good idea. He directly welcomes Yu Hok-jong to join. Jang Shi-hook doesn't know what his lord is thinking. Is this really okay? The opponent is Ju Hok-jong with that despicable smile. On Guild's side, he's still struggling to hold on. Li Ji-hun believes South's reinforcements will arrive soon. Right now, when they need fighters most, Leun believes Jung-bum-sung won't abandon her. At this time, Park Jun tells her bad news. There are no so-called reinforcements. East High just received news that South High's officers are all at their positions. If there were reinforcements, they would have come already. Actually, Lee Ji-hyun should have found it strange from the start that among the officers, only she was sent to the front lines. That's because Jung Bum-sung decided to abandon her from the beginning. Gildu starts using Sistema against Park Jun. He says in a low voice, "If you're going to say something that will scare that woman, whisper it in my ear first." Park Jun roars angrily, "You stupid bastard. I was just messing with Gildu for fun." I didn't think Gildu would actually act like a complete idiot. That feeling Gildu had suddenly disappears again. He doesn't understand how he suddenly got faster just now. Now that woman is in danger. Gild must defeat the guy in front of him and then help that woman, but he doesn't know how to win. Park Jin seizes the opening while Gildu is thinking and attacks again. He wonders, how is Kim Paperbag so weak? Wasn't he supposed to have beaten Gangbuk North High's Yang Chyan Seoul? Park Jin wants to see who this Kim Paperbag really is, but Lee Ji-han swings her sword to stop him. Their battle isn't over yet. Gild is stunned for a moment. That woman is getting hit right in front of him. That's the person Gildu likes. She's being beaten by someone else right now. Not long ago, Gildu told his father he had someone he liked. But he had one question. Since ancient times, males are supposed to protect females. A man must protect the woman he loves. But Gildu is weaker than the woman he loves. Lee Hyun ultimately has no strength left to fight. Park Jian should end this now. But his father told Gildu, I was once like that too. Gild's father was once a man weaker than his wife. Back then, he was a Korean exchange student who also worked delivering newspapers, and that woman was from Japan's Yakuza Yamazaki clan. All along, they lived in different worlds, and logically, the lives they would lead should be different. But even so, young Papong still protected her. He fell in love with that woman at first sight. Just as Park Jian's sword is about to fall, Gildu instantly appears in front of Lee Ji-hoon and blocks the strike. The quest pop-up also shows, at this time, team member Younguk's resolve is full. Youngji's potential begins to surge. Younguk-ji's potential has reached maximum. Finally, Younguk-ji's potential has awakened. Due to potential awakening, Younguk's stamina especially restored. Also due to rank potential awakening, 2 exclusive attack cards are obtained. One of them is called Yamazaki Style, Kyokushin Karate. Gildu instantly delivers a frontal attack from Yamazaki Style Kyokushin Karate, as well as a 2H hit combo frontal attack from Yamazaki Style Kyokushin Karate. Gildu suddenly realizes he and Lee Ji-hyun haven't even exchanged names yet. After learning Lee Hyun's name, he introduces himself as Young-guk-ji. The world calls me the Dark Lord. He tells Leun that Gongbuk South High is nearly finished. They even abandoned you, but West High won't. We have a leader who cares deeply for his comrades. So why don't you take this chance to join West High? Lee Ji-hyun's lips move slightly, about to refuse, but Gildu covers her mouth. Then with an affectionate gaze, he tells Lee Hyun not to say anything, because his heart isn't that strong. Lee Ji-hyun didn't expect Gildu to just leave like that. Gildu recalls the words of strategist Jang Ji-hook. West High really needs Lee Hyun's strength. Jang Ji-hook understood that if they saved her this time, she would owe West High a debt. This way, Gildu could use this to recruit Lee Ji-hoon. But as a man, Gildu doesn't want to use underhanded tactics on that woman. And not long ago, Yoo-hook Jang, who joined Gangbuk West High, turns out to be a spy after all. South High strategist Yoongbom Sung's strategy is perfect. Yoo-hook Jang first proposed betrayal within the team, then got beaten. Combined with his usual image, Kim Woo-hyun had no choice but to believe he truly betrayed. And next, they'll make West High's Chong Yil-chun fall into a trap. No matter how fast he is, once he falls into a trap, it's hard to escape. Soon, Yoo-hook Jang tells Kim Soo-hun that South High is organizing another strike team. If left alone, they'll ambush us. To deal with the strike team, just him and Chungul with a few men would be enough. Kim Soo-hyun and Chung Cheon exchange glances, then agree with Joo-hook Jang. The corner of Joo-hook Jang's mouth curls into a barely noticeable smile. He says earnestly, "This is all for Gangbuk West High's sake." On the other side, Yoongbom Sang is already prepared. Once Chung Chan is brought here, they'll break his legs. After dealing with Chung Chan, Kim Woo-hyun is next. Yoongbom Sang is about to say how to deal with Kim Soo-hun when the lookout outside comes flying in. He reports weakly, "This is bad. Our position has been exposed." Kim Woo-hyun greets Yoongbom Sang in a low voice. "Long time no see." Yoongbom Sang doesn't understand how he knew this location until he sees Joo-hook Jang beside Kim Woo-hyun. Joo-hook Jang shouts angrily, "I only told you to act. You actually betrayed us, you damned bastard." Joo-hook Jang is also covered in sweat now because Kim Woo-hyun already knew their strategy, because while Jungba Sang was plotting to trap Chung Yun, Kim Woo-hyun learned everything by using the camera skill on team members. Caught, Yoo-hook Jang hastily begs for mercy, saying he was forced by Yoongbom Sang. Chung Il-chun is also eager to beat him up. Kim Woo-hyun warns Joo-hook Jang, "Now you know, right? I have eyes everywhere, and your only way to survive now is to tell us the positions of Gongbuk South High's officers." Joo-hook Jang excitedly cheers for Gongbuk West High on the side. Jung Il-chun is utterly speechless. How can that guy be so pathetic? Jungbong Song doesn't understand how things turned out like this again. He roars, even so, we still have more people. Gangbook South High can gang up on you. Just then, the awakened Gildu finally returns. Kim Soo-hyun exclaims in admiration, so strong the training quest is also completed. At this time, Kim Soo-hyun obtains 2 advanced strength and speed cards. This time he uses all the training cards on himself. Gangbook West High is ready. Now, their stats are far higher than South High's officers, except for the powerful Aru Yong. Now it's time for a fight. Lee Sung-min and Cho Chang-yu punch at Gildu simultaneously. They don't understand why this guy is pretending to withstand the hits when he clearly got struck. In reality, Gildu used the front squat stance from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Gildu delivers another 2H hit, frontal attack combo. Cho Chang can't believe it. How is this ugly freak so strong? Gildu is about to provide support, but finds that Chung Yi-chan doesn't seem to need help. He praises Elon is also quite strong. At this moment, the quest pop-up shows Gangbook South High has risen again due to an unknown power. The South High officers, who stood back up, have all increased their stats. They seem to have gotten stronger through determination. Guild can't help but feel worried, but his concern is for Kim Woo-hyun's side. Raogo is still too strong. Even though Kim Woo-hyun used all the training cards on himself, he still can't keep up with Rao's speed. Kim Woo-hyun must find an opportunity to use exceed limits. This skill can only be used at close range, but Rao's front kick pushes him back. This kick aimed at his chest directly leaves Kim Soo-hyun's whole body weak. Raom immediately follows with a shin kick. Kim Woo-hyun simply can't get close to him. Just as Rao Gong's about to grab his face for a knee strike, Kim Woo-young immediately uses the restore stamina skill to push, Raug. He almost was done for just now. Rao Jiang didn't use this move when fighting Yangchan Sale. Turns out it was a secret weapon, so he kept it hidden. To make Rao let his guard down, Kim Soo-hyun pretends to be nearly beaten to death. There's only one way he can win. The person most worried about Kim Soo-hyun losing is Ju-hook Jong. If he really loses, this traitor is finished. Ju-hook Jong yells, Kim Soo-hyun, you can't lose. But having used restore stamina, his stamina is nearly depleted. The skill gap between the two is also huge. Kim Woo-hyun is still looking for a chance to get close to Rao Yong. Ju-hook Jong roars, what are you doing, you idiot? If you get that close, you'll get hit with a front kick again. This time, Kim Woo-hyun quickly crouches and dodges the strike. He prepared for this battle long ago. Kim Soo-hyun had been constantly thinking about how to enhance his attack patterns. Recently, the technique he's been using is almost entirely ancient flow martial arts Tan. But Jang Ji-hook said Kong's main technique is wrestling, in which case ancient flow martial arts Tan wouldn't be advantageous. Kim Woo-hyun started thinking whether combining his existing cards could create new attacks. Suddenly, something comes to mind. Then he picks up a silver card nearby. Kim Woo-hyun realizes this skill might have a surprising effect. Having completed the crouch, Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses exceed limits. And the punch Ra must now face is Kim Woo-hyun's new attack technique combining exceed limits and rise. A rising punch containing 156 kilograms of force. The next second strike is a 156 kilograms Heaven's Descent. In the end, Kim Woo-hyun wins. As his consciousness fades, Raoi thinks of the past. It was when he first met Kong. Rao Young, who helped Kong with things, received good reviews. Kong sincerely thanked him for his efforts in making Gangbook South High so strong. At this time, the quest pop-up shows again. Gangbook South High has risen again due to an unknown power. Rao Jiang attacks Kim Soo-hyun again. Kim Woo-hyun activates an advanced random attack card. Rog mid-charge takes another heavy hit. This time, he's completely down. Kim Woo-hyun throws away the wooden stick in his hand. Next, it's time to hunt down Kong. This will be the final battle. Ju-hook Jong is completely shocked. Even Rao lost. He didn't expect West High's guys to be this strong, Ju-hook Jong says loyally. I'll forever be Gangbuck West High's watchdog. Next, it's time to interrogate for Kongi's location. Jungbom Sang screams hysterically. You guys ran away so pathetically. Actually, no interrogation is needed. Kim Soo-hyun understands Kang must still be a Gangbuck South High. However, he tells everyone to warm up first before heading out because Kim Woo-hyun needs to check his cards first. He's curious what the gold card from recruiting Ju-hook Jong will yield. The result is just the super high pitch ability. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't even use the high pitch card. So merging a super high pitch card seems useless. At this moment, he remembers something. It doesn't seem to be time to use the lucky bag yet. Gangbuck East High's people have already arrived at South High first. West High's people arrive soon after. South High's other forces have been mostly cleaned out. After the war ends, it'll be time to settle the territory division. Hanja can confirm one thing. Kang is definitely guarding South High headquarters. The people Hanja sent in earlier were completely wiped out. Ryu Kyong wonders, why is there a girl here? Chung Yil Qian says flatly, I'm not a girl. Both 18-year-old young men. This is the first time they've met someone with looks as mature as their own. Han Ji-ha continues explaining, inside there's not just Kang Suk, but also guys who will do anything to protect Gangbuk South High, take out Kang Se and his personal forces, and the war is truly over. Now it's time to begin the final battle. West High enters from the left door, East High from the front entrance. Whoever finds Kang Suk first will contact the other immediately, and it's so dark inside to make it easier for South High's people to ambush. These guys are Kang's final forces. Kimu Han is stunned after using the peak skill because these people's potential has all awakened. He just now realizes that everyone can awaken to protect Gangbuk South High. These people have exceeded their limits. Gildu uses the upper block from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate and blocks the attack. He asks Kim Soo-hyun, I'm pretty cool, right? But joking aside, the situation isn't good right now. Enemies are also attacking from behind. This war will only end when Kang Suk is dealt with. Gil chooses to stay behind alone to face these people, but Chung Yil Qian doesn't want to leave him here. Guild covers his mouth, then dramatically says to Chung Yil Chan, don't say anything. Kimu Hunan decisively pulls Chung Chan away because he understands Gildu must have a way. After all, the awakened Gildu still has a second exclusive card. He begins using the Dark Lord skill. This skill's effect is to reduce the overall stats of everyone around by 1 level for 3 minutes. A powerful pressure suddenly erupts from Gildo's body. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun is searching for Kanguk, but runs into Gangbuk East's people. Everyone's search for Kang has become chaotic. East High is the same as West High. To end the war as quickly as possible, they've left the first floor to Ryuskyong. Now it's time to end everything together on the 5th floor. At this moment, South's people say mockingly, Boss Kang Suk isn't here. This is Gangbuk South's last stronghold. They couldn't possibly face enemies without strategy. South's goal from the start was to scatter enemy forces. After dealing with everyone, Gildu is suddenly startled because Kangik has been on the first floor all along. Chung Yil Qian hurriedly wants to save Gildu, but Kimu Hyun believes the one in danger should be Kangsi, and Gildu is the final fortress that can deal with Kang. At the same time, Kangik is also confused. He doesn't understand what's happening. This guy's belly is too big. I can't even get a grip on him. Guild asks Kang Suk, what are you doing? If you're finished, can it be my turn now? Kang's stats are reduced by Gildu. The main quest also updates to defeat Kanguk. Kanguk tells this pig, Gildo to stop being ridiculous, but Gildu actually withstands it and keeps making groaning sounds. Kang shouts angrily, shut up you pighead. He judges that Gild's strength is about the same as his own. This is exactly what Kangza hoped for. He hates fighting like those weak, tentative battles. Only a fist-to-flesh brawl can make Kangi feel interested, but his fist doesn't hit Gildu. Kangzi is surprised. This fat pig's speed is actually faster than mine. Guild uses Sistema, continuously striking Kangok's body. Kim Soo-hyun observes the battle situation from the other side. The current situation is more favorable for Gildu. The others don't pose a threat. Looking at it this way, they might win easily. Guild didn't expect that Kang hit in his vital points. Could still hold on. Then he'll use Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate to break through Kang's solid body. Kang suddenly grabs Gildu. He glares, you insolent bastard. You think you can win just because your physical abilities are a bit better? Fighting relies on experience. The position of Gangbuk South High's boss wasn't obtained through cosplay. Guild didn't expect his strength to be this great. Kanguk understands this is a good opportunity. Guild has no strength left. Now is a good chance to finish him. The next second, Kang Suk freezes because Gildu has already seen through his intentions. Gildu is also a man who cannot lose. He delivers the crescent kick from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Gildu also has reasons he must win. Just like Kang Suk, he uses the Brazilian kick from Yamazaki-style karate, kicking hard at Kang Suk. Gildu has already made a promise with someone. Kang Suk seizes the moment while Gildu is distracted and surges up. Not long ago, Gildu didn't use underhanded tactics to demand Li Ji join West High. He understood Li Ji Hun's position. So, Gildu asked, if we take over South High, will you come to West High? Li Ji ultimately agreed with Guild. This is his first promise with Li Ji Hun. So Gildu absolutely must defeat Kang Sak. He instantly uses the spinning kick from Yamazaki-style karate. Gildu exclaims in admiration. This is a cool battle. But unfortunately, if you also had someone you loved, you'd definitely be stronger. Everything seems to be over. Kong has ultimately been defeated. Gild is about to announce the war is over, but he's suddenly stunned again because Kong has stood up again. Gildu is also completely baffled. He doesn't understand how this is even possible. King's strength and speed have become even greater. The quest pop-up shows Genbuk South High has risen again due to an unknown power. Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly sprints toward Gildo's position because the holographic view has become very strange. The quest pop-up warns Kang's resolve is full. Kanguk's potential begins to surge. Kanguk's potential has actually awakened too. Kim Soo-hyun begins using the peak skill, but for the first time, Kim Soo-hyun has the thought that the quest might fail. Kanguk stares intently at Kim Woo-hyan, and his stats at this moment have reached a terrifying level. A foot instantly appears on Kong's face. Hanja also arrives at this moment, but his attack doesn't seem to have hurt Kanguk at all. Hanja suddenly has a very bad feeling. He tells everyone to brace themselves because this is also the first time Hanja has seen Kanguk like this. Today will be the day everyone works together to catch a monster. And the reason Kong's resolve to protect South High is so strong was initially just because he used South High to sell fentanyl for pocket money. The pocket money could fill the hungry stomach of Kong after working out. But one day, Young-sung proposed playing bigger. As long as they didn't get caught, they could make a lot of money. So Kang-suk started his business like this, earning massive amounts of pocket money. Soon the scale of profits far exceeded what could be called pocket money. During this time, Kanguk also began to have doubts. Why work out? Why study? Making money was clearly such a simple thing. Those teachers and doctors wouldn't earn as much in their entire lives as Kanguk did. So Kanga cannot give up his business. In his heart, Gangbok South High can only be his. The business is his. The money is his. No matter who the opponent is, Kanga cannot give it up. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. After opening his eyes, he's practically a monster. But if they can hold out for 5 minutes, Kim Soo-hyun will have hope. Hanja also understands their reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. But that's not what Kim Woo-hyun meant. The three simultaneously attack Kang-suk, but the result is beyond their expectations. The one who withstands it is actually this guy. After awakening, Kong's strength and speed have greatly increased. He has become a true rhino. Chang Yi-chan begins counterattacking with capoeira. He's confident in his speed. No matter how solid Kong's body is, if his vital points are hit, he'll weaken. So, as long as Chang Il-cheon aims for his temple, just one strike can take Kang-suk down. However, Chung Ilian freezes as his strike lands. Kang-suk actually caught Chung Il-jeon's foot. He really hates people who use their feet. Kim Woo-hyun uses ancient flow martial arts Tiun to continue the attack, but gets caught by Kang-suk. Since Kim Woo-hyun appeared, nothing has gone right for Kang-suk, just as he wants to end this all. Kim Woo-hyun uses super high pitch to shout. After all, no matter how solid Kanguk's body is, his eardrums will still feel it. Even in this state, Kongi can still counterattack. And Kim Woo-hyun, exchanging blows with him, simply can't withstand Kanguk's strength. But then, Kong feels something strange because Kim Woo-hyun actually withstood it, because he used the Berserker skill. Kim Woo-hyun just used the super high pitch skill, so he called all the remaining forces inside South High headquarters. Ha wonders, what does Kim Woo-hyun mean by holding out for 5 minutes? If this continues, the situation will only get worse. Haya can't help but doubt whether Kim Soo-hyun's plan is reliable. Kongak also feels very strange. Kim Woo-hyun seems unable to feel pain. He suspects it's adrenaline, but even so, it doesn't matter. Kong doesn't believe Kim Woo can beat him. The 5 minutes Kim Woo-hyun mentioned have passed. Now it's time for Kong to end the battle, just as his fist is about to finish Kim Woo-hyun. A figure suddenly kicks Konguk away. Gu Ha-jun and Lee Hun-dong have also come to provide support, and Kim Woo-hyun, having used the Berserker skill, will pass out in 40 seconds. Konguk sneers at this moment. He thought this was the reason Kim Woo-hyun needed to hold out for 5 minutes. Konguk doesn't believe these half-dead reinforcements can threaten him. But Kim Woo-hyun's strategy is only just beginning. Not long ago, after dealing with all the officers, he was preparing because the diaper skill was about to cool down. The 5 minutes Kim Soo-hyun mentioned was waiting for this. Now he asks Kang-suk, do you believe in miracles? After using the diaper skill, all team member stats increased by 3 levels. Kang sneers and asks, will standing up again change anything? Gangbuk South High can only be mine. Suddenly, a steel pipe appears before Kong's eyes. Not long ago, Kim Woo-hyun activated an advanced random attack card and obtained the skill called Filipino stick fighting. This is a traditional Filipino martial art. Caught off guard, Kang Sik is beaten badly. Kim Soo-hyun says coldly, Ganbuk South High will be finished today. On Hanja's side, they're still clearing out South's endless reinforcements. Yongchang Wang and two others finally arrive, asking if he's okay. They've already cleaned up South's forces on the other floors. At this moment, Seo Dongjong shows a surprised expression because he recognizes that Kim So-hun is using Filipino stick fighting. Seo Dongjong understands this isn't like regular tool use mixed with tricks. It's a highly difficult martial art. Just knowing this martial art is impressive, and he's never seen anyone this proficient. Kang Soo-kak, caught by the information gap, is very annoyed. He finds the right moment and strikes Kim Soo-hyun hard. However, what he hits isn't Kim Soo-hyun, but Gildu, who took the hit using Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Kang is surprised. Didn't this guy pass out? Gildu uses the Dark Lord skill again. Kanguk with reduced stats is knocked away again. Immediately after, Chung Cheon delivers capoeira again. Now begins the shameless gang-beating operation. Kangok grabs Chongil Cheon. He just said he hates people who use their feet, but the next second Kang is pushed back again. He's gradually getting confused. This gang-beating operation is really disgusting. Gujin begins using key fighting method. Kang Suk doesn't believe he'll lose. Gildu delivers Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate again. Kim Soo-hyun immediately follows with ancient flow martial arts. Taegun. Kang Suk doubts, am I really going to lose? He absolutely won't allow this to happen. Kang Suk won't hand Gangbuk South High to anyone. He takes a deep breath, then roars, what are you all cowering for? Are you going to just hand over South High like this? If we lose here, it's over. We can win. Gangbuk South High still stands. Gangbuk unification is ours. Fight with your lives. And Kang Suk will finish off Kim Soo-hyun. Once he catches the boss, the war is over. Kim Soo-hyun thinks the same way. Kang quickly rushes out to grab him, but Kim Soo-hyun uses Filipino stick fighting again. Kanguk has no idea how to counter it, but he won't give up. Kang endures, trying to find a chance to get close to Kim Soo-hyun. Jang Ji-hook understands this is just wasting time. The Lord, knowing Kang's intentions, will absolutely not let him get close. Jang Ji-hook shouts, go my lord, end this troublesome war. But at this moment, Kangok spits out blood. Kim Soo-hyun's vision is instantly blocked. It's nosebleed flowing from Kang Sik's mouth. Kim Soo-hyun's opening is still caught. Kangok suddenly uses infinite suplex. He's perfectly grabbed Kim Soo-hyun. Just one more throw and Kang wins. Under Chongil Cheon's anxious gaze, Kim Soo-hyun steps on Kang's knee. After using Restore Stamina, he uses the Rise skill to break free from Kang. Kang doesn't understand what happened. Kim Soo-hyun got beaten up like that. Why is he still fine? Kanguk believes he must be acting. If he's human, it's impossible he wasn't hurt. He'll do it again and completely finish off Kim Soo-hyun. Kang Suk, just like before, approaches Kim Soo-hyun while taking hits. He endures the steel pipe coming at him. Just about to successfully grab Kim Soo-hyun, but suddenly another steel pipe appears on Kang's head. Kang only now realizes Kim Soo-hyun has two weapons. Kim Soo-hyun quickly uses the Rice skill. Kang is completely stunned. Turns out Kim Soo-hyun knew how to use dual weapons from the start. He was just making Kang let his guard down at first. The quest pop-up also appears at this time. The awakened Kang has fallen. Hanji Hasha to South's remaining people. Kang has fallen. Tank Top Kim Soo-hyun won. The war is over. The quest also updates at this time. Looking at the newly appeared final quest, Kim Soo-hyun finds it quite interesting. At this moment, Chung Chan excitedly jumps on him. Chung Yan didn't expect they actually won. After Kang fell, South High's other people also lost their will to fight. The war's over. Now it's time to settle things. Gangbuk South High has fallen. So South High's officers now have no affiliation. Therefore, West High and East High spoils of war are recruiting Gangbuk South officers. But they must be careful. Recruiting unconditionally could become poisonous. If they refuse recruitment, they must leave Gangbuk. Before leaving, they must settle what they've done before. Gangbuk East High's Hanja directly abandons Bang Junol and Bang Junji, who sound like trash, but Kim Soo-hyun chooses to take them. He explains to the puzzled Jang Ji-hook. West High expanded our influence this time, so we need people to manage those areas. Although these two have abilities worse than bugs, they can at least manage a place properly. Most importantly, Kim Soo-hyun believes if rumors spread that he took in trash, capable talents in Gangbuk will seek them out. Hearing Jang Ji-hook's praise, Kim Soo-hyun thinks what's truly most important is the final quest the quest pop-up issued. The more talents recruited, the better the reward. So, as long as the reward can be upgraded to the best, even if they're bugs, Kim Soo-hyun will take them. And Gangbuk East High follows an elite route. So, South High's ordinary officers are basically all taken by Kim Soo-hyun. Next are Wang Dong-woo, ranked number 10, and Lee Ji-hyun, ranked number 9. These two people's combat power is strong wherever they go. Both are talents that cannot be passed up, and Gangbuk East High's thinking is the same as theirs. Hai-ha quickly decides. He decides to take Lee Ji-hyun. After all, East High with its elite route is suitable for a talent like Lee Ji-hyun. But Kim Soo-hyun wants both Lee Hyun and Wang Dong-woo. If it doesn't work out, he's willing to give up Wang Dong-woo. In this situation, they can only ask Lee Ji-hyun first. If she wants to go to East High, there's no helping it. Han Ji-ha tells Lee Hyun that East High won't mistreat her. The number 7 position is already reserved. Kim Woo-hyun, not to be outdone, states that if Leon comes to West High, he'll make her number 1. But Lee Hyan turns to look somewhere. It's the already bruised and battered Gil-do. And because Lee Ji-hun and Gil-do already had an agreement, she ultimately chooses to go to Gangbuk West High. Lee Ji-hun tells Gil-do not to get too cocky. She's not joining because of him, and Oh Jin-soo and Cho Chang, who dislike West High, naturally go to East High. But Kim Woo-hyun wasn't interested in them anyway. Then the loyal Lee Sung-min and Jung Bong-sang, who experienced team life, both say they won't go anywhere. So next is Rao, who tormented West High, and Kang Suk, who fought against all of East High and West High alone. As for which side takes Kang Suk, they need to discuss it properly. Not long after, Kim Woo-hyun's main quest is finally completed. Kim Soo-hyun and the others finally returned to Gangbuk West High. Although this war was long, they also gained a lot. Gangbuk West High gained 11 new members, but Kim Soo-hyun has some regrets. After all, the deal still failed. Han Jae-ha asks Kang Sak how he feels about joining Gangbuk East High. Gangbuk is now part of East High, but he reminds Han Ha he must keep his previous promise. Hanja tells him not to worry. You just need to work hard at East High like a dog. East High, having taken Kang Suk, has become stronger. But Kim Woo-hyun doesn't need to despair because West High also has a corresponding trump card. That is Ra Woo-gyeom, currently ranked number 7 at West High. Gangbuk West High is also gradually getting stronger. Step by step, they'll unify Gangbuk like this. Mid-sentence, Kim Woo-hyun suddenly can't hold it and needs to use the restroom. This is, of course, because he can't resist opening cards. Completing this main quest, Kim Soo-hyun obtained 2 platinum cards. One of the skills is called Slime. Looking at the bizarre skill description, Kim Woo-hyun is momentarily stunned. The result, he summons a worthless creature with 0 combat ability. At this moment, the quest pop-up prompts, try giving the slime something. Kim Soo-hyun takes out a bill from his pocket to test it out. Then the bill gets eaten by the slime, but the slime shows no reaction whatsoever. Kim Woo-hyun frantically demands his money back. Moments later, the bill actually gets pooped out by the slime. It sits on toilet paper with a wronged expression. After confirming this is identical to his original bill, Kim Soo-hyun instantly gets an idea. This slime must be for storing things, and it's an unlimited capacity storage slime. At that, hearing the commotion, strategist Young Ji-hook asks, "My lord, are you all right? A serious problem has arisen. We need to talk." Kim Soo-hyun follows Young Ji-hook to an empty classroom. According to Young Ji-hook, 2 problems have emerged. First, Gangbuk West High has no money to run an organization. We need basic funding. Kang maintains his operation by selling fentanyl. Han Jia raises funds through entertainment establishments. Both factions have their own businesses, but West High doesn't to maintain our power. We must have money. Gangbuk West High needs a business, too. Then there's the second problem. The members' loyalty to you, my lord. The new members recruited from South High will gradually lose loyalty because Kang made them work for money. If West High doesn't establish its own business, they'll leave. But there are also members not motivated by money. However, Jung Ji-hook knows Lee Hyun came because of Gil-do, but doesn't know why Rao joined West High. He wants to investigate Raw Guy further. Kim Woo-hyun thinks to himself, since those 2 joined West High, they're family now. First, I need to get closer to them. At this moment, the quest pop-up also issues a mission to increase loyalty. In that case, Kim Soo-hyun asks the strategist something. How about we go on a trip together? After all, traveling is a great way to get closer. Jung Ji-hook immediately imagines playing with Chung Gil-chi. He has to admit it's a good idea. However, regarding the business, Jung Ji-hook urges his lord to think carefully about it. Little Cloud reminds Kim Woo-hyun, if you want money, why not start a business? Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun instantly gets a brilliant idea. He just needs to utilize the slime that others can't see since the slime can store many things. Even transporting contraband through airports wouldn't get caught. If Kim Woo-hyun uses it properly, he could quickly become the biggest drug lord. Little Cloud asks excitedly, Master, are you going to become the drug king? But Kim Soo-hyun puts down the slime. Although receiving quests has made him happy, he doesn't want to abuse the rewards. As a human being, Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to cross that line. But trying to make money quickly, he can only think of crime. Little Cloud praises his master for being cool. Soon after, everyone packs up and prepares for the trip. Though it's only 2 days, Chong Chun excitedly brings a huge pile of luggage. However, Kim Soo-hyun feels somewhat puzzled. Kim Don has also come along, and she came for one reason only, to confirm Chong Il-yun's gender. Soon today's main characters make their appearance. Rao remains silent throughout. Lee Ji-hyun also states she's only here because she considers it part of her job. At this moment, Gildu asks Kim Soo-hun, "Is it okay not to bring the strategist?" Kim Soo-hun laughs. "If he comes too, Gongbuk West High will be too empty and might get attacked. So Young Ji-huk and Lee Hyun will stay behind to guard West High." Now then, everyone's heading out for a bonding trip. Meanwhile, within Gangbuk North High's territory, a certain executive hears that Gongbuk South High was swallowed by West High and East High's alliance. Another executive praises, "What a cute alliance." They ask the number 2 ranked executive of Gangbuk North High what he thinks, and Daniel is currently thinking about Cheongil-chan. However, such a small West High actually swallowed South High. In that case, Daniel wants to meet this guy called Kim Soo-hyun. After a long car ride, the Gangbuk West High crew finally arrives at the beach. Cheongil-chan excitedly rushes toward the ocean. Lee Hunong booked 3 days and 2 nights. However, Kim Soo-hun and Gil do plan to solve that mystery today. The mystery of Cheongil-chan's gender. Although Cheongil-chan claims to be male, the two can't believe it looking at that face. As it turns out, Cheongil-chan somehow already changed clothes right after arriving at the room. Gildu tells Kim Soo-hyun not to give up. "We still have 3 days and 2 nights. He casually complains, "Women hate body types like Guhaj-jun and Ra-yong." Kim Soo-hyun starts changing clothes too. However, he still remembers the real purpose of this trip, to get closer to Rao and Leon. So, Kim Soo-hyun starts randomly giving Rao a massage while using the camera skill to check where Leon is. But in the holographic view, his annoying sister appears changing clothes. Kim Soo-hyun instinctively closes his eyes and slaps away. Rao turns around with a confused expression. Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly explains, "There was a bug on your head just now." Kim Woo-hyun thought it would be awkward, but unexpectedly everyone bonded so quickly. After all, women naturally get closer faster than men. However, he and Gildu wonder why does Chung Cheon fit in so naturally. It seems they can't fit in over there. What frustrates Kim Soo-hyun and Gildu is that Guhaj-jun just got asked for his number again. However, Gildu didn't expect Lee Hye-an to have such a fun-loving personality. Kim Soo-hyun also sees a different side of his sister, and Leon's loyalty is indeed rising. Though Raom shows no expression, his loyalty is also increasing. But Kim Soo-hyun is still worried about one thing: the business. The strategist mentioned, if they don't think about establishing a business to raise funds, West High will collapse sooner or later. But the first thing to do now is to play on the beach with everyone. On Daniel's side, Gangbuk North High's number 2, he quickly receives the news. They've already tracked down Kim Soo-hyun's location. Upon learning that West High's people are playing at the beach, Daniel says calmly, "What good fortune." However, his subordinate discovered something strange during the investigation. There are rumors that North High's rank 39, Cheongil-chan, defected and joined Gangbuk West High, and is even now at the beach with Kim Soo-hyun. Hearing this, Daniel feels a rare thrill. Meanwhile, inside Gangbuk North High's pool hall, the underlings notice that boss Chung Cheon has changed a lot recently. And of course, this is because it's Copy Cloud in disguise. The noisy pool hall suddenly falls silent because Daniel has appeared. The underlings wonder why would Daniel, who should be busy lately, come here. Could he be here to see Chung Il-cheon? The copied Chung Chun locks eyes with Daniel. Daniel finds it strange. Chung Yeon is actually looking him in the eyes. He can sense that the person before him is clearly Chung Chan, yet not the same Chung Chan as before. Daniel turns back and orders his subordinate to investigate the exact location where Gangbuk West High is playing. Late at night, Kim Soo-hyun is sound asleep, but Copy Cloud summons itself out. He frantically slaps his master to wake him up, then reports the emergency to his master. Gangbuk North High's number 2 came to the pool hall. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. "What's that guy doing at the pool hall?" Little Cloud replies, "He came looking for Chung Yun. He said, 'I am Chung Chun, but also not Chong Yi-chun or something.'" Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun is dumbfounded. He doesn't know how Daniel saw through Little Cloud. What exactly is the relationship between Chung Il and Gangbuk West High? And why is the number 2 so obsessed with ranked 39? Kim Soo-hyun understands that if Gangbuk North High finds out he stole their talent, West High will very likely suffer an attack from Gangbuk North High. Kim Woo-hyun frantically asks where Chung Cheon is. At this moment, Chung Chun is pinned down by Kim Hyun. Kim Hun demands the truth. "Are you male or female?" Not long ago, the two were sitting peacefully on the beach. Chung Chan awkwardly makes small talk. Chung Chan doesn't understand why Kim Dun is sitting next to him. Kim Swan suddenly tells Chung Chun that he didn't want to come here at all. "It's only because I'm interested in you." It turns out that after Kim Dun was saved by Chong Cheon last time, she developed feelings for him. She asked Chong Cheon, "If you say you're male, why do you have long hair?" But Chong Cheon actually has a reason. He has a regular salon, but the person who does his hair has been sick recently. He believes that person will get better, so he's been waiting. Kim Dun is unconvinced by this reason. She pounces on Chong Cheon and tells him to stop dragging it out. Tell the truth. Are you male or female? Though Chong Cheon doesn't know why she's curious about this, it doesn't matter to tell her. Just as Kim Deun stares expectantly at Chong Cheon's mouth, Kim Woo Hyan runs over, shouting at Chong Cheon that there's an emergency. Chong Cheon quickly gets up and asks, "Did Gangbok East High attack?" But Kim Soo-hyun says it's Gangbok North High, heading this way, and it's a number 2 ranked Daniel. Moments later, Kim Soo-hyun formally asks Chong Il-chi, "What's your relationship with North High's Daniel? Why is he so obsessed with you?" Rank 39. Although part of Daniel's reason for coming is to meet Kim Woo-hyun, the main reason is still Chung Chun. Chong Cheon can't help but recall how he used to interact with Daniel in the past. He asks pitifully, "Can't we talk about it next time?" Gu-jun wonders what could the reason be that you're so hesitant. But Kim Woo-hyun interrupts him. Since this matter troubles Chung-yun, Kim Woo-hyun doesn't want to press further. "Then let's talk about it next time when you're ready." However, Kim Soo-hyun still feels worried about facing Daniel. Gu Ha-jun confirms that guy will arrive soon. Kim Soo-hyun wants to hide Chung Il-chi, then personally meet Daniel. If they talk properly, they should be able to avoid conflict. Gu Ha-jun states, "You have no idea what kind of guy Daniel is." Kim Woo-hyun truly doesn't know. From the name, he sounds kind of like a church boy. Gu Ha-jun opens the door and leaves alone. Lee Hyun is taking a walk on the beach. Gildu asks if he can walk with her. Lee Hyun says flatly, "Aren't you already walking?" Gildu casually asks why she took up the sword. Lee Hyun says calmly, "Because I was betrayed, so I wanted revenge, but I lacked strength. When I came to my senses, I was already holding a sword." So Lee Hyun tells Gildo he better stop while he's ahead because she won't trust anyone. Hearing this, Gildu smiles. At this moment, the waves surge toward the shore. It's okay if Lee Hyun doesn't trust anyone right now because Gildu will make her trust him. Lee Hyun is speechless. What are you talking about? Raom is quietly alone in the park. At this moment, his phone rings. Kongguk tells Rao to wait before he comes to find him. On the other side, Han Ji-ha asks Kangguk, "Can you really take back Raom?" Kangguk says his relationship with Woo-yam is solid. Woo-yam only joined West High because he had no choice. He believes Woo-yam's loyalty to him remains unchanged and can be called back any time. In that case, Hanja's plan is taking shape. Gangbok West High will crumble from within. At this moment, another subordinate reports an emergency. North High's Daniel went to find Kim Woo-hyun. Hanja immediately finds it interesting. In that case, before East High makes a move, Gangbok West High will be taken care of by Daniel. As for Gangbok West High's Kim Soo-hun and the person who looks like Chong Il-chun, Daniel also finds them interesting. However, he wonders, what is this guy doing here? Gangbok West High is rank 3. Guhajun asks Daniel, "Where are you headed?" Daniel smiles and replies, "To meet your leader, of course." Guhajun asks again, "What if you're not satisfied after meeting?" Daniel says in a low voice. Then it gets scrapped. In that case, Jun can't let Daniel pass. He asks Gwajun with a smile, "Did you come to protect Kim Soo-hyun? You, who couldn't even beat King Suk." Gujun tells Daniel to shut up and come at him. The quest pop-up also reminds at this moment. Guhajun's potential begins to fluctuate. Not long ago, the two were evenly matched. But now Daniel completely dominates and pummels Guhajun. Gujun is shocked. When did he get this strong? Or is it because I've been too lazy? After dealing with Guhajun, Daniel is about to go find Kim Soo-hyun, but a low voice calls him back. Daniel says, puzzled, "This isn't like you." Guhajun actually protecting someone else. In Daniel's eyes, Gujun is a selfish and arrogant guy, yet now he's willing to sacrifice himself to protect Kim Woo-hyun. Guhajun says calmly, "Because that guy is transparent. Kim Woo-hyun will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, but he's not ashamed of it. Instead, he's straightforward. He's someone without schemes, very transparent." Daniel questions, "That's not transparent, that's crazy." But Guhajun understands that Kim Soo-hyun won't scheme against people like they do, nor will he hide insidiously. He fights to protect his people without calculating any gains. A transparent guy, Guhajun thinks, if this kind of guy is the organization's leader, being his subordinate might not be bad. And before Kim Woo-hyun unifies Gangbok, he must handle things here himself. Daniel smiles. So our Guhajun is this kind of person. But back at Gangbuk West High, Jung Ji-hook warns Kim Woo-hyun, "You absolutely cannot fight." He understands Daniel is a monster. If the conversation goes poorly and they fight, West High will be completely wiped out. After all, Gangbuk North High's executives are monsters that can hardly be considered human. So for West High's future, Jung Ji-hook tells Kim Woo-hyun to immediately kowtow Daniel as soon as he sees him. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun helplessly puts down his phone. He needs to hide Chungul-chan first. At this moment, the quest pop-up alerts. Gu Ha-jun's potential begins to fluctuate. Feeling puzzled, Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses the camera skill and sees Gu Ha-jun fighting alone. Kim Woo-hyun is stunned. He instantly recalls what Gu Ha-jun said before leaving. Kim Woo-hyun is somewhat surprised. Could Gu Ha-jun be fighting for me? He urgently tells Gil to hide Chung Cheon first. On the other side, Jung Ji-hyuk didn't expect Gangbuk North High to come so quickly. He sighed helplessly. Has Gangbuk West High's fortune run out? The battle between Daniel and Gu Ha-jun is completely one-sided. Gu Ha-jun is no match at all. Daniel is too strong. Watching Gu Ha-jun's desperate struggle, he finds it quite amusing. Gu Ha-jun understands that if Daniel gets past him, everyone will be done for. He absolutely cannot let that happen. Daniel tells Gu Ha-jun to give it up. No one will know you fought here alone. Gu Ha-jun's consciousness gradually begins to fade, but the next second the quest pop-up suddenly alerts. Remember, Gu Ha-jun's resolve is filled. Han Ji-ha was also surprised to hear that Gu Jun lost to Kang. Kangi admits it was only because Gu Ha-jun lacked a do-or-die determination that he lost. If he had the resolve to win, the result might have been different. And Kang believes it won't be long before the day Gu Ha-jun becomes strong arrives. The moment he gains that desperate resolve, all of Gangbuk will be turned upside down. The quest pop-up also alerts at this moment. Gu-hun's potential begins to surge. But seeing him stand up again, Daniel strikes fiercely once more. Then the quest pop-up alerts that Gu-hun's awakening has failed. Daniel, who seems to have noticed something, understands that was a bit dangerous just now. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun arrives and attacks from behind, but gets kicked away by Daniel. Kim Woo-hyun is shocked. "What level of damage is this?" Daniel questions. "So, you're the little guy who said he'd unify Gangbuk." Kim Woo-hyun immediately starts using the peak skill, but it fails because the opponent's ability values are too high. Daniel asks with concern, "If Gangbuk West High perishes today, you're okay with that?" At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a mission to survive Daniel's hands. Kim Woo-hyun can't breathe after just taking one punch. He can't help but wonder, what exactly hit me? Could this force be a truck? Kim Woo-hyun's body can't move at all. At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a warning. If the main quest fails, all previously obtained rewards will be confiscated, and quest will no longer appear. Kim Woo-hyun quickly uses Restore Stamina and gets up. He cannot give up everything he has now. Kim Woo-hyun's life only started changing after he got the quest pop-up. He begins attacking using the pendulum shift. Daniel rarely shows some interest. Kim Woo-hyun uses ancient flow martial arts, Taejun, striking directly at the eyes. Daniel immediately recognizes this as Taejun. Kim Woo-hyun follows up with a knee strike upward, just as Daniel's hand is about to grab him. Kim Soo-hyun quickly crouches down. Daniel wonders, is he going for a grapple? But what Kim Soo-hyun throws is a rising punch, yet it's still easily dodged. Daniel asks, is Kim Woo-hyun's performance over? You've kicked up all this dust? This kind of power is simply not something Kim Woo-hyun can withstand. He's also not Daniel's preferred type because Daniel understands that people with eyes like these have resolve, so they're not easily destroyed. Kim Woo-hyun says inexplicably, but I like you. However, Daniel is still going to destroy him. At this moment, Copy Cloud automatically summons itself to protect its master. Daniel finds it strange. Where did this guy suddenly appear from? He casually slams a little cloud to the ground. Kim Soo-hyun takes the opportunity to pull out a wooden sword. After using Restore Stamina, he immediately uses Rise in Filipino stick fighting to counterattack. But Kim Soo-hyun's attacks have absolutely no effect on Daniel. Daniel wants to end all of this. Kim Soo-hyun has now reached a dead end. Little Cloud reminds him he still has the Lucky Bag to use. The Lucky Bag obtained last time has an effect that randomly raises one ability value to S rank when used. But even if he raises one ability value to S rank now, Kim Woo-hyun still can't beat that monster Daniel. Seeing Little Cloud get attacked again, Kim Woo-hyun with no other choice starts using the Lucky Bag. On the other side, Gildu is bringing Rao Yong and Lee Ji-hun to provide support. They can only hope Kim Woo-hyun is okay, Right now, Kim Woo-hyun is like an incompetent husband, causing Little Cloud to get beaten repeatedly. He can only kneel and beg Daniel, stop hitting him. Haven't you already won? Isn't stopping now enough? We've lost. Daniel smiles. Too late. You were the ones who said you'd unify Gangbuk. Gangbuk North High is still standing. How can you casually say such things? You can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Daniel declares, today is the end for Gangbuk West High. Kim Soo-hyun was about to say the others at West High aren't at fault, but Gildu and the others have already arrived for support. Daniel praises, what cute friendship. Kim Woo-hyun frantically tells Gildu and the others to run away because he understands that even if everyone attacks together, they won't be a match for Daniel. Kim Woo-hyun absolutely doesn't want them to get hurt for his sake. At this moment, the quest pop-up alerts. Remember, Kim Woo-hyun's resolve is filled. Kim Woo-hyun's potential begins to surge, and after opening the lucky bag just now, his potential has already risen to rank. Just as Kim Woo-hyun's potential reaches its maximum, his potential finally fully awakens. Kim Soo-hyun won't allow Daniel to touch his people. After his own potential awakens, his ability values also surge, and he obtains 2 exclusive attack cards. One is the Wild skill, which borrows the power of Beast to make his attack skills exceptionally powerful for 5 minutes. The other is the one against the 1000 skill, where his ability values increase based on the number of opponents. Kim Woo-hyun immediately activates both skills, and he first uses Wild Face Claw to attack. Under the shocked gazes of others, Kim Woo-hyun continues with Wild Organ Pierce, then immediately grabs Daniel using Wild Skin Bite. Kim Woo-hyun can finally dodge Daniel's attacks. He uses Wild Skin Grab, then combines Wild with the Chun skill, landing a knee strike upward. However, Daniel can still counterattack. The others want to join the fight but can't because if they're not careful, they might become a hindrance. Daniel's expression finally changes. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun's resolve is unwavering. He wants to protect these hard-won bonds. And the other platinum card skill, obtained from destroying South High, called Stone Fist, immobilizes the opponent for 3 seconds when hit by a punch. Kim Soo-hyun finds the right timing to use the Stone Fist skill, but Daniel suddenly laughs. He was actually a bit scared just now. Daniel didn't expect he'd still have a chance to fight seriously. He acknowledges Kim Soo-hyun now, because if it were the old Daniel, he would have definitely lost. Gildu and the other 2 immediately launch an attack at him. However, Daniel just lightly rotates his hands, and Gildo's trio immediately gets sent flying. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes are filled with unwillingness, yet helplessness. Then Daniel says to the person on the phone, we really can't let Gangbuk West High run wild anymore. And Gangbuk North High's Rank 3, Ma Jong-do, has already cleaned up inside West High. Now, if they want to eliminate Gangbuk West High, they can finish immediately. Lai Han can't believe it. Can this really be happening? Everyone at Gangbuk West High has fallen. Can such overwhelming power really be possessed by a human? Daniel tells Mang to hold off for now. He wants to hear the final words of West High's nominal boss. Kim Soo-hyun despairs. Is this the end? And seeing Kim Soo-hyun not speaking, Daniel wants to remove his glasses first, but Daniel's phone suddenly rings. Kim Soo-hyun wonders who could make Daniel nervous. The person on the phone asks Daniel what he's doing. Why are you doing things I didn't tell you to do? Daniel explains to the leader that Kim Soo-hyun is more dangerous than expected. Gangbuk North High's leader solemnly says his name, cutting him off. Daniel then smiles and apologizes, saying he overstepped, but the leader's next words confuse him because the leader tells him to bring Kim Soo-hyun. The quest pop-up also alerts at this moment that the mission is complete. Soon after, Kim Soo-hyun is brought to a building at Gangbuk North High. This is his first time meeting Gangbuk North High's Rank 1 leader, Jo Yun. He turns to look at Kim Woo-hyun. A powerful oppressive force immediately engulfs Kim Soo-hyun's entire body. Kim Woo-hyun uses the peak skill, but it displays that peaking failed because the opponent's ability values are too high. He tells Kim Woo-hyun to choose, become North High subordinate or die here right now. Although if it comes to fighting, Kim Woo-hyun definitely can't win, but he still refuses Jo Yun because he has another way. Kim Woo-hyun tells Jun to become West High's subordinate instead. Then he summons Copy Cloud, wanting to copy Gangbuk's strongest. Watching Copy Cloud rush quickly toward Jo Yun, but under Kim Woo-hyun's expectant gaze, the quest pop-up alerts. Copy failed due to unknown reasons. Kim Woo-hyun can't believe it. What's going on? Jo Yun is also puzzled, hearing him say he wants Jo Yun to join West High as a subordinate. Kim Soo-hyun decisively kneels and cows, an apology saying he failed to recognize greatness. He says respectfully, joining Gangbuk North High is our family's dream. I'm willing to become your lackey. Right now, Kim Woo-hun can't worry about pride. Being able to survive is already fortunate. Soon after, everyone is shocked to hear this news. But Kim Woo-hyun has no choice. If they don't join, West High will be destroyed. He wants everyone to at least stay alive. Kim Woo-hyun apologizes to everyone. If I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Chang-chun understands it's all because of him that things turned out this way. He guilty wants to leave the group, but Kim Soo-hyun won't allow that to happen. He says he's too weak. You don't need to feel guilty. However, he was shouting about unifying Gongbuk, and now he surrendered and joined North High. Kim Soo-hyun also feels pathetic. He tells the newly joined Raogu and Lee Ji-hyun if they're disappointed in him, they can leave West High directly. After all, when fighting Daniel, Kim Woo-hyun desperately begging for mercy was truly pathetic. But the two calmly state, whether we leave or not is our business. Don't order us around like you're someone important. At this moment, the quest pop-up alerts. Raug and Lee Ji-hyun's loyalty has risen. Their loyalty actually increased significantly at this moment. Kim Soo-hyun is surprised. So you like seeing me submit like a dog? Daniel also can't understand leader Jo Yun's actions. He understands that although Kim Woo-hyun is still weak, he'll eventually become a threat to North High. They could eliminate West High now, but Jo Yun insists on sparing Kim Woo-hyun. Daniel can't figure out what the leader's plan is or how he wants to use Kim Woo-hyun. He wonders, could Kim Woo-hyun be like Gangbuk North High's previous leader? Jo Yun cuts him off and questions, "Since when can you question me?" Daniel smiles and apologizes, saying, he overstepped. East High's Han Ji-ha is also shocked to receive news of Kim Soo-hyun joining North High. Kangza doesn't understand what's going on. They don't understand what Kim Soo-hyun is thinking. West High's people hear they join North High and immediately feel completely humiliated. They even hear that starting today. Kim Soo-hyun, who knelt and begged for mercy, will bring lunchboxes for Jo Yun. Speechless, they suspect the guy who said he'd unify Gangbuk was just all talk. At this moment, Jung Ji-hook, who has packed his bags, also says goodbye to Kim Soo-hyun, because his reason for joining West High was to unify Gangbuk together with West High. But Jung Ji-ho can't continue staying at West High, which is managed by North High. But Kim Woo-hyun tells him to listen first before deciding. When becoming Jo Yun's lackey, Kim Woo-hyun asked him for something. Kim Soo-hyun wants to end the war with Gangbuk East High. He heard the teacher Jun has another plan in preparation. So he mentions that when that plan begins, East High will likely ambush the teacher. Kim Woo-hyun understands East High will of course lose to the teacher's power, but he thinks there's no need to waste that power. So Kim Woo-hyun asks a leader to leave Gongbuk East High to him. He also requests to borrow some of Gongbuk North High's monsters. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Then Jo Yun permits Kim Soo-hyun to attack Gangbuk East High. This way, Kim Woo-hyun can use North High and easily deal with East High without West High shedding blood. When the time comes, he will betray Jo Yun. Hearing this, Jung Ji-hook understands something. Gangbuk West High strategist Jung Ji-hook will henceforth pledge loyalty to my lord, and the gold card Kim Woo-hyun obtained from surviving Daniel once again reveals the greeting card that allows him to meet with the highest level challenger. After using the greeting card, everyone around Kim Woo-hyun instantly disappears. The Divine Challenger card praises Kim Woo-hyun for getting stronger. Kim Soo-hyun says he wants to speak with that voice from last time. Meeting Gangbuk North High this time makes Kim Soo-hyun want to make a deal with that person. The Challenger card begins connecting him with that person. Soon that voice sounds again from within the card. Last time his agreement with Kim Woo-hyun was to deal with East High and South High. Now only Han Ji-ha remains. Learning that Kim Woo-hyun became Yun's subordinate, that voice is also somewhat surprised, and Kim Woo-hyun can easily deal with East High by borrowing North High's power. But after that, he doesn't know how to defeat monster like North High. So Kim Woo-hyun needs help. He requests that the other side of the card lend him power. Kim Soo-hyun finally understands the reason for issuing the quests. It's not just for himself alone. He guesses the other side is using his quest execution as an excuse to prevent something. The other side praises Kim Woo-hyun for being smarter than he looks. Kim Soo-hyun guessed correctly, but there are many things the other side can't tell him. But the two of them need to become a mutually beneficial relationship. The other side is persuaded by Kim Woo-hyun and decides to help. He will grant a special privilege to help upgrade one of Kim Woo-hyun's cards to the highest level. This is something the current Kim Woo-hyun absolutely cannot achieve. It depends on which skill he chooses to upgrade to the highest level. After careful consideration, Kim Woo-hyun finally decides. Soon, Gangbuk West High holds another meeting. Although they've become a force under North High, everyone's goals haven't changed. If Gangbook North High's Joe keeps his promise, they can immediately attack Gangbook East High. But now isn't a good time to attack East High because they don't know what Ju Yun will do. Even if they deal with Hanj Ha, Joy Yun can still easily destroy West High. So West High first needs to cultivate sufficient strength before attacking East High. Chang Qian still sits in the back with a guilty expression. Seeing his poor expression, everyone wants to cheer him up. Everyone tells Chang Yil-chan not to blame himself for past events. At this moment, Jung Ji-hook asks, Kim Soo-hyun thinking about the business is a hard work. I have a way to get money, but that requires borrowing a bit from Jo Yun first. But Kim Soo-hun says, the business matter is already solved, and will go smoothly from now on because he obtained the card. After returning home and confirming no one is around, Kim Woo-hyun can't wait to check the maxed-out Copy Cloud skill. After Copy Cloud is maxed out, he can summon 5 clouds with copy-paste abilities. With them, Kim Woo-hyun can do many more things. However, Kim Woo-hyun asks the challenger card, what should I do from now on to get stronger? The card explains, you can become even stronger. Awakening is not the end. They don't view awakening as a limit. Kim Woo-hyun hasn't obtained a master card yet. Those cards are what will truly make him stronger. The challenger card states, if you obtain a master card, you can compete with Gangbook North High. Your ability values will also break through limits. This is only the beginning. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun urgently wants to know what quest he needs to complete to get a master card. But the challenger card says this is already favoritism toward him. This greeting ends here. Kim Woo-hyun didn't expect the road to becoming stronger has only just begun. Besh Ryong sees Kim Woo-hyun's expression hasn't been good lately. She wonders, is it because of the rumors that West High was taken by Gangbook North High? Then Box Che Rayong realizes whether this guy's mood is good or not has nothing to do with me. She heard eating spicy food is best when feeling down, and Bake Che Rayong is especially good at making spicy tea kickbaki. So she asked Kim Soo-hyun wanted to come to my house after school for spicy kickbaki. Kim Woo-hyun wonders why would I go to your house? Snapping back to reality, Bake Che Rayong is shocked. What did I just say? At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a main quest, Kiss Baked Kron, and indirect kisses don't count. Seeing this quest, Kim Soo-hyun instantly jumps up. If the main quest fails, everything is over. Bake Che Rayong's spicy tikbaki receives unanimous praise from her friends. They all say it makes them feel better after eating it. This is what Bake Che Rayong's previously gloomy friends say. Now she worries, why did Kim Soo-hyun actually agree? Kim Soo-hyun, now downstairs at Baek Ryong's place, calls to ask how to get in. Blood rushes to her head as she thinks, am I really bringing a guy into my home? Baek Ryong opens the door for Kim Woo-hyun and lets him in. For some reason, she feels tingly all over. Kim Soo-hyun, equally nervous, even forgets how to walk. The worst part is this main quest. He politely asks Baek Che Ryong, is there anything I can help with? Baek Che Ryong turns around and thinks for a moment. Then she asks Kim Woo-hyun to get a bowl she could easily reach herself. I can already smell the tteokbokki. After getting the bowl, Kim Woo-hyun turns around to find himself very close to Baek Che Ryong. Startled, both awkwardly turn their heads away. Big share. Ryan can't help but find it strange that just being in a different place than usual makes the atmosphere feel so charged, because they're both so aware of each other. Kim Woo-hyun takes a bite of the spicy tteokbokki and genuinely praises it. This is delicious. He even suspects Baek Che Ryong put addictive fentanyl in it. But after finishing the teak and cleaning up the dishes, Kim Soo-hyun should leave. Although he received the quest, he can't figure out how to complete it. Kim Soo-hyun slowly shuffles his feet, racking his brain for a solution. Finally, Baek Che Ryong reminds him, don't go fighting again. When Kim Soo-hyun first arrived, she hid in the bathroom to call her friend. Her friend is shocked. You actually used tteokbokki as an excuse to bring your crush home. Baek Che Ryong is very troubled. What do I do now? Her friend tells her she needs to make the first move because in her view, that guy Kim Soo-hyun is totally clueless. Her friend reminds Baek Che Ryong that if she misses this chance, Yang So-hwa will get Kim Soo-hyun since she invited him home. Baek Ryong doesn't want to let him leave so easily. She asks Kim Woo-hyun loudly, want to stay a bit longer? The two sit silently on the sofa. The TV plays a popular romance drama. Kim Woo-hyun suddenly notices his hand being touched. He wonders, doesn't Baek Cry notice her own hand? The two casually discuss the romance drama. After her hints go nowhere, Baek Ryong remembers her friend's words. So she directly asks Kim Soo-hyun, what if I had feelings for you? What would you think? Kim Soo-hyun tells her to stop joking. How is that possible? Hearing this, Bech Rayong asks, confused, why not? She asks what Kim Woo-hyun thinks. After thinking briefly, Kim Woo-hyun says a bunch of compliments. Basically, there's no way she could have feelings for him. Bech Rayong sighs helplessly. You're so frustrating. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't understand what she means by frustrating, then he freezes. Bech Rayong actually kisses him. Kim Woo-hyun remains frozen in place until their lips separate. Bech Rayong says with a flushed face, I gave you so many hints. That was my first kiss, you jerk. The quest pop-up notifies him the quest is complete. Bak Chae-ryong tells Kim Woo-hyun to go home for today. Outside, Kim Woo-hyun feels like what just happened was a dream. He doesn't know when Bak Chae-ryong started seeing him as a man. Kim Soo-hyun always thought they were just friends. At this moment, the quest pop-up issues a new quest. Kim Soo-hyun is dumbfounded seeing another quest related to Bake Cry. The quest pop-up tells him to plan a business venture with Bake Chang. Kim Soo-hyun wonders, does this mean opening a Bake Cry brand tteokbokki restaurant? Although Bake Chae-ryong's tteokbokki is indeed amazing, Kim Soo-hyun feels awkward thinking about what just happened between them. At this moment, Bake Chae-ryong, who gathered courage to confess, doesn't know what their future will become. Bake Chae-ryong, who didn't sleep all night, rarely isn't late the next day. She still can't believe what she did yesterday. Bake Chae-ryong can't even look Kim Woo-hyun in the eye when he greets her. Class time arrives quickly. What Bake Chae-ryong finds strange is that even now, this moment feels like they're kissing. Both ramble nervously, resulting in an awkward conversation. The teacher at the podium warns, no talking during class. Hearing this, Bake Chae-ryong starts writing. She asks Kim Soo-hyun in writing what he thinks. As a result, Bake Chae-ryong hears another round of excessive compliments from Kim Soo-hyun. She asks Kim Woo-hyun directly, when you see me, do you feel your heart flutter or anything? Then Bake Chae-ryong places her hand on Kim Woo-hyun's. Under Kim Woo-hyun's surprised gaze, Bech Rayong asks him, aren't you nervous? At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun becomes serious and says he has something to tell her. During break time, Bake Chae-ryong follows him to an empty corner. She's anticipating what Kim Soo-hyun will say. Maybe it will be a confession that surprises her. Instead, Kim Woo-hyun seriously invites her to start a business together because he needs to complete the quest and doesn't want Bak Chae-yong's skills to go to waste. They can use Bake Krisong's skills to open a tteokbokki restaurant as a startup, and Young Ji-hook will handle the startup funds and planning. Bake Chae-ryong confirms again and again that this is why Kim Soo-hyun came to her. So the next second, a punch aimed at his chest lands on Kim Soo-hyun. He immediately trembles in pain. Bake Chae-ryong has absolutely no interest in doing business. After she leaves, Kim Soo-hyun breathes a sigh of relief because he doesn't know what his feelings for Bake Chae-ryong are. The quest pop-up notifies him the quest is complete. Soon, Kim Soo-hyun tells Jung Ji-hook his idea of making a tteokbokki restaurant into a business. But Jung Ji-hook understands that business can't be taken too lightly. Not only do we need to scout suitable commercial areas for a tteokbokki restaurant, we also need to learn how to do business. And most importantly, West High has no capital and can't even find employees. Jung Ji-hook will figure out solutions for these things and try to talk with Bake Chae-ryong. At this moment, Alaki suddenly reports bad news. Jo Yun from Gangbuk North High is looking for the boss. Kim Woo-hyun is surprised. What does he want with me again? Jung Ji-hook reminds him. Jo Yun is probably here to press you, my lord. After all, bringing down Gangbuk East High was what you and June agreed upon. Now it's time for you to attack Gangbuk East High. Han Jae-ha also understands that Gangbuk West High will come soon. East High has deployed its strategy with each person assigned their opponent. Yang Chong-wong prepares for Gildo. Ryu Yong faces Chong Yun. Kong needs to face Gu Ha-jun, and Seo Dong-jong has other things to do. Moreover, Han Ji-ha has stationed a massive strike force at the border with West High that even Kim Woo-hyun can't handle. In his view, Gangbuk West High should take a detour to avoid direct confrontation. They just need to deal with West High when they detour. At this moment, Alaki reports, Gangbuk West High is attacking head-on. Hanja didn't expect the West High to do something so stupid. He asked the lackey how many total and who's leading them, but according to current intel, only Kim Soo-hyun came to the front battlefield. This is because the strategist said, there's a way to end the war without full-scale combat. But before using that method, some things must be done first. Currently, because they came under Gangbuk North High, West High's morale has hit rock bottom. Jung Ji-hook explains, you must show that you're still strong, my lord, to make East High fear and restore West High's morale. Kim Soo-hyun has a way to do this. East people mock him jokingly. Isn't that Kim Soo-hun who brings lunchboxes to Jo Yun? Kim Soo-yun is about to let them know one thing. He lost to Jo Yun, not to East High. After observing, Kim Woo-hyun finds there are about 30-something people here. In that case, he can try out the one against 1,000 skill. A powerful aura suddenly erupts from Kim Soo-hyun. He wants to see just how capable East High's so-called anti-boss strike force really is. Hwang Deong roars, "There's only one opponent, nothing to fear. Just be careful of his boxing and ancient flow martial arts ton." However, with the 1 against 1,000 skill boost, Kim Soo-hyun's stats are far beyond what these people can match. Not only double S plus speed, but also double S plus stamina. Seeing Kim Woo-hyun not using boxing or tune, Hangdes finally realizes Kim Woo-hyun doesn't even need techniques to deal with these people. Hang attacks him in anger. But the next second, his body flips 180 degrees. Kim Woo-hyun takes down Hangdae with just one strike. Soon, Hanja receives news that Hang and the strike force are down. He can't believe it. Not long ago, that guy Kim Woo-hyun wasn't this strong. According to the lackeys, Kim Woo-hyun is advancing with unstoppable momentum. They need a new strategy now. The lackey's mouth is grabbed. Hanja warns him in a low voice to shut his mouth. He'll deploy troops to ambush Kim Soo-hyun on his necessary path. At this moment, another lackey says there's a call for the boss. Yong Chung Wong is at the battlefield. Kim Woo-hyun swept through and Kim Woo-hyun has already retreated. Yong Chung Wong doesn't know what's going on either. He also discovers that Kim Woo-hyun deliberately let a few people go without finishing them. But all of this seems to be Gangbuk West High's strategy. Jung Ji-hook also understands that East High should have noticed something wrong. Kim Soo-hyun's next quest is to make Jung Ji-hook's strategy succeed. The reward is the downfall of Gangbuk East High, and Jung Ji-hook's strategy to end the war without too much bloodshed has begun. Hanj Ha must be troubled now, constantly wondering what his strategy is. But the storm has already begun. East High's lackey report bad news again. This time Gangbuk North High is attacking with Yang Xian leading as the vanguard. Han Ha immediately orders everyone to prepare to resist Gangbuk North High. But at this moment, the latest news arrives. After receiving someone's call, Yang Chong-seo withdraws with North High's people. Hanja doesn't understand what's going on. However, after hearing the fearful discussions of his lackeys, Han-ha gradually realizes this is Jung Ji-hook's strategy to make East High surrender voluntarily. To deal with Han-ha, they must occupy the 10 entertainment venues East High manages. But occupying all venues takes too much time and risks falling into traps. Although Han-ha will never surrender easily, everyone else can make Gangbuk East High surrender. First, Kim Woo-hyun displaying his power is the first wave of fear for East High's people. Then North High's participation plants even deeper fear in their hearts. In this situation, if even one person from East High flees, it will trigger a chain reaction. Then Han-ha will have to surrender because he has no one left to fight. Kong-suk of Gangbuk East High understands this strategy must be from that guy called Jung Ji-hook. Gangbuk South High also fell because of that guy. Whenever Yong-sung proposed a strategy, Jung Ji-hook would catch it. Kong-suk absolutely hates Jung Ji-hook to the bone. Now Gangbuk East High's morale is crawling on the ground. He asks Han-ha, "What are you going to do now?" And Han-ha, of course, wants to show West High's people what kind of guys Gangbuk East has. Within an hour, Ryui Kya-yong, East High's rank 3, will handle this problem. Everyone at Gangbuk West High is acting according to the strategist orders. Everyone is intensifying fear in Gangbuk East High. Someone surrendering isn't far off. Lai Dong and Jung Shi-hook just need to wait in the rear area for everyone's good news. But at this moment, the lackey standing guard outside is thrown inside. Lee Hyun protects Jung Ji-hook. Ryong actually appears at West High's rear with some elite fighters. They fought their way from a corner to the rear area. Lee Hyun does an attack to protect the strategist. Ryong asks with a smile, "Can you really handle this?" On the other side, Kim Woo-hyun is dealing with East High's people according to orders. So far, everything is going smoothly. But the quest pop-up suddenly notifies him that a side quest has failed, and Lee Hyung-dong and Jung Ji-hook at Gangbuk West High have fallen since West High's strategist is so smart. Hana figures why not just kidnap him. At this moment, the quest pop-up notifies him that Gangbuk West High's morale has dropped. Learning of the strategist, Jung Ji-hook's kidnapping, East High's morale rises. Due to morale drop, Gangbuk West High's overall stats decrease. While East High's morale rises, their stats increase accordingly. Kim Woo-hyun needs to hold an emergency meeting. Kidnapped to East High, Jung Ji-hook roars, "Just kill me, you guys." I will never be toyed with by filthy gangbook East High. Not just a strategist, but a commander. I choose a glorious death in battle to be remembered in history. Just when Jung Ji-hook thinks everything is about to end, Han Ha unties him and says, "We were rude." Strategist Jung Ji-hook of Gangbook West High is the man called Juju Konging. Xia says he's always wanted to meet this rare genius. He says kindly, "Teacher, you have no grudge against Gangbook East High. We at Gangbook East High need talent like you, teacher." Hearing this, Jung Ji-hook shouts angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense? I've already sworn loyalty to my lord. Even in death, I won't help Gangbook East High." Alaki asks Han Ji-ha what to do now, and Han Ji-ha actually orders them to serve Jung Juk respectfully. They've investigated and found Jung Juk has no special relationship with Kim Soo-hyun. The only reason he joined West High is because he fell for a woman named Chung Il-cheon. In that case, Hanja immediately prescribes the right medicine using a honey trap to try to extract Gangbook West High strategy. Jung Ji-hook thinks to himself, "He's in danger now. Please hurry and save me, my lord." Kim Woo-hyun uses the camera skill to see Jung Ji-hook at the karaoke and breathes a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lee Hun shouts at him, "I was too weak to protect the advisor. I'll accept any punishment." Kim Soo-hyun says, "Seriously, this was my mistake. I should have given Jung Ji-hook more guards." "You did your best. The opponent was too strong." Kim Soo-hyun understands that morale drop caused everyone's combat power to weaken. But the way to restore combat power to its original state is simple. Just get Jung Ji-hook back. The quest pop-up issues the main quest at this moment, the downfall of Gangbook East High. The first step is to rescue Jung Ji-hook. Gangbook East High manages a total of 5 karaoke bars. They need to find out where Jung Ji-hook is being held. And for this strategy, Jung Il-cheon plays the most important role. Jung Ji-hook apologizes to his lord in his heart because he still revealed West High's strategy and member positions under the honey trap. Han Jae-ha immediately summons all of East High's officers. Jung Ji-hook is helpless. He already tried his best. On the other side of the holographic window, Kim Soo-hyun knew this guy would do this, and West High's ace Chung Il-yeon's operation is about to begin. Haya quickly prepares to capture Kim Soo-hyun. He also has others capture their assigned West High officers. The intel Han Ha received is that West High's people haven't started looking for Jung Ji-hook. And to prevent accidents, he'll deal with Kim Woo-hyun today. But at this moment, another lackey reports bad news. The karaoke where Jung Ji-hook is located is under attack, and they still don't know who's attacking. At this moment, a large number of East High's people have fallen inside the karaoke, but they receive no news of Gangbook West High taking action. An East High person, still conscious on the ground, warns others to be careful. Everyone turns around to find that in this emergency, there's actually a woman in the karaoke. The person angrily retorts, "I'm not a woman." East High's people finally realize this person is the attacker. It's actually Chung Il-cheon from West High in women's clothing. He just feels mortified right now. Not long ago, Kim Woo-hyun launched a cross-dressing rescue operation, although he's extremely unwilling. If Kim Woo-hyun and others act to rescue Jung Ji-hook, East High will definitely notice, and East High definitely won't expect someone to infiltrate and drag. Kim Woo-hyun asks Chung Xian to rescue the strategist. Just wear a skirt. Although Chung Il-cheon really doesn't want to wear women's clothing, West High's current predicament has a lot to do with him. Chung Xian needs to repay his debt. At this moment, Han Jae-ha feels very fortunate because he left Ryu-young there. The commotion inside the karaoke excites Ryu-young. He's somewhat eager to go in and see. At this moment, Jung Ji-hook is enjoying Gangbook East's honey trap. Chung Il-cheon finally finds him after much effort. Seeing this, Jung Ji-hook immediately jumps up and curses East High for using a honey trap on him. Chung Il-cheon finds his appearance amusing, but regardless, he needs to get the strategist out first. But at this moment, Ryu-young appears at the door. Chung Il-cheon tells Jung Ji-hook to find a chance to escape first, and he'll cover the rear here. Ryusi Kyo-wong looks under Chung Il-cheon's skirt and asks, "Are those underwear?" He casually flings Chung Il-cheon aside. Chung Il-cheon realizes something's very wrong. The opponent's strength is too great, and he must hold out long enough for the strategist to escape. Ryu Yu-kyung suddenly asked Chung Yi-chan with a smile, "No, why I'm letting him go like this? Because there's still a large force of Gangbook East High people outside. With Jung Ji-hook's weak body, he obviously can't break through so many people to escape, but Chung Chan dares let him escape alone for a reason, because Kim Swan said earlier he'd have a way." Just as Gangbook East High's people swarm toward Jung Ji-hook, he thinks he's going to meet his end here. On the other side, Kim Soo-hyun uses the exchange skill. His stats instantly swap with Jung Ji-hook's, feeling the powerful strength within him. Jung Ji-hook tells Han Ha to come out and fight. East High's people are shocked. How is the strategist this strong? Are all Gangbuk West High's people monsters? Jiang Ji-hook apologizes to his lord in his heart. The Gangbuk unification you are supposed to complete might have to be completed by me, Jiang Ji-hook. Jiang Ji-hook has never possessed such powerful strength. He now feels he could beat the crap out of Gangbuk's Daniel. And watching Jiang Ji-hook's arrogant face, Kim Woo-hyun can't help but feel disgusted. However, this way, Jiang Ji-hook can easily escape. Before that, Kim Woo-hyun needs to hide. With his current stats, he's afraid even a dog could take him out. But at this moment, a tremendous force kicks toward Kim Woo-hyun. Han Ji-ha didn't expect Jiang Ji-hook to actually tell him Kim Woo-hyun's real location. Kim Woo-hyun curses inwardly Jiang Ji-hook. That bastard. At this moment, Jiang Ji-hook, who has his stats, is laughing madly. With no choice, Kim Woo-hyun can only try to stall for time. He asks Han Ji-ha, "Even Kong Suk can't beat me. You dare come alone?" But Han Ji-ha, with an A+ intelligence rating, sees right through his stalling tactic. Kim Woo-hyun immediately feels he's screwed. His current body can't dodge Hanja's attacks at all. At this moment, Gu Jun appears. The morale drop also caused his stats to decrease. Just as Gu Ha-jun is about to punch back, another figure pushes him aside. Kong has also arrived here. The situation is now very urgent. Before Jiang Ji-hook escapes the karaoke, Kim Woo-hyun can't hold off the two people in front of him. But Gu Ha-jun suddenly tells him to let go. Just as Kim Woo-hyun wonders, the quest pop-up notifies him that team member Gu Ha-jun's resolve is full. Not long ago, he was defeated by Daniel in a crushing manner. Even his awakening was interrupted by Daniel. Because he lost, he's super upset. The quest pop-up notifies him that Gu Ha-jun's overlord's aura starts running wild, but Kang Suk understands he won't make it because Gu Ha-jun has no reason he must win. In other words, no resolve. Kim Woo-hyun can only stand aside foolishly now. His pitiful stats can't help at all. And there's also Han Jia nearby. Gu Ha-jun blocks another attack for Kim Woo-hyun. He says he'll hold on. So Kim Woo-hyun should quickly come up with a plan, but Kim Woo-hyun can only wait for the exchange skill duration to end. Jiang Jun is fighting Ryuong, but he gradually notices something's wrong. Ryuong's speed isn't fast. His strength isn't strong either. Chang Yi-chan doesn't understand how is someone like this rank 3. He suspects Ryu Kyoong has some hidden trump card. Chang Yi-chan starts using capoeira. He wants to see what Ryuki Kyoong is hiding. Facing Chang Chan's fierce offensive, Ryuki Kyoong smiles. He's finally getting interested. The next second, Chang Yi-chun's body flips 180 degrees. Ryu Kyoong uses wrestling techniques on him. Looking at the fallen Chang Yil-chun, he smiles. My apologies. At this moment, a lackey reports bad news. The escaping strategist is very strong. At this rate, he'll really get away. Ryuki Kyoong has the lackeys handled Chung Cheon while he personally goes after Jiang Ji-hook. Zhong Il-cheon stands up and roars, "I'm not done yet." Ryu Kyoong reminds him, "It's over." Gangbuk West High is under attack everywhere because a strategist hasn't been rescued to restore morale. West High's people all have decreased stats. At this moment, Jiang Ji-hook has already seen the exit, just about to successfully escape. A grunt jumps out. The exchange skill duration ends at this moment. Jiang Ji-hook is dumbfounded as his stats switch back. The grunt who knocked him down is shocked. I did what no one else could. He suspects he might actually be strong. Hanja quickly receives the news. Jiang Ji-hook's escape failed, which means Gangbuk West High should be finished. If East High launches a full offensive now, they can wipe them out. Gu Ha-jun tells Kim Soo-hyun to escape while he holds on. Kim Soo-hyun refuses because things are far from over. Through this incident, Lee Ji-hun learned a lot. That is to never lose the strategist. Lee Ji-hun arrives for support and successfully rescues the strategist. Gangbuk West High's morale rises. West High members' stats finally recover. Gildu blasts away East High people before him, with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. He admires worthy of the woman I fell for. Chung Yi-chan, with recovered stats, quickly deals with the surrounding grunts. Now it's their turn to counterattack. Kang Suk realizes this won't work. He wants to capture Kim Soo-hyun to make West High's morale plummet again. However, this is already impossible. Kang is flipped to the ground. Henja also quickly attacks Kim Soo-hyun. Kanga tries to stop him, but it's too late. Kim Soo-hyun raises his hand to block Hanja's attack. Hanja freezes instantly. He doesn't understand what this overwhelming pressure is. Kim Woo-hyun starts using beast mode. He wildly strikes with Wild Strike. Kang Sa can hardly believe it. Hanja was defeated in one strike. And because East High's leader was defeated in one blow, Gangbook East High's stats drop with morale. Kim Soo-hyun also receives a hidden reward for completing the quest early. He skipped the second quest and completed the third quest. Kim Soo-hyun, who successfully defeated Hanja, receives a platinum card. Kong roars, "What is everyone doing? Take Hanja and escape." Kong also tells Alakas not to let news of Hanjiha's defeat get out. As for here, leave it to him to handle. Kim Woo-hyun still has 3 quests remaining. He needs to capture Kong first to prevent other problems later, but Gu Ha-jun stops Kim Woo-hyun, wanting to handle it himself because he previously lost to Kong's second battle. Now, Gu Ha-jun tells Kim Soo-hyun to go help others, because he's starting to wonder what the deadly resolve Kong talks about is. The quest pop-up notifies him that Gu Ha-jun's potential is surging within. With Gu Ha-jun's current stats, facing the awakened Kang obviously isn't enough. Kongzi understands Gu Ha-jun has no deadly resolve because if he had it, he wouldn't have lost to Kim Woo-hyun. Kong is about to start infinite suplex again. He humiliates Gua-jun. You can't beat anyone now. And this is indeed true. With Kanguk's second suplex, Gu Ha-jun is already almost done. Kanggi understands this is because he has no reason to win. Gu Ha-jun struggles to stand up. Kanguk tells him standing up doesn't equal deadly resolve. Gu Ha-jun wonders, can't win without deadly resolve? He doesn't know what deadly resolve actually is, and how exactly can he obtain it? Why doesn't he have it? Gu Ha-jun gradually begins to think, why must I have deadly resolve? Kang-suk freezes for a moment. Gu Ha-jun starts going back to the past. Starting from elementary school, continuing to middle school, then high school, Gu Ha-jun once ruled supreme. Nothing could make him afraid. Back then, Gu Ha-jun was fearless. That version of him fell before Daniel with no ability to fight back. Gu Ha-jun finally understands, and he immersed himself in peace in groups, but he's strongest only when alone. The quest pop-up notifies him that Gu Ha-jun's potential starts surging. He's going back to when he was strongest. Gu Ha-jun, with max potential, finally awakens. Daniel at Gangbook North High understands West High won't lose because Gu Ha-jun is there. His subordinate wonders, does Gu Ha-jun, who lost to Kim Woo-hyun, have such high potential? But Daniel understands that, although he lost to Kim Woo-hyun, everyone still knows. Gu Ha-jun could have originally unified Gangbook. That guy became weak because of emotions. Gu Ha-jun's deadly resolve is his past self. If he returns to the past, Gangbook will turn upside down due to potential awakening. Gu-jun's stamina specially recovers, and due to Gu-hun's potential awakening, he receives an exclusive attack card. He starts using his exclusive attack skill. Kang-suk, mid-charge, suddenly stops his body. Gu-jun's exclusive skill is called Return of the Overlord. Its effect is that, with each attack, clones appear to deliver 2 more strikes, and Return of the Overlord can be combined with 2 other unobtained skills. Gu Ha-jun's fists suddenly rain down on Kang-suk like a storm. Kang is overwhelmed by the sudden attack, but he still grits his teeth, continuing to charge at Gu Ha-jun, trying to lock him down. At this moment, Gu-jun starts using Kai fighting method. Although it looks like just one pair of hands, under Return of the Overlord's effect, Gu Ha-jun's offense is incredibly swift. Kang-suk ultimately falls. Gu Ha-jun tells Ihai's other grunts to spread the word. Both Kang-suk and Han-ha have been defeated. Kim Woo-hyun, heading for support, also receives notification of Kong's fall. He knew it would be like this. Gu Ha-jun would definitely defeat Kong. He lights up a victory cigarette. After awakening, Gu-hun's stats have also greatly increased. After regaining consciousness, Hanja furiously smashes a table with his fist. He doesn't understand when Kim Soo-hyun became so strong. The current battle situation is very unfavorable for East High. Everyone is waiting for Hanja's orders, but he has no solution either. Hanja doesn't want East High to become like Gangbook South. He realizes those guys can't be dealt with using strategy. Hanja tells everyone to steal their resolve. We must fight with deadly resolve. The quest pop-up also notifies him at this moment that Hanja's potential starts surging. Having completed his mission, Chung Il-cheon feels Ryu Kyung, whom he fought, is strange. That guy seems to have no loyalty to Gangbook East High because Ryu Kyung could have captured the advisor again, but disappeared after subduing Chung Il-cheon. Kim Woo-hyun also can't figure out what kind of guy Ryu Kyung is. The lackey delivering intel begins explaining the situation to him. Currently, West High and North High are attacking East High from both sides simultaneously. On one side, Rao Yong and Yongchang Wang are facing off. But Kim Woo-hyun is somewhat worried about Rao Yong, but not worried about his lack of strength. Ultimately, Kim Woo-hyun chooses to trust Rao Yong in his heart. His standoff with Yongchang Wang has lasted for a while. The surrounding lackeys wonder why they won't attack. Yongchang Wang asked Rao You should honor your agreement with Kong Sak, right? Not long ago, Kong found Rao alone and sympathized that staying at West High is hard. Now that war has begun, the opportunity has come. Kong Sik tells Rahu to betray West High. He hopes Rao can stab Kim Soo Hyun in the back. Now Ra doesn't answer Yam Chung Wang. He silently delivers a shin kick. Yam Chung Wang is shocked. What's going on? Are you betraying Kong Suk? Both forces begin fighting following their boss's actions. Yam Chung Wang questions. Rao Yong, who received Kong Si's favor. Are you really doing this? Has Kong Sik's blade already turned to Kim Woo Hyun so quickly? Rao Om says nothing and continues with shin kicks. Yong Chung Wang understands this guy has long limbs, so close-range combat is advantageous for him. Rao Om delivers another shin kick. Yong Chung Wang realizes this won't work. His leg will be disabled first, sooner or later. Yong Chung Wang must close the combat distance. Just as Ra Guy is about to deliver another shin kick, Yong Chung Wang is about to defend. But this time, Rao Om uses a feint. Lackeys from both sides immediately stop what they're doing. Rao Om stares at his opponent with a serious expression. His feint is too obvious to Yam Chung Wang. Yam Chung Wang will deliver a devastating blow to Rao Om. In an instant, he headbutts Rao. Before the war began, Jung Ji-hook said East High is a rather special school. Their boss, Han Ha, is a strategist who can fight. This means Han Ha is not East High's strongest fighter. What's special about Gangbook East is all their officers are stronger than Han Ha. East High's people are excited. They're Chang Wang won. At this moment, a terrifying aura appears. Everyone around has their stats reduced under the Dark Lord skill. Yum Chang Wang finally meets his assigned opponent, the Dark Lord Gildo, who masters Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Rao nods to indicate he can continue. In that case, both should attack together. Everyone from West High waits for Gildo to give orders. Gildo tells them to guard Rao as he fights. As for that old guy, Yong Chung Wang, Gildo will handle him personally. And because Yong Chung Wang is affected by the Dark Lord's skill effect, Gildo can completely suppress him. Neither of them believes the other is only 18 years old. The feeling of this fight makes Gildo feel great. When it comes to fighting, technique isn't everything. Experience is just as important. This is what Gildo learned from his battle with Kong. He learned a lot from Kong Sak. Now it's time to end everything here. But the next second, Gildo gets hit by a headbutt. Yam Chung Wang realizes Gildo let his guard down. Then he freezes because Gildo deliberately showed that opening. He grabs Yam Chung Wang. He unleashes the frontal 8 combo from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate, followed by the spinning kick from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Yam Chung Wang finally falls. He can't believe he actually lost. Gildo thanks Rao Jiang because he wore down Yam Chung Wang's stamina first, allowing Gildo to claim victory. But Rao Jiang's expression looks strange. When he points behind Gildo, the quest pop-up appears. Gangbook East High rises again with an unknown power. Yong Chung Wang's potential awakens at this moment. Even under the Dark Lord's skill effect, his stats remain incredibly strong. Gild gets sent flying by one of Rao's punches. The next second, another fist appears on Gildo's face. Yong Chung and Wang's fists keep pounding on him. Gild immediately struggles to grab hold of Yam Chung Wang. He roars for them to take Rao and run, because Gildo knows the current Yam Chung Wang is not someone he can defeat, and he can't hold on much longer. Just as the battlefield is about to be ended by Yong Chung Wang, Rahu Yim stares blankly at them. He hasn't spoken since a long time ago. His classmates all heard he suffered a severe mental trauma, because when Rao Young was young, his entire family died in a fire, and only he survived because it happened when he was very young. The trauma left him unable to speak even now. Youngsung and Kong, who had just started selling illegal goods, needed a disposable pawn. Although Kongok felt this wasn't right, Young Bum-sung understood that if they got caught by the police selling illegal goods, Raui, who had no family, would be the perfect scapegoat. And their conversation happened to be overheard by Rao Guyong. He was originally very loyal because Gungbuk South High treated him well, but from that moment on, Rao Yong realized the world only has people who use him until he met Kim Soo-hyun. Although he wasn't confident he could treat Raui better than Kang Suk did, Kim Soo-hyun could promise Raui one thing. That was, I will absolutely never use you. The quest pop-up appears. Team member Rao's resolve is full. Rao Yong's potential begins to surge when his potential reaches maximum. Rao Jung finally fully awakens. Due to his potential awakening, he gains an exclusive attack card. Just as Yam Cheng Wang moves forward to finish off the risen Rao Yong seems about to throw another shin kick. Yam Cheng Wang is confident he can block this anytime. The moment Rog's attack lands, he activates his exclusive skill. The exclusive skill is called Terabyte Low Kick, which gathers all strength into a powerful low kick. It delivers 3 times the critical damage. Under this strike, Yum-Cheng Wang's leg bone cracks on the spot. His entire body flips through the air from the momentum. Yum-Cheng Wang has lost consciousness. On this battlefield, Gangbok West High wins. Gildu commands others to inform the enemy camp. Gangbok West High has become stronger. After awakening, Raogong's stats also receive a significant boost. Hanjha soon receives news of Yum-Cheng Wang's defeat, and Rikong is now unreachable. Xiongjiang is still fighting Liun at his establishment. Hanja tells his underling to relay to Seo Dongjiang. If he loses again, he'll kill him. The enraged Hanjha will only allow him to die in battle. Li Hyun struggles against Seo Dongjiang, who has mastered Jundo. Seo Dongjiang looks down on her slow speed. He feels fighting a little girl is worse than fighting Chang Qian. Li Hyun apologizes for being a girl. She has to admit Seo Dongjiang is faster than her. If she keeps dragging this out, Li Hun will get caught because of her speed. She hates Seo Dongjiang, who keeps calling her little girl. Li Hyun must use a lethal strike. Seo Dongjiang finds this amusing. He's already predicted Liun's next move, so he just needs to use his speed advantage to dodge, but the next instant lies to a two-handed grip. Seo Dongjiang freezes for a moment. His foot gets hit hard. A piercing pain makes Seo Dongjiang cry out. Then a sword appears at his face. This is Li Ji-hun's lethal strike. She wins this battle. At this moment, the quest pop-up appears. Gangbok East High rises again with an unknown power. Seo Dongjiang's potential also awakens at East High's life or death moment. However, his B-rank potential only makes his strength and endurance somewhat stronger. But this is enough for Seo Dongjiang, who has a do-or-die resolve to win. He presses his palm against Li Ji-hun's abdomen, then unleashes a one-in punch. Before the battle began, Seo Dongjiang had privately investigated Li Ji-hun. Her past amuses Seo Dongjiang. Li Ji-hun's father was an alcoholic abuser, and as his violence toward her and her mother grew worse, she picked up a sword to protect her mother. And so Li Ji-hun's father was taken away by the police. But the laughable part is that the mother she risked her life to save abandoned her and went back to her father. Seo Dongjiang mocks. History repeats itself. Just like how you picked up a sword, but still couldn't beat your father. With a woman's natural body, you can't beat a man. As Seo Dongjiang's final strike falls, Liun wonders, can't beat a man with a woman's body? How is this different from what our master said? The sword technique her master spoke of, that can defeat anyone in one strike, is also a technique where failure means offering your life. The founder told his disciples, stake everything on the first strike. That way, even with a woman's body, you can defeat anyone. Her master asked Li Ji-hun to think carefully. This dangerous sword technique, do you really want to learn it? The quest pop-up appears. Team member Liun's resolve is full. Liun's potential begins to surge. Seo Dongjiang tells her to stop struggling pointlessly. Women naturally can't beat men. And when Li Ji-hun's potential reaches maximum, she finally awakens. Xiongjiang has completed his charge. He unleashes the dragon kick from Juneo. Due to her potential awakening, Li Haiyan gains an exclusive attack card. It's a sword technique that abandons endurance. Staking everything on strength and speed, Jigen Ryu, ignoring the enemy's attack and pursuing a killing blow on the first strike. This is the true essence of Jigen Ryu. Although Li Hun's potential is only C-rank by sacrificing endurance, her strength and speed receive a massive boost. Now only one entertainment venue remains before completing the second main quest. Kim Soo-hyun arrives here alone. Once this place is taken, the war ends, and he knows one more thing. Hanjha will definitely be inside. Although Kim Soo-hyun has beaten him before, he doesn't dare let his guard down. Because last Yasheim Kongsek also awakened at the final moment. Kim Woo-hun walks into the final karaoke bar with firm steps. He and Hanjha must fight to the death. But what Kim Woo-hun doesn't know is that Hanja's potential has already awakened. The guards protecting East High's headquarters voluntarily clear a path for Kim Woo-hyun. The quest updates at this moment. Defeat the awakened Hanjha within 1 hour. Kim Woo-hyun only has 1 hour, but facing this massive karaoke bar, he has no idea where to start. Just as he's thinking about where Hanjha might be, Hanjha appears on his own. Kim Soo-hyun quickly charges, wanting to settle this with him. However, Hanji-ha turns the corner again and disappears into darkness. Kim Woo-hyun is annoyed. What trick is he pulling now? After the corner is another large area of rooms. Kim Woo-hyun can only open them one by one to check, but there are other East High members in the rooms. They ambush Kim Woo-hyun the moment he opens the door. Slime rubs his belly after spitting out 2 steel pipes. Kim Woo-hyun understands now this is Han-ja's final strategy: hide people in every room and make Kim Soo-hyun find him. East High members face this gaze with great seriousness. Kim Woo-hyun begins using Filipino stick fighting. He'll play along nicely with Han-ja. East High's underlings wonder, wouldn't this waste manpower? Wouldn't a one-time all-out attack be better? But Han-ja understands this is Kim Soo-hyun's weakness. It was like this last time. He discovered Kim Soo-hyun gets stronger facing more enemies, so he must wear him down with small repeated attacks. Han-ja also finds it strange. Kim Soo-hyun is strong but has no stamina. Even a short fight immediately exhausts him, as if his strength is borrowed from somewhere. Therefore, Han-ja will wait until Kim Woo-hyun finds him in an extremely exhausted state. Then he'll tear the exhausted Kim Soo-hyun to pieces. Kim Soo-hyun, after clearing several rooms, is indeed gasping for breath. He finally realizes he should have exercised more earlier, and Kim Woo-hyun can't use Restore Stamina now, because 2 quests still remain. No one knows what will happen next. Kim Woo-hyun realizes he's too dependent on cards. With 14 rooms left, there's no way he can find Han-ja without using Restore Stamina, but Kim Woo-hyun has one last method. East High members in one room are on high alert. They've received word that Kim Woo-hyun is already very tired. As the door is being opened from outside, they'll subdue Kim Woo-hyun and save Gangbook East High. But after seeing who it is, the East High members freeze, because the person looks like a kid. He coldly utters 2 words. So annoying. East High members demand, "Who are you?" They've never heard of West High having such an officer. Then another big man walks in. He says in a deep voice, "You guys are really noisy." Actually, these 2 are brought in by Copy Cloud, because running a snack shop while unifying Gangbook, Little Cloud carefully selected people with good physiques. The boy who looks like a kid is named Ryu Soo-jin. He's a former competitive gymnast. His main specialty is speed. His weakness is that he really hates troublesome things. The other man is named Hwang Il-si. He's a former bodybuilder. His main specialties are strength and endurance. His advantage is that he's very straightforward. Han Jae-ha soon receives word. Reinforcements for Kim Soo-hyun have suddenly appeared. Apparently, hidden officers from Gangbook West High. Kim Soo-hyun kicks open the messenger underling. He finally finds Han-ja in the last room. Ryu-jin just wants to finish quickly and go rest. Well, can't wait to teach the guy bullying his boss a lesson. Kim Woo-hyun says grimly, "It's all over, Han-ja, now it's just you left." He starts using the peak skill, but Kim Woo-hyun is stunned when he sees Han-ja's stats. Han Ji-ha is also eager to fight him to the death. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand, how can his stats be so strong? Did he get a related exclusive card after awakening? Ryu Soo-jin and Hong Yel charge forward first. Kim Woo-hyun can't stop them in time. Hong Yel gets kicked away by Han-ja. Ryu Soo-jin still tries to ambush from above. Han-ja wonders, "What are you doing, little brat?" The stubborn Ryu Soo-jin doesn't want to end it like this. Han Ji-ha grabs him with a cold smile. The next second, a storm of fists rains down on Ryu-jin. Hwang Yilch takes advantage of Han-ja's lapse and locks him up, but Han-ja casually picks up a nearby microphone, then frantically attacks Hwang Il-si. This tremendous force is not something he can defend against. Just as Han-ja is about to finish him, Kim Woo-hyun steps in and blocks the strike. He uses the ancient flow martial arts Jun to repel Han-ha. The current Han-ja is just too strong and extremely dangerous, but Kim Woo-hyun doesn't panic at all and begins using beast mode. Meanwhile, inside Gangbook North High, Daniel reports to Jo-yoon. Kim Woo-hyun and Hae-ha have started fighting. He asks Lord Jo-yoon, if Kim Woo-hyun loses, will it affect the plan? But Jo-yoon calmly says, it doesn't matter who wins, in the end they'll all just become my nourishment. Daniel is still curious. Or Jo-yoon, who do you think will win between Han Ji-ha and Kim Soo-hyun? Jo-yoon's answer is the intelligent brain, because if it's Han-ja's brain, he can see through Kim Woo-hyun. His taekwondo is very difficult to deal with. Even his speed is faster than Kim Woo-hyun's, but Kim Woo-hyun only needs to catch him once. Although Han-ja's speed is faster, Kim Woo-hyun can still use attacks to limit his movement. Now Han-ja has been cornered. At this distance, Kim Woo-hyun is confident he absolutely won't miss. But the next second, Han-ja asks him, how do you think your acting was? This is just a strategy aimed at Kim Woo-hyun. Han-ja completes a turn in the air. He unleashes the tornado kick from Taekwondo, followed by the double tornado kick from Taekwondo. But it's not over yet. Han Ja unleashes a triple tornado kick. He said earlier that one of them must die. The quest pop-up warns again. If the main quest fails, all rewards will be confiscated, and no more quests will appear. At this moment, other members of Gangbook West High arrive at this karaoke bar. Ryu Kuang, who disappeared during the war, also appears here. Chang Chang can't help but ask what his true identity is. Ryu Kuang says, "That's not important right now," he asks with a smile. "Only 5 of you came." Liun doesn't want to waste words and immediately attacks, but Ryu Kuang tells her not to waste her strength because we're not enemies. He invites the West High members to enter the karaoke bar and to watch who will win between Kim Woo-hyun and Han Ha. In Hanja's eyes, the gangbuk conference feels like it happened yesterday. He never imagined the wee Kim Soo-hun from not long ago would torment him like this. But gangbuk West High should end here. Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses Restore Stamina and dodges the attack. Hanja can't believe it, beaten like that. Why did his stamina suddenly recover? He can't help but wonder if Kim Woo-hyun is even human. But even so, to Han Ha, this is just stalling for time. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't know how to beat this monster. He wants to use the Berserker skill for a final desperate fight. But even if he defeats Han Ha, there's still one unknown quest. Kim Woo-hyun can't use the Berserker skill now. He must use the backup plan. Hanja is constantly thinking during the battle. He sees that Kim Woo-hyun is waiting for an opportunity. That won't help because Han Ha has already seen through this guy's patterns. Small tricks are useless against him. Hanja tells Kim Woo-hyun, "You have a habit of dodging to the left." Kim Woo-hyun freezes when he hears this. After confirming this habit, Hanja deliberately corners him, then unleashes the tornado kick again. Seeing this, Hanja sneers, because Kim Soo-hyun actually blocks his tornado kick with his arm. Then a piercing pain makes Kim Soo-hyun cry out. Hanja tells him to rest in peace. This will be the last tornado kick. Kim Woo-hyun now has only 2 choices. Either have his arm bones shattered, or have his head knocked off. No matter which he chooses, Kim Woo-hyun will lose. But Han Ha freezes as his attack lands, because Kim Woo-hyun actually blocked it and is fine. This is actually because Hanja lost to Kim Woo-hyun not long ago, allowing him to complete the quest early and obtain a platinum card. This platinum card gave him Guardian's Feast, which can block all attacks once. Kim Soo-hyun asks Han Ha, "How was my acting?" Now he has Guardian's Feast in one hand and Knockout Feast in the other, which is the Stone Fist skill he obtained earlier. Kim Soo-hyun unleashes Knockout Feast on the relaxed Han Ha. His body immediately can't move. West High members also reach outside the room at this moment. To prevent Kim Woo-hyun from escaping, Han Ha had earlier ordered his underlings to block the door. Chang Qian tells everyone to clear these quickly. Kim Woo-hyun might be in danger, but just then, a figure breaks through the door and flies out. Kim Soo-hyun begins using Exceed Limits and Rise, then throws a punch using Pendulum Shift. Kim Woo-hyun has staked everything. He activates Beast Mode, then throws a punch using the Rise skill. Kim Woo-hyun has never had this level of super concentration before. For this single chance to win, he's endured for a long time. The victor of this battle ultimately belongs to Kim Soo-hyun. The West High members are stunned watching from the side. The quest pop-up appears at this moment. Han Ha has fallen. Now only the final quest remains. But at this moment, Hanja says grimly, "I'm not finished yet." The quest pop-up appears again. Gangbuk East High rises again with an unknown power. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. How is this possible? Is this a second phase like with Kang Suk? At this moment, an abrupt voice tells Han Ha not to bother. Ryu Kyung says with a smile, "Gangbuk East High has already lost." Han Ha demands where he's been, only showing up now. Ryu Kyung casually answers, "Probably went for a walk." Hanja didn't expect Gangbuk East High to become like this. "You damn bastard. You're saying you went for a walk," but he gets slapped down by Ryuong. Ryu Kyung laughs. "You're such a smart guy. How can you not read the room?" The quest pop-up updates at this moment. Choose to help Han Ha or Ryu Kyung. The reward for helping Ryu Kyung is 2 diamond cards. The reward for helping Han Ha is a never-before-seen master. The man clearly finished his opponent in a taekwondo match, but was declared defeated for hitting a vital point. The corrupt rules made him abandon the taekwondo arena. Hanja, who hates rules, just wants to live freely. One day he learned from other delinquents that the karaoke bar run by Gangbuk East High seniors was making good money. So Hanja started his own business. He took over all of East High's entertainment venues through violence. After Hanja found freedom, money followed. This is the life he wanted. The freedom of those in power fascinates Han Ha. So, he won't let Ryu Kyung take all this away. Gangbuk Tai can only be his, a business that belongs only to Han Ha. Kim Woo-hyun on the side doesn't understand what's happening. Why are people from the same faction fighting? Ryu Kyung consoles Han Ha. "If you just lived quietly from the start, none of this would have happened." Han Ha doesn't understand who he really is since it's almost over. Ryu Yung has nothing left to hide. Suddenly, young Chun Seil behind him says, This is an officer from Gangbuk North High, because the highest-ranking officers all hide their true identities. The incompetent Yang Xianxiu didn't recognize him immediately. Kim Soo-hyun finds this result hard to believe, and this was an order from Gangbuk North High's leadership, an order from their leader, Jo Yoon. He had Ryui Kyung become an officer of Gangbuk East High because the only person in the south who wanted to unify was Han Ja. In Joy's eyes, West High's combined group had no interest in unification, and South High's Kang Suk was too stupid to unify. So he had Ryas Kyung go undercover to monitor Hanja's every move. Not long after, West High saw changes. Kim Woo-hyun became the new leader. Jo Yoon seemed to have known this already, and when Kim Soo-hyun just became West High's boss, he knew South High would definitely be taken by Kim Soo-hyun. Jo Yoon told Ryu Yong to pay close attention to Kim Soo-hyun, as well as Han Ha. At that time, he told Ryu Kwong, soon Kim Woo-hyun and Han Ha would start the final battle in the south, and Ryu Kwong's mission was to select the superior side, then personally eliminate the other. For some reason, Jo Yoon predicted all of this from the very beginning, from Kim Woo-hyun's sudden appearance and rise to the defeats of Kang and Hai Ha. Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun and Han Ha can't figure out what kind of person is North High's Jo. Ryu Yong tells Kim Woo-hyun to honor the agreement now and go to Gangbuk North High together. For a moment, Kim Woo-hyun doesn't know how to choose. If he helps Ryu Kyung, he won't get the MasterCard. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun thinks 2 diamond cards might be optimal to be combined, but if they can't make a MasterCard, he'll miss this opportunity. The Challenger card said only with a MasterCard can he compete with Gangbuk North High. Anyway, Kim Soo-hyun will eventually have to fight North High, and he's already made his decision. Kang Sik, who rushed to support, roars, "Dream on! We'll never let you North High have your way." Rui Kyung says dismissively, "You have sweat." Yong Chang Wang also recklessly launches an attack. He angrily says, "We trusted you and you were a spy from the start." And Ryu Kyung just calmly says, He doesn't understand why. Kim Woo-hyun is still hesitating. Coming to his senses, Kim Woo-hyun randomly asks Ryu Young, "Have you eaten?" "Hanjor, think carefully. If you go to Gangbuk North High, you'll be done for too. No one knows what Jo Yoon will do. Please help us. Gangbuk East High. If you help us, we Gangbuk East High will submit under you, Kim Soo-hyun." Hearing this, Kim Woo-hyun freezes for a moment. Ryu Kyung is displeased. Do you want to shut up forever?" Han Ji-ha doesn't want to believe this outcome. In the end, still being devoured by Gangbuk North High. Suddenly, Kim Woo-hyun launches a surprise attack. Ryu Kyung is confused. "What are you doing?" Kim Woo-hyun says grimly, looking at Jo Yoon like that. "If I go to Gangbuk North High, I'll definitely be finished." Kim Woo-hyun tells Hanja to honor the agreement. The quest pop-up appears at this moment. Kang Suk and Yamchang Wang have become team members as well as Han Ha and Seo Dong-jong. Kim Woo-hyun makes sure Gangbuk North High's people here. The South won't hide anymore. I, Kim Woo-hyun of Gangbuk West High, officially declare war on you from this moment. The quest updates at this moment. The final quest is simply to land 1 effective hit on Ryu Seong. Facing the coming war, Ryu Kyung finds it amusing. But the war Kim Soo-hyun speaks of will end in his hands right now because Ryu Kyung's stats are an overwhelming gap above theirs. Yang Chansale didn't expect it would end up like this. He starts warming up for battle. Ryu Kyung is displeased. "Are you worried about me?" Yang Xiansale quickly apologizes. He suddenly realizes he shouldn't worry needlessly. Jo Yoon didn't tell Ryu Kyung things would develop this way. So he has no response plan for this development. In that case, Ryu Kyung will judge for himself. Then let Gangbuk West High and Gangbuk East High perish here. Kim Woo-hyun reminds everyone not to let their guard down. Ryu Yong smiles and tells him to be nervous because it won't change anything. These officers are no different from nobodies in Ryu Kyung's eyes. Seeing this, Kim Woo-hyun shouts, "Get away from Ryu Yong." Their strength is completely insufficient to damage Ryu Yong. At this moment, one person's attack interests him. It's Raoom's low kick skill that can deal 3 times critical damage. His attack carries a whistling sound as it strikes toward Ryu Yong, but it's still easily dodged by Ryu Yong. Through this strike, he feels Raoom is the strongest person. Kim Soo-hyun can't believe it. 4 people have already fallen so quickly. He tells Han Ha, "We need to find a way to land an effective hit on Ryu Seong first." Because in this situation, Kim Woo-hyun only has a chance if he gets the MasterCard first. But how to land an effective hit on that monster is a huge problem. After thinking carefully, Kim Woo-hyun decides to take a gamble. Chung Il-cheon attacks first using capoeira, but Ryu Yuong remains completely unharmed. Gu Ha-jun's attack follows. He knows Ryu Yuong's endurance is very high, so dealing damage is very difficult. But what Gu Hun doesn't know is his speed is also very fast. The gap in their strength is too large. Gu Jun has almost no power to resist. Chung Gach Chong immediately wants to go support, but in an instant, Ryu Kong's large hand appears on his head. Hanja's exclusive skill is he can convert inferiority complex into madness and boost his stats. He begins using the skill to attack. Hanja doesn't know what the land and effective hit strategy is, but it doesn't matter either way. The main character will be the strongest Kang Suk anyway. His exclusive skill is being able to use infinite suplex until the opponent passes out. However, this is not the end. Where you see Kyuong wonders if Kim Soo-yoon next will be the final strike. Han Ji-ha understands Konggok locks from below. Then Kim Woo-hyun attacks from above. This will definitely be an effective hit, but the result is not satisfactory. Ryu Kyuong grabs both Kong and Kim Woo-hyun with his hands. He scoffs. With this level, you dare to dream of unifying Gangbuk. Kim Woo-hyun feels the same despair as when facing Daniel. This kind of stats beyond triple S rank is truly beyond reason. At this distance, Kangsa immediately hugs and locks Ryu Kyuong tightly. Ryu Yong is about to finish him completely, but Kim Soo-hyun takes the opportunity to grab his right hand. The other hand is also firmly grabbed by Han Ji-ha. Facing the situation, Ryu Kyuong quickly makes a judgment. He realizes next will be three people working together to perform a suplex. Ryu Kyuong's thighs immediately exert force trying to stabilize his body, but he's wrong about one thing, because Kim Woo-hyun and the other's goal is not the suplex. Locking Ryu Kyuong like this is enough because the strongest person is not the three of them, but Lee Hun, who has mastered the sword technique, jigging Ryu. This is Kim Woo-hyun's true strategy to complete an effective hit. He went through great lengths. Everyone who completed this strike collapses to the ground exhausted. The quest pop-up finally appears. Effective hit achieved. The final quest is thus completed. Kim Soo-hyun obtains his first master card. On the other side, Jo Yun stands silently in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His cold expression makes it impossible to guess what he's thinking. The fallen Ryu Kyuong's lips curl into a slight arc. Kim Woo-hyun excitedly looks at the master card before him. This skill is called Drain Magic. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand what this means. Can it absorb the opponent's stats? Hanja roars. Kim Woo-hyun, you idiot! What are you doing? The battle isn't over yet. Kim Woo-hyun can't believe it. How could Ryuki be fine after that level of attack? The strangled Kim Soo-hyun immediately begins using the Drain Magic skill. Ryu Kyuong suddenly freezes because he feels his strength draining away. As Ryu Kyuong repels Kim Woo-hyun, Drain Magic also stops. Ryu Kyuong stares at his hand in disbelief, then demands what Kim Woo-hyun just did. Kim Soo-hyun is equally incredulous because he really feels his body getting stronger, and his stats are also rising. At this moment, Ryu Yuong's cell phone rings. Jo Yun on the other end tells him to come back first. Receiving this order, Ryu Yuong is very confused. Jo Yun says calmly, "The South's matters are already complete." Hearing this, Ryu Seong is even more confused. What does complete mean in this situation? But he can only follow his leader's orders. Ryuki Kyuong praises their good luck. He hopes the next time they meet, the battle will be more interesting than now. The next day, inside Gangbuk West High, all underlings congratulate Kim Woo-hyun in unison for completing the unification of the South. They heard Kim Woo-hyun removed all of defeated Han Ji-ha's body hair in certain areas with hot wax. Jung Ji-hoo and Lee Hyun-dong are also excited. Kim Woo-hyun tells them to get rid of these people who like spreading rumors. There's one more thing that Jung Ji-hook can't believe, that Han Ji-ha and the others actually joined the team. Kim Soo-hyun extends his hand. "Seriously, I'm counting on you from now on." Han Ji-ha looks at his extended hand and recalls the silence inside the karaoke bar. Finally extends his hand as well. But the more Hanja thinks about it, the more uncomfortable he feels. He tells Kim Woo-hyun to honor the agreement well, but not to be too arrogant. Kim Woo-hyun must prove he's qualified to be above Hanja, or he'll become an enemy anytime. Kim Soo-hyun smiles. "I'll try my best." Finally, Hanja reminds him, Gangbuk North High is coming. Just how strong is Gangbuk North High? It's completely unimaginable. A powerful enemy is waiting for everyone from West High. Han Jae-ha thinks facing such North High, Kim Woo-hyun wouldn't declare war without a plan. He tells Kim Woo-hyun to share his thoughts. Jung Ji-hook honestly tells Han Ji-ha, "We don't have a plan." Although we don't know why Zhou Yun called Ryu Qiong to retreat, if he attacks again, West High will definitely perish. Just as Hanj Ha is about to explode, Zhang Ji-hook says actually there's one way to slow down North High steps. Gangbuk originally had only one faction. It split into what it is now later. That man named Chen Wuhan previously unified Gangbuk. That period was called the Earth Dog Alliance. But after Chen Wuhan was betrayed by his subordinates, the Earth Dog Alliance scattered. Then war began to take the masterless territory. In the end, only North High and West High, East High and South High survived. Gangi wonders, what does this history have to do with stopping Gangbuk North High? Zhang Ji-hook wants to ask that man for help. The legendary man who unified Gangbuk, Earth Dog Alliances, Chen Wuhan. Although his personality is notoriously bad, Zhang Ji-hook has to try no matter what. But Chung Yan freezes when he hears the name Chen Wuhan. Kim Soo-hyun back home begins studying the newly obtained MasterCard. He understands this is a heaven-daying ability because the magic drained is not temporary but permanent. With this skill, he can just grab anyone and absorb to become infinitely stronger. Kim Soo-hyun wants to use his Kim Paper Bag identity to absorb all of Gangbuk North High's strong fighters. Before that, he needs to level up Drain Magic to absorb very strong opponents. But Kim Soo-hyun doubts, is this really enough? On the other side, Gildu also feels disheartened. He doesn't understand what he did in the war. As the second-ranked person in West High, he didn't help much. Gild doesn't want to continue like this. He wants to become a man who can protect that woman. The two finally realize they need to make changes. They can't keep relying on cards. Gildu for that beloved woman Kim Soo-hyun for himself. They must start training to change everything. Just last night, Ryu Kyung completed his mission and returned to Gangbuk North High. Joan had Daniel give him his deserved reward. But there was one thing Ryu Kyung was curious about. He wanted to know why Zhou Yun ordered him to retreat. In that situation, Ryu Kyung alone could have taken care of the South. Joan said coldly, the South must be dealt with by me personally. He told Daniel that the time had finally come. Everything was prepared perfectly. The time to unify Gangbuk had arrived. Meanwhile, at Gangbuk North High, an officer was beating up an underling because he reported that Ryu Kyung completed the spy mission and received a reward directly from the leader. His ranking would likely rise even higher. As the number 11 Hyokung was extremely frustrated. He felt that despite working so hard, it was Ryu Yong who kept rising. He desperately wanted a chance to climb higher and gain that person's favor. Just then, an underling brought intelligence that the leader planned to unify Gangbuk. Therefore, all officers needed to prepare for war. Hyeokyung realized this was an opportunity. The primary target of the war was Kim Soo-hyun. Hyeokyung thought if he could capture Kim Soo-hyun faster than anyone else, he might even gain the leader's favor and become number 10. Soon Zhang Ji-hook and his two companions arrived at Han River Park, where Chen Wuhan frequently appeared. Li Hund wondered, with so many people here, can we find our target right away? But Zhang Ji-hook had learned that Chen Wuhan was a dog lover who walked here at a fixed time every day. Li Hundong was curious. Someone who unified Gangbuk should have many enemies, right? How can he walk in the park so unguarded? Yang Ji-hook understood the reason was actually simple because no matter who he faced, he had absolute confidence. Zhang Ji-hook respectfully greeted Chen Wuhan with a salute. Li Ji-hun was amazed. This man was the legendary Chen Wuhan. Such a handsome man had once unified Gangbuk in just one day. Zhang Ji-hook stated the purpose of their visit. Chen Wuhan calmly expressed that he had no interest in unification and told them to leave. Changing Ji-hook wanted to say something more. Chen Wuhan asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to say it twice?" The overwhelming pressure made it almost impossible for Li Ji-hun to breathe. Though instinct told them Chen Wuhan could stop Gangbuk North High, he had no reason to help Gangbuk West High. Just now, Chen Ji-hook was so overwhelmed by the pressure that he couldn't speak. Then an underling ran over to report bad news. Gangbuk North High's number 11, Hyong Ti, is invading the south with his forces. His forces are split into two groups attacking West High, and many areas have already fallen. Although Hanj Ha and Kongsuk are resisting, North High's numbers are too great, and it's extremely dangerous. And just at that moment, something unexpected happened. Even in this place, there were people from Gangbuk North High. Li Hyun told the strategists to leave first. Even though their opponents were North High members of unknown strength, Li Hyun understood that for West High's sake, they must protect the strategist. But the North High members suddenly stopped. They seemed to see something terrifying and trembled with fear. And this was simply because of one person's arrival. Li Hyun and the other turned around in confusion. Unexpectedly, it was the man who had just refused them. Chen Wuhan. He told the man with glasses who had spoken with him just this once. Facing the North High members, his deep eyes showed no emotion whatsoever. Just last night, as Chen Wuhan was taking a walk, Chungal Chan found him out of breath. As Chen Wuhan turned around in confusion, he asked if Chen Wuhan still remembered him. The North High members were stunned. They were shocked. Why was Chen Wuhan of the Earth Dog Alliance standing with the South? Chen Wuhan calmly told them to leave. If you don't leave, do you want me to unify Gangbuk again? Chung Yil Qian was grateful that Chen Wuhan still remembered him because they weren't close relatives and only met during holidays. So Chung Qian was even more surprised. The Chen Wuhan he saw back then was clearly kind and warm. He never expected him to become the leader of the Earth Dog Alliance. Realizing he misspoke, Chungal Jian quickly explained, I didn't mean you're a bad person. Chen Wuhan told him to cut the nonsense and get to the point. Hearing this, Chungal Qian asked him to help West High. He couldn't watch the people he cherished get hurt. Cheng Yan was about to mention how he'd repay the favor, but before he could finish, Chen Wuhan agreed directly. Because Chen Wuhan owed a debt to Cheng Qian's parents, Cheng Qian had no idea what that meant. However, Chen Wuhan clarified he would only help this once, and next time they'd have to solve things themselves. If you don't have that kind of power, don't form organizations. A small-time officer ranked 31 at Gangbuk North High was no different from an ant in Chen Wuhan's eyes. These North High members who thought they'd gotten stronger dared to challenge him. Chen Wuhan hadn't fought in a long time, and it made these people so ignorant of their own limits. Zhang Ji-hook watched the one-sided battle in stunned disbelief. He had thought the rumors about Chen Wuhan were somewhat exaggerated, but apparently they weren't. A North High officer ranked 21 arrived, but the next second his body flipped 180 degrees. Zhang Ji-hook completely believed it now. Cheng Wuhan truly unified Gangbuk in just one day. The other North High members immediately knelt in surrender. They finally witnessed the terror of that legendary man. Zhang Ji-hook seized the opportunity to urge Chen Wuhan to just unify Gangbuk together like this. Chen Wuhan said coldly, "Stop with the tricks." News of what happened here spread quickly. Soon a messenger hurriedly found Daniel. He was startled to learn that Chen Wuhan had intervened, and Cheng Wuhan had also repelled Hyokung and other officers who attacked the South first. The South took this opportunity to reclaim all territory seized by North High. The war that just began had reset to a blank slate. Daniel turned to ask Zhou Yun for orders. He didn't understand why Zhou Yun kept staring blankly at empty air, but Zhou Yun didn't consider Chen Wuhan or Kim Woo-hyun a threat at all. However, the plan needed adjustment, so he told Daniel to wait. Then an underling reported that someone from West High had arrived. The visitor was Gangbuk West High's strategist, Zhang Ji-hook. He came to negotiate a ceasefire with North High. Zhang Ji-hook understood that the first wave of attacks was quelled because of Chen Wuhan. But Chen Wuhan wouldn't help West High again. In this situation, if Gangbuk North High launched a second wave, they had no way to resist. Kungok was confused. Don't both sides need equal strength to achieve a ceasefire? With the current power gap, North High has no reason to accept a truce. Zhang Ji-hook was about to say something, but Han Ha, who walked in, said first that they just needed to use Chen Wuhan. He understood that Gangbuk North High didn't know Chen Wuhan would only help West High once. So they just needed to perfectly deceive North High and use the Tiger Sway prestige. Therefore, Chen Wuhan was West High's trump card for achieving a ceasefire with North High, and the reason for the ceasefire was that West High needed to train. The South had to use this ceasefire period to make their officers strong enough to have the power to resist the North. Daniel was unmoved after learning Chen Wuhan joined West High. He said mockingly, "Our plan is to take care of Chen Wuhan as well before finishing. The reason Gangbuk North High has been hiding its strength and soul was to prepare a plan to deal with Chen Wuhan in advance. Now they've already measured Chen Wuhan's level, and West High's strategist even delivered himself to their doorstep." Daniel asked the leader, "Should we just attack Chen Wuhan and West High like this?" Zhou Yun opened his eyes and started staring at the air again. Then he told Daniel to accept the ceasefire. Daniel was surprised. Why isn't the plan to deal with Chen Wuhan already sufficient? But Zhou Yun made this decision not because of Chen Wuhan. He murmured, quite resilient. Then Zhou Yun asked, "How long is the ceasefire within North High's acceptable range?" Zhang Ji-hook proposed the maximum of 2 months. The short 2 months passed quickly. Li Han-dong complimented strategist. "You look even more handsome, except your hair in the back looks disgusting when it's long." Zhang Ji-hook was displeased. Pick one, compliment or insult. He was excited to see what West High's officers had become after 2 months, especially Kim Soo-hyun and Gildu, who started training earliest. Then a man walked in and asked, "Isn't it meeting time yet?" Hearing this voice, Young Ji-hook and the other were dumbfounded. This muscular man was actually Gildo, who was previously overweight. Being stared at like that made him a bit shy. This was thanks to Gildo's mother helping him lose weight over these 2 months. But Gildo was more curious. What had Kim Soo-hyun, who worked even harder than him, become? From the beginning, Kim Soo-hyun said he wouldn't rely on others this time. During those 2 months, constantly battling himself earned Gildo's respect. Kim Soo-hyun had completed his transformation. Jung Ji-hook and Lee Hun could hardly believe it. They changed so much in just 2 months. What exactly did they do? Kim Woo-hyun scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, though Gildo didn't want to recall it. Seeing their curiosity made him want to be generous. But Jung Ji-hyuk and the other walked right past them because Gu Ha-jun and Chung Ya-cheon had also arrived, along with Rao and Lee Ji-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun was about to greet them when he was bumped. Kong Sak and Hanja casually greeted the leader. Jang Shuk felt everyone had gotten stronger, so he was very happy. Now then, the Gangbook West High meeting should begin. Over these 2 months, Kim Woo-hyun did many things. During the day, he trained independently at home with constant exercise. At night, he disguised himself as Kim Paper Bag and went to the north to drain magic. After countless fights as Kim Paper Bag, he learned a terrible truth. Initially, Kim Soo-hyun was curious about the limits of drain magic. So while experimenting with how many stats he could take, he witnessed a horrifying scene. Those whose stats were drained gradually dying. Jung Ji-hook snapped the dazed Kim Soo-hyun back to attention. We're in a meeting now, not the time to space out. Kim Woo-hyun apologized and said to continue the meeting. He thought to himself, can I really use a skill like drain magic? At North High, Hyo Kung smashed a table with his fist. If not for Chen Woo-han, he could have captured Kim Soo-hyun and presented him. Hyung Tae's commotion annoyed others in the gambling den. Shin Young-chu of the Gangbook Crossroads faction told him to keep it down. Hyung Tae suddenly threw a punch at the speaker. He desperately wanted to be noticed by Jo Yoon. Then an underling ran over saying Jo Yoon had arrived. Hyung Tae didn't believe him at all, but Jo Yoon had indeed truly arrived. Hyung Tae knelt respectfully and asked, why would you seek out someone like me who isn't even in the top 10? Jo asked him back why he attacked Kim Woo-hyun first 2 months ago. Hearing Jo Yoon say his name, Hyung Tae felt incredibly honored. He honestly said he did it because he wanted to climb higher. Hearing this, Jo Yoon made Hyo Kyung a promise. Bring me Kim Soo-hyun and I'll let you rise. Hee Kyung obsessively grasped Yoon's hand. He would capture Kim Soo-hyun at any cost. Others in the gambling den complained, if these two want a lovey-dovey act, go outside. Without Jo Yoon moving, those behind him were knocked down. These people came at just the right time. I need power right now. Big Cher Rayong snack shop had already opened for business. She looked at the visitor with a very cold attitude. Kim Woo-hyun found it quite natural since he had pushed away Big Cher Rayong after she confessed to him. Business at the snack shop was quite good. Kangi drooled as he smelled the aroma. Young So-hwa had originally stayed here with the lie that Kim Soo-hyun asked her to work. After being exposed, Big Sharang pulled her away without looking back to have a talk. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun received a call from Chung Chun because Chung Chun wanted to say that before going to war with North High, it would be better to meet with someone first. Kim Soo-hyun jokingly asked him, are we meeting both sets of parents? But Chung Chan seriously said it was the former leader of Gangbook North High. Soon they arrived at the location of North High's former leader. Kim Soo-hyun wondered, why is North High's former leader in a hospital? Chong Gi-chan explained that North High's former leader was a very admirable person even during power struggles. He wouldn't fight the weak and prioritized his subordinates over himself. So he was well-liked, and many people followed him. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun was even more curious. Why would such a charismatic person be in a hospital? Seeing what was inside the room, Kim Woo-hyun found it incredibly hard to believe because Gangbook North High's former leader, Kong Shan, was lying on the hospital bed. Emaciated, Chung Il-cheon explained he was originally a healthy person, but suddenly fell into a coma. Even doctors couldn't determine the cause. The only thing certain was that the last person to meet with him was Jo Yoon. Kim Soo-hyun didn't understand the situation. Just meeting with Jo Yoon. Why would he end up like this? He suddenly had a terrifying thought. Kim Soo-hyun started using the peak skill, but the quest pop-up displayed peak failed. This was because of the master card, causing the opponent's stats to be non-existent. Kim Woo-hyun was instantly shocked to see Kong Soo-chan in this state because of cards. Only then did he realize that besides himself, others had also received quests. Kim Soo-hyun immediately called Jung Ji-hook to investigate Jo Yoon's past, including how he was at Gangbook North High and how he became North High's leader. Jung Ji-hook said he would find out as soon as possible. Kim Soo-hyun arranged to meet him at the club classroom. Meanwhile, at Gangbook North High, number 11, Hyo Kung-tae roared, "Are you bastards already?" A large group of subordinates answered in unison. It turned out Jo Yoon had entrusted the attack on the south to Hee Kyung. He was now the commander-in-chief for conquering the south and could mobilize forces at will. Number 12. Jun Hyung didn't understand why Jo Yoon would have such a person handle things. In his eyes, Hikyung was at most only fit to be a bullet shield. Number 13. Limong understood they couldn't defy Jo Yun's words, but he would seize the opportunity to conquer the south. When Hyeokyung failed. Number 14. Do Myung-woo didn't care who was commander. He reminded Hyeokyung T, "If I don't get paid, I won't move." Hyung T shouted angrily, "You bastards, didn't you hear what Yun said?" The other three keenly sensed something was wrong. That guy Hyung T shouldn't have been this strong originally. Jun Hyung hadn't planned to disobey Yu Yun anyway. He asked coldly what Hyeokung's plan to capture Kim Woo-hun was. Hyung scoffed back. "What kind of plan do we need to catch a loser? Just attack all at once?" Hyekyung believed that no matter how strong the South was, there was a huge numerical gap. He told the other officers to think of it as investing with their respective forces. "If I get a reward from Jo Yun, I'll share it with you. It's just Kim Soo-hyun after all." Having finished investigating Jun, Jang Ji-hook arrived at the classroom as agreed. He even found and sent Kim Soo-hyun photos of Jun from the past. Hearing this, Kim Woo-han couldn't wait to check the information. Seeing the photos, he found it hard to believe because the Jun in them looked completely ordinary. At first, Jang Ji-hook even doubted whether this person was really Jo Yun. In the past, he excelled in many areas. Good grades, good interpersonal relationships, loved reading novels, a student completely unrelated to fighting. In that case, Kim Soo-hyun was even more surprised. Such a guy became the leader of Gangbuk North High. And Jang Ji-hook explained that Jo Yun unified Gangbuk North High in less than a month. Logically speaking, no matter what you do in just 1 month, it's absolutely impossible to achieve such success. Han Jae-ha, who walked in, added, "Back then, North High's people were all very strong. Jo Yun appeared suddenly like a comet, a monster who unified Gangbuk North in just 1 month. Kang Sek, Han Ha, and Gu Ha Jun all thought it impossible. So Han Ha was certain that guy definitely had a secret. He asked Kim Soo-hyun if he didn't find it strange. Jo Yun's journey was too similar to yours. Kim Soo-hyun, who had been skeptical, was now certain of one thing. Then an underling reported, "Bad news, Gangbuk North High has made a new move. Jo Yun seems to have appointed Hyeokyung as commander-in-chief." Han Ji-ha and Jang Ji-hook both felt strange, though they weren't underestimating Hyeokyung's combat ability. Wouldn't it be simpler if Jo Yun attacked personally? And Kim Soo-hyun, who had figured everything out, finally understood the reason for Jo Yun's abnormal behavior. Jang Ji-hook worried this was Jun's strategy and planned to prepare for defense first. But Kim Soo-hyun decided to have the South launch the attack first. Hearing this, Jang Ji-hook wondered, what if Jun makes a move, but Kim Soo-hyun understood Jun wouldn't come? Number 15 of Gangbuk North High, Hung Gai, was leisurely playing golf, but an underling hurriedly reported, "Bad news. Gangbuk West High actually attacked North High first. West High's officers are attacking from all sides with their forces. They seem to be using a divide-and-conquer tactic." Lee Hyun was also confused, suddenly ordering a full offensive. What is he thinking? Chung Chun worried if Jo Yun moves, we're in trouble. He didn't understand why Kim Soo-hyun dared to do this. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun returned to Kang Chan's hospital room. He looked up at the empty surroundings, then asked, "Jo Yun, are you watching this?" At first, Kim Soo-hyun didn't believe it. How could Jo Yun be like him? But now, everything matched up. Kim Soo-hyun was certain Jo was also a quest player, and he started doing quests earlier than himself. As for why Jun wasn't taking action, Kim Woo-hyun had also guessed. It was because he received a quest related to it. Understanding this, Kim Woo-hyun couldn't help but laugh, because this meant the world now belonged to him. Kim Woo-hyun also understood that Yoon had suffered like himself, which is why he got the chance to do quests. However, he believed Jo Yun was wrong to act this way after gaining power. Kim Soo-hyun didn't know what happened between Jun and Kanggucha Chan, but he knew that as humans there are lines that must not be crossed. Kim Woo-hyun also understood the reason he became a quest player. It was to stop Jo Yun. He was going to give it a proper try until one of them was finished. Little Cloud was also surprised to learn Jo Yun was a quest player. From various situations, Kim Soo-hyun could confirm Jo Yun was waiting for him to grow and then absorb his power. So Kim Woo-hyun was now very worried because Jo Yun started receiving quests earlier than him. This meant he definitely had far fewer cards than Jo Yun. Moreover, Jo Yun was a cruel guy who felt no guilt about leaving Kanggi-chan on the brink of death. Kim Woo-hyun couldn't help but doubt. Could he win against such a guy? Little Cloud comforted him. "Master, you still have me. No matter how strong that guy is, it doesn't matter. Let's break Jo Yun's limbs together and display him at the Gangbuk West High School gate as decoration." Kim Soo-hyun also realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't show weakness to Jo Yun. There must not be a second Kangsuch Chan. Gangbuk West High's first wave of attacks was complete. They subdued North High's officers ranked 26, 27, and 28 respectively, and occupied the corresponding territories. Just as Kim Soo-hyun said, Jo Yun took no action even as he watched his territory being attacked. He explained that although John was like this now, he would act eventually. So, West High must take advantage of this. Before June acts, gain all the benefits they can. Jung Ji-hook stated bluntly, this isn't such a simple matter, because Gangbuk North High has the central five in order. They are Hyokyung Tun-hyung, Lee Myung, Do Myung-woo, and Hong Gi. These five have strength comparable to Ryu Sekyuong. They must be subdued first before they can face Jia Yun. To deal with these five, West High needed a strategy. Jung Ji-hook's strategy was to divide the South into 5 parts, split into 5 groups of forces, each facing one of the 5, because if the 5 gathered together it would be very dangerous. Kim Soo-hyun asked Han Ji-ha to share his thoughts as well, and Han Ji-ha's strategy was to concentrate forces and attack Hai Kokong Tai with full force. If they could successfully defeat Hikkyong Te, the remaining 4 would fall due to losing their power. However, the downside was they might face attacks from all 4 simultaneously. Then the quest pop-up issued a main quest. Follow Genji Hukas, or Hanja's strategy. Though there's no reward, the next quest will change depending on the strategy. Kim Soo-hyun confidently considered. Though Hanja's method could gain benefits quickly, facing all 4 at once was too risky. In the end, Kim Soo-hyun still chose to use Jung Ji-hook's strategy. The next quest would also change because of this choice. Kim Soo-hyun was about to end today's meeting. Then another underling rushed in to report, Gangbuk North High is attacking. Jung Ji-hook urgently asked who the enemy commander was. This time's enemy was Gangbuk North High's number 19 Jung Woo. He faced West High's number 13 Ju-hook Jiang and number 14 Wang Dong-woo. Ju-ha Jiang scoffed. Just you alone and you think you can take back the lost territory. On the other side, Kim Soo-hyun wondered, who is Sejong-woo? What makes Jung Ji-hook show that expression? Hanja explained, he's not scared by the name Seong-woo. He's scared because North High's officers within the top 20 have started moving. Because from number 19 onwards at Gangbuk North High, they're the real powerhouses. Han Ji-ha asked Kim Soo-hyun, remember number 20, Yang Chaniel? Even 10 Yang Chanels couldn't beat S. Jung-woo. Other West High members were horrified. Their officers were so easily defeated. At this rate, the territory they just gained would be taken back. To this, Hanja told Kim Woo-hyan not to worry because just in case, he had sent that person. The former number 2 of Gangbuk East High, Yam Chang-wong. His stats had also risen over these 2 months. As a headbutt came crashing down, Yam Chang-wong froze because his center of gravity was broken before he even made contact. Sejong-woo quickly grabbed Yam Chang-wong's neck, then delivered a clinched knee strike from Wu-tai. Yam Chang-wong had been careless. He didn't expect to be defeated so easily. After landing the attack, Sejong-woo stared coldly ahead. He didn't know who this guy who suddenly appeared was. Gildu said into the phone that he just made it in time. Kim Soo-hyun could leave the rest to him. Gildu marveled at how wonderful fate was. Former enemies were now comrades. He told Yong Chang-wong to rest. He was enough here. Sejong-woo asked coldly, what are you? Gildo's answer was, a man who will never be defeated again. Sejong-woo was sent by number 13, Lim Hyung, to test West High's strength. Hyokyun doubted whether he could handle it alone. Limong asked if he'd forgotten who Sejong-woo was, the champion of the National Youth Muay Thai Championship, a guy who almost became a national representative, though he's only ranked 19 at North High. If he were in the South, he'd absolutely be leader material. Lim Hyung gave him the South's data. He'll have no problem against anyone. In his eyes, West High's number 2 Gildu was only impressive in rumors. Just a guy putting on airs. Song Jung-woo delivered his signature clinch knee strike again. The Gangbuk West High members couldn't help but feel nervous. North High members sneered. The South's number 2 is only at this level, but one of them felt something was strange, because he noticed Song Jung-woo in the fight seemed to be sweating heavily without realizing it. North High members wondered, is he sick? Could he already be tired? Jung-woo in the fight was also shocked. He'd never seen such strong endurance. So Jung-woo doubted, was the data Limong gave him wrong? The guy in front of him didn't seem like someone putting on airs, feeling the intense pain on his face. Sejong-woo cursed inwardly. This wasn't the guy who only ranked high thanks to friends from the data. Sejong-woo's attacks were easily dodged. Guild had once doubted before this. Could he really do it? A guy like him, fat as a pig, could he really make a change? After falling, he picked up the drop brick again. Guild understood he had to do it. He took a deep breath and ran so he would never lose to himself again. Gildu wouldn't lose to anyone anymore either. His systema was faster than Song Jung-woo imagined. He had to defend first and wait for an opportunity, but Gildu suddenly assumed a strange stance. His Yamazaki-style Kyoken karate dealt critical damage. This amazing destructive power alarm Song Jung-woo. When Guild first started training, his strength wasn't strong enough. Compared to now, it was a world of difference. Over these 2 months, he constantly punched at trees. Now, every punch he threw contained terror. Gild's stats increased with each punch. Even thick trees couldn't withstand his fists. Hard work didn't betray Gildu. His stats grew stronger with continuous punching. Song Jung-woo's forearm bone, used for defense, suddenly fractured. Just like how Gildu broke trees in the past, he completed his transformation. Within these 2 months, Gildu dealt critical damage again. His stats had now reached a terrifying level. Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate also upgraded to can deal critical damage to opponents with lower endurance. Other Gangbuk North High members were stunned. They never expected Song Jung-woo to be knocked down. Other West High members cheered for Gildu upon seeing this. Even Yoam Chang-wong began to reflect. He didn't expect Gildu to become so strong in 2 months. Gild said seriously, "If I can do it, you definitely can too." After this battle, North High's morale would surely decline, and Gildo's reputation would rise accordingly. He reported to Kim Soo-hyun that he'd taken care of Jung-woo, and Kim Soo-hyun had already watched everything through the camera's skill. This is just the beginning. He told Gildu to rest first because there were several reliable guys. News of Song Jung-woo's defeat by Gild quickly spread back to North High. They heard Jung-woo had many bones broken and felt strange because this situation was completely unreasonable. A subordinate asked number 18 Bae told them to wait for now. Hearing this, the subordinate was about to leave but was kicked back in. Bae sneered as he welcomed a familiar face. He was curious. "Did you attack alone?" Meanwhile, on another side of Gongbuk North High, number 17, Ju Mun-ho was displeased. Song Jung-woo lost, so they think we're easy targets. He asked the visitor if they weren't thinking of handling this place alone. On yet another side of Gangbuk North High, the same scene was unfolding. Number 16, Baek Chan-ho asked the visitor, "Is Kim Soo-hyun trying to launch a full offensive while boosting morale?" He scoffed. West High people are so ignorant of their own limits. Gangbuk West High's number 10, Kang Sok, faced Baek Chan-ho. Number 9, Han Ja faced Junho. Number 3, Gu Ha-jun faced Bayuk Jae. Everything at Gangbuk West High was proceeding according to Kim Soo-hyun's plan. He believed in everyone's strength. The main quest also updated at this moment. The more territory seized before Jo-yun acts, the better the reward. Now the war between Gangbuk West High and North High had fully erupted. As Gangbuk West High's number 10, his opponent was Gangbuk North High's number 18, Bae Hukji. B mocked him. As the king of South High, after defeat, he humbly became Kimu Hune's subordinate. Did he really have no self-respect left? Kong didn't answer, but quickly grabbed Bae Hukji in a clinch. But the situation didn't develop as Kongak expected because Bae Hukji, who joined North High, was no longer what he once was. He grabbed Kong's face, then violently threw him away. Then Bae Hukji ordered his underlings to finish off Kong Suk. He scoffed. Those lunatics from the south actually attacked without bringing forces. On the other side, Han Ja was also facing attacks from a group. North High's number 17 Jo Man-ho discovered his weakness. Han Ja, who excelled in taekwondo, would be finished once someone got close. Jo Man-ho wondered, "Didn't they say Han Ja got stronger in 2 months? Doesn't look like much now." The same situation was playing out with Gu Ha-jun. North High's number 16, Baek Chan-ho, understood the method to deal with boxers was simple. Control the distance. Before this, Baek Chan-ho's subordinates had already dealt with dozens of boxers. Gu Ha-jun's luck was very bad because he happened to encounter Hunter, who specialized in catching boxers. At Gangbuk West High, Jang Gi-hook was somewhat worried about the officers acting alone. Though those 3 volunteered to go, they should have been given more support because the opponents weren't ordinary officers. Those 3 were guys who could become part of the 5 with effort. Jang Gi-hook felt reinforcements might be needed now. 2 months ago, Kim Woo-hyun might have worried, but now he believed in Gu Ha-jun, Kang Suk, and Han Jae-ha, because they were Gangbuk West High's big 3. If those 3 can't do it, Gangbuk West High has no future. Having defeated all of Bae Hukji's subordinates, Kang cursed that the fat pig was wrong. He was only temporarily borrowing Kim Soo-hyun's power. Gangbuk South High would surely revive. The identity Kangak acknowledged was always South High's leader. He quickly charged and grabbed Bae Yukji in a clinch again. Knowing Kang would use infinite suplex, Bae Hukji grinned wickedly. "You can't lift me." What Bae said was indeed correct. However, that statement only applied to the Kang Suk from 2 months ago. Over these 2 months, Kang Suk kept thinking, how could he become stronger? He understood he was ignorant and had no teacher, so he could only keep getting hurt and keep trying until he could lift everything. Bae, who was thrown into the air, was completely dumbfounded. This was the result of Kong's 2 months of effort. Now, lifting Baeyuk Jae was like pulling up a utility pole. Then he used his unique skill, Infinite Suplex again. The situation on Han Jaha's side was the same. His fist continuously pounded on Jonho's face. Having realized the limitations of Taekwondo, Han Jaha practiced some other things over these 2 months. And the reason he worked so hard was because there was someone he wanted to kill. Han Jaha wouldn't forget the hatred from Raya's betrayal. At this moment, Ryu Yong, who was resting, yawned for no reason. He wondered if someone was thinking about him. The battle on Guajun's side was also nearing its end. His return of the Overlord's skill, combined with Ki's fighting method, was far more than Beshanho could withstand. In the final moment, he couldn't help but ask Gu Hajun something. What made you become so strong? Gu Hajun also had an enemy he must defeat. That was Daniel, who once beat him, without any chance to fight back. Good news quickly came to Gangbuk West High. Beshanho, Juho, and Bahug Jae were all defeated. Because of this result, West High gained North High's territory and morale soared. Kim Woo-hyun knew they could do it. He's curious about one thing right now. What will Yun do in this situation? Oh, Guanal, the leader of Gangbok Crossroads faction, questions Jo Yun about why he touched his men. However, someone appears behind Jo Yun without warning. The group from Gangbok Crossroads faction quickly falls silent. Ma Jung-dia Du, ranked 3rd at Gangbuk North High, reports to Jo Yun that everything's been handled. He tells Ma Jung-du, "Our territory was taken, so go capture Kim Soo-hun." At this moment, Hyung is disciplining 3 defeated officers. Their territory was taken. "If you lost, you should have died right there," Hyung roars. "At this rate, what will Master Ju Yun think of me?" Jun Hyung is just waiting for me to lose Master Joy Yun's trust so he can steal the opportunity to conquer the South. Ho Kyung snaps, "What the hell is your problem with me, you bastard?" He'll show Jun Hyung why he's ranked 11th. Jun Hyung's strength is not to be underestimated. He tells Hee Kyung to know his place. "I'm only holding back because my men are here." The other 3 officers, ranked 13 to 15, find it amusing to watch them argue every day. At this moment, a subordinate asks Master Hyung to stop because Master Ma Jung-du has arrived. The other officers present are instantly shocked. Ma Jung-du walks forward without saying a word. Hyung is surprised. "Master Ma Jung-du, what brings you to such a shabby place?" His words are cut short because Hyung Tae's entire body is lifted up. Jun can't help but feel disbelief because his terrifying strength is truly astounding. Hyung Tae is shoved into the water basin. Ma Jung-du tells him, "The leader is extremely angry right now." Hyung desperately apologizes, but that's not what Ma Jung-du wants to hear. He gives Ho Kyung one last chance to speak. Hyun begs for one last chance, swearing he'll capture Kim Soo-hyun. Next, Ma Jung-du makes sure everyone else listens. Everyone must work together to capture Kim Woo-hyun. If you fail again, you'll all be held accountable together. Soon after, inside the snack shop, Kim Soo-hyun looks at this month's sales with shock on his face. This is all thanks to the rumor genius, Lee Han-dong. He just spread rumors around Gangbuk like usual. Many people heard the snack shop's food was heavenly, so then they came seeking it out. But it's not all Lee Han's achievement. Baek Chae-rang's cooking and service are both perfect, and many people visit captivated by her beauty. Moreover, Baek Chae-ryong promoted extensively on social media. She's an indispensable talent for the snack shop. Kim Soo-hyun sincerely thanks her for her efforts, but Baek Chae-yong's attitude toward Kim Woo-hyun is quite cold. She says she's doing this work because she likes it, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Finally, Baek Chang says, "We all need to take our work seriously." Suddenly, young Soha warmly hugs Kim Soo-hyun. She's also helped increase the snack shop sales significantly. Lie hundies of them, thinking to himself if this will start a rebellion. Though Yang So-hwa is by his side, Kim Woo-hyun's gaze still turns elsewhere toward where Bakich Ryang is. At this moment, a subordinate reports, "Big trouble." Gangbuk North High has launched a full assault. The officers of Gangbuk West High quickly assemble. They receive intel that Hyeokyeong TE has mobilized large-scale forces. The enemy forces are now advancing toward this location. West High, having received the intel, set up guard here in advance. But only Lim Tiong and Hong Beg show up here. Kim Woo-hyun is puzzled. Why isn't it Hyung's forces? Something's not right about this. At this moment, another subordinate brings news from elsewhere. Not long ago, Hyung Tae was unhappy about having to work alongside Gun Hyung. But if they can't capture Kim Woo-hyun, they're all dead. And Gun Hyung has a way to easily capture Kim Soo-hyun, strike directly at his weakness. The 3 defeated by West High aren't simple opponents, meaning a frontal attack could also lead to their defeat. Therefore, Gun Hyung tells everyone to do what they're good at. With his triple S rank intelligence, his specialty is spreading false intel. And Hyokung with a rank intelligence specializes in stealth. So Gun Hong will leak false intel to Gangbuk West High, while Hyokung will stealthily strike Kim Woo-hyun's weakness. He's somewhat jealous that Kim Woo-hyun gets to work with such beautiful girls. After learning the snack shop is in danger, Kim Woo-hyun leaves his place to Han Ha. But things aren't that simple. Hungai-gi, ranked 15th at Gangbuk North High, won't let him provide support, but actually Kim Woo-hyun isn't in that much of a hurry. During the fight with Gangbuk East High, Kim Woo-hyun learns something from Hanja. Never let your guard down. This time, Raom and Chung Chain are guarding the rear, though the two of them are at the snack shop. Kim Woo-hyun knows the odds are low in a one-on-one, so he must quickly finish here and go help. Suddenly, Gildu flies with a kick toward Hong Baikagi. Roaring the snack shop is more critical. Leave this to us. Kim Soo-hyun chooses to trust Gildu. After all, the chances of Chung Chan beating Hyokyung are too slim. But Kim Soo-hyun, using the camera skill to check the battle, is somewhat surprised because Chong Yi-chan seems to have the upper hand in the fight. Hyung-T curses. Why does this hurt so much? Strange. Is this really Gangbuk West High's Chungul Chi? How did he get this strong? 2 months ago, Chen Wuhan was taking his usual walk with his dogs, but he suddenly stopped and looked behind him and asked Chong Yi-chan if he was a stalker. Why was he following him? After apologizing, Chung Chan wanted to ask him for something. He wanted to become stronger. Chong Yo-jan asked Chen Wuhan to take him as a disciple. Now he corrects Hykyung-T. I'm not from Gangbuk North High. I'm from Gangbuk West High. Outside, Rao Yong, ranked 7th, faces off against Dumyong Woo, ranked 14th. Every time Rao Wong's attack lands, Dumyong Woo exclaims in surprise as Rao Gong's attacks get faster and faster. Dumyong Woo's strange cries also get faster. Finally, Rao Yong breaks through his defense with a kick, and Dumyong Woo's body crashes hard into the wall. Rao is about to follow up. But Dumyong Woo asks him, "Think you have the upper hand now?" Actually, Dumyong Woo is just doing a job for money. He asks Rao Guyong if he knows what Hyokung paid him to do, is to not let anyone interfere with his fight. And of course, Hyokung isn't doing this out of fear. After all, he's the strongest of the Central Five, and he's also a complete sadist. Hyokyung mockingly asks Chong Yi-chang, "Is that all you've got?" He's not an ordinary sadist. He first gives the weak hope, then completely tramples that hope. That way, hope turns completely into despair. Rao is about to go support Chung Yong, but Dumyong Woo drops the act. Defeating Rao is a piece of cake for him. However, Dumyong Woo didn't want to treat him so cruelly. After all, Rao Yongo might become his customer someday. Chong Chan is completely outmatched by Hyokong. Hyong really loves this feeling. Watching Chong Yi-chan go from looking confident of victory to an expression of helplessness and despair. Hyokong absolutely loves this thrill. His opponent's mental breakdown is the real pleasure for him. Baek Chang strikes him with a stick while he's off guard, but Hyokyung just casually waves his hand, and Baek Che Ryang falls to the side motionless. Now it's about time to end this. What comes next is the best part. Haikong breaks a chopstick, then apologizes to Chung Ilch because it's not over until I hear screams. Feeling the intense pain from his fingertips, Chung Il-chan immediately cries out in pain. But Hyong tells him not to scream so soon. After all, you have 10 fingers. Kim Woo-hyun still arrives too late, having wasted time on North High's ambushes along the way. Chonglan is defeated in a short time, and both Baek Cheryong and Yang So-hwa are taken hostage. Jung Ji-hook deduces that North High wants to use hostages to set a trap, though he knows they must act cautiously in this situation. Jung Ji-hook also knows Kim Soo-hyun won't listen to him. Inside North High, Hykyung-tae comforts his subordinates for their hard work. He can already imagine the furious and flustered expressions of those Gangbuk West High guys. Hyokyung-tae asks, "Strategist, is the trap using the hostages ready?" Jun-hyung retorts, "I'm not your strategist. The trap isn't ready yet." He knows they can prepare slowly because, with hostages, West High won't act rashly. But at this moment, a subordinate reports, "Big trouble. Gangbuk West High has launched a full assault." Hyokyung is puzzled. "Are you mistaken? We have hostages." But the subordinate indeed saw massive enemy forces in Area A. It's Gangbuk East High's assault team, led by former East High leader Han Ha. Area B also has large enemy forces heading here. They're Gangbuk South High's boss special forces, led by former South High leader Kang Sik. Area C is also under enemy attack. They're the officers of Gangbuk West High, led by the leader who unified the South, Kim Woo-hyun. They currently can't stop West High at all. North High's territory is gradually being taken. Kim Woo-hyun will show North High the consequences of touching West High's people. He wants to thank North High for finally giving him the determination to seriously unify. Now Kim Woo-hyun will crush them all. Over these 2 months, his stats have improved tremendously. Kim Woo-hyun is now in a state of lost reason, and Gun-young knows fighting an excited enemy is the easiest thing. His strategy is to spread false intel of the hostages being in other locations. This way, Gangbuk West High's stamina will be exhausted in the search, and then North High can exploit the opening and launch a full assault. Kim Woo-hyun is waiting for news about the hostages. Jung Ji-hook also discovers that North High is spreading false information. They can't confirm the hostages' exact location. After thinking for a moment, Kim Soo-hun has an idea. He's thought of a way to find out where North High's officers are. At this moment, Baek Chae Ryong and Young Soha are trapped in Texas Holden Bar. The North High subordinates guarding them start having ill intentions. These scummas worrying the hostages might contact the outside as an excuse, wanting to search the hostages. Though Baek Chae-yong and Young So-hwa are tied up and couldn't possibly contact anyone, North High's sinful hands still reach out toward them. But at this moment, a man appears just in time. The North High subordinate trying to touch the hostages is immediately thrown to the ground. The others look at the newcomer in confusion because he's also an officer of Gangbuk North High, and he's Yang Jian-sil, ranked 20th. Not long ago, he was reading Nija in the hotel he manages. When the infamous Kim Paper Bag came to visit, Yang Chan-si is about to stand up and fight, but Kim Paper Bag says he's lucky to still be reading. Doesn't he even know what happened to his own sister? After hearing Kim Paper Bag say his sister was kidnapped, the enraged Yang Xian summons, if what he said is true, Kim Paper Bag reminds Yang Qian-si that as the 20th ranked officer, he should be able to find out where the hostages are. And now seeing her brother, Yang So-hwa relaxes and passes out. Lim Tiong, North High's 13th ranked officer, demands, "What the hell are you doing?" Young Chien-seol joined North High to cultivate the strength to protect his sister, but North High is using his sister as a hostage to lure West High. He never heard about this strategy. Young Chien-seol, who joined North High for his sister, can only watch helplessly as she gets hurt. So he makes up his mind to leave Gangbuk North High. Young Shan-seol joins Kim Woo-hyun's team. Lee Mong says disdainfully, "A mere 20th rank dares to interfere with us." He lectures Young Shan-seol. "You should feel honored that your sister was able to help Kaku High School." At this moment, the quest pop-up appears. Team member Young Chan-sil's resolve is full. When his potential reaches maximum, he finally awakens. Young Chan-se tolerate insults to his family. However, his stats after awakening aren't that strong. Lim Taeyong mocks, "I was almost scared to death." Young Chian Saleh also knows that even if he stands up again, he can't beat Lim Taeyong, but he just needs to send a message with his phone. Gangbuk West High finally learns that the hostages are at Texas Holden Bar, but their current location is far from there, all because of the false intel North High released. Jung Ji-hook anxiously asks, "Isn't anyone near Texas Holden Bar?" At this moment, a cold voice says he's close. It's Kim Woo-hyun, who's been following Young Xian-seol all along. The quest pop-up also issues the side quest Rescue the Heroine at this moment. Kim Woo-hyun will definitely complete this quest. Lim Hyung coldly asks him, "Can you really handle this? Because we've prepared quite a lot." Where there are hostages, of course, there are many elites guarding against West High's attack. Then these so-called elites quickly lose consciousness. Kim Soo-hun tells Lim to get over here and take his beating. Actually, the situation isn't great, though Kim Soo-hun can beat Lim Hong. It will take some time, and having hostages here makes it difficult to move. If it drags on too long, the other 4 of the Central 5 will arrive. Even Kim Woo-hyun can't handle 4 of the Central 5 at once. Just as he doesn't know what to do, Yong-chan steps forward. He tells Kim Woo-hyun to go ahead. Leave this to him. But Kim Woo-hyun knows this is impossible. Even if Yong-chan awakened, his stats are still far below Lami's. Just then, the quest pop-up appears. Young Zanol's potential begins to surge. Under Lim's disdainful gaze, Young Shan-seol's potential begins to boil. He tells Kim Soo-hyun to hurry and leave. "Take my sister to safety." Young Shan's potential begins battling its limits at this moment. Kim Soo-hyun decisively places the rescued hostages in the hotel Young Cheon-seol manages. He can only choose to trust Young Chi-seol. Now Jung Ji-hook is very surprised when he learns Kim Woo-hyun's location, because with hostages there, Kim Woo-hyun can only wait for support. Jung Ji-hook urgently reminds him Gangbuk North High will also know your location, so North High's main forces will likely head there. Kim Woo-hyun knows this because North High's main forces have already arrived. Jung Ji-hook on the phone says support will arrive as soon as possible, but Kim Woo-hyun clarifies that he's not the one in real danger. He tells Jung Ji-hook to go help Young Chan-seol. Young Shan-seol's attacks are like mosquito bites to Lim Tiong. While his Yokushin karate is not something Yang Shansil can withstand, Yang Shansil knows that dragging this out will be disadvantageous for him. Yang Shansil activates his exclusive card, betting on his strongest move. This skill increases his speed by 3 levels when using judo techniques. This is Yang Shansil's strongest suplex right now. But Yang Shansil freezes after executing this move because Lim Tae-hyung is actually supporting himself with his lower body. The two of them are on completely different levels in this situation. Yang Chan has no chance of winning. He wonders if he can only give up here. Yang Chan grits his teeth hard. He knows he can't give up, but Lim Tae-hyung executes the Kyokushin karate recoilless high kick again. Looking at the fallen Yang Shansil, he coldly spits out the word trash, then prepares to recapture the hostages. Yang Qianseo's body can no longer move. He absolutely cannot let Lim Tae-hyung succeed. When Yang Hua was young, she thought her brother was the family superhero because he would take her to school and punish those who bullied her. Yang Sao's father was a bit hurt that he wasn't her superhero, and Yang Sao believed that her brother would always protect her. She hoped that even when they grew up, her brother would still be her superhero. Quest pop up. Yang Xianxiao's potential begins battling its limits. Finally, his potential transcends its limits. Kim Soo-hyun, who is fighting, is somewhat puzzled. He doesn't understand what that window just meant. As the challenger card said before, awakening is not the end. Awakening is waking the sleeping power. Awakening is not the limit. Therefore, there is a next stage after awakening. After waking the sleeping power, you must defeat it. The stage after awakening, the challenger card calls it transcendence. Yang Qianseo's stats surge after transcendence. Team pop-up. Congratulations to Kim Woo-hyun for unlocking the path of transcendence. The reward for all team members achieving transcendence is 10 ultimate training cards. The Transcendence quest officially begins. Lim Tae-hyung, not understanding the situation, says dismissively, even if you stand up again, nothing's different. You're just trash who can't even beat the 19th rank. In Lim Tae-hyung's eyes, Yang Chan is just stalling for time. But soon he realizes something's wrong. Yang Chan's speed has increased and his striking power has also grown. Lim Tae-hyung is shocked what's going on. He wonders if he's going to lose. Limong can't believe this outcome. He executes the Kyokushin karate forward rising kick again. Limong knows that if he loses here, he'll have no face to see Master Jo Yoon. He's fighting for Master Jo Yoon. A year ago, the Central Five were just aimlessly wasting their days until Jo Yoon's arrival that day completely changed their lives. The Central Five, as if possessed, swore loyalty to Master Jo Yoon. Lim Hyung doesn't know the reason. He just feels it's natural. From that moment on, the Central Five existed to protect Master Jo Yoon. Lim Hyung executes the Kyokushin karate recoilless high kick again. As guardians who've protected Master Jo Yoon for a year, they won't fall. But Yang Chan-seil doesn't fall after taking this hit. He actually withstands it. Yang Chan-seil agrees with Lim Hyung's words that guardians won't fall. He starts using suplex again. Limong is confident. He just needs to counter it like before. But Yang Chi-seo activates his transcendent exclusive attack card, the Thunder Suplex skill. When the opponent's endurance is lower than his, it deals critical damage. After using Thunder Suplex, Yang Chanseo leaps to a high position. He's upset that Lim Yong says won't fall after just guarding for a year. You should know Yang Chanol has been protecting his sister since childhood until now. He's been a guardian his whole life. In the end, it's Lim Tae-hyung who falls. The news from here quickly reaches Hyokung. He furiously punches the messenger. At this rate, the Central Five will have no face to see Master Jo Yoon. Hikyeong-ti knows he must quickly capture Kim Soo-hyun. Another subordinate just received news that Master Jun Hyong has made his move. He's dispatched forces to Gongbuk Hotel. Master Jun Hyong has the most forces among the Central Five. A full 100 men begin attacking Gangbok Hotel. Even Kim Woo-hyun can't handle 100 men alone. Victory will ultimately belong to Gongbuk North High. Kim Woo-hyun's side quest also updates to defeat 100 men, but Hyung-tae feels this still isn't enough. He orders the remaining 3 of the Central Five to be dispatched. After all, if we can't capture Kim Soo-hyun, we're doomed. Jun Hyung, North High's 12th rank, is about to reach Gongbuk Hotel. The subordinate can't help asking why he's deploying his personal forces to capture Kim Soo-hyun. Before he finishes speaking, he's knocked out with a strike. Jun's team is surrounded by Gongbuk West High's people, he says coldly. The one who could think of this move. It's you. As expected, the newcomer apologizes to Jun Hyung and asks if his entrance was too villainous. But anyway, I already know I'm a bad guy. Han Jae-ha fell for Jun Hyung's trick last time, but he doesn't like going debts. Han Jae-ha, also a strategist, predicted North High's people would pass through here. Jian Hyung reminds him, this is decisive. The other 2 of the Central Five have also mobilized to capture Kim Soo-hyun. Rather than ambushing me, you should be protecting Kim Soo-hyun. Han Ja smiles. Attacking you is our way of protecting Kim Swan, because I've also dispatched forces to deal with the other 2. Dum Young-woo is facing Raw Guy again. Hongbi Gi, North High's 15th rank, also stops in his tracks because Gu Hajun appears in front of him. The situation quickly reaches Hyung's ears. If this continues, they might not be able to capture Kim Soo-hyun. And Kim Soo-hyun, even facing 100 men, shows no sign of being pushed back. He seems determined to protect Gongbok Hotel with the hostages behind him and looks like he'll really defeat all 100 men. And Kim Woo-hyun, using drain magic again, commands coldly after his stats rise. North High people tell Hyeokgyong Tae to get over here. Though Dum-Young-woo is paid to capture Kim Woo-hyun, he still needs to adjust the appropriate force. After all, Raolyong might become his customer later, so he can't damage him too much. Dum-Young-woo is somewhat surprised because Rao's counterattack is quite good. This is because Raom separately asked the strategist about him. Dum-Young-woo uses combat from warrior fighting techniques. However, Raom is still too weak. Even though his technique is decent, there's still a significant gap in physique between him and Dum-Young-woo. But Dum-Young-woo doesn't understand one thing. Raom actually isn't using his feet. You know, when they fought last time, Raoyong clearly used both hands and feet. Dum-Young-woo realizes he's conserving his legs, and the reason is obvious. He wants to deliver a fatal blow with a high kick. Raoyong's high kick, lacking in power, is blocked by Dum-Young-woo. Seeing he's about to use a high kick again, Dum-Young-woo prepares to block it again, then finish off Raom with one strike. Not long ago, Hanja told Raogong that Dum-Young-woo could be left at Kong-sik. He knew Raogong held a grudge for losing to Dum-Young-woo, but if he lost again this time, the battle situation would become very difficult. Raom didn't speak but pointed at himself, then clenched his fist tightly. Hanja sighed helplessly. You need to speak to have a conversation. In the end, he still chooses to trust Raom, because Raoui has a fatal blow. He starts using terabyte low kick. Dum-Young-woo is deceived by the feint. It's a low kick disguised as a high kick. He didn't expect Raoyong to be hiding this kind of move. The next second, Rao's expression changes because Dum-Young-woo locks him up again. Dum-Young-woo apologizes and explains that he learned military, which includes grappling techniques. So whether Ra-woo's fatal blow is a high kick or low kick, it's useless against Dum-Young-woo. In the end, Raoyong still falls. Dum-Young-woo is puzzled. Didn't you West High guys get stronger in 2 months? Is this level just wasting time? He asks Raoui. When you were getting stronger, didn't anyone give you advice? 2 months ago, Raom, who wanted to become stronger, found a powerful person he met at the juvenile detention center. He handed him a request to become stronger, but the other said he was currently wanted, so he wasn't in good spirits, but he could tell Rao one thing. If you want to become stronger, you must have resolve. If you start a war, fight with a determination to die, and you won't lose. He is Kim Kim-young, leader of the Hungry Wolf Alliance. Kim Soo-hyun, battling a 100 men, suddenly receives a quest pop-up. Rog's potential begins to surge. Rog's potential begins battling its limits. When Rao's potential transcends its limits, he stands up again. At the same time, he also obtains a transcendent exclusive card. Rog's gaze is firm as he stares ahead. Dum-Young-woo can sense something's wrong, but facing an opponent he's defeated before, he's still confident. Seeing Raom about to use the same kick, Dum-Young-woo knows it's useless. He just needs to grab him like before, but then he freezes because Raw Guy's transcendent card is Terabyte Thrust Kick. This powerful kick, executed at full speed, makes the opponent's body stiffen. Dum-Young-woo, faced with the thrust kick hitting his chest dead center, doesn't react at all, and he's already fallen into the stiffness abnormal status. Rao Guillaume executes Terabyte Low Kick again. The intense low kick, concentrating all his power, delivers 3 times critical damage. Dum-Young-woo's leg bone suddenly fractures under this terrifying striking force, and his entire body flies into the air from the momentum. The victor of this battlefield ultimately belongs to Raoui. The other people from Gongbuk North High are dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Central Five would actually be defeated. News of Dum-Young-woo's defeat quickly reaches Hongbei. He didn't expect 2 of the Central Five have already been defeated. Gujun corrects him. It's 3 people because you're about to be defeated too. Hongbei-ji tells him not to be so arrogant. Gu Hajun immediately starts using the Return of the Overlord skill, but his attack is dodged. Gu Hajun realizes the distance is too far. He must close the distance with Hongbei-ji. But something puzzles Gu Hun. Why are the other North High people so relaxed? They laugh and mock Gu Hajun for his bad luck. Our master Hong Ji has never lost to a boxer. His speed is the highest among all his stats. Gu Jun's attacks can't hit him at all. Hong Ji reminds him being impatient isn't good. As a boxer, you can't be hasty. Hong Ji, whose attack landed, is somewhat surprised because Gu Hajun tanks the hit and quickly counterattacks. However, Hong Ji still notices his speed is slowed considerably. Hong Biki is different from the others. One more strike and he can finish off Gu Hajun. Gu Hajun continues attacking with Return of the Overlord. Hongbiki sees he's deliberately closing the distance, and Guhun's purpose is obvious, is to trap Hongbiki, using the wall to achieve his goal. He's been cornered. Gu Hajun's strategy isn't wrong, but an enemy who sees through his strategy just needs to strike first. Hongbi's golf club swings down hard, but the result doesn't develop as he expected, because Gu Hajun also predicted this strike. Actually, Guhun is pretending to corner Hongbek. His real purpose is to steal Hongbek's weapon. Now, it's a fair fight, but Hongbeki's fist strikes Gu Hajun's face first. He hasn't used boxing in a long time. It turns out Hongbeki was once the gold medalist of the Yeongcheong-do Boxing Association Chairman's Cup. A true talent among talents, but for some reason joined Gangbuk North High. Lim Taeyong was curious. Why would a boxer use a golf club to fight? Hongbeki is puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Because a golf club is stronger than boxing. Gu Jun's boxing is completely outmatched. Hongbek, who hasn't boxed in a long time, feels pretty good. He sincerely says this is the first time he's met someone as impressive as Gu Hajun, because not only a boxer of his level would know that Gu Hajun never formally learned boxing, or rather never systematically learned it. Hongbei is curious how he's self-taught, and how he climbed to such a high position with self-taught boxing. Young Guhun wasn't an orphan like others, but he desperately wished he was because Gu Hajun's mother couldn't take the domestic violence and abandoned him to escape. After that, Gu Hajun took his mother's place being beaten by his father. He learned defense before learning arithmetic, studying every day how not to get hit. So, Gu Hajun self-taught boxing. Back then, his only goal was to beat that person at home. And on the day he became a middle schooler, Gu Hajun successfully defeated his father. He felt no regret, no guilt. From that day on, looking at his father who could no longer hit him, Gu Hajun knew how to live from then on. He must dominate everything, so the world would become weaker as a result. Whether boxing or the world, Guhun is self-taught. His potential begins battling its limits. Gu Hajun asks Honggi, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come fight." His potential successfully transcends its limits. Hongbi Che glares, "Don't be so arrogant." At this moment, Gu Hajun activates his transcendent exclusive attack card. Hongbei doesn't understand what's happening. Gu Hajun's Overlord's descent skill increases his own strength while spreading Overlord's aura to bind surrounding enemies and reduce their endurance. All of North High's people are bound by a powerful aura, watching Gu Hajun walk toward them step by step. Hongbei Gi can do nothing. Gu Hajun uses Return of the Overlord again, finishing him off. The North High people present can't help but break into cold sweat. After Transcendence, Gu Hajun's stats have also greatly improved. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a massive brawl is underway between Gangbuk North High and West High. Hanjha always felt John was similar to him. Besides being smart, he also has explosive combat power and handsome features. Hanjha feels it's a waste for someone like Junyong to be at North High, so he invites Junyong to join Gungbuk West High. After all, the mighty Central 5 now only has 2 members left. When you're defeated, Joan will hold you accountable. Jun Hyung swiftly swings a punch, cutting off Hanjha's words. He doesn't think he's like Hanjha. In his eyes, Hanjha looks like the kind of guy who steals people's girlfriends. Hanjha accuses Junyong, "You really can't talk properly. I was only saying that for your own good." While talking, Hanjha adjusts his distance, then finds an opportunity to break Yeon's leg. However, Gunyong already anticipated this. He sees that Hanjha's upper kick is just a feint. This is exactly why Hanjha hates smart guys. He carefully observes Gon's fighting technique. From his footwork and strikes, it's likely boxing. Against an opponent with a warrior fighting style, Hanha has the advantage. He immediately finds an opportunity to extend the distance, then aims for Gun Hyung's chest. But the next second, Hanha loses a large portion of his vision because Gun Hyung executed a backspinning elbow. He didn't expect Hanha to dodge this strike. Ha smiles. "I have pretty good reflexes." Junyong pretending to be a boxer yet using a backspinning elbow. Hanjha knows he can't trust guys with glasses. He roughly understands Jun Hyung's fighting style is similar to his own, the type who compensates for physical inadequacies with brains. Both of them learn many fighting techniques. This duel will be won by whoever has more tricks. Jun Hyung's offensive is extremely fierce. His backspinning elbow is executed perfectly, and Hanjha is gradually cornered, and John Hyung targeted his weakness from the start. His goal is to trap the feet of Hanha, who uses Taekwondo. But the next second, Hanjha swings an uppercut, but John Hyung immediately counters with a headbutt. Actually, John Hong didn't learn many fighting techniques. His learning originates from Japan. He can use judo techniques or karate. It's mixed martial arts in a G1 that allows all illegal moves. North High and West High, in the midst of fighting, both stopped their movements. North High people are shocked. Isn't that a perfect shoulder throw? But why wasn't Han Ji-ha thrown? Though Han Ha's guess that Jun Hyung learned many fighting techniques was wrong, the many fighting techniques he thought of also included the mixed martial arts Jun mastered. Because Han Ji-ha is naturally suspicious, he doesn't trust anyone. This is the reason for Jun Hong's defeat. He ultimately falls, resentfully raging, "If it weren't for you, you despicable guy with brass knuckles, I would have won in the end." Han Ji-ha scoffs. Despicable is just an excuse for losers. News that even Jun Hyung was defeated quickly reaches Hyokung's ears. There are no more officers left to face West High. The scales of victory have completely tipped toward West High, and Gangbuk West High's people have already arrived here. They swarm forward, launching an attack on Hyokung. Haikong grabs the frontmost enemy, then slams him hard on the ground. In this situation, North High can still turn things around as long as Haikokyeong can capture Kim Woo-hun. He mockingly asks the newcomer, right? Kim Woo-hyun, having finished off the other North High people, also arrives here. He turns his head coldly, looking at Hyung-tae as the strongest of the Central Five. Hyung-tae can't wait to see how strong West High's leader is. However, before he finishes speaking, he's knocked to the ground with one punch from Kim Woo-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun thanks Hyokung for sending those 100 men. Thanks to him, Kim Woo-hyun has fed well. From now on, Hee-kyung will be beaten like a dog. Hee-jin-tae never expected Kim Woo-hyun to be such a good fighter, but he understood that Kim Woo-hyun would be emotional right now, driven by revenge. Hee-jin-tae could exploit this and counter with technique, but his plan quickly fell apart. He simply couldn't react to Kim Woo-hyun's punches. Furious, Hee-jin-tae immediately swung back to counter, but he gradually realized he couldn't use his techniques. The reason was simple. The level gap between him and Kim Woo-hyun was too large. Kim Woo-hyun questioned Hee-jin-tae, "Why did you do that? Wasn't achieving your goal enough? Why torture people to that extent?" Hee-jin-tae just sneered mockingly because it's fun. Giving the weak hope and then snatching it away excites me. I live for that expression when hope turns to despair. Kim Woo-hyun slammed another brutal punch into Hee-jin-tae. He wasn't some righteous judge. Everything he was doing now was purely his own emotion. Kim Woo-hyun would make Hee-jin-tae taste what it's like to be weak. He began using drain magic on Hee-jin-tae. Kim Woo-hyun's stats gradually rose. Sensing something wrong, Hee-jin-tae roared, "You bastard! What did you do to me?" However, Kim Woo-hyun ignored him. But thinking of Kanguchi-chan's dying state, Kim Woo-hyun stopped draining magic. He couldn't become like Jo Yoon. After being drained, Hyo had become worthless, his body weak. He screamed hoarsely, demanding to know what Kim Woo-hyun had done to him. Soon after, the two hostages in Gongbuk Hotel woke up. Kim Woo-hyun apologized to them, as they'd been dragged into this because of him. "But it's fine now. I won't let you fall into danger again. You can go home now." On the other side, Jang Ji-hook had already reached the entrance of Gongbuk Hotel. He never imagined his lord had defeated over 100 people alone. Kim Soo-hyun told him to take Hyo-jin-tae back to West High and extract information. But Jang Ji-hyuk wondered if his lord had made a mistake. Hyo-jin-tae wasn't even at Gongbuk Hotel. Before he finished speaking, Hyo-jin-tae appeared before Kim Soo-hyun, just as his fist was about to fall on Baek Cheong. A figure blocked in front of Baek Che-ryong just in time. Kim Woo-hyun was sent flying by a single punch. He was shocked. What's with this terrifying destructive power? Hyo-jin-tae, who had his stats drained, is even stronger than before. Kim Soo-hyun immediately activated Peak. Moments earlier, the weakened Hyo-jin-tae furiously pounded the ground. He felt as if all his muscles had vanished. Filled with hatred for Kim Soo-hyun, he refused to accept this. Hyo-jin-tae's twisted face appeared in the holographic view. Jo Yoon watched him coldly. June had a card he never intended to give trash like Hyo-went. The deal card burns a member's potential in mind to explosively boost combat power. But as long as I can catch Kim Soo-hyun, it's worth it. Looking at Hyoe's bizarre stats, Kim Woo-hyun had no idea what happened. Hyo-ente had lost his consciousness as a human. He'd become a pure fighting machine. Caught off guard, Kim Woo-hyun fell into a disadvantage. As Hyo-jin-tae's attack fell again under the worried gazes of Baek Sharong and Yang Go-ha, Kim Woo-hyun activated Restore Stamina. He questioned Yao Yun, "Is this a card that should be used on humans? Do you have any humanity left?" Kim Woo-hyun repelled Hyo-jin-tae, using Ancient Flow martial arts tune. He'd worked hard to hide the cards he'd obtained these past 2 months. If Kim Soo-hyun revealed his cards first, the next showdown with June would be very disadvantageous. In this situation, he had to reveal some of them. Jo Yun's biggest mistake was giving Kim Soo-hyun 2 months. Because in those 2 months, he took on many quests and collected many cards. Kim Soo-hyun activated the chapter skill card. This buff card raises stats based on the number of cards held. After adjusting his stats, Kim Soo-hyun's strength increased again. He could now see Hyojin's attacks. Thanks to chapter skills effect, Kim Soo-hyun's stats were now higher than Hyo's. With his newly acquired cards, he could easily win this fight. But there was one important problem. Jo Yun was watching this battle too. For the upcoming showdown with him, Kim Soo-hyun had to hide his cards as much as possible now, meaning he could only use cards he'd revealed before. Hyojin broke through Kim Soo-hyun's defense as Hyojin's heavy punch came crashing down. Kim Soo-hyun understood he was fighting like a pure beast. Kim Soo-hyun activated Guardian's Feast with one hand and Knockout Feast with the other. Kim Soo-hyun only had 3 seconds. In that time, he had to use all his cards to take down Hyojin. First, he charged forward with Pendulum Shift. Just as his fist was about to land on Hyo's head, Jo Yun coldly uttered 3 words on the other side. Nullify. This skill nullifies status effects used by the opponent. Released from the stun, Hyojin immediately dodged Kim Soo-hyun's punch. Kim Soo-hyun never expected there'd be such a card. Jo Yun then used Advanced Enhancement. This skill temporarily raises a member's stats randomly. Hyojin's stats were immediately boosted. Although his stats were now higher than Kim Soo-hyun, Hyojin was still in a mindless state. This meant fighting with technique would give Kim Soo-hyun the advantage. He found an opening and landed a rising punch, then immediately activated beast mode and restore stamina. Next would be the final strike. Watching this, Jo Yun's expression didn't change at all. He just felt it was a waste to use the deal card on trash. Jo Yun noticed Kim Soo-hyun had used restore stamina. But he wasn't the only one with stamina recovery cards. Jo Yun activated restore stamina. This skill could also restore a member stamina. Kim Soo-hyun seemed defeated under Jo Yun's command. Hyojin was about to end everything, but then Kim Soo-hyun suddenly smiled. Jun didn't know why he was smiling. Suddenly, the quest pop-up alerted Joan. Hyojin has been bound. Jo Yun had used 4 cards total in this battle. Kim Soo-hyun was amazed by his incredible skills. Jo Yun suddenly realized Kim Soo-hyun had deliberately struggled to learn what cards he had since he'd seen 4 of Joy's cards. Showing some of his own wouldn't be a loss. His Caliver skill could summon up to 3 cards from his members for his own use. First came Guhaj Jun's Overlord's Descent. Then came Guajin's Return of the Overlord. Hyojin was bound and unable to move. Kim Soo-hyun activated Rise, then summoned Slime to retrieve the wooden sword. Next he called over Lee Hun's Jig and Ryu. This swordsmanship that abandons endurance for a single killing blow struck viciously upon the bound. And with Return of the Overlord's boost, Kim Soo-hyun's strike dealt double damage. Joy's cold expression finally changed. Hyojin, the fighting machine, finally fell. Next comes Jo Yun. The quest completed at that moment. After call over ended, Kim Soo-hyun's stats returned to normal. He never expected his new platinum card skill would be this. The room door was violently torn down at that moment. Jung Ji-hook led forces to rescue his lord. However, the scene inside wasn't as dangerous as he'd imagined. Kim Soo-hyun comforted young Swa. "It's fine now. It's all over. Go home quickly." The subordinates murmured, "Is that the boss's woman?" Hearing their chatter, Kim Soo-hyun's gaze shifted somewhere else to where Baek-kran stood. She apologized. "I'm bad at reading the room." Although Baek-kran thought she wasn't the one Kim Swan came to save, she still thanked him for saving her. Kim Soo-hyun was puzzled. "How can you say that?" He released Young Soo-hwa and said sincerely, "I came for you." Hearing this, Baek Ryong turned back in disbelief. Young Hwa, now released, was stunned by those words. Kim Woo-hyun said seriously to Baek Young, "I came for you." At that moment, an anxious young Cheon Sael rushed in, shouting, "Where's my sister?" Seeing Young So-hwa, he finally relaxed. Young Cheon hurriedly asked if she was injured anywhere, but Young Hwa's gaze shifted elsewhere. She didn't understand why those two were acting like this. The war with the Central Five ended here. Jang Ji-hook comforted everyone. "You all worked hard so late." Thanks to Young Chung Seo joining West High, the tide of battle changed. This war gained West High Young Chi Se-il and the Central Five's forces. Jung Ji-hook reminded his lord, "It's time for the execution." The execution targets were the Central Five defeated in this war. After perfectly mocking the losers, it was time to consider what to do with these 4. Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate much. After all, successfully recruiting Jun Hyung would give West High another Hanj Ha. After activating Elder, he began his persuasion. This skill increases the probability of persuading others. Kim Soo-hyun invited all 4 to West High because West High is an organization like family. Under Elder's boost, the four quickly made their choice. They unanimously refused to join Gangbuk West High. Kim Soo-hun's persuasion actually failed. The quest pop-up alerted. Card versus card battle. The lower grade Elder card failed. Elder is ineffective on targets under status effects. Kim Soo-hun didn't know what status effects meant. He didn't understand what Jun-yun had done. In reality, Jo-yun possessed a skill that could brainwash up to 10 people, but the quest pop-up suddenly alerted him. Card versus card battle. The lower grade brainwashing god card failed. Brainwashing effect is dissipated. Kim Soo-hun thought, John better not be too angry because the platinum card I just got is the same as Jo-hun's nullify skill. Kim Soo-hyun decisively activated the nullify card. He was simply correcting a wrong. With the brainwashing gone, Jeon-hyun couldn't remember why he'd followed Jo-yun. The other three were the same. Only now, after waking up, did they realize they'd been following Jo-yun. Kim Soo-hyun couldn't help wondering how many people Yun had put under the status effect. He asked Jun-hyung, "What now? Will you come to Gangbuk West High?" Han-ha understood West High needed talent like Jun-hyung. After a moment of thought, Jun-hyung agreed to join Gangbuk West High. He couldn't forget the feeling of being controlled like a puppet by Jo-yun. So, even if it was dangerous, he had to know the truth. Jun-hyung would discover Jo-yun's true identity. And as a high-ranking officer of North High, he knew lots of intel. Kim Soo-hyun thought to himself, recruiting Jun-hyung is fantastic. With intel, future battles will be easier like this. After strengthening the officers, they could face Jo-yun, but then a massive figure suddenly appeared. West High subordinates warned him, "You can't just enter here." But he kept walking forward as if he hadn't heard. Han Ji-ha and Kim Soo-hyun were confused, but Jun-hyung and Yang Cheon-sil were already breaking into cold sweat. Jung Ji-hook instantly felt suffocated because he knew the newcomer was gang-booked North High's Mount Tai. Ma Young-do, North High's rank 3, reported over the phone that he'd arrived and that the Central 5 had joined West High. Ma Young-do asked Jo-yun not to worry as he wouldn't make mistakes. Then from now on, Gangbuk West High will be completely eliminated. Kim Woo-hyun quickly launched Knockout Feast at him, but the quest pop-up alerted. Knockout Feast failed. Target is immune to status effects. Kim Woo-hyun was instantly stunned. He was sent flying by Ma Jung-do's single punch. As Ma Jung-do was about to attack again, Han Cha intercepted with a roundhouse kick. He understood this was both a crisis and an opportunity. Even though Ma Jung-do was called Mount Tai, he was only one person now. The strengthened West High might have a chance to make North High lose this major force. Han Cha and Gu Hajun attacked Mangdu together, but the result wasn't what they expected. Two large hands suddenly grabbed them both. They hadn't damaged Mangdu at all. Rawang's kick followed, attacking Ma Jung-do just as he was about to counter. Han Ji-ha wouldn't let him have his way. He and Guajun firmly gripped Ma Jung-do's left and right hands. Ra Young successfully landed a low kick with triple critical damage. The strike landed perfectly on Ma Jung-do's head. The next second, a hand grabbed him again. The battle wasn't over. Young Chaniel slammed Myung-do into the ground with thunder suplex. Their combined attack worked, but Ma Jung-do's cold voice reached their ears again. "I didn't expect to get thrown for letting my guard down. Seems I need to take this seriously to not be rude." West High's combined attack hadn't damaged Ma Young-do at all. They were crushed by absolute power, piled together like trash. Then Ma Young-do apologized over the phone because it took him a full minute to deal with everyone from West High. This was slower than Jun-yun's expectations. Worried about Jo-yun's displeasure, Mangdu immediately moved to take the unconscious Kim Soo-hun. But Jo-yun reminded him not to let his guard down. At that moment, Kim Woo-hyun asked Ma Jung-do, "Do you believe in miracles?" He activated Diaper. The fallen West High members became stronger after standing back up. Myung-do asked dismissively, "Why do something pointless?" But Kim Woo-hyun didn't think refusing to give up was pointless. He questioned Maung-di, "You know what evil Jun is doing, right? After Jun unifies Gangbuk, he'll turn his attention to the whole nation. The reason Kim Woo-hyun can't give up is that he's the only one who can stop Jo. He activated Exceed Limits and Chapter skill. Today will be the day Gangbuk West High hunts Ma Jung-do. News of this sudden battle quickly reached Kang Sik. He urgently asked the messenger what happened to Kim Soo-hyun and the officers, but the subordinate mentioned something strange happened. The West High officers who were fighting Ma Jung-do suddenly disappeared. They vanished without a trace as if they'd never been there. Kang didn't understand what had happened. Then another subordinate came to report, "This is bad. Gangbuk North High's main forces have started moving, and North High's leader Jo-yun is among them." Kang-gek wondered, Kim Soo-hyun disappeared. Why would Jo-yun suddenly start moving? He didn't know if Zhou Yun was launching an attack or if something went wrong. The subordinate urgently asked the highest-ranked Kang Se for orders. What should we do now? Kanguk realized he had to do something with the officers gone. West High was still useful to him, so it couldn't be destroyed yet. Having thought this through, Kang Se roared, "From now on, I'll command personally." But then a familiar voice appeared. Kang and the others didn't understand what was happening. How did the vanished Kim Woo-hun reappear? Meanwhile, Jun had Ma Jung-do explain the situation. He apologized for failing to capture Kim Woo-hyun. The next second, Ma Jung-do's neck was violently grabbed. Jo Yun, lifting him with one hand, questioned him, "You dare to fail?" Originally, Jo Yun saw through camera that Mang-do and Kim Woo-hyun suddenly disappeared, so he came personally. But Kim Woo-hyun wasn't captured. Jo Yun didn't know how Kim Woo-hyun escaped Mang-do or what happened in such a short time. West High members cheered seeing their leader reappear. It turned out that when Kim Woo-hyun led the officers to surround Mang-do, he activated Negotiation Mist. This consumable card forcibly turns the battlefield into a neutral zone for 5 minutes, and has an invisibility effect that prevents those outside the mist from seeing in. Everyone on the battlefield entered Negotiation Mist's range. Kim Woo-hyun decisively called for everyone to run, because he knew even together they couldn't beat Ma Jung-do now. But Kim Woo-hyun could finally see what he couldn't before, the terrifying stats of Gangbook North High's officers. If he kept growing at this pace, he could face Jo Yun. However, the North High territory captured this time had to be abandoned. Kim Woo-hyun scratched his head and told the subordinates they ran back. Then a figure stepped forward and called out, "Kim Soo-hyun." Chang Qian thought if only he'd taken care of Ho Jinte from the start. Kim Woo-hyun comforted him. Either way, Jo Yun would have sent Ma Jung-do. We still would have run away like beaten dogs, but Chung Il-chan still felt guilty. Seeing this, Kim Woo-hyun said to him, "Let's get stronger together. What if we make mistakes? Just keep challenging." Kim Woo-hyun assured Chung Il-chan, "You can get even stronger." On the other side, Jo Yun didn't give Ma Jung-do a second chance to fail. He used Ma Jung-do because Ma Jung-do didn't make mistakes. But if he couldn't even do that, he could only be discarded. Jo Yun warned him, "Remember, I have many people I can use." Mong-do said to Jones back, "I will be loyal to you." Back home, Kim Soo-hyun was excited he could finally see the gap with Ju Yun. Suddenly his phone rang. Jan Hyun told Kim Soo-hyun to check the message he'd received. It was intel on Gangbook North High's rank 7 to 10 officers. After all, a new round of war was about to begin. Kim Woo-hyun was curious how strong the next batch of officers would be. He had to catch those guys and get stronger. After all, the final battle with Jo Yun wasn't far off. Inside Gangbook North High, Jo Yun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Soon 2 subordinates brought Hyo Ginte. Now he'd become a mindless fighting machine. Yo Yun said coldly, "You're not even worthy of being trash." He grabbed Hyo Ginte. Then an eerie aura flowed from Zhao Yun's body. Under his cold gaze, Hyo Gente's once solid muscles gradually turned to withered bones, finally dropping completely powerless. Hyo Jinte had been drained to a dried husk. Then Jo Yun summoned slime to devour him. Amidst horrifying chewing sounds, a female voice asked Yun, "Does anyone still see you as human?" This woman who appeared in the room at some point wondered, is Kim Soo-hyun more troublesome than expected? Though she didn't think Jun would lose, a failsafe would be better. So the woman asked Yun, "Want to try again?" Soon after, gathered by North High's ranked 10 Ryuong, North High's ranked 7 to 10 officers assembled. He was there to relay Jo Yun-yun's words, to gather the strength of 10, and prepare to deal with West High. Seeing Jo Yun had finally given the order, the rank 9 officer understood he was very angry. The rank 8 officer asked the person beside him how his condition was. Then the rank 7 officer beside him leaped up. After landing steadily, he answered, "Excellent." He eagerly wanted to know who's the strongest guy in Gangbook West High. Meanwhile, Jun Hyung in Gangbook West High pointed out 2 problems. First, the officers' rankings were a complete mess. Jun Hyung had never heard of an organization ranking by order of joining. With such a system, no one would want to work hard to improve their rank. So Gunyang proposed re-ranking West High based on officers' abilities. The second problem was officer deployment. The West High's officers had their reasons for current deployment. The war with North High was most important, so officers had to be deployed to the front lines. Just this battle alone, many officers couldn't participate. If officers had been deployed closer from the start, they might have caught Ma Jung-do. Jun Hyung's 2 points were correct. Hanja praised him for showing value right from joining. And regarding officer ranking, Jung Ji-hook had been thinking about it since Gangbook North High started expanding. Now it was his turn. First, rank 21 was Moon Chang. Rank 20 was Wang Dong-woo. Rank 19 was Oh Jin-soo. Rank 18 was Ju Huk Jong. Rank 17 was Li Hin Dong. Rank 16 was Seo Dong Jong. Rank 15 was Yongchang Wang. Rank 14 was Hong Bi. Rank 13 was Dum Young Woo. Rank 12 was Lim Hyung. Rank 11 was Jung Ji Huk. Rank 10 was Yang Xian. Rank 9 was Jun Hyung. Rank 8 was Li Ji Hyun. Rank 7 was Chung Yil Chion. Rank 6 was Ra Wang. Rank 5 was Kang. Rank 4 was Han Jae Ha. Rank 3 was Guajia Jun. Rank 2 was Youngguk Ji, also known as Gildu. And Gangbuk West High's leader was undoubtedly Kim Soo-hyun. However, he felt Jung Ji Hook's rank was a bit too low. Next, after adjusting officer deployment, as Jun Hong suggested, Kim Soo-hyun, wanting to end today's meeting, suddenly heard sobbing. He wondered why is Jung Ji Hook suddenly crying and ruining the mood. Actually, Jung Ji Hook was deeply moved. Gangbuk West High had grown from less than 5 people. As a founding contributor, how could he hold back tears? Kim Soo-hyun agreed with Jung Ji Hook's words. At this rate, they might actually unify Gangbuk. Han Ji-ha reminded Kim Soo-hyun he couldn't relax yet. Jo Yun's primary target is you. Without you, Gangbuk West High is finished. So Han Ji-ha told Kim Soo-hyun he must stay vigilant. Soon after, Kim Woo-hyun arrived at a cafe waiting for Little Cloud. He began thinking. After dealing with Hyo, West High got stronger again. Jo Yun should be very concerned about me now. So I need to get stronger before Jo Yun makes his move. Little Cloud arrived at the cafe quickly after shopping. He was curious what Kim Soo-hyun was thinking about so seriously. Then a figure in high heels approached the two as they talked. Little Cloud asked his master, somewhat puzzled, "Do you know this woman?" Before Kim Soo-hyun could react, he was forcefully kissed. Little Cloud was instantly dumbfounded. The sudden woman walked away without looking back after kissing Kim Soo-hyun. Little Cloud was exasperated. When did Master go seducing women? But he suddenly froze because Kim Soo-hyun collapsed to the ground. The woman left with a smile amid Little Cloud's shocked cries. She told Jo Yun not to worry anymore because she'd set up the failsafe. Jung Ji Hook was bewildered, learning from subordinates that Kim Woo-hyun collapsed. Everyone wondered, did he overwork himself? Jung Ji Hook understood the situation was bad. If North High attacked now, it'd be dangerous. Sure enough, another subordinate reported, Gangbuk North High has launched an attack. Jung Ji Hook urgently asked how many enemies there were, but according to the subordinate intel, only one person was attacking Gangbuk West High this time, and at the enemy's location were many West High officers, plus Hong Bi-ji and his 50 elite soldiers. Hearing this, Hanja relaxed, but he suddenly noticed Jun Hyung seemed off. Unexpectedly, Jun Hyung ordered all forces to retreat because he knew only that man would attack alone. Gangbuk North High's rank 7, Cheon Ho. His booming voice instantly filled the area. Cheon Ho actually asked if everyone from West High had gathered. Revered as Lubu Funian, he only wanted a perfect battle. Know that Cheon Ho climbed to North High's rank 7 purely by force. Even Ma Jung-do couldn't easily subdue him. Gangbuk West High's members used swarm tactics to suppress Cheon Ho. On the other side, strategist Jung Ji Hook urgently asked what his fighting style was, but Gun Hyung said, Siente Ho has no fighting techniques. He only possesses powerful animal instincts, crushing enemies with absolute strength. That's why Chuntaeho has that Lubu nickname. West High members couldn't help but begin fearing him. Facing such power, they could only turn and dodge. Seo Dongjung fiercely struck Chuntaeho with Jeet Kune Do. He'd worked hard to get stronger for this day. Yongchang Wang's headbutt followed. Strengthened, he wouldn't fall behind this time, but reality dealt them both a harsh blow. They were sent flying by Chuntaeho's single strike. At that moment, Hongbeg greeted the long-unseen Chiho. Shantaeho immediately charged at him. This traitor, understanding his strength, Hongji sweated nervously. Can I hold out? Meanwhile, Hanja also gathered forces to provide support. This battle was an opportunity for West High. If they could use numbers to defeat Shantaeho, they'd weaken North High's power again. Almost all officers set out toward Shantaeho's location, but Han Ji-han knew they needed a stronger man. He didn't know what Kim Soo-hyun was doing right now. The unconscious Kim Soo-hyun woke up at that moment, but the quest pop-up alerted. You have been sealed. Kim Soo-hyun was shocked. What's going on? The quest pop-up explained, stats have been sealed and cannot increase. To break the seal, you must wait for time to pass or use a card. Kim Soo-hyun instantly realized that woman works for Jo Yun. At that moment, his phone rang again. After learning Kim Soo-hyun's condition was okay, Hanja told him, the battlefield situation isn't good. Chiho has broken through. Though Hong Begi is dealing with him, it's not enough. We need your strength right now. The quest pop-up also updated at that moment. Defeat the intruding Cho, reward 1 MasterCard. Kim Soo-hyun was amazed. The reward this time is actually a MasterCard. I absolutely can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, he told Hanja to mobilize all forces for a brawl. He told Kim Woo-hyun, who thought the same, not to worry. The volunteers should all be there by now. But Kim Woo-hyun understood this quest definitely wasn't that simple. He told Han Ji-ha to throw that person into battle too. After hearing the name Kim Soo-hyun mentioned, Hanja was instantly stunned. The other officers had been expecting some strategy. Now they all suspected Kim Soo-hyun had gone crazy because he actually told strategist Jung Ji-hook to fight. Jung Ji-hook, who struggled even killing ants, wondered, "My lord, are you abandoning me?" Seeing this frail strategist, Chian-ho immediately got excited, rushing to the battlefield. Kim Soo-hyun understood that though Chian-ho was strong, his intelligence wasn't high. Sending the strategist to battle would definitely make him let his guard down. But Kim Woo-hyun could give the strategist great power by swapping his stats with Jung Ji-hook. Suddenly, Jung Ji-hook said to the charging Shi Jo-ho, "Actually, I felt very frustrated lately. From now on, it's my turn." With his stats surging, Jung Ji-hook felt invincible. Chian-ho sneers. "A cute little strategist thinks he can catch me." Suddenly, he feels his body weakening. This is because Gildu activated his Dark Lord's skill. It reduces all surrounding enemy stats by 1 level for 3 minutes. Jung Ji-hook sends Shante-ho flying with a single punch. He tells Cho, "I'm not a strategist. I'm the man who will unify Gangbuk." Jung Ji-hook feels his true power might even surpass his leaders. Then why has he been following his leader's orders all this time? From now on, Jung Ji-hook will rule this world. But Shante-ho, who was just sent flying, starts laughing because he, who craves battles with the strong, has finally found a worthy opponent. Chant-ho's heavy punch strikes toward Jung Ji-hook. He's going to adjust his abilities for Gangbuk West High. This battle, Chant-ho is going to thoroughly enjoy. Hearing his subordinates say, Jung Ji-hook and Chant-ho are evenly matched. Han Ji-ha is stunned again. The subordinate asks him, "Has the strategist been deliberately hiding his strength all this time?" But Hanja doesn't understand what's going on either. He wonders, could Jung Ji-hook have a twin who can actually fight? Regardless, Han Ji-han knows this is an opportunity. As long as Jung Ji-hook stalls for time, Gangbuk West High's forces can assemble and capture Chante-ho. At this moment, Guni Hyung feels something is off. He understands. Chan-ho can't possibly handle all of West High's forces alone. And North High definitely knows this too. Things shouldn't be this simple. Jun Hyung can't figure out what North High's rank 8 executive is really up to. Could they be planning to abandon Chiho? Facing this powerful opponent, Jung Ji-hook, Chante-ho continuously boosts his stats. West High's goal is simply to wear down his stamina. It won't be long before Kim Soo-hyun arrives. Attacks from various executives keep striking at Chante-ho. He wonders, is this West High's fighting power? He's somewhat disappointed, having hoped for a perfect battle today. If that's the case, this battle should end now. Lee Ji-hyun, who was about to be ambushed, freezes in place because Cheon-ho's attack didn't land on her. Gildu says in a low voice, "She's not a woman you can touch." Kim Soo-hyun arrives at this moment as well. He brings the fighting force just as Ho wished. Now a truly perfect battle is about to begin. Chiho's arrogance finally betrays him. West High's remaining forces are about to arrive as well, but Chianto suddenly shouts excitedly, "Time to run away now, before anyone can react." He turns and bolts. Kim Soo-hyun is about to chase Chante-ho, when another subordinate reports, "This is bad. Gangbuk North High is invaded." It turns out while the executives left their positions to deal with Chian-ho, North High seized all the vacant territories, and this strategy using Chian-ho was devised by Gangbuk North High's rank 8, Hyun-woo. With his S-rank intelligence, he played West High for fools this time. Only now does Hanja realize they've been tricked. Jun Hyung didn't expect this to be Hyung-woo's plan. If Chian-ho is like the mighty Lubu from the Three Kingdoms, then the strategist Chung Gong by his side is undoubtedly Hyang-woo. This war is Gangbuk West High's defeat. Even Chante-ho's escape route was perfectly planned. Pursuing further might lead into an ambush. Kim Woo-hyun realizes this is a perfect defeat. Chante-ho doesn't have a single fatal injury. Kim Woo-hyun is puzzled. Why is there such a huge gap between West High and North High? West High executive's potential isn't weak either. Kim Soo-hyun understands that Joy likely started his quest around the same time as himself. He wonders if he's missing something. What secret does Jo Yoon have to make his members so strong? Kim Soo-hyun suddenly remembers he once obtained special cards. That lower-grade strength boost card he got from the Gangbuk conference quest. Though it had major negative effects, Maybe it's only because it was a bronze card. If Kim Soo-hyun could get an upper grade strength boost card, the effect might be completely different. Kim Soo-hyun speculates, is this Jo Yoon's secret to rapid power growth? Either way, this is a ray of hope. Kim Woo-hyun wants everyone to keep getting stronger. To do that, he must complete quests and collect cards. Meanwhile, Han Ha is called by his subordinates to a burger joint because Kong Suk has been stress-eating non-stop for the past hour. Han Ha knows this guy always does this when he's stressed. The reason is that Kong Suk was ignored by Chan Tae-ho. He's been feeling lately that he can't find worthy opponents. Someone of Chan's level would be just right for him, but Chan Tae-ho has no idea who Kong is. This kind of provocation is unacceptable to Kong Suk. He vows to take down Chi-ho with his own hands. Meanwhile, inside North High, Han-woo reflects on the war with West High. Chan Tae-ho, who returned safely, thanks him, because, thanks to Hassan Woo, he got to enjoy a battle for the first time in a while. North High also recovered the territory it had lost recently. Hai-woo is about to discuss the next strategy with Chi-ho. Chian-to interrupts him, saying he just wants to fight strong opponents. Hai-woo will grant his wish soon enough. After this battle, the atmosphere at Gangbuk West High is grim. The morale of all soldiers except the executives is extremely low. They must find a way to restore morale quickly. Kim Woo-hyun thinks of using a mob fight to capture Chi-ho. Because Cheon-ho and Hassan Woo rely on superior combat skills and intelligence, they have few personal troops, but Ji-hyung knows a mob fight won't work because there's still North High's rank 9 executive Kyung-jin. This guy has the most personal troops in North High. Jun-hyung is certain he'll lend his forces to Cheon-ho and Hyun-woo this time. As Kim Soo-hyun ponders this, a side quest updates. The quest is defeat North High's rank 9 Hyung-jin. The first step is to break through his personal forces. Kim Soo-hyun is thrilled to finally have a quest. But if he goes to deal with Kyo Young-jin, then dealing with Jeon-ho becomes a problem. Ji-hyung tells him he's thought of a solution. West High will split their forces into 3 teams to pin down Chan Tae-ho, Kyung-jin, and Ryu Kyung. Hyung-woo and Chan Tae-ho are inseparable, so they must be dealt with together. If these 4 executives unite, West High has no chance. First, Ryu Kyung will be handled by Han Ha because they have scores to settle. Jun-hyung will accompany Kim Woo-hyun to deal with Kyung-jin because Gun-hyung knows Kyung-jin well. However, who will face Cho to stall for time is another challenge. At this moment, a low voice says, "Leave it to me." Hanja asks doubtfully, "Can you handle it?" "You don't look so good." The person is Kong Suk, carrying a huge pile of food. Kim Soo-hyun is about to mention his intelligence issue when Jung Ji-hook interrupts, because even Jung Ji-hook has never seen him with such an angry expression before. In that case, Han Ji-ha will handle Ryu Kyung and head to Area A. Kim Soo-hyun will handle Kyu Young-jin and head to Area B. Kong-guk will handle Han-ho and Hyang-woo and head to Area C. A tough battle lies ahead. Gangbuk North High receives news that West High has begun moving. Ryu Kyung is already looking forward to Han Ji-ha's arrival. At this moment, the 3 of them form West High's founding trio. He sees Gildu is in good condition, but what concerns Kim Soo-hyun more is Chungul Cheon's condition because his potential has started to tremble. So the one Kim Soo-hyun needs to worry about most is still Kong. Ju-hook Jong, who used to be his subordinate, now greets him casually. Kong heard he has a secret to defeating Chantho. Ju-hook Jong confidently says even Jun-young and Jung Ji couldn't think of this secret. He tells Kong to sit back and watch how Chung-ho will be defeated. Meanwhile, North High Kyung-jin scoffs when he hears West High split into 3 groups. After all, he has a full 300 subordinates. And to complete the quest, Kim Soo-hyun must defeat Kong-jin. A new round of war begins. Kim Soo-hyun will show North High what West High is made of. This time it's their turn to fight back. Before the battle begins, Kyo Young-jin's subordinate asks if they can touch Chung Il-cheon. But if they do, Daniel will likely be furious. Kyung-jin finds it amusing. Daniel was the one who made Chung Il-chun like that. Yet now that he's an enemy, Daniel wants him back. Kyo Young-jin doesn't care about their issues. Attacking Gangbuk West High is the priority. They'll use their best tactic, overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, Ju-hook Jong watches Kong stress eating and asks if he can have a burger. Kongi tells him to go ahead if he has a death wish, though the fries are fine. After thanking him, Ju-hook Jong reveals his secret to catching Cheon-ho. It's divide and conquer. What makes Cheon-ho and Hyang-woo formidable is each other's presence. So, all they need to do is drive a wedge between them. Ju-hook Jong will pretend to defect at Gangbuk North High and sow discord. This is his specialty. It worked on Kim Soo-hyun when he was at South High. Ju Hook-jong's only concern is that the clever Hyun Woo might see through his fake defection. For this, Kunguk has a solution. He tells Ju Hook-jong to stand up first, then punches him without warning. Kungak wants word to spread that he beat up Ju Hook-jong. This way, rumors of internal conflict at West High will spread, and Ju Hook-jong can defect to North High without Hyang Woo's suspicion. Having taken a hard punch, Ju Hook-jong reminds him they didn't need to actually hit him. Just spread the word, right? Kang Sok suddenly looks like he just realized this. Ju Hook-jong has no words for this bastard. At this moment, Kyungjin's personal forces have begun moving. Learning the enemy has over 100 men. Junyoung shows no panic because an eye for an eye operation has begun. Kyungjin's forces sneer. Are the West High guys joking? Just one person thinks he can handle us. Kyungjin is also stunned to learn West High sent only one person to block his forces. At this moment, a familiar phone number calls. Junhyung tells Kyungjin, "We received your strategy using Chian Ho." Kyungjin says disdainfully, North High's traitor. Are you calling to betray again? But Junhyung just wants to tell him. West High can also do what Chiho did before. Kim Woo-hun will show North High too. He sends the front enemy flying with one punch. When the others realize it's West High's boss, they rush forward. Kim Woo-hyun activates his card master skill along with 1 against 1,000, which raises his stats based on enemy numbers, plus his skill that adjusts strength based on opponent level. However, since Kim Soo-hun's stats are sealed, he can only use temporary stat-boosting skills. He's going to fight a perfect battle, too. Upon learning Kim Woo-hyun appeared, Kyungjin sends all his personal forces. He doesn't believe Kim Woo-hyun can handle over 300 alone, but Jun says he miscalculated because while Kyungjin sent out his personal forces, Junhyung sent people to his location. Kyo Young-jin scoffs. You're sending this trash to ambush me? He asks Chung Yi-chun, you already lost to Hyokung and you still want to oppose us? Actually, 2 months ago when Chung Il-chun asked Chung Woo-han to teach him, Chung Woo-han said he had no ability to teach. Learning from him might make him even worse than before. So he told Chung Il-chan to find someone else. But a few days later, Chung Woo-han saw Chung Il-chan again. Seeing the bandages on his hands, he knew he'd been beaten up somewhere again. Chung Woo-han sighs, helplessly. You're hopeless. He already said he had no ability to teach, so Chung Woo-han could only demonstrate the techniques he knew. Now, Chung Chan tells Kyung-chin not to say his name because he's here to defeat Kyung-jin. These 2 months made Chung Yi-chan feel he has the ability to copy. Meanwhile, after Kimu Hyan defeated 200 alone, he obtained 5 platinum cards, but only 1 is useful for combat. North High's remaining 100 men begin attacking Kimu Hyun, but he's more worried about the other team members in battle. Kyungjin's subordinate Lisa Sadong finds it strange. A guy like Gildu is Gangbook West High's number 2. This is because Gildu can't react to his kicks. Even though Gildu trained desperately these 2 months, he's still not strong enough. He feels very disappointed in himself. The other subordinate, Chen Woo-hyun, is also strong. Lee Ji-hun's stats are far inferior compared to his. Lisa Dong remarks, Genbook West High strategy is decent. It's just that these team leaders doing the ambush are too worthless. Lisa Dong asked, Kildo, you know it yourself, right? Your body has reached its limit. If you understand human speech, just collapse already, but Gildu can't give up because that woman is here too. Not long ago, seeing Gildu again after 2 months, Lee Hyun was stunned because his transformation was truly dramatic. After chatting for a bit, Lee Hyun couldn't help asking Gild why he lost weight. Gildu answered, seriously, because I wanted to do something. After falling for someone, I realized how insignificant I was. So to stand beside the person I like, I had to do something. Losing weight isn't the end. From now on, let me protect you. But no matter what Gildu said, Lee Ji-hyun couldn't believe it. Someone who once said he'd stay by her side abandoned and left her. That person's words were just empty promises. Left with psychological scars, Lee Ji can't trust others anymore. But Gildu suddenly told her, I will defeat Ma Jung-do. Lee Ji was confused. Why bring up Ma Jung-do all of a sudden? This was because Gildu wanted to prove he wasn't just all talk. Defeating Ma Jung-gu seemed impossible to anyone. So Gildu wanted to beat him to prove his sincerity to Lee Jun. I'm sorry I couldn't become more handsome. Lee Jun turned away, telling Gildu to stop pushing himself. From that moment, Gildu didn't want to lose to anyone anymore. But now he understands the road ahead is still long. Lee Hyan's side is about to end too. Chen Woo-han recognizes her technique as the troublesome Jig and Ryu. Jig and Ryu's weakness is poor defense, though both sides rely on one-hit kills. North High has 2 people. Lee Ji-hun can't handle attacks from 2 people simultaneously. As Chen Woo-hyun's attack lands, he asks Lee Dong, Are you joking? Finish off your enemy first before coming to help. But Lisa Dong knows this guy is just making a final struggle, though he doesn't understand where this momentum is coming from. Meanwhile, having finished off everyone, Kim Woo-hoon realizes he must help those still fighting. He has a way to turn 4 useless platinum cards into boost cards by using the card master skill. Breaking down 1 platinum card randomly yields 0 to 6 gold cards. Kim Woo-hoon repeatedly combines and breaks them down until boost cards appear. Then he gives all the boost cards to Gildu. Chen Woo-hoon doesn't understand what's happening. How is this so sudden? The guy in front of me got stronger and faster. Lisa Dong tells Chen Woo-hoon to stay calm. That guy's almost out of stamina. If we work together, we can definitely win. But Chen Woo-hoon knows they can't win, though he doesn't know why. Gildo's level is completely different from before. The two fall defeated under overwhelming power. Gildu asks Lee Ji-hoon to watch him closely because he will definitely keep his promise. Suddenly, Gildu realizes Chong Il-chan is still fighting. He asks urgently, "Is Chong Il-chan okay?" Wiping blood from his mouth, Kyu Yongjin asks Chong Ya-chan, "Don't you want to return to North High? Will you still betray Daniel, whom you once followed?" Chung Chan says coldly, "That person is the one who changed. I don't want to hear about Gangbook North High or Daniel because I'm a Gangbook West High person." Quest pop-up notification. Chung Yi-cheon's potential begins struggling against its limits. In that case, Kyu Yongjin says, "From now on, I'll treat you as a West High person." Kyu Yongjin isn't someone swayed by old feelings. So from now on, he'll beat Chung Il-cheon to death. Gildo is about to warn Chung Il-cheon to dodge. The next second, his abdomen takes a brutal punch. Hyungjin tells this pig to stop squealing. Gildo's stats are still far too inferior to his. Lee Ji-hyun immediately uses Jigan Ryu to provide support. Chung Il-cheon quickly strikes with capoeira. The two attack Kyu Yongjin together, but the result surprises them. Kyu Yongjin's strength completely overwhelms them. Chung Cheon and Lee Ji-hyun are knocked flat with one blow. Kyu Yongjin mockingly tells Chung Il-cheon, "Show your willpower. Are you giving up just like this?" Gangbook West High's reinforcements arrive. Chung Il-cheon is powerless to stop them because Kyungjin is just too strong. Chung Il-cheon feels it's all his fault. "If I were stronger, if I weren't this weak," he's lying on the ground pathetically, just like back then. Gangbook North High used to be peaceful. Chung Il-cheon, Kang Si-chan, and Daniel were good friends because Chung Yun wasn't social. The two always worried about him, especially Kong Shan. He was a great person. Everyone followed Kong Chan. Gangbook was very peaceful under his leadership. The three of them were happy together back then, until that person appeared. He was Jo Yoon who destroyed it all. After he appeared, the sky fell. Kanguchi-chan fell into a coma due to an incident. Even the police and doctors didn't know the cause. From that moment, Gangbook North High changed. The person called Jo Yoon appeared and ruled Kang Si-chan's gangbook as he pleased. What Chung Lee couldn't believe most was Daniel was also among those destroying Kang Sek-chan's gangbook. He became unlike the Daniel of before. Never once visiting Kang Se-chan in the hospital, he went mad for new power. When Chungil Shan went to find Daniel again, he was beaten badly. Daniel told him, "There's no place for the worthless here. Soon Lord Jo Yoon will execute his grand plan." Rank 39, Chung Chan isn't qualified to participate. Daniel said he didn't need Kango-chan's North High, only Lord Jo Yoon's power. He told Chung Chun to know his place and not cross the line. Chung Il-chun's obsession with rankings had only one reason. He wanted to know what Jo Yun's plan was, and what plan could make Daniel abandon them and follow Ja Yun. The reinforcements Wang Du-woo brought were quickly wiped out. Just as Kyungjin's attack is about to fall again, quest pop-up notification. Chung Il-chan's potential begins struggling against its limits. His potential finally surpasses its limits. Confused, Kyungjin asks him, "Did you decide to return to North High?" Of course Chung Chan will return because he has much to say to Daniel. Disdainful Kyu Yongjin strikes at Chung Il-chan again, but he suddenly freezes because Chung Chan used his Transcendence card, Copy, which can instantly mimic an opponent's attack technique. And the first technique Chung Woo-han showed him was CQC, Close Quarters Combat. Chung Chan can't help feeling strange. Things he couldn't do back. Then now he feels he can do again. Wang Du is shocked. How is this possible? Kyo Yongjin actually fell just when Chung Il-chan thought it was over. Kyo Yongjin stands back up. He didn't expect Chung Yo-chan to become this strong. He'll get serious too. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun arrives to provide support. Kyo Yongjin ties up his hair, preparing to fight seriously. The side quest finally updates to defeat Kyungjin, and the reward is a MasterCard. Feeling the combined power of Chung Cheon and Kim Woo-hyun, Kyungjin realizes dragging this out will be disadvantageous. For a quick victory, he must eliminate one person first. His fist smashes into a nearby wooden board, but Chongyun is protected by Kim Woo-hyun because he heard from John before. Kyungjin's ultimate move is the left hook from mixed martial arts. Fortunately, Kim Woo-hyun found a strategist who knows Kyungjin. He also starts using hooks to attack Kyungjin, but Kyungjin can see he's not proficient enough. However, with the transcendent skill copy, Chung-chan starts attacking him with Kyungjin's specialty, the left hook. After Kim Woo-hyun uses Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tunes copy again, mimicking his attack. Both simultaneously use Ancient Flow Martial Arts. Tegan pushing back Kyungjin, but Kyungjin quickly intercepts again, attacking Kim Soo-hyun. This is just as Kim Soo-hyun expected because Jeong told him about Kyungjin's follow-up attacks before. Kim Soo-hyun plans to time his transcendent skill, but unexpectedly Kyungjin sends him flying because Kyungjin also guessed Kim Woo-hyun obtained intel on him, and his target from the start was Cheongil Chaeon. This powerful shin kick makes Cheongil Chaeon feel like his leg is about to break. He's about to block Kyung-ik-jin's next shin kick. But Kyo-young-jin's raised foot suddenly drops because that was just a feint. Fortunately, Kim Soo-hyun blocks his left hook in time. Kyo-young-jin curses him. This fool blocked it head-on. That should break Kim Woo-hyun's arm. However, Kim Woo-hyun uses Guardian's Feast to block the blow, then uses Knockout Feast to hit Kyung-jin. 3 seconds is enough for Kim Soo-hyun to finish him, but due to Kyung-jin's strong resistance to status effects, Knockout Feast duration decreased. Seeing this, Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses Calover. First is Rao Yong's Terabyte Thrust Kick. Kyo-young-jin is stunned by the sudden thrust kick. Kim Woo-hyun immediately calls over Rao Yong's Terabyte Low Kick. The low kick containing triple critical damage strikes Kyung-jin's leg hard. The powerful impact sends Kyo-young-jin crashing down instantly. He doesn't understand how Kim Woo-hyun has this kind of power. Kim Woo-hyun ignores him and activates buff skills. Then, after drawing his wooden sword, he calls over Jigan Ryu. Just as this finishing blow is about to land, Kim Woo-hyun freezes because Kyung-jin actually blocked it with his right hand, though his right arm broke as a result. As a return gift, he delivers a vicious left hook to Kim Woo-hyun. The intense pain from his right hand infuriates Kyung-jin, but his leg is grabbed again. Kyung-jin says coldly, "If you're down, give up. Persisting is unseemly." After using Berserker, Kim Woo-hyun grips his leg tightly. He reminds Kyo-young-jin, "Did you forget something? There are two of us." Chung Yi-tin uses copy and instantly learns Jigen Ryu. Speechless, Kyo-young is utterly speechless. Chung Yi-tin uses Jigen Ryu to strike him down hard. This battle, the quest is finally complete. Kim Woo-hyun will pass out in 1 minute. However, he first checks the newly obtained Master Card. The skill is called Tactical Schemes, an attack card. Kim Soo-hyun feels this skill can be used on Chono. Meanwhile, at Area C guarded by Chiho and Han-woo, Ju-hak-jang, dissatisfied with West High, comes to defect. After he finishes badmouthing that idiot boss Kong Suk, Hyung-woo smiles. How wonderful to have someone who knows Gangbook West High's inner workings defect. Just when Ju-hak-jang thinks his defection succeeded, Hyung-woo suddenly questions him. "You didn't think I'd say that, did you?" He can roughly guess why Ju-hak-jang came to defect to drive a wedge between him and Shante-ho. Just as Kim Soo-hyun wakes from unconsciousness and wants to check the tactical scheme's skill again. Chung Yaon keeps tugging at him because Kyung-jin is about to get up again, but his current physical condition really isn't enough to stand. Kim Soo-hyun uses the Elder skill, asking Kyung-jin if he wants to join the West High. Kyo-young-jin tells him to stop joking. "I will never betray Lord Jo-yoon." Quest pop-up notification. The Elder card is ineffective on targets under status effects. Kim Woo-hyun realizes Kyung-jin was also brainwashed like the others. Then there's only one method. He uses the Nullify card to remove Kyung-jin's brainwashing. Afterward, Kyung-jin says he doesn't remember why he followed Jo-yoon. He was originally close with Kong-chan. In that case, Kim Soo-hyun asks him again, "Will you join West High?" After all, with Kyung-jin's combat power, he'll be a great asset in West High's fight against Jo-yoon. He thinks of Kong Suchi-chan lying barely alive in the hospital, then agrees to lend his strength to Kim Soo-hyun. But Ko-ik-jin still doesn't plan to become a West High person. He's accompanying Kim Soo-hyun only because he has many things to ask Joy. And he also tells Chung-chun to find out why Daniel became like this. But be careful because Daniel's very strong. Meanwhile, Hassan Woo is still interrogating Ju-hak-jang, but his subordinate suddenly brings news that Ju-hak-jang really was beaten by Kong Suk. But even so, Han Woo can't trust Ju-jang. So Hassan Woo orders, "Lock him up for now." But Ju Jong confidently says, I've prepared a gift for you. At this moment, Hai Wu's subordinate brings another report. Some of Gangbuk Hai's forces actually surrendered. Without fighting, they obtained all of Yu Jong's territory and subordinates. Even so, Han Wu still doesn't trust Yu Jong, but Yu Jong grins wickedly. My gift has only just begun. Soon after, Kong Suk roars angrily, What are you doing, you bastard? You carved away all of Gangbuk West High's territory. Yu Jong explains helplessly. This is all strategy. If I don't do this, Han Wu won't believe me. He'll give North High all the territory up to West High's headquarters to deceive that clever Haiyan Wu. Anyway, if they can't catch Qian Ho this time, the territory will be taken anyway. From now on, Ju Jong will exploit Hyung Wu's characteristics, watching North High expand territory without shedding a drop of blood. Hai Wu can't help wavering. After all, he's about to achieve what even Daniel and Ma Jung-do couldn't. Shan Tai-ho also congratulates him on gaining so much territory. But Shan Tai-ho is curious when he can keep fighting. While Hai Wu is thinking about the great reward Lord Zhou Yun will give after taking West High. Shan Tai-ho keeps nagging in his ear about fighting. Hai Wu reflexively snaps at him. Just be quiet when you know nothing. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality, then hastily explains he was just concentrating on thinking. But Shan Tai-ho isn't angry at all. He smiles and says, I'll be quiet. And just as he's standing on the rooftop, feeling the breeze, Ju Jong seizes the opportunity to approach him. He butters him up, saying he's a fan of Cheong Ho and has always wanted to meet him. Shan Tai-ho also wanted to meet him because Hyun Woo said things became easy with his help. When Asan Wu is mentioned, Ju Jong seems troubled and scratches his head. At Junto's urging, he says he feels if Chiho were deployed, the war would end quickly, but Han Wu keeps holding him back. Hearing this, Qianho wonders if Han Wu won't let him fight. Ju Jong adds fuel to the fire, suggesting Han Wu wants to hog all the credit. Inside Gangbuk West High, Kong Sok roars, It's time to deal with Qianho and Hassan Wu because Ju Jong has notified him. West High's main force will move to Area C to wait for the enemy. This strategy is called Draget, though Kong Suk doesn't know what it means either. Gyeonggek Jin is also called by Kim Soo-hyun to continue dealing with Shan Tai-ho. Just as he's about to depart, a figure gradually approaches. The person is North High's rank 2 Daniel. He asks the traitor, Is Kyung Jin, do you want to come back now? Kyung Jin is surprised how he got in. Actually, all of Kyung Jin's subordinates outside have already fallen. Daniel doesn't want to waste words with Kyung Jin. He'll spare Kyung Jin if he just tells him where Chung Chun is. But Kyung Jin just betrayed. How could he betray again now? Although Kim Soo-hyun told him to deal with Qian Ho, he thinks it's better to deal with Daniel first. Daniel asks in confusion, Are you really going to fight me? It turns out that when Kyung Jin decided to leave Gangbuk North High, Jo Yun could no longer use the camera card on him. He originally wanted to find Kyung Ik Jin himself, but when Daniel learned that Kyung Jin was defeated by Kim Soo-hyun and Chung Il-cheon, he requested that Jo Yun let him go instead. Because I know Kyung Jin, I must make him taste the flavor of betrayal. Daniel asks Jo Yun not to worry. He'll make sure Kyung Jin can never form a squad again. And now Kyung Jin realizes the situation is bad because his attacks have no effect on Daniel at all. Daniel is completely toying with Kyung Jin. He wonders about Kyung Jin's arms. Were they broken when fighting Kim Woo-hyun? Kyung Jin questions him. Why are you following Jo Yun? Kang Such-chan used to be everyone's idol. Daniel originally thought that way too. Kyung Jin questions him. Were you lying from the very beginning? Daniel says coldly. It seems you have many misunderstandings about me. That guy Kang Chan isn't the talent who can unify Gangbuk, Daniel says while turning off the lights. Don't think of me as too bad because I genuinely like Jo Yun. I've been searching for the man who can unify Gangbuk. Kyung Jin doesn't wait for him to finish and attacks again with a kick. However, Daniel easily dodges it again. But Kyung Jin wasn't actually using a kick. He was just pretending both his arms were broken, just to land this left hook that could deal Daniel a fatal blow. Kyung Jin's attack indeed successfully lands on Daniel's face, but Daniel just laughs. His hands start rotating. Daniel's Aikido is incredibly powerful. Before Kyung Jin can even react, he's already knocked to the ground. Daniel relays Yo Yun's words to him. Execute Kyung Jin and then return. On the other side, Kim Soo-hyun is shocked to learn that Kyung Jin has disappeared. A subordinate judges from the fighting traces at the scene that someone must have fought with Kyung Jin. Kim Soo-hyun exclaims in surprise. Did Ma Jung-gu come? Then doesn't that mean there's no one to deal with John Ho now? He suddenly realizes he needs to confirm Kyung Jin's safety first. so Kimu Hyan orders Kyungjin's personal forces to be dispatched to search for him personally. Meanwhile, Kongguk roars out Ju-hook Jong's name because dealing with Cheon-ho has made no progress whatsoever. Kong-suk has already done what Ju-hook Jong said, bringing everyone to Area D and perfectly setting up the Drajet. Kongguk tells him to explain the strategy quickly. Do we just need to ambush the enemy here? Ju-hook Jong says Area D is large, not suitable for ambushes, but rather good terrain for overwhelming enemies with numbers. Seeing that Kong still doesn't understand, Ju-hook Jong says helplessly, it means it's suitable for group fighting. Just then, a subordinate reports the enemy has appeared. Shante-ho is attacking. He came alone again this time. However, this time, Shante-ho seems to have become very weak. He's different from when he attacked before, as if he has a lot on his mind. Ju-hook Jong tells Kong-suk what he did to Chi-ho. After hearing it, Kong-suk immediately shows a wicked smile. He roars, "Now's the chance!" Kyante-ho is getting weaker. Today we'll wipe away our past humiliation and deal with Kyante-ho. Kimu Hyan watches all of this through the camera skill. Without Kyung-jin, he must go himself, because tactical schemes is a card that requires getting close to the opponent to use. Today is a day to deal with Chi-ho. Kong greets him enthusiastically again, but Kyante-ho asks in confusion, "Who are you?" Kang roars, "I'm Kang, you bastard!" His potential also starts struggling against its limits at this moment. Under the curious questioning of the twin brothers, Ju Jong reveals he simply exploited their characteristics. Between Cheon-ho and Han-woo, there exists a difference few people know about. Cheon-ho, who craves battle, really likes Hassan-woo, who can satisfy his desires, while Hassan-woo, who craves fame, also really likes Cheon-ho, who helps him. Ju-hook Jong used their desires to get close to them. He deliberately gave large amounts of West High territory to Hassan-woo, causing him to fall into fame-seeking madness. So Hyan-woo said things to Chi-ho he shouldn't have said, and Shante-ho would feel very disappointed hearing this. The twin brothers praise Ju-hook Jong is truly despicable and dirty, but Ju Jong understands that Shante-ho is different. That guy is genuine about Hyung-woo, because when Ju-hook Jong provocatively asked if Hassan-woo wanted to hog all the credit, Chant-ho warned him to prepare to die if he talked about Hyung-woo like that again. Thus, Ju-hook Jong's divide and conquer had no effect on Shante-ho at all. So he should use Kyant-ho's loyalty to replace the divide and conquer strategy. Hai-woo has already been blinded by fame. So, manipulating Kyant-ho, who's all alone, is very easy. After a subordinate passed him the message that Han-woo has been kidnapped by Ju-hook Jong, Cheon-ho immediately becomes anxious. The subordinate adds fuel to the fire, saying, "The kidnapping location is in Area D. You must hurry there." And Xia-ho completely lacks the mind to discern false intelligence. He thus goes alone to rescue Haseong-woo under Ju-hook Jong's calculations. Then Ju-hook Jong clearly tells Kong-suk, an opportunity this good only comes once today. Everything is proceeding according to plan. When Shantai-ho is distracted, worrying about Hyun-woo, the winner of this battle is destined to be Kong-suk. He roars, "What is everyone doing? Shantai-ho is weak right now. Hurry up and beat him to a pulp." Some of North High's subordinates still want to go forward to help Chanti-ho. Young Chanol can't help but feel fortunate, because he didn't want to participate in such dirty tactics in the first place. Hongbegi thinks the same way. So the two of them decide to deal with North High's small fries and stall for time. Someone else will deal with Chiante-ho anyway, and Chiante-ho is just taking hits one-sidedly. He hopes these despicable guys from West High will spare Han-woo. Meanwhile, Han-woo inside North High is stunned when he hears this news. He pushes away the messenger. Hee-woo finally realizes his mistake and wants to go help Cheon-ho, but his path forward has already been blocked because Jung Ji-hoo already knew he would pass through here. Chong-chan is looking forward to fighting his long-unseen senior Hyun-woo. Hassan-woo says coldly, "This is troublesome. I hope Chante-iho is okay." And Kong-suk is also puzzled about what Chante-ho is doing because he's kneeling on the ground, admitting he's lost and can't fight anymore. As long as Kong-suk is willing to spare Hyun-woo, Chi-ho will do anything. Well, then Kong-suk is going to play golf with him. Finally, the golf club slams hard on the ground. But Chante-ho is completely unharmed, because this isn't the duel Kong-suk wants. He tells Chante-ho to listen carefully. Hai-woo hasn't been captured. You were just deceived by Ju-hook Jong's strategy. This was a trap from the very beginning. Yom Chang-wong and Dumino don't understand. What stupid thing is Kong-suk doing? The two of them want to deal with Chi-ho as quickly as possible. Just then, the quest pop-up warns Kimu Hyan. If the quest fails, all rewards will be reclaimed, and no more quests will be received in the future. And the quest pop-up is warning about is the defeat quest. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand what's happening. Mong Du, ranked number 3 at North High, knows that Chia Yan-ho is an underestimated officer. With his original strength, it wouldn't be strange if he rose to rank 6 or higher. Chia Yan-ho is only ranked 7 because he likes the number 7. He asked Kang Suk why he revealed the truth. Not long ago, Jeon Hyung said Chi Yan-ho fights purely by instinct, but he heard Chi Yan-ho learned wrestling before. Therefore, Kang Suk, known as Rhino, really wants to have a real duel with him. Chanto murmurs, "Finally found it. You're the true strong fighter I've been looking for." Kangsa thanks him for the recognition. The next second, a fist lands on his face. Kang is actually knocked out with one punch. All other officers immediately launch attacks at Jianho, but no one can withstand even one exchange with Jianho. The overwhelming pressure makes West High's subordinates flee in fear. Jun Hyung is still one step too late. He curses inwardly. Kang Sik is truly too foolish. He actually let Jianho show his original strength. Jun Hyung takes off his glasses and also attacks him. Chiho says disdainfully, "That reckless appearance even more foolish than me, knowing you can't win. Why even step up?" But Jun Hyung is just stalling for time. Kim Soo-hyun, who came with him, uses the ancient flow martial arts Chun as a sneak attack, but it has no effect at all. Shan Tai-ho exclaims excitedly, "Finally get to fight West High's boss." His heavy punch slams toward Kim Soo-hyun. The powerful impact makes Kim Soo-hyun drop to one knee. As Shiant Ho's fist is about to fall again, all Kim Soo-hyun can do is dodge his attacks. Because he fought with Kyoung Jin, he doesn't have many cards left to use. This time, Shiho won't let Kim Soo-hyun dodge anymore. But Kim Woo-hyun still has the newly obtained master card, Tactical Schemes. Its effect is to make the opponent's stats plummet for a short time. After designating Chiant Ho as the target of Tactical Schemes, Kim Soo-hyun immediately launches an attack at him. But the quest pop-up indicates there are 10 seconds left before Chiho's stats decrease. If attacked within 10 seconds, the use of Tactical Schemes will be cancelled. As Chian-ho's fist is about to fall, Kim Soo-hyun curses inwardly. "Why didn't you mention the activation time earlier?" Kang wakes up from unconsciousness, wondering what happened. He remembers he seems to have been knocked out with one hit. Hearing the fighting sounds, Kang Sik forces his eyes open. He wonders, why is Kim Soo-hyun fighting Chiho? Is it to protect me after I fell? Kanguk doesn't want Chijo to attack Kim Woo-hyun because Kim Soo-hyun must be defeated by him personally. 2 months ago, Kang Suk, in order to revive Gangbuk South High, found Jungbom Sang, who was delivering takeout. But Jungbong Sang no longer had confidence in fighting because he didn't know how to defeat Kim Soo-hoon, who had become so strong. After that, Kang found Leong Min at a construction site, but even the loyal Leong miner had confidence to fight again. He understood that as soon as their force rises again, it will immediately be suppressed by Kim Woo-hyun. Leong Min says helplessly, "Gangbuk South High disappearing is right." But Kang Suk is still unwilling to accept it. He asks in a deep voice, "Are you okay with this? Is it okay to just continue living like this? Since you're a man, you should at least think about dominating this world once." Kang can't give up. Gangbuk South High is his career. He absolutely won't live under anyone, as long as I'm here. Gangbuk South High will never disappear. Now Kim Woo-hyun is in a situation where he has cards, but can't use them. As Cheon-ho's final strike is about to fall, the quest pop-up indicates Kanguk's potential starts struggling against its limits. He calls out to Chiho, then asks, "Who am I?" Kanguk's potential has surpassed its limits. Chiho wonders how can he still stand up again. Kangi says in a deep voice, "Because I won't fall and I can't fall. Not until I revive Genbuk South High." Kang completes his transcendence, but Kim Woo-hyun knows he's still not there yet. Because even if Kang transcended, he's still far behind Chian Tae-ho. Chian Tae-ho, who thought he could finish Kang with one punch, is stunned because Kang Suk actually withstood his punch. Kang's exclusive transcendent skill is called Invincible Wrestler, which allows him to take no damage for 2 minutes, and his stats will continuously rise until the 2 minutes end. Kangak starts using Infinite Suplex. He wants Chian Tae-ho to firmly remember. His name is Kang Zae, the king of Gangbuk South High, who will rise again sooner or later. Kim Woo-hyun is amazed. Kang really got an absurd card. This means he won't fall within these 2 minutes. Kangak wants to continue using Infinite Suplex, but the gap in stats between him and Chian-ho is too large. At this rate, Kang can only be a punching bag for these 2 minutes. Chian-ho praises, "Your endurance is pretty good. You can actually withstand my punches." Kang Suk really becomes a punching bag. He can't react to Chintho's attacks at all, as Chintho's attack is about to fall again, but this time Kangsa dodges. He can clearly feel that Chanteho has slowed down. Chinto at this moment also feels strange because he feels like his body suddenly weakened. And this is of course because Kim Woo-hyun's tactical schemes was successfully activated. He reminds Kang Suk to pull himself together. Right now, only Kang Suk can still fight. Everyone else has been defeated by Keontae Ho. You must deal with Keontae Ho, he says in a deep voice. Don't order me around. I'm the king of South High. I won't follow anyone's orders, but I'll repay you for your previous help. Although Keontae Ho feels he's slowed down, he's happy he's now on the same level as Kang. The two bodies collide heavily. Kim Soo-hyun wonders, does Kang want to use wrestling? But Gon Hyung knows this will be very disadvantageous for Kang because what Chien Cho uses isn't ordinary wrestling. But Senegalese wrestling, unlike ordinary wrestling that only uses grappling, traditional Senegalese wrestling allows strikes. Chien Ho understands this type of wrestling should be unfamiliar to Kang Suk. Kang Suk says in a deep voice, then teach me. Kim Soo-hyun observes the battle with some surprise because the two people fighting are absolute madmen. This requires no tricks whatsoever. It's a pure duel between beasts without any disguise. Kim Soo-hyun exclaims in amazement. It's actually a head-on match without needing any tricks. But Gun Hyung understands they can't deceive. They can only duel like this because both of them are super stupid. After Kangok grabs Chiant Ho, he delivers a fierce suplex. And after Keontae Ho grabs Kong, he also delivers a brutal suplex. The high-intensity battle starts to tire Chiant Ho. This time, others are about to rush forward to deliver the final blow. But Kanguk roars, nobody move. Whoever dares to move, I'll attack them first. Kanguk understands his body has reached its limit, but Keontae Ho has also reached his limit. The two share the same thought, which is to fight until the very last moment. Their fists land solidly on each other. This flesh-pounding sensation makes both Keontae Ho and Kang Suk happy. Next comes the final strike of this battle. After a loud crash, Kim Soo-hyun is curious who the winner will be. Giant Ho calls out the name Kang Suk, then laughs. He exclaims in admiration, this was a perfect fight. The winner of this battle ultimately belongs to Kang Suk. He can't help but feel gratified because Chien Ho finally remembers his name. The main quest to defeat Chi Ho is thus completed. Kim Soo-hyun immediately activates the newly obtained Master Card. This skill is called Card Buffet. Kim Swan thinks to himself after Chi Ho falls. Only one person remains at North High, and that's Ryui Kyoung, ranked number 10. Ryui Kyoung greatly anticipates Gangbuk West High's arrival. Meanwhile, Among Chong Wong asks on the phone, can you still be this relaxed now? Hansa tells him not to be too nervous. Ryu Kyoung will die today anyway, because Hanja's plan started 2 months ago. Just as Kim Soo-hyun wants to check the card buffet skill from the master card, the fallen Xianzhou stands up again. He excitedly wants to fight another perfect battle, and Gangbuk West High has no one left who can fight now. Kim Soo-hyun immediately puts his hand on his back. He thinks this guy Keontae Ho must have been brainwashed by Jo Yoon too. He just needs to use Nullify to remove the brainwashed state. But the quest pop-up indicates Nullify failed to activate because Keontae Ho has no status abnormalities. Kim Woo-hyun is shocked. This guy simply just loves fighting, and touching the back for Chintho is a signal to fight. If Kim Woo-hyun doesn't strike first, he's going to make a move. Kim Woo-hyun curses inwardly. This guy's a 100% pure lunatic. He has a flash of insight and shouts, if you want to fight strong opponents, why not just go fight Jo Yoon? Hearing this, everyone present is stunned, but Chian-ho has an expression of sudden realization. On the other side, Chongyi Qian just faces off with Haiyan Wu. Hai Wu has intelligence on all of Gangbuk West High's officers, so he knows Chong Chan uses the speed-based capoeira. And the way to beat Chong Chan is to get close to him. But what surprises Hassan Wu is that Chong Il-chan actually uses the ancient flow martial arts, Taejun. He Wu is surprised. This is clearly Kim Woo-hyun's technique. Chong Il-chan then delivers a powerful left hook. He Wu is shocked again. Isn't this Kyoung Jin's technique? Although he doesn't know why this is happening, he still counterattacks calmly. But Jung-ji Hook on the side shouts to wait because he has a phone call for Han Wu. On the phone, Shan Tai-ho excitedly tells Hassan Wu he fought a perfect battle under Hyang Wu's stunned gaze. Shan Tai-ho says his goal is to fight Jo Yoon. Hassan Wu is shocked. Are you crazy? Do you want to abandon everything and join West High? Just then, a West High subordinate reports to Jung-ji Hook. Ju Hak Jong has returned to West High, and North High's territory has been returned to West High. Hai Wu's entire strategy has turned to nothing. He asks Chian Ho, are you really going to betray Jo Yoon and join West High? After getting Chante Ho's affirmative answer, Han Wu has already made his decision. Jung Ji Hook is pleased he can quickly assess the situation. Now his only way out is to surrender to West High. But Hassan Wu says coldly, I'm confident I can escape from here and confident I can achieve victory again with Shantae-ho. And the reason Hanwoo chooses to surrender is because when Shantae heard he was captured, he charged into West High alone. Even without knowing what traps there are, he would sacrifice himself to save Hanwoo. He can't refuse the request of such a good guy. So Hanwoo will also join Gangbuk West High together with Chian-ho. Meanwhile, Ryui Kyung is also holding a meeting with his officers. This is a meeting about capturing Han-ha, but Ryui Kyung is late. Jen Woo-chan reminds them the opponent is Han-ha. If we let our guard down even once, we're the ones who are finished. Lee Chen-shi is also curious what tricks Han-ha, who's been preparing for months, will pull. However, they heard Hanja is still relaxed now with no movement from his forces or officers. In that case, Ryui Kyung also plans to leisurely wait for West High's arrival, but he suddenly receives an attack from Lee Chen-shi, and Zhong Woo-chan's attack follows immediately after. Caught off guard, Ryui Kyung quickly falls. He wonders what his two officers are doing. Just then, a familiar voice comes through the phone. Han-ha asks him if he received his gift. Coming to his senses, Ryui Kyung asks Han-ha, "When did you make them betray me? A month ago or a week ago?" Hanja says mockingly, "What nonsense are you talking about? The day after Ryuwon betrayed Han-ha. He started planning." Hanja carefully prepared all of this to take revenge on him. He advises Ryuyoung from today on, don't trust anyone, because he's already arranged everything around Ryuyoung. Hanja has no interest in unifying Gangbuk. He just needs to kill this traitor Ryu Kyung. Hanja will make Ryui Kyung regret betraying him. The main quest also updates at this time to deal with Ryui Kyung. The first step is to make Hanja's first strategy succeed. He will slowly torture Ryuyoung until death. Ryuyoung exclaims in admiration, worthy of being Hanja. Truly impressive, but what Hanja doesn't know is guys like these can't hurt him at all. Making these officers of Ryus Kyung betray him has thoroughly angered him. Ryui Kyung tells Hanja to use his brain more. "No matter what, you absolutely can't beat me." Hanja smiles. That's not necessarily true. The main quest updates to make his second strategy succeed. Ryu Kyung's other officer, Yoongu Hook, hears the commotion and immediately runs in to check the situation, but he's grabbed by the throat. Ryuyoung questions him. "You're also Hanja's man, right?" Yoongu Hook hastily says, "I also know what the situation is, because I came over after dealing with those traitors. These personal forces of Ryuyoung were preparing at the entrance to attack him. They must have turned to Hanji-ha before." Yoongu Hook reminds Ryu Kyung, "This is not a small matter. It's become a situation where you can't trust anyone. In that case, Ryui Kyung can't trust that he hasn't betrayed him either." Jungli Hook directly says that Hanja also tried to recruit him. He knew Jungli Hook joined North High so long ago, but only became Ryui Kyung's officer. So Han-ha invited him to join Gangbuk West High. After all, North High's hierarchy is set in stone. No matter how hard Jungli Hook tries, he can't climb. Joining West High will have better prospects. But Yoongu Hook still coldly told Han-ha to get lost. You have to know he and Ryu Kyung have been good friends since kindergarten. Yoongu Hook says solemnly, "I'm not an ungrateful bastard. I'll stand by your side." Ryusi Kyung apologizes for his earlier suspicion. He asks Yoongu Hook what the plan is next, and Yoongu Hook says they need to clean up the internal traitors. Only then can they deal with Han-ha with peace of mind. Meanwhile, Han-ha is still leisurely playing pool. Suddenly, a subordinate hurriedly reports, "This is bad." Ryuyoung is reorganizing internally. He seems to want to execute all traitors. This is calmer than Gu Hajun imagined. He thought Ryu Kyung would rush over in agitation. However, all of this is within Hanja's expectations. Hanji-ha tells everyone to relax for now. Jungli Hook is following Ryu Kyung to execute traitors. Soon all the traitors are cleaned up. Junggi Hyuk wonders, how did Hanji-ha convince these guys? He actually persuaded over 100 personal forces. Ryui Kyung thanks him. Without Yoongu Hook, he might have lost his mind. Now Ryuyoung only needs to deal with Hanja. Then another subordinate arrives, shocked. What's the situation here? Ryu Kyung furiously questions him. Where is Hanja? The subordinate asks in terror. Ryuyoung. What's going on? Ryu Kyung says coldly, still acting even after it's all over. Just then Yoongi Hook says, the boss is calling. Ryuyoung wonders, did Jo Yun call because he knows the situation? Yoongu Hook grins wickedly. It's the new boss, Han-ha. A familiar voice comes through the phone again to Ryuyoung. Han-ha asks mockingly, how did you get fooled again? Didn't I tell you not to trust anyone? Although Junggu Hook did refuse Han-ha's invitation the first time, but right after he told Han-ha to get lost, Han-ha told this fool to think carefully. Junggu Hook only became an officer because he knew for 10 years, But North High won't leave someone with average abilities alone. Even if Ryuong objects, he'll eventually be eliminated. Hanja promises him, if you come to West High, you won't have these concerns. I'll make you into West High's Ryusi-kong because I only want revenge. Ryui Kyung asks, did Hanja incite my subordinates this way? Hanji Ha asks back how he could possibly incite over 100 forces. Actually, he only incited 3 of Riot's officers. What Hanja finds most distasteful is that Ryuong betrayed him and received 100 personal forces as a reward from Jo Yun. He must eliminate Ryuong's 100 personal forces, but he doesn't have many forces himself, so he used his brain. Thus, Ryu Kyoong personally cleaned up his own 100 subordinates because he was deceived by Yonggi Hook, who was following Hanja's instructions. Ryu Kyoong roars out Hanja's name in fury. Hanja grins wickedly. Don't start exerting yourself so soon because the real show is just beginning. This is a squad Hanja specially created to capture Ryui. Ryuyong scoffs. Will wearing masks make a difference? Don't be ridiculous. Hanja asks him, you don't think there are only small fries inside, do you? It's been so long. Why don't you greet your former comrades? Ryui Kyuong is struck hard by a headbutt. Yong Chang-wong has been waiting for this day for a long time. The next second, a figure uses Jet Kun against Ryu Kyuong. Seo Dongjong is utterly disgusted by this guy who destroyed Gangbuk East High. A powerful kick follows immediately. Rao Yong, formerly ranked number 2 at East High, has also arrived, but Ryu Kyuong laughs at this moment. He's finally tasted the flavor of betrayal. He's going to get serious. Ryu Kyuong will definitely kill Han Ha. His potential starts struggling against its limits. 2 months ago, Hanj Ha formed the people from the former East High into the Hanj Ha squad. Although a long time has passed, everyone is still not used to it. But there's no helping it. After they were defeated, they became part of Gangbuk West High. Hanj Ha tells everyone this is all because of Ryu Seong. Gangbuk East High became like this because it was betrayed by a once-rusted officer. Gangbuk East High must return this humiliation. Starting today, Hanj Ha will conduct training to deal with that guy. He created this lineup to study all of Ryu Kyoong's weaknesses. However, Hanj Ha says those who want to give up should give up. This will be extremely difficult training. Everyone at West High has been waiting for this day to come. Ryu Kyoong asks disdainfully, so what do you want? He thought he had already defeated this guy, but the situation isn't as he thought. The guy who took his hit actually didn't pass out. Ryuong clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. He doesn't know how the opponent stood up. And of course, East High made preparations before the battle. Each of them is wearing a reinforced spine protector belt. The people from East High know Raya's fighting power. Today they'll make Ryu Young die at their hands. Hearing this, Ryu Young laughs mockingly. He asks, do you really know my fighting power? 2 months ago, Ryu Kyu Kong successfully completed his undercover mission. So Jo Yun bestowed a reward, which was 100 strong personal forces. They would have become a major combat power for Ryu Kai Wong. After announcing this reward, Jo Yun hesitated somewhat because he didn't know whether to give Ryu Kyuong 6 training cards. After thinking, Jo Yun still trained Ryu Kyuong. At that time, he was surprised. How did his strength suddenly explode? Jo Yun tells Ryu Yong to demonstrate his value. If he's just worthless trash, he'll abandon Ryu Yong at any time. Ong Chang Wong is shocked that the squad created to deal with Ryu Yong was actually wiped out. This is different from Ryu Kyuong's strength they saw last time. The lineup prepared for months turned to nothing like this. CEO Dongjong doesn't understand how can a person get this strong so fast. They don't know what to do now. At this moment, Raoong Flying kicks toward Ryu Kyuong again. However, Ryu Kyuong doesn't want to play with him anymore. He only wants to know where Hanj Ha is. On the other side, Kim Woo-hyun finally finds a place with no one around. He's going to see what use the newly obtained card buffet skill has. As his thought moves, a humming sound rings out. An option appears before Kim Woo-hyun, asking whether to enter the card buffet. He chooses to enter without hesitation, and what meets his eyes is a large array of arranged cards. The quest pop-up indicates as long as Kim Woo-hyun pays buffet points, he can take the cards he wants. After picking up a card, he can learn the required buffet points. The Ultimate Power Leap card requires 100 PG. Completing quests will earn points, and the buffet points Kim Woo-hyun has accumulated so far total 32,800 PG. On the other side, Yong Chang Wong and the others, of course, won't reveal Hanj Ha's location. Ryu Yuong can just go die. Seo Dongjong still wants to go forward to support. Ryu Kyong says furiously, if you don't talk, I'll kill you all. I'm only sparing you for old times' sake. Hearing the word old times, Yang Chongwang immediately bursts out laughing. He asks after Ryu Kuang lost his mind for revenge. Did he forget something? Just then, Ryui's phone rings. A subordinate at North High headquarters reports to him, "This is bad. Ryukyung, all your territory has been taken. While he was fighting the enemy, Hanja easily took all the territory. North High's top officers are very angry. Therefore, Ryu Kyawong is now at the center of enemy territory with West High's officers eyeing him hungrily. And the reward, after Hanja's third strategy succeeds, is to reduce Ryu Seong's stats." The furious Ryu Seong roars out Hanja's name again. Just then, a tall figure gradually approaches. 2 months ago, he got a good taste of Ryusi's suplex. Although Ryui Kyong has no idea who this person is, he says coldly, "Hey kid, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Where exactly is Hanja?" Gujun orders Ryui Kyong to shut up. Go ahead. The main quest also updates at this time to defeat Ryu Kuong. Gu Hajun won't let Ryu Kuong successfully reach Hanjha, but Gu Hajun and Rao appear and block his path. Ryu Kuong doesn't want to waste time with them. Right now, he only wants to know where Hanja is. Gu Jun immediately starts throwing punches with Return of the Overlord. Rog attacks with kicks as well. Ryu Yuong's face twists in utter disgust. Before the battle began, Hanja predicted that Ryu Kaiwong, having fallen for all his schemes, would be agitated. And emotional control is the most crucial element in combat. An agitated Ryu Kyoong won't be able to utilize all his techniques. When they're almost done fighting, Han Ji-ha will appear. He said if it's too hard to beat Ryu Kyoong, just holding him down is fine. An agitated opponent is weak. Hanja told Gu Hajun and Rao they could release all their accumulated stress because Ryu Yuong would make an excellent toy. Ryu Yuong can't help but curse inwardly, damn it, because if he focuses on just one person, he'll get attacked from the other side. But if he attacks the other guy, he'll get attacked by the first one. Realizing something's wrong, Ryusi Kyo-wong forces himself to calm down. If this continues, he won't be able to do anything. Seeing this, Gu Hajun signals Rao to stop as well. He can tell Ryu Kyo-wong has calmed down, so they need to guard against Ryu Kyo-wong's next move. Between the three of them lies a collapsed West High underling. Ryu Seong suddenly kicks him toward Gu Hajun. Caught off guard, Gu Jun is momentarily restricted. Ryu Yong instantly turns and runs. Seeing this, Rao immediately gives chase, but Ryu's footsteps suddenly pivot. Then he viciously locks on to Ra Guyom. Ryu Kyoong's escape was an act all along. His battle plan succeeded. Gu Hajun can't make it in time to provide support. Raom is slammed hard onto the ground. Gu Hajun realizes they fell into his trap. He immediately grabs the just risen Ryu Kyoong. But with just Gu Hajun alone, Ryui Kyoong doesn't consider him a threat at all. Gu Hajun reminds him, "Did you forget something? Because we prepared motorcycle spine protector belts in advance. Everyone from Gangbook West High can stand up twice." Raom immediately uses terabyte thrust kick on the restrained Ryuong. He instantly falls into a stiffness status. Gu Hajun's fists follow immediately. The Return of the Overlord effect allows him to throw multiple punches per second before Ryu Kyoong can even react. Raojium starts charging up. A low kick containing triple critical damage strikes Ryu Yong brutally. The powerful momentum sends his body into the air. The final finishing blow comes from Gu Hun. In the end, Ryu Yong still loses. Unable to move his body, he feels utterly unwilling to accept this. Meanwhile, Gu Hajun has already started reporting this situation to Han Ha, but Ryu Seong refuses to accept losing like this. He's supposed to kill Hanja. Ryusuke Kaiwang won't let it end this way. His potential starts battling against his limits. On the other side, Zhou Yun watches all of this. You see, he has a card that can force the target to transcend. However, members who are forcibly transcended won't receive exclusive transcendent cards. Zhou Yun uses forced transcendence on Ryu Kyoong without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Gu Hajun and the other turn around in confusion. At this moment, the transcended Ryuong has already stood back up. Soon Han Ji-ha receives the news. Both Gu Hajun and Rao Wang have been taken down. This is different from what Hanja predicted. After that, Ryuong disappeared, just in case. The underlings suggest Hanja should hide as well. But before they can make their next move, Ryui Kyoong has already burst in alone because he misses Han Ha so much. Ryuki Kyoong almost thinks he has a crush on him. Now it's time for the two of them to settle things properly. On the other side, Kim Woo-hyun just learned he has 32,800 Buffett points and is utterly shocked. In that case, he's going to start shopping like crazy. Just then, Kim Woo-hyun sees a card he desperately needs. The magic key skill can unlock his sealed stats, and it only costs 100 Buffett points. With this, Kim Woo-hun can grow again. Suddenly, he realizes now isn't the time for shopping. Through the camera card, Kim Woo-hyun discovers an astonishing scene. Ryu has actually transcended. Then Han-ha is in danger. He has no idea what's going on. According to Han-ha's plan, Ryu Kyung should face the two of them in an extremely exhausted state. How could he defeat them and still make it here? But Hanja can't think about that now. Ryu Kyung is right in front of him. Hanja will definitely kill this guy today. But Hanja freezes as his attack lands, because Ryu Kyung blocks it very easily. He says coldly to Hanja, "If you want to kill someone, you need to at least send them flying like this." Ha said before that he'd kill Ryu Kyung slowly. So Ryu Kyung is quite curious. When exactly will he die? Ryu Kyung's slaps keep landing on Han. He roars, telling this bastard, Han-ji-ha, to keep playing tricks, but Han-ha says coldly, "I just did." The stunned Ryui doesn't know when a wound appeared above his eye. Then blood flows into his eye, blocking his vision. Ryu Kyung instantly realizes Hanja's kick was for this purpose, and because he's lost his vision, he can't dodge Hanja's attacks. He says coldly, "Is this your limit, you idiot?" Hanja's chance to end the fight has arrived. Victory will ultimately be his, but Ryukyung asks disdainfully if this can even kill anyone. You see, Ryu Kyung's level is different from his. He's going to make sure Han-ha can never wear brass knuckles again. The enraged Han-ha immediately counterattacks with his other hand, but Ryu Kyung takes the opportunity to break that hand. Next, he's going to Hanja's waist, and Hanja is extremely unwilling to lose like this. He must kill Ryung. After crippling Hanja's arms and waist, there's one more thing left. Ryu Kyung will make sure he can never walk again. Since childhood, Hanja couldn't tolerate anyone betraying him. In kindergarten, someone promised to play with him, but went to play with someone else instead. Hanja beat that person to a pulp. He'll do anything to take revenge on those who deceive him. After that repeated many times, no one dared to mess with him casually. This is also why Han-ji-ha became the leader of Gangbook East High. That's when he met that guy Ryu Kyung, who was strong in many ways, voluntarily joined East High. Han-ha thought that with this guy they could accomplish anything. Then he was ruthlessly betrayed to take revenge on the guy he once trusted. Han-ji-ha had no time to feel frustrated. He started preparing from the day after he was betrayed. Han-ji-ha lives to take revenge on that guy. As for unifying Gongbuk and such, it doesn't matter to him at all. Jung Ji-hook understands that Han-ha has a strange madness, obsessed with revenge like a lunatic. If someone deceives him, he'll chase them to hell, unable to understand why anyone would betray his perfect self. Jung Ji-hook thinks Kim Woo-hun should thank Ryui, because if not for Ryuong, Hanja's fury would be directed at Kim Woo-hyun. His potential starts battling against his limits. 1 second before Ryu Kyung's attack lands, Hanja's potential successfully transcends his limits. Caught off guard, Ryu Kyung is momentarily repelled. He says mockingly, "Why did you suddenly revive?" Having successfully transcended, Hanja recovers his memories and obtains an exclusive transcendent card, Revenge Wraith. Become a ghost, crazed with revenge, growing stronger the deeper the hatred for the revenge target. Not only does he lose the sense of pain, but his attacks also inflict abnormal status effects. Hanja viciously hurls the bowling ball in his hand at Ryu Kyung. He instantly falls into a stiffness status. Hanja laughs maniacally in a bowling alley. "We should play bowling." Ryu Kyung also raises a bowling ball and hurls it at him viciously. He also loves bowling very much. Hanja raises another bowling ball to attack. Ryu Kyung, caught in abnormal status, has his stats reduced. Hanja compliments that his bowling isn't bad. Ryu Kyung returns the compliment without hesitation. The West High underling, watching from the side, is dumbfounded. He's not sure if this is really okay. If they keep this up, someone will actually die sooner or later. Both of their bowling balls completely shatter under the tremendous force. Ryu Kyung's speed is still faster. Just when he thinks it's all over, Han-ha, who feels no pain, won't fall just like that. Ryu Kyung is instantly dumbfounded. He doesn't understand how, after being beaten this badly, why hasn't he fallen yet? Han-ha roars maniacally, "Because I'm going to kill you today." Feeling the intense killing intent, Ryu Kyung instantly understands the madman before him is serious. Until he kills him, Hanja absolutely won't fall. Fear gripping him, Ryu Kyung starts overthinking. There is only one way he can think of to end this. That is to let himself die. Ryu Kyung, having executed a perfect suplex again, smiles smugly. However, Han-ha clings to him again like a demon. Chung Cheon arrives at the bowling alley under Jung Ji-hook's instructions because Jung Ji-hook understands that Han-ha alone against Ryu Kyung is far from enough. But the scene that greets the anxious Chong Yong when he pushes open the door is bizarre. Han-ha is standing there alone. He asks Chong Yong, "Can you tell me where Ryu Kyung is? Because blood is blocking my vision." Ryuki Kyung got away. Ryu Kyung, not far away, shouts angrily, "You psycho lunatic! What is this all for? I was just following orders from above. Does that deserve this much?" And Han-ha finally locates Ryu Seong by following his voice. But Ryu Seong has lost his will to fight. He admits he's lost. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Ryu Seong truly regrets it. He shouldn't have betrayed him in the first place. He finally understands one thing. That is, he must never betray Han-ha. Han-ha has won this battle. Ryu Seong apologizes for everything he's done and atones for all his actions. He keeps apologizing to Han-ha, so please stop. Han-ha finally smiles again. With his revenge complete, he only feels exhilarated. If it ends here now, Han-ha should do what he needs to do. Ryu Yong is a talent it would be a shame to miss. So Han-ha invites him to join West High. Looking at the hand before him, Ryuong is completely dumbfounded. He thinks to himself, this guy is truly a madman. For defeating the transcended Ryuong, the reward is a MasterCard. This crushing victory greatly boosts West High's morale. Kim Soo-hyun exclaims excitedly, Han Jae-ha really did it. But after dealing with Ryu Sekyong, the final battle with Joan draws even closer. The woman inside Gangbuk North High also reminds June that time is running out. But she didn't expect June could still smile, and that's because the quest pop-up's favoritism has finally ended. Now Joe is free. He can act as he pleases. He's been waiting for this moment all along. Joun's quest pop-up has finally updated. First, the quest is Gangbuk Unification, and the first step is to reclaim all the stolen territory. Jo Yun will personally attack Gangbuk West High and eliminate Kim Soo-hyun. Ryu Kweong asks in confusion, "You can treat even your enemy like this?" Han says, "Seriously, this is who I am. Whether someone is my enemy or not, if they have abilities I want, I'll obtain them." Ryu Yong asks again, "What if I betray you again?" Ha smirks wickedly. "Then I misjudged you and of course I'll take revenge again." Somewhat relieved, Ryu Kyung asks Han-ha to give him some time to sort things out. Just then, a West High underling reports to Han-ha, "We have a problem. Our people in Zone C have been attacked." Han Ji-ha says strangely, "There shouldn't be anyone attacking us now." "Don't tell me it's you again, Ryu Kyung." But Ryong doesn't even have any subordinates to command now. He has no idea who did it either. Chongi-chan tells Han-ha to rest for a bit. He'll go check it out first. Han-ha tells him to be careful because he feels something isn't quite right. The new MasterCard is called Elixir. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't know if this is a good thing, but he must hurry and finish shopping to get back. Kim Woo-hyun buys a large number of training cards to help everyone grow. Just as he's shopping enthusiastically, a special card catches his attention. It's a trade card that burns a member's potential in mind to explosively increase combat power. Kim Woo-hyun instantly realizes that Hyeokyung-tae was hit by Jo Yoon using this card. Although this card is very dangerous, Kim Soo-hyun hesitates, but still purchases it. Meanwhile, Jung Ji-hyuk is looking for the suddenly disappeared boss. After that battle, everyone's condition isn't great. Jeon Tae-ho went back to the office first to regroup and should return with Hyeon-woo. Just then, another underling reports, "We have a problem. People in Zone B have all been attacked." Jun Hyung asks in confusion, "Wasn't this war over? Who's doing this now?" Jung Ji-hook immediately orders to find out who the attacker is. At this moment, a low voice says, "That shouldn't be necessary because I've come in person." Everyone present is instantly dumbfounded because the newcomer is Daniel, ranked number 2 at Gangbuk North High. He mutters, "He's not here either." Jun Hyung didn't expect Daniel to appear at a time like this. They must buy time now until Cho arrives. But the next second, Daniel appears right in front of Jun Hyung. Seeing through Jun Hyung's little scheme at a glance, he asks in confusion, "Will Cho's arrival change anything?" Jun Hyung immediately throws a sneak punch, but by the time he realizes it, his own body has already been flipped over. Daniel tells him something. "Know your limits." The other West High officers immediately swarm forward. However, they're all too fragile. No one can withstand even a single move from Daniel. He says coldly, "I won't show any more goodwill. Whether you live or die is your choice. I'll just ask one question. Where exactly is Chungul Qian?" Daniel hopes to get the answer he wants, but Jung Ji-hook tells him he absolutely won't see Chung Lian because Jung Ji-hook knows that meeting him would be dangerous for Chung Il Chian. West High will protect Chung Lian, even if it means death. And the reason Daniel won't see Chung Chan is because Jung Ji-hook has already informed him that Daniel appeared and told him to flee quickly. Daniel says in a deep voice, "Then I'll keep asking around." However, the next second his body is also flipped over because Chung Yi-chan used copy to replicate Daniel's Ikido. Chung Qian apologizes to the strategist because they all said they protect him with their lives. So Chung Qian can't bring himself to run away. He greets Daniel, whom he hasn't seen in a long time, and seeing Chung Qian again, Daniel finally smiles. He asks Chung Yil-chayan how he's been lately, but Chung Yi-chan still questions Daniel. "Why are you on Jo Yun's side?" Daniel asks back, "What answer do you want to hear?" Chung Il-cheon wants to know why he became like this back when it was the three of them. They were so happy. Why did Daniel betray Kang Sa-chen? And why did he become Jo Yun's subordinate? Chung Il-cheon really wants to know what grand plan he and Jun are preparing, but Daniel doesn't want to say much. He can forget about the past. Now, as long as Chung Chan returns to Gangbuk North High, otherwise even Daniel can't be responsible for the consequences. He's giving Chung Yan a chance to choose, and Chung Yan responds by using capoeira. He absolutely won't return to North High. Daniel says lightly, "You've grown quite a bit, but you're still far from enough." He laughs, worthy of Chung Yo-chan, still attacking with no defensive value whatsoever. Chung Yo-chan ignores him and quickly adjusts his position, then delivers a powerful left hook. He asks in confusion, "Didn't you say it had no defensive value? Why did you defend?" Daniel recognizes this as the hook that Kung Jun excels at. Chung Il-cheon uses ancient flow martial arts Taejun again to push him away. Daniel says in surprise, Chung Yun can actually use copy. He wonders, did Chung Yi-chan originally have this ability? Chung Ji-hook can hardly believe it either. Chung Yi-chan is actually gaining the upper hand. Daniel is actually being suppressed, seeing his attacks taking effect. Chung Yi-chan from now on must use all of that person's techniques. But Daniel still says lightly, "This won't do. You almost scared me, Chun." Chung Yi-chan can't see Daniel's attack at all. He's casually knocked down. Chung Yi-chang can't believe that even after becoming this strong, it's still not enough. Daniel asks him, "Changed your mind?" Chung Il-chan can't stay at West High. Daniel will do everything to bring him back to North High. Jung Ji-hook immediately orders to save Chung Chan. All the West High underlings immediately swarm forward. Han Ji-ha, who's rushing back, took too much damage from fighting Ryu Seong. He understands that in this situation, there are only two people he can rely on. Hanja calls Hassan Wu for help, and Hun Wu has already sent Chiho over. Chiho shouts excitedly, "Daniel is mine!" Hanja only hopes Chung Yong can hang on. A strange commotion gradually wakes him up. Chung Yi-chan wonders, "What's that sound?" At this moment, the West High underlings are continuously begging for mercy. Chung Chan is instantly stunned. Daniel explains to him that he's breaking their arms until you agree to return to Gangbuk North High. "So, do you want to come back now?" Jang Ji-hook understands it's all over. Shan Tae-ho is too far away. Before he arrives, they'll be completely wiped out. There's no way out. At this moment, a hand appears on Jang Ji-hook's head. He freezes for a moment. Then tears flow out. Jang Ji-hook had forgotten. He had forgotten there was still the boss. Daniel didn't expect Kim Woo-hyun to come either. The woman beside Jo Yun asks in confusion, "Will Kim Woo-hyun coming change anything?" Because she completely sealed Kim Woo-hyun back then. So from that point on, Kim Soo-hyun couldn't grow anymore. Joy knows that's true. However, he's discovered there seems to be a slight variable. Daniel might be in danger. The classmates at Gangbuk West High who once respected Kim Soo-hyun now have their arms broken and fall in agony. Kim Soo-hyun starts using all training cards on himself. He tells Daniel, "You shouldn't have done this." And Daniel just finds him more interesting. Has Kim Soo-hyun gotten stronger again? Daniel regrets Jun's decision. They should have dealt with Kim Soo-hyun before, but it makes no difference now. Daniel understands that once Jun makes a move, West High is finished, and Kim Woo-hyun's new quest is still to survive Daniel's attack. Daniel tells him, "Gangbuk West High will disappear today, and this will be your end. I'll be taking Chunikin with me." As his attack lands, Daniel feels something strange because he didn't adjust his power to a level Kim Woo-hyun could block. Daniel can feel that the guy before him is different from before. Kim Woo-hyun's rate of growth is unreasonable, whether external or internal. Major changes have occurred in a short time. Daniel doesn't understand what's going on. What trick did Kim Soo-hyun pull? Changyi understands. This is different from his own situation. Kim Woo-hyun is truly gaining the upper hand, but the person fighting knows something's wrong. Kim Woo-hyun isn't gaining the upper hand because he's not landing any effective hits at all. Daniel is completely different from X-rank Shantae-ho. Kim Soo-hun is shocked. XX stats are actually this much stronger. And Jo-yun clearly knows there's a world of difference between X ranks. From 1X to XX requires a tremendous number of training cards. Daniel's stats are the result of using a tremendous number of training cards. Now Jo-yun will reclaim the lost territory on his own. He's not worried about Daniel because Kim Woo-hyun can't possibly defeat him. The difference between levels can't be erased. Jo-yun understands that Kim Woo-hyun's only hope of winning was the Caliver card, but that card was already used in the showdown with Kyung-jin. However, contrary to his expectations, Kim Soo-hyun calls over Kong's invincible wrestler. He roughly knows the reason for the huge gap between him and Daniel. If there's a big difference in stats, just level up, right? Kim Soo-hyun's stats will gradually increase thanks to invincible wrestler. And his words are directed to Jo-yun. On the other side, Jo-yun wonders what's going on. In fact, after Kim Woo-hyun purchased a bunch of training cards, he started looking at other useful cards. Then he saw a skill that could reset card cooldown times. Joan didn't expect Kim Woo-hyun to have such a card. He instantly guesses that Kim Woo-hyun obtained the card buffet. After that, Kim Woo-hyun calls over Revenge Wraith, then takes out a wooden sword because he also called over Jig and Ryu. This is now Kim Woo-hyun's peak condition. He only has 2 minutes. Within these 2 minutes, Kim Woo-hyun must bet everything. And his sudden massive power increase makes Daniel sense something's wrong. Just as Kim Woo-hyun's attack is about to land, Jo-yun, watching from the other side, gradually starts to smile because Daniel's exclusive transcendent skill is softness conquers strength. He can ignore the opponent's attack and nullify it and can counterattack with double damage after defending. This skill is a perfect match against Kim Soo-hyun because having lost stamina from Jig and Ryu, he can't withstand the counterattack at all. Chong Il-chi is instantly dumbfounded due to the softness conquer strength effect. Kim Soo-hyun's invincible wrestler and Revenge Wraith are both cancelled. Jo-yun knows it's all over. The woman behind him will go bring Kim Soo-hyun because Jo-yun will be very busy from now on. The quest pop-up warns Kim Soo-hyun again. If the main quest fails, all rewards will be confiscated, and quest will no longer appear in the future. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't want it to end like this. Daniel pulls him up, then speaks in a voice so quiet even Kim Woo-hyun can barely hear. He tells Kim Woo-hyun to quietly answer his question. Are you the same? Do you have the same thing as Jo-yun? Kim Woo-hyun immediately plays dumb and asks Daniel, do you have delusions or something? But inwardly he's shocked. How did Daniel figure it out? How could a normal person possibly guess that something like receiving quests exists? But just a moment ago, when Daniel was speaking, Kim Soo-hyun sensed his hostility toward Jun. However, since Kim Woo-hyun denied having the same thing as Jo-yun, Daniel is about to end all this directly. Kim Soo-hyun immediately activates his negotiation mist skill. Within the mist, not only does the probability of persuasion increase, but he can also become invisible. Daniel wonders, why is there suddenly such thick fog? Kim Woo-hyun doesn't waste words and asks directly, what did you see with Jo-yun? And who exactly are you? Seeing this bizarre scene, Daniel realizes he must have guessed correctly, since Kim Soo-hyun sensed his hostility toward Jo-yun in that instant. This might be an opportunity for both of them. Kim Soo-hyun asks Daniel, want to have a proper talk? At this moment, the others from West High also can't see the two of them, because the fog is too thick. Suddenly, another subordinate reports, bad news. Jo-yun from Gangbook North High has broken in alone. The woman beside Jo-yun wonders why did he suddenly stop. This is because Jo-yun can no longer see Daniel. Just like when Mong-do couldn't catch Kim Soo-hyun, Jo-yun begins to suspect what they're discussing using negotiation mist, and he must return first. 5 minutes later, the thick fog finally clears, and the figures of Kim Soo-hyun and Daniel reappear. Daniel says disdainfully as expected, it won't work. You're of no help to my plan since you can't match Jo-yun. The negotiation has failed. Just as Daniel's attack is about to land, he greets someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Giant Ho exclaims excitedly, I felt Daniel's sincere fist. So, are we fighting now? But Giant Ho alone is clearly not enough. Ryuong, feeling a bit unwell, also arrives because he feels Han Ji-ha is more frightening than Jun. Kim Soo-hyun tells Daniel to think carefully with that smart brain of his. Can you really defeat all of us? Daniel exhales and asks, so should I run away? Joe had told him before that if things don't look good, retreat immediately. Daniel has already successfully stalled for time. During this time, John has already reclaimed all the stolen territory, so it's time to end this. Finally, Daniel says goodbye to Chong Chong. Jianong urgently tells Ryu Yong, "We can't let Daniel go since Zhou Yun has already taken back the territory. We should at least capture North High's second-in-command." However, Ryu Yong knows this is impossible. Even though Daniel says he's running away, if they fight now, Gangbook West High will be completely annihilated. And North High doesn't just have Daniel. If the executives ranked 4 through 6 also start moving, things will get difficult. Kim Soo-hyun suddenly tells Jun Hyung not to worry, because this battle is definitely not a defeat. The next day, Gangbook West High holds another meeting. This war is both a victory and a defeat. It's a defeat because June took back all the territory West High had seized. But compared to territory, West High gained something more valuable, which is recruiting talent from Gangbook North High. Cheon Cheo is happy to meet everyone and ready to fight anytime. After Hyung Woo introduces himself as Cheon Cheo's friend, he suggests putting on a shirt. After Ryu Si-kong introduces himself, he asks for everyone's support going forward. Han Ji-ha sighs, these are all reliable newcomers. However, one person is still missing. Kim Woo-hun wonders, still haven't contacted him. It turns out to be Ko Young-jin, ranked 9th in Gangbook North High. They indeed can't reach him now, but they can't just keep waiting because the final battle with Jo Yoon is about to begin. Kim Woo-hun's quest updates again. It's the exact same Gangbook unification quest as Jo Yoon's, with the first step also being to reclaim lost territory. Kim Woo-hyun begins using the greeting card. The challenger card realizes Kim Soo-hyun obtained the greeting card through Card Buffet and praises him for having grown considerably. The challenger card also understands that Kim Soo-hyun is using the greeting card for the final battle with Jo Yoon, and now it's truly time to end this. Meanwhile, after reclaiming his lost territory, Jo Yoon's quest updates to the second step. Daniel returns after confronting Kim Soo-hyun. He explains, Seon Tae-ho and Ryuong have joined the enemy camp. I retreated when the situation turned bad, just as you instructed. John says calmly, you've worked hard. He'll give Daniel a reward based on his achievements. However, Jo Yoon has one more thing to ask. What exactly did you discuss with Kim Soo-hyun? His slime is already behind Daniel, ready to devour at any moment. But Daniel suddenly warns Jo Yoon, you need to be careful. Kim Soo-hyun seems to possess a strange ability. At this moment, Jo Yoon begins using his lie detector, which can detect lies within 1 minute. Daniel continues, Kim Soo-hyun seems to have some kind of superpower, though I can't say exactly what it is. I'm worried he might become an unpredictable variable because you cannot lose to Kim Soo-hyun. The lie detector shows Daniel isn't lying. Jo Yoon murmurs, seems like not yet. He tells Daniel, war is about to begin. I won't delay any longer. Go prepare for all-out war with Gangbook West High. Daniel bows his head respectfully and accepts the order. Then he seems to hear something strange. Daniel appears to have noticed something. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun is requesting some power from the challenger card. Although they also hope Kim Woo-hyun will deal with Jo Yoon. Kim Woo-hyun has already received a lot during this time, and the challenger card can't give anymore. However, he can give Kim Woo-hyun a little tip. Your squad members can become even stronger. There's another stage beyond transcendence. However, that stage can only be reached by certain individuals. The challenger card asks Kim Soo-hyun to believe in his squad members. Transcendence will ultimately transcend. At this moment, Gu Ha-jun can't understand why things have turned out this way. He's lost to Ryu Kyong again. Gu Ha-jun can't figure out why. How did he become so weak? Refusing to accept defeat, he desperately yearns to become stronger. Back home, Kim Woo-hyun begins contemplating this final battle, but Little Cloud suddenly tackles him. He wonders, what are you thinking about? You don't look well. Kim Woo-hyun is of course thinking about Jo Yoon. Little Cloud complains, why that jerk again? Think about me too, will you? He tells Kim Soo-hyun not to worry. If Jo Yoon comes, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Kim Soo-hyun says helplessly, don't do that. I don't want you to get hurt. Promise me if you encounter danger, you'll run away. The next day, Gangbook West High's strategist squad has new members. Jung Ji-hook looks forward to Asan Woo and Chan Tae-ho's future contributions. After a brief welcome, Kim Woo-hyun asks what the next plan is. Jung Ji-hook says bluntly, there isn't one, because Jo Yoon's combat power exceeds their imagination, making it impossible to formulate a proper plan. To think he could reclaim all the territory alone. Sean Hyung can't think of any way to counter such a monster. Hai Woo tells them, that's not all. Gangbook North High has other executives too. Hai Woo has intel on those guys and begins introducing them. First is Hong Ji-wong, ranked 6th in North High. He's currently 18 years old, 1.91 meters tall, weighing 112 kilograms. Moreover, Hongji was originally a loyal follower of Kung-gu-chan, but one day he suddenly became Zhou Yun's lackey. It's a long story. Hai-Wu continues Hongji's fighting technique as close-quarters combat, but the others present suddenly freeze. Hai-Wu wonders, are you scared by close-quarters combat? Kimu Hyun points behind him and asks, is this guy the Hongji Guang you mentioned? Hongji Guang says calmly, acknowledging your question. Hai-Wu is somewhat surprised. How did he get here? Coming here is actually quite simple for Hongji Guang. All the West High members present immediately rush forward. Daniel didn't expect that guy to go to Gangbook West High alone, though. There's nothing to worry about. It's been a long time since he gathered with these people like this. Youngjun and Seg won ranked 5th in North High. Youngjun says impatiently, that's not important. Get to the point. Seg-won feels this place is boring as expected. He should have gone to West High with Hongji Guang. That said, Daniel reminds them Hongji Guang acting without permission should probably be dealt with. Ma Jung-du says in a deep voice, I'll educate him properly. Then Daniel gets straight to the point. Zhou Yun is going to wage all-out war directly with Gangbok West High, then unify Gangbok. Only these 5 remain in Gangbok North High. Their mistakes could lead to North High's defeat. So now advance southward and attack Gangbok West High. Seoji-1 wonders, what about Zhou Yun? Daniel explains he's already moved ahead, going alone to attack Gangbok West High. Zhou Yun's second quest is to deal with Gangbok West High's 25 executives. The final battle has fully begun. Meanwhile, West High's executives launch an attack on Hongji Guang. But to Hancha's surprise, he dodges so many attacks. Hongji Guang says indifferently, didn't expect Gangbok West High to have so many strategists, though I just came to say, hello, since I'm here, I should eliminate some nuisances. Kim Soo-hyun immediately blocks Hongjia's attack with his wild skill. He asks coldly, who gave you permission to eliminate them? These are strategists I worked hard to gather. But Kim Soo-hyun doesn't understand is that his speed is clearly faster than Hongji Guang's. So how did he dodge? Hongji Guang has also been wanting to meet Kim Woo-hyun because he's curious about the strength that defeated John Tae-ho, but this disappoints him as he didn't expect John Ho to be so weak. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, what are you talking about? I'm only just getting started. Activating Knockout Feast, he successfully hits Hongji Guang, who will be immobilized for 3 seconds. Kim Woo-hyun seizes the opportunity to draw his twin swords. It's time to end this battle. However, Hongji Guang suddenly laughs, and using some unknown card, he removes the abnormal status. Kim Woo-hyun can't understand what kind of person he is, but he acted so confident just now. Yet now he's running away. Actually, Hongji Guang wants to continue too, but if those two combine forces, he might be in danger. Hongji Guang actually leaps backward and falls. Kim Woo-hyun shouts, falling from the 4th floor will seriously injure him. We must catch that guy. But the subordinates who came to support find it strange because they didn't see anyone downstairs, but Hongji Guang really did fall just now. Kim Woo-hyun instantly thinks of a possibility. At this moment, a subordinate reports again. Bad news, Zhou Yun has broken in alone just like before. He's sweeping through our territory by himself and including Daniel. North High's executives are all heading south, targeting West High's territory. Kim Woo-hyun decisively orders, gather all executives. Zhou Yun coming in alone is West High's opportunity. He's too immersed in his power and has made an arrogant decision. Kim Woo-hyun needs to know Yun's location now, because such a good opportunity might not come again, but Han-ja understands. The remaining North High executives are a problem. If they unite with Zhou Yun, West High will be in serious trouble. The method to prevent them from meeting is simple. Just sacrifice one person. West High needs to send one executive north to stall for time. This will be a difficult mission that will result in severe injuries. Ryui Kyung and Cheon Ho can't go because they're crucial forces for dealing with Zhou Yun. At this moment, a deep voice speaks up. He'll take on that role. Soon after, Hongji Guang receives a message. This is West High's plan to send someone to stop North High's executives from meeting Zhou Yun. However, the identity of the executive West High sent hasn't been revealed yet. So, Hongji Guang plans to eliminate that person before they can interfere. Hongji Guang can't help but be curious who West High sent. Meanwhile, Jang Ji-hook is very anxious because that person isn't suitable for this role. He thinks it would be better to send the fast Chungil Shan. That person is too reckless, but Kim Soo-hyun has already decided. He believes in the guy who volunteered to go north. North High's people have already heard. West High will send an executive to stall for time, but they didn't expect them to come alone without any forces. And he is. Gu Ha-jun, ranked third in Gangbook West High. Daniel, who soon gets the news, finds it interesting. He knows there are only two outcomes for Gu-hun, trying to stop these executives alone. If he doesn't become crippled, this will become a new legend. His potential has somehow reverted to awakening status. After obtaining 10,000 Buffett points, Kim Soo-hun opens Card Buffet again. Then he sees a card that can revert a squad member's awakening status to the previous stage. Thus, Gu Ha-jun's potential changed from transcendence back to awakening status. The battle quickly begins. Gu Ha-jun, who refuses to accept defeat, has only one thought: he must win. He's unwilling and won't lose again. Gu Ha-jun understands he needs to improve even more. He must continue progressing constantly so he won't be eliminated again. Hung Ji-guang, ranked 6th in North High, soon gets word that Gu Ha-jun is indiscriminately attacking North High's territory. If this continues, Gu-jun will hinder the other executives' progress. Hong Ji-guang immediately finds this interesting. He'll handle this personally. However, there's no need for that because Gu-hun will deal with him first before continuing. In that case, Hong-ji doesn't need to go through the trouble of finding Gu-hun. He's curious. Does Gu Ha-jun, who couldn't even beat Ryong, really think he can stop all of North High's executives alone? Gu-jun doesn't answer, but quickly throws a punch. Then he understands one thing. This guy has exceptional endurance. Hung Ji-guang complains. Weren't we still talking? This is really rude of you. If this is all there is, Hong-ji can't help but feel disappointed. This unbelievable striking power makes Gu Ha-jun realize he's not just exceptionally durable. Hong Ji-guang sits back down and tells Guo-jun to stand up. He can wait a moment. Gu Ha-jun tells him not to worry. I wouldn't have come if I'd fall this easily. I believe I'll win, but Hong Ji-guang is curious how he could possibly win. On the other side, Zhou Yun is still attacking Gangbook West High alone. Chu Hook-jong believes that no matter how strong he is, he's just one person and absolutely can't face so many forces at once. However, beyond Yu Hook-jong's understanding, human wave tactics have no effect on Zhou Yun. Yu Hook-jong doesn't understand what's happening. Is Jun really human? How can a human possibly be this strong? Yu Hook-jong feels despair because strategy has no meaning against this kind of monster. Just when he thinks everything will end, Shan Tai-ho excitedly attacks Zhou Yun. He roars, I betrayed you. That means you have to fight me now. West High's people immediately get excited. Now they finally don't have to worry about surviving because someone who can fight Jun has arrived. Shin Ti-ho has been waiting for this day. He asked Zhou Yun, what type of fight do you prefer? However, before Chan Ti-ho finishes speaking, Dun Yun's single strike drives him headfirst into the ground. West High's people are completely dumbfounded. With this, Chan Ti-ho realizes Jun likes the direct type. So now it's his turn. Chan Ti-ho is excited to have another perfect fight. His punching power begins to explode, each strike containing terrifying impact force. Chan Ti-ho tells Jun to show his real strength. He knows Jun is just going through the motions. Since Chanto wants to see it so badly, Jun Yun will grant his wish. As Jun Yun activates his card skill, Chanto instantly flies backward and crashes hard into a wall. West High's people are left in complete shock because Chanteho didn't even last 1 minute. He didn't expect to be so far behind Zhou Yun. He's never encountered anyone like this. If he'd known, Chanto would have betrayed Zhou Yun sooner. The time he stalled is also important because Kim Soo-hyun's tactical scheme skill was successfully activated. It makes the opponent's ability values plummet temporarily and can't be removed with cards. Since Zhou Yun looks down on Gangbook West High so much, Kim Woo-hyun will lead West High's executive to take down Zhou Yun. Now Kim Woo-hyun can finally see Zhou Yun's drastically reduced ability values. On the other side, Gu Ha-jun must win because he has someone he must defeat. At least before that, he doesn't want to lose. Hong Ji-guang says unhappily, seems you really look down on me. Then please begin, Mr. Gu Ha-jun. I'll give you a miserable feat. Gu Ha-jun is confident in his strength because he's worked really hard. Hong Ji-guang absolutely won't be able to withstand it. However, things don't go as planned. Hong Ji-guang wonders, is this your strength? Gu Ha-jun didn't expect his endurance to be this strong, but even so, it's not difficult. He just needs to accumulate damage. Gu Ha-jun has gone through thousands of weight training sessions. Now he'll use speed to accumulate damage, but the next second he freezes because Hong Ji-guang's transcendent skill can temporarily swap any desired stat with another. His speed is far faster than Gu-hun's. Now it's Hong Ji's turn to attack. Gu Ha-jun believes that after thousands of training sessions, he definitely has the endurance to withstand it. but reality slaps him hard in the face. Hung Ji-guang uses his exclusive transcendent skill again. His strength isn't something Gu-hun can endure. Hung Ji-guang isn't just strong in power. Even his speed is incredibly fast. No matter what Gu-jun does, it's useless. He begins to doubt. Is he going to lose? Is he going to lose this easily again? Hong Ji fulfills his promise. He gives Gu Ha-jun a miserable defeat. North High's people praise as expected of Hung Ji-guang. They mock Gu Ha-jun. Not such a great guy after all, huh? The fallen Gu-jun refuses to accept this. Not long ago, when he trained to exhaustion at the gym, a man suddenly appeared and offered to help Gu Ha-jun. He's a boxer, just like Gu Ha-jun. To Gu Ha-jun's question, the man says he's Lee Jin-sung. The quest pop-up prompts. Gu Ha-jun's potential begins struggling with its limits. Then Gu Ha-jun achieves transcendence again, but the quest pop-up issues another warning. Gu Ha-jun's potential shakes violently once more. Finally, Gu-hun actually opens the path of mastery. He tells Hong Ji to try again. Hong Ji-guang attacks with full fury. North High's people are surprised. Why is Hong Ji-guang suddenly so agitated? Actually, Hong Ji understands he was almost in danger just now because Jo Yun told him about that state. He almost got defeated due to carelessness. Hong Ji-guang tells the others to finish this guy off. As for him, he needs to go elsewhere. At this moment, Jo Yun is facing an assault from West High's executives. What Han Jia finds unbelievable is that Jo Yun takes down 3 people in an instant. And even more surprisingly, Jo Yun uses boxing, Muay Thai, and wrestling. He's actually using all fighting techniques. Han Jae-ha is shocked. Is this even possible? Chan Tae-ho roars, "Let's go another round." Ryuki Kyung quickly locks Jun from behind as he exerts force to perform a suplex. Jun easily breaks free. Ryu Yong's wrestling has no effect on him. Kim Woo-hyun understands the longer this drags on, the worse for West High. They must end this before Jun's subordinates arrive. At this moment, Hong Ji suddenly appears on the battlefield. He explains that situation to Jo Yun. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't understand how he got here. Given Hong Ji's distance from here, it's impossible to arrive this quickly. Combined with all the previous strange occurrences, Kim Soo-hyun is now certain Hong Ji is Copy Cloud. On the other side, North High's subordinates surround Gu Ha-jun. They mock this foolish guy who dared to recklessly break in alone. Just as North High's people are about to finish off Gu Ha-jun, a powerful left hook knocks one down. The newcomer needs to know immediately what's most urgent for Gangbook West High. Kyo Yong-jin has no time to explain to Gu Ha-jun. He needs to know the battle situation. Gu Ha-jun briefly explains, "West High's main force is battling Jun. We must stop North High's executives from joining Jo Yun." But Gu Ha-jun understands that in this situation Kyo Yong-jin alone isn't enough. Kyo Yong-jin responds oddly, who said, "I'm alone." From now on, the 318-member Kyungjin squad declares entry into battle. The news quickly reaches Gangbok West High. The Kyungjin squad appeared and saved Gu Ha-jun. Now Kyo Yong-jin is taking his 318 personal forces to intercept North High's executives. Dang Ji-hook understands the Kyungjin squad can't handle all of North High's executives, but they can stall for time. Now they can only hope their leader deals with Jia Yun quickly. Chongyel Chiyan and Rao Gu also arrive at the battlefield to support. And because they now have to deal with both Jo Yun and Hong Ji-guang, West High's executives must split into 2 groups, but John feels frustrated. He doesn't understand why the enemy can't sense the difference in power. Jian tells Hong Ji-guang to step aside. He alone is enough. Jian-ho feels, Jun is really arrogant, but Jun doesn't think so. He wonders why is something I can do called arrogance. Kim Woo-hun seizes the opportunity to use Filipino stick fighting in a sneak attack, but Ju Yun also possesses Guardian's Feast. He also has Knockout Feast. Kim Soo-hun is immediately immobilized for 3 seconds. Jo Yun then uses Taekwondo to force out Kim Soo-hyun's Restore. Ryui Kya-eung seizes the chance to grab his left leg and Kanguk immediately grabs Jun's right leg. Rog follows with a thrust kick, but Jo Yun blocks it with Kyokushin Karate. He casually lifts the 2 people holding him, then finishes them with just 1 strike each. Before Raom can react, Jun Yun uses Jundo to finish him. Jun has mastered so many fighting techniques, not just Taekwondo but also Kyushin Karate. Just as Hanja attacks him with Taekwondo, Jun even uses Iron Mountain Lean. Chungil Jian immediately uses Copy to replicate Iron Mountain Lean and attacks. Li Ji-hun's attack follows immediately, and her Jigan Ryu strikes fiercely at Jo Yun. However, Li Hyun's strongest strike has no effect, and she's sent flying by Jo Yun's punch. Chungil is also kicked away by Jo Yun's Taekwondo, and even Gildo is knocked away by Jo Yun's Kyokushin karate. The quest pop-up prompts Lee Hyun's potential begins struggling with its limits. A few months ago, Lee Hyun sought help from her master because she hadn't stopped training but somehow couldn't progress. The master understands she's hit a plateau. The sword is a very fickle thing. Sometimes no amount of training brings progress. To break through, one must confront mortal danger. The master tells Lee Ji-hun, you can overcome it by facing an enemy beyond imagination. There's no plateau in the face of death. Lee Hyun's potential transcends its limits. Jo Yun begins walking toward her, and having achieved transcendence, Lee Hyun receives an exclusive transcendence card. Lightning Quick Draw. Draw the sword with aggressive god speed to attack the enemy. Lee Ji-hyun successfully delivers this incredibly fast quick draw slash, but the next second, she's knocked down by Jo Yun's punch. Hong Ji-guang says, you've worked hard, Yo Yun. To think you could defeat everyone alone. Now Jo Yun can finally achieve his first objective, which is to absorb Kimu Hyan. Just as Jo Yun is about to grab Kimu Hyan to Hong Ji-guang's surprise, Kimu Hyan grabs Jo Yun first. He's been waiting for this moment all along. Kim Soo-han bought cards specifically targeting Jo Yun from Card Buffet. One is the Restraint card that can briefly stop the opponent's movement, and another is the Prohibition card that can disable one of the opponent's cards. Jo Yun shouldn't have been careless at this final moment. Kim Soo-hyun successfully restrains him and designates Jo Yun's Drain Magic skill to be disabled. But the quest pop-up indicates failure because the opponent doesn't have the Drain Magic card. Jun asks Kim Soo-hyun coldly, do you understand now? My star-absorbing art can absorb the opponent's stats and life force to permanently increase my own stats and can be used on very strong enemies. Now Jun asks Kim Woo-hyun, do you understand how Kong Soo-chin became like that? He's already begun using star-absorbing art on Kim Woo-hun. Kim Woo-hyan can feel his strength being drained bit by bit. He's completely helpless now. If this continues, Kong-gu-chan's fate will become his. Kim Woo-hyan refuses to accept ending like this, but there's no one who can save him now. But Copy Cloud suddenly self-summons and applies a rear-naked choke on Jo Yun. He tells Kim Soo-yan, run quickly, I'll stall for you. He figures since he's a summon type, if there's danger he can just return. Hung Ji complains, what are you doing? He didn't expect Copy Cloud to appear and apologizes to Jo Yun. Hong Ji-guang will dispose of Kim Woo-hun's Koplo immediately and will absolutely not interfere with your feeding. Little Cloud struggles to fight back, but Hong Ji-guang is very disdainful. Although Little Cloud wants to save his master, the difference in power between him and Hong Ji-guang is far too great. Just as Hong Xiong is about to finish Little Cloud, Joan tells him to move aside because Little Cloud still has uses. Jo Yun begins using star-absorbing art on him. Seeing this, Kim Woo-hyun hurriedly tries to recall Copy Cloud, but the quest pop-up indicates recall failed because star-absorbing art has a higher level than Copy Cloud. So Copy Cloud cannot be recalled while star-absorbing art is active. Seeing Jun has already begun absorbing Little Cloud's life force, Kim Woo-hyun immediately attacks Jun in fury. But no matter what technique he uses to attack, Jo Yun remains completely unmoved. The quest pop-up begins warning. Copy Cloud is in danger. In desperation, Kim Soo-hyun kneels and apologizes to Jo Yun. It's all my fault. Please stop. Just spare Little Cloud. Copy Cloud was Kim Soo-hyun's first diamond card. After Copy Cloud gained independent consciousness, Kim Woo-hyun already treated him as a living person, even celebrating Little Cloud's birthday, although Little Cloud didn't understand what a birthday was at first. Seeing his master care so much about him made him happy. One day he asked his master a question he was curious about. What is family? Kim Woo-hyun explains, it's people who share the same blood. Then it seems Little Cloud can't have family. But Kim Woo-hyun continues, that's not the only way to be family. Relationships as close as sharing blood are also called family. What matters most is hearts connected. We're already family. As John finishes using star-absorbing art, Little Cloud falls silently to the ground. No matter how Kim Soo-hyun calls to him, there's no response. Not long ago, when Kim Soo-hyun met with the Challenger card, he asked this question. What would happen if something happened to Copy Cloud? After a brief silence, the Challenger card answered, it's just a card. You can think of it as a consumable card. This means it will vanish when its life reaches the end. Finally, Copy Cloud, regaining a bit of consciousness, apologizes to Kim Soo-hyun, because before being summoned, he was always in an empty darkness, where only loneliness and emptiness existed, until one day Little Cloud saw a ray of light in the darkness. From then on, Little Cloud had been living happily. He's grateful that Kim Woo-hyun always called him Little Cloud during this time. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun has completely despaired. However, the indifferent Jo-yun obviously can't understand what this is about. In his eyes, Kim Woo-hyun merely lost a card. Jeon tells Kim Woo-hyun, "Don't worry, I'll send you to reunite with him right away." But at this moment, the quest pop-up issues a warning to Jo-yun. Then a powerful force strikes him, and Jo-yun is sent flying caught off guard. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun has achieved transcendence, and because of his S-Gate potential's transcendence, he receives 2 exclusive transcendence cards. One allows him to use true ancient flow martial arts ton after attack specialization while increasing strength by grade 3 and decreasing endurance by grade 3. The other ability awakening makes all his stats equal to his highest stat. Kim Woo-hyun's stats surge in extreme grief. Hongji sneers, "What can you change by standing back up?" The next second, Kim Soo-hyun gives him the answer. This terrifying striking power shocks Hongji, but he's also confident in his own strength. After swapping his stats, Hong Ji-gwang punches hard toward Kim Woo-hyun. Joy's expression finally becomes serious because Hong Yang's punch has no effect on Kim Woo-hyun at all. Realizing something's wrong, he immediately retreats. However, Kim Woo-hyun appears behind him in an instant, then takes Hong Ji down with a single punch. He tells Jaun, "Little Cloud isn't just a card. He's both my good friend and my family. Since you say Little Cloud is just a card, why don't you try experiencing it yourself?" Kim Soo-hyun begins absorbing Hong Ji's stats. However, the next second he's kicked away by Jo-yun. Kim Woo-hyun wonders, "Didn't you say it's just a card? Does this mean Hong Shi-gwang is also an important card?" Jo-yun coldly tells Kim Soo-hyun, "Don't get it wrong, I'm just stopping your stats from rising. They're all just cards to me." Jo-yun begins using star-absorbing art on Hong Shi-gwang. Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses true ancient flow martial arts to Yoon to repel him. He didn't expect that for stats. Jo-yun could even absorb his own subordinates as nourishment. It seems Yoon is beyond redemption. Kim Soo-hyun isn't a hero or police officer, but he believes this kind of person can't be allowed to remain in the world. Then let's end this today. Kim Soo-hyun begins attacking with true ancient flow martial arts, Tune. This speed surprises Jo-yun somewhat. He sees Kim Woo-hyun is different from before. Could it just be because of transcendence? In that case, Jo-yun needs to get serious. He begins using boxing to attack Kim Woo-hyun. Both simultaneously use knockout feast on each other. Kim Woo-hyun is immediately immobilized for 3 seconds, but Jo-yun is also immobilized for 3 seconds after they both use nullify skills. The two, having removed abnormal statuses, fiercely punch at each other again. A pure melee battle, Kim Woo-hyun can now withstand Jo-yun's punches. However, thinking of the departed Little Cloud, Kim Woo-hyun's fury burns even hotter. Then he actually sends Jo-yun flying. Charging forward, Kim Woo-hyun begins using call over and card chapter skills. He calls over Gu Hajun's Return of the Overlord and Rao Yong's Thrust Kick. The explosive power from combining the two is terrifyingly powerful. Kim Woo-hyun understands he can't drag this out. He must use his full combat power. He uses Terabyte Low Kick to deliver triple critical damage to Jo-yun. Even the powerful Jo-yun is moved by this. Next, Kim Soo-hyun will use true ancient flow martial arts Tune to end the battle. At this moment, the quest pop-up prompts. Tactical scheme's duration is ended. Jo-yun's stats have been restored. Kim Woo-hyun once again becomes powerless to fight back. Jo-yun coldly asks if he was dreaming about winning. News from the West High battlefield quickly reaches North High. A North High subordinate reports to Jong Jun, "Ranked 5th, we won." The battle isn't over yet, but Kim Soo-hyun is definitely about to lose. The same news has already spread within West High. Jang Ji-hyu Graves. Is this how Gangbook West High ends? On the other side, Jen Jun finds Daniel saying Jo-yun is about to defeat Kim Woo-hyun, and Gangbook North High's victory is within reach, but Daniel replies calmly, "It's too early to celebrate. He hasn't completely won yet, has he?" Jen Jun asks, puzzled. "Are you saying our leader will make a mistake?" Daniel suddenly laughs. He points out that the leader is human too, and might suddenly return to this place. Hearing this, Jung Jun grows even more confused. Would the leader come back without finishing off Kim Woo-hyun? Why would he do that? But Daniel already said it. Jo-yun is human too. If there's someone here he wants to kill, he might just come back. Seeing Jung Jun still doesn't understand, Daniel gives an example. For instance, if a traitor appeared, Jang Jun hasn't even processed this yet. Daniel already finishes him off. The other North High members gasp in shock. Why did Daniel suddenly attack Jung Jun? Daniel simply states, "It's nothing, just betraying Jo-yun." He asked the air, Jo Yun, do you hear me? Aren't you curious what I told Kim Soo-hun in the mist? The quest pop-up warns Jo Yun at this moment. If Gangbuk North High falls into Daniel's hands first, the main quest for Gangbuk unification will fail. Daniel continues speaking to the air. If you want to know, don't touch Kim Soo-hun and come back here. Otherwise, I'm taking over Gangbuk North High. It turns out that last time, after Kim Soo-hunu's negotiation missed, he told Daniel that he could receive quests and obtain rewards. Though Daniel found this explanation hard to believe, the truth is exactly that. Kim Woo-hyun grew stronger because of quests that suddenly began one day. He asked Daniel, who demanded proof, if there could be any other possibility? How could a weakling like me possibly become the boss of Gangbuk West High in such a short time? And according to Kim Soo-hyun, Jo Yun is the same. He was originally just a model student who was good at studying. Even if Daniel can't believe it, he must believe it. The reason someone like Jo Yun could become the boss is because we can obtain rewards by completing quests and then grow stronger. Hearing this, Daniel can't help but laugh. He thinks this world has truly gone mad. Daniel isn't sure if he can trust Kim Woo-hun and Kim Soo-hyun's words end there. Since he's being sincere with Daniel, from now on, Daniel must respond with sincerity as well. Kim Soo-hyun asked Daniel what his true purpose really is. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The two of them might be able to help each other. After brief consideration, Daniel also reveals his purpose and the story of North High. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned after hearing him out. Now Daniel asks Kim Soo-hyun the most important question. Are you sure you can really defeat Jo Yun? Can you defeat Jo Yun using the quest you receive? After a brief silence, Kim Soo-hyun's answer is, I will win. With that, Daniel is certain. From now on, he'll stand on Kim Soo-hyun's side. After the mist clears, they must work together to deceive Jo Yun. And before that, Kim Woo-hyun welcomes Daniel to Gangbuk West High because he has to fight people he knows. Daniel feels somewhat unpleasant. He tells the North High people to obediently drop their weapons because the North High people themselves know clearly that facing Daniel, they don't have the slightest chance of winning. At this moment, Jo Yun is already furious. He gives Hong Ji-gwang the authority to finish off the exhausted Kim Soo-hyun. Before leaving, Jo Yun also feeds Hong Ji-gwang many cards. Kim Woo-hyun still wants to stop Jo. Hong Ji won't give him the chance, because the leader said it's already over. Just as Kim Woo-hyun grows frustrated, a deep voice calls out to Hong Ji-gwang, since you're so eager to end this, let's start by ending me. Go, Kim Woo-hyun, hurry and do what you need to do. I'll handle things here. Gu Ha-jun arrives to the rescue. He's here to defeat Hong Ji-gwang. At this moment, Jung-jun at North High struggles to his feet and attacks Daniel. He's been dissatisfied with Daniel from the very beginning. Daniel asks, puzzled, what would you do if you were satisfied? Confess your love to me? And why are you standing up again? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to keep lying down? Jung-jun demands, why betray Yun? Daniel counters, why can't I betray him? Jung-jun also understands that direct attacks won't work on Daniel. But before long, Jo will arrive. So what Jung-jun can do now is attack vital points. He wants to be of help to Jo. However, reality doesn't go as Jung-jun wishes. His intentions are far too obvious. Daniel's strength completely overwhelms him. But Jung-jun's purpose is achieved because that person has already rushed back. Gangbuk North High's leader, Jo Yun, admits it's his mistake. He should have dealt with Daniel earlier. Daniel says coldly, this is your limit as a leader. Jo Yun begins attacking with boxing, but to his surprise, Daniel actually dodges. Logically, with such a huge difference in stats, dodging should be impossible. Jo Yun continues attacking with taekwondo, then with Kyushin karate. But Jo Yun can't figure out what trick Daniel is using to dodge his attacks, and as Daniel's hands rotate, Jo Yun immediately loses his balance due to Aikido. He wonders, is Daniel using Kim Soo-hyun's cards? But if there were cards to counter me, Kim Soo-hyun would have used them himself, so Daniel isn't using cards. Seeing this, Daniel understands he guessed correctly. Next, he'll show Yun a battle that can be won without quests. On the other side, Sog-1, North High's 4th ranked, also receives news of Daniel's betrayal. According to the messenger, Jun has been defeated by Daniel. Daniel is now confronting Jun. Kagwon suddenly finds things getting interesting. At this moment, someone appears and tells him something even more interesting. The traitor isn't just Daniel. There's me, Hyo Young-jin too. Seoji-1 asks, confused, didn't Daniel take care of you? Regarding this matter, Kyung-jin has something to say. Jo Yun is watching all of us. If we just keep following Jo Yun, we'll all be in danger. It turns out that when Daniel fought Kyo Young-jin earlier, he deliberately turned off the lights so Kyo Young-jin could escape. Daniel whispered to Kyu Young-jin, "If we just keep following Jo Yun, we'll all die. You must believe this fact. Afterward, remember to persuade the other executives to betray Jo Yun." But SEOG-1 obviously won't believe a traitor's words. Kyungjin asks him, "Don't you really think Jo Yun is strange? That guy's various behaviors are all bizarre." Gangbuk North High is becoming stranger and stranger. Before Kungik Jin finishes speaking, COG-1 strikes. Of course, he won't believe the traitor before him, and doubt the powerful Jo Yun. However, if Kyungjin can make things interesting, he might consider it. Then Kyungjin understands. He'll make SOG-1 feel a good rush of dopamine. At another battlefield, Jo Yun still pretends not to understand what quests are, but Daniel has already heard from Kim Soo-hyun about completing quests to obtain rewards. Jun asks Daniel, "Do you believe it? Do you really believe Kim Woo-hyun can defeat me?" Jun says coldly, "You're wrong, Daniel. Kim Woo-hyun can't beat me. It's not too late. I can tolerate one betrayal. Return to Gangbuk North High. My plan needs you." However, Daniel's answer is straightforward. "I refuse." Then from now on, the two are completely broken. To Jo Yun's surprise, Daniel dodges his attack again. He continues attacking with Juno, then Muay Thai, but Daniel evades them all. "This defies all logic," Daniel says coldly. "During my time following you, I've memorized all your moves. Jo Yun's first attack is boxing. Then comes Taekwondo, or Jae-Kundo. Jun obtained his fighting skills through chance. This means he has a fatal flaw: lack of experience. Daniel has already seen through Jun with his exceptional mind, but he understands this alone isn't enough. This alone still can't defeat Jo. Although Jun has less fighting experience, his base stats are too high. Daniel knows there's only one way to win. His hands begin rotating again. Jun, his balance broken, is sent airborne again, and Daniel's only way to win is to use Jo Yun's own strength against him. Just as Daniel's attack is about to land, Jo Yun extends his hand against Daniel's abdomen. Now everything should end. Jo Yun knows he absolutely can't withstand this strike. Daniel seems stunned too. Then he laughs because he deliberately showed an opening. Daniel's transcendent skill can nullify an opponent's attack and counter with double damage, with the drawback that it can only be used once every 3 days. Daniel's hands begin rotating again. He's already memorized this move of John's too. He's won this battle. Even Jun can't withstand an attack twice as strong as his own. The next second, Daniel is truly stunned. Jo Yun praises Daniel's plan as perfect, but this alone isn't enough. Daniel didn't memorize Jun's strategy because he's never used strategy. Jo Yun activates his artifact skill again. This time, Daniel has no way to respond. The battle seems to end just like that. Jun begins using star-absorbing art on Daniel. Daniel never expected he would ultimately lose. In his final moments, 2 people appear in his mind. Daniel apologizes to Kong Chan and Chongle. Not long ago, Kim Woo-hyun learned shocking news in the mist. Daniel revealed that Kong Chan already knew he would end up that way. That guy's intuition has always been accurate. Before that day came, Kanguchi-chan asked Daniel for a favor. At that time, he told Daniel that something might happen to him soon. Although Daniel had no idea what he was suddenly talking about, Kanguchi-chan already had a premonition. He told Daniel that if something happened to him, suspect Jiaoan first. It's complicated to explain. King Such-chan knew Daniel wouldn't believe him, even if he explained. Finally, he asked Daniel to promise him one thing. "If something happens to me, I'm entrusting Chung-chun to you. If it's you, you can protect Il-cheon well." And not long after Daniel finished saying those words, the powerful Jo Yun indeed began to make his move. He used star-absorbing art on Kong Si-chan until Kong Such-chan's life force was nearly depleted. Jo Yun finally stopped using star-absorbing art. That day, Daniel could only watch helplessly as all this unfolded. He witnessed Jo Yun take Kongai-chan's life with his own eyes. Because of fear, Daniel couldn't do anything. No one believed his words. Everything became part of Jo Yun's scheme. Daniel wasn't sure if Jun saw him at that time or what kind of person that guy really is. Most importantly, Daniel didn't know what he should do now. Then he remembered Kongai-chan entrusted him to protect Chong Il-chi well. So Daniel pretended to betray Kanga-chan and turned to join North High's new leader Jo Yun to protect Chung Yun. He had no choice. After that, Daniel became North High's second-in-command. There was something Jo Yun needed him to do: select the guys with potential in Gangbuk North High because I'm hungry. This is something that must be done for Gangbuk unification. Daniel keenly sensed danger, and Chung-chan happened to have great potential. He didn't know what would happen if Jo Yun found out. So Daniel began distancing himself from Chung-il-chan. He harshly humiliated Chung-il-cheon as worthless, and Jo Yun's grand plan doesn't need worthless people. So Chung-il-cheon was assigned to North High's outskirts to monitor other factions. This was the only way Daniel could think of to protect him. Only this way could ensure Chung-il-cheon's safety. For this, Daniel was willing to let him hate him. Last time Daniel called Chung Chan back to North High, he just wanted to hide him. Daniel asked Kim Woo-hyun for a favor. Don't let Chung Chan know the truth, because if he knew Daniel betrayed for his sake, he would definitely be heartbroken. Daniel doesn't want to make that guy sad. Kim Woo-hyun can't help but ask him, what's the reason for doing this much for Chung Gil-chi? Actually, after Kang Shan asked Daniel to protect Chung Cheon, well, Daniel also asked the same question as Kim Soo-hyun. Kang Shan said somewhat sheepishly, you should have already noticed, right? Because I like Chung Cheon. Daniel was somewhat hesitant to speak, but of course, he had to agree to his good friend's request. Kim Soo-hyun can't help but feel incredulous. Daniel made such a sacrifice just because of a friend's request. He also knows this reason is strange, so he should tell the truth. Daniel isn't protecting Chung Cheon only because of Kang Chan's request. He struggles free from Jo Yoon's control. The reason Daniel protects Chung Chun is that Kang Chan isn't the only one who likes Chung Chan. Jun is truly terrifying. Daniel is afraid he'll become like that too, but this is something he must do. Daniel roars out Jo Yoon's name. The quest pop-up issues a warning at this moment. Daniel's potential begins wavering again when the resolve in his heart becomes unshakable. Daniel finally opens his path of mastery because he opened the path of mastery. Daniel recovers his stamina and obtains an exclusive mastery card, Sacrifice. The longer a designated team member takes damage, the more stats increase. Daniel's hands begin rotating again. Jo Yoon's balance is instantly broken and he's sent airborne. Daniel actually knocks him down with one punch, protecting Chung Gil-chi. This is Daniel's most important quest. Jun grabs his ankle and slams Daniel to the ground. This is the first time anyone has knocked Jo Yoon down. Daniel didn't expect he would fall from that move either. For this, Jo Yoon will stake everything in a duel with Daniel. And of course, Daniel is the same. He knows his opponent is the unreasonably strong Jo Yoon. The moment of failure means death, so Daniel must defeat him before he dies. During this time, Daniel extensively studied Jo Yoon's attack patterns. Daniel can already predict his next move. He roars at Jo Yoon, "You're finished." Knowing Jo Yoon's fighting formula, Daniel will definitely win this battle. For Kang Shan and for Chung Cheon, Jo Yoon seems to truly be falling behind. Daniel's attacks follow closely. This will be a battle where everything is at stake. On the other side, Gu Jun has also begun his battle, but what's incredible to him is Hong Ji-guang is somehow much stronger than just moments ago. Gu Jun doesn't understand what's happening. His attacks are all ineffective. Gu Jun can't figure out what trick Hong Ji-guang is using. He's clearly already gotten stronger, but Hong Ji-guang is now using his transcendence skill to crush him. Gu Ha-jun only knows this isn't right. He must win. There must be a way. He absolutely won't lose again. However, Gu Ha-jun still can't beat Hong Ji-guang. He tells Gu Ha-jun that continuing like this will only make him more miserable. Give up and accept your defeat. Gu Ha-jun can't go on anymore. His body can't move anymore. He can't believe it. Did I lose again? Lee Jin-sung once told him, if you lose, just win next time. If you're impatient, you can't do anything. Believe in yourself. You'll see the light someday. These were words Liang's teacher said to him. There are many more chances. Don't fixate on the immediate result. Li Jin's was indeed right. Just win next time. Han Jae-ha appears and blocks Hong Ji's attack. He taunts that Gu Jun looks pathetic right now. Kang Sek also appears and grabs Hong Ji-guang. He asks Gu Ha-jun, are you giving up already? You actually want to win next time. That's not like you, Gu Ha-jun. Gu Ha-jun doesn't understand what this means. What am I to you guys? Hana and Kung Suk's answer is the one who always wins. The boss of Gangbuk West High, the overlord, who faced all of us alone. That was after Leg said those words to Gu Ha-jun. Gu Ha-jun apologized to him. Although he's grateful to Legion Sun Sung, the path he described doesn't suit Gu Ha-jun. Gu Ha-jun only wants to win and must win. This is the real Gu Ha-jun. Lin Sung can't help but laugh. He feels Gu Ha-jun is truly a fundamentally different kind of guy. Han Ji-ha and Kang Suk together still aren't Hong Ji's match, but the quest pop-up suddenly issues a warning. Gu Ha-jun commands, Hong Ji, come light my cigarette. His potential begins wavering again. Hong Ji-guang asks, strangely smoking in the situation, are you really crazy? Hong Ji-guang punches him in the jaw again. However, Gu Ha-jun asks if he didn't hear, I told you to come light my cigarette. Gu Jun also opens his path of mastery. Hong Ji-guang shouts angrily, stop bluffing. However, Gu Ha-jun, having opened the path of mastery, has recovered his stamina and obtained an exclusive Gu Jun mastery card. Hong Ji-guang is actually knocked down with one punch. Just one strike makes him lose consciousness. Gu Hajun takes the lighter from him and lights one for himself. His mastery card increases stats based on the number of opponents defeated so far and cannot be affected by the caliber skill. And from childhood until now, Guhun can't even count how many people he's defeated. On the other side, Kyongjin and Seoj-won also begin their battle. Though on the surface the two seem evenly matched, Kyongjin understands Seog-1 is holding back. He's just toying with Kyo-Young-jin. In reality, there's a huge gap in their levels, but Kyongjin feels fortunate because of this. Because this way, Seog-1 will let his guard down. Kyo-Young-jin's left hook actually lands successfully just as he thinks the attack worked. Seog-1 counterattacks completely unaffected. He wonders, wasn't Kyo-Jin supposed to make him feel dopamine? Right now, he's just making him feel worse. And Seog-1's transcendent skill randomly inflicts status ailments when attacking. Each of his strikes can inflict status ailments on Kyojin. Seog-1, as North High's fourth-ranked executive, is someone chosen by Jo-yoon. Yet Kyongjin is telling him to betray Jo-yoon. Seog-1 asks strangely, "Are you brain damaged?" eliminating the traitor Kyongjin. This was the order Yoon gave Daniel. Seog-1 is honored to complete this task in his place. At this moment, two people suddenly leap out and interrupt him. The newcomers are two of Kyo-Young-jin's executives. They were busy dealing with North High's remnants, so they're late. The others have also arrived. All of Kyongjin's personal forces are here. They want revenge for their boss. Next, Seog-1 needs to face Kyongjin's force of over 300 people. Now he finally feels the dopamine rising. Kyo-Young-jin's troops swarm forward, but Kyongjin doesn't understand what they're doing. He wants his subordinates to stop fighting because this is his own war. Kyongjin, having exceeded his potential limit, apologizes to him because this kind of battle is truly pathetic. Seog-1 sincerely praises, "You're pretty cool, kid." Kyongjin, having exceeded his limits, also obtains an exclusive Transcendence card. Stats rise or fall based on the number of personal troops and cannot be affected by the caliber skill. Kyo-Young-jin throws his left hook again, stronger than ever before. He also knows he's really super cool. CG1 is excited. This is dopamine. Now, Kyo-Young-jin can counterattack too. They're both addicted to the thrill of battle, so they must fight until the very last moment. On the other side, Gu Ha-jun just finished off Hong Ji-kwang. Kim Woo-hyun knew he could do it. A subordinate quickly brings news of the outcome between Kyongjin and CG1. The two of them fell at the same time. Everyone is shocked that Kyongjin actually defeated North High's fourth-ranked SEO1. With this, North High's morale will surely drop. Now is the chance to deal with Jo-yoon, but bad news arrives quickly. Daniel has been defeated by Jun. Hong Ji-kwang knew this would be the result. In his eyes, no one can defeat Jun. The next second, his neck is grabbed tightly. Kim Soo-hyun coldly uses drain magic on Hong Ji-wang. Thus, Hong Ji's stats rapidly decline as his muscles atrophy. Correspondingly, Kim Soo-hyun's stats begin to rise. Only when Hong Ji-kwang completely loses consciousness does Kim Soo-hyun stop draining magic. Han Ji-ha asks, confused, "Did Hong Xiang get choked out?" Kim Soo-hyun tells everyone, "Now we're going to rescue Daniel and take down Jo-yoon." Ha reminds Kim Woo-hyun that there's something to do before that Gangbuk High still has remaining executives. They must first deal with that guy. North High is Mount Tai Ma Jung-do. The good news is, Jo-yoon was seriously injured after his duel with Daniel. Needing to recover, he can't move for now. Jo-yoon has a skill that can slowly restore his stamina within 2 hours and reset all card cooldown times. He orders Ma Jung-do to block all enemies, and Ma Jung-do's answer is, "I will complete the mission flawlessly." He's already waiting in formation with his subordinate executives and all his forces. Although Kim Woo-hyun wants to avoid a duel with Ma Jung-do, he's guarding the only path to Jo-yoon. Going around might also lead to an ambush. Han Ji-ha tells Kim Woo-hyun not to worry so much because Jang Ji-hook said he's already made arrangements. After Ma Jung-do receives Jo-yoon's orders, a subordinate brings news that Gangbuk West High is attacking. This time, they've gathered all of West High's forces, too many to count. Ma Jung-do tells everyone to listen carefully. This is the only path Gangbuk West High can take. If we're breached, Jo-yoon will be attacked, so we must hold them back. All subordinates immediately respond in unison. They immediately set out to intercept the West High forces. Only Ma Jung-do's two executives remain, and ask him a question. Is it true that Jo-yoon was seriously injured in the duel with Daniel? And after hearing the affirmative answer, the two executives immediately launch a sneak attack on Ma Jung-do. They finally believe what Jang Ji-hook said. Gangbuk North High has no future. However, their attacks have no effect on Ma Jung-do. Just as they think they're dead, Mangdu simply embraces them gently and expresses understanding for their actions. You've had a hard time during this period. Ma Jung-do tells them to leave slowly. The two executives immediately flee in terror. Ma Jung-do is also ready. He will defend Jo Yoon to the death. Gangbuk West High quickly clears out Mangdu's forces. Then Kim Woo-hyun has a question. Are you really going to face all of us alone? Ma Jung-do Gangbuk. North High is almost finished. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop all of us. Jo Yoon is just using you to buy time. Join Gangbuk West High. I won't use you. If you join now, this long war can end. I'll treat you well. Ma Jung-do coldly asks Kim Soo-hyun, are you trying to make me feel ashamed? Kim Soo-hyun apologizes to him. Then there's no need to waste more time. Gangbuk West High's executives swarm forward. However, they're all too weak. Not even one person can withstand a single strike from Ma Jung-do. An Ha and Jun Hong exclaim in amazement, worthy of being Mount Tai. At this rate, all of West High will be defeated. But there is someone who can deal with Mount Tai. Kim Woo-hyun successfully uses tactical schemes. He's going to defeat North High's Mount Tai. Mangdu says coldly, truly overestimating yourself. But he also understands Kim Soo-hyun is no longer the person he was before. However, this is no problem. Mangdu believes he can hold out until Jo Yoon's wounds recover. But with his stats greatly reduced, Mangdu is no match for Kim Woo-hyun. He also quickly realizes something's wrong. He can't withstand Kim Soo-hyun's attacks at all. But Ma Jung-do absolutely won't let himself fall. Kim Woo-hyun apologizes to Ma Jung-do because he's in a bit of a hurry, so he must end all this quickly. Ma Jung-do is finally beaten to his knees. The West High people immediately burst into cheers. Next, they'll go together to take down June, but the battle here isn't over yet. Mangdu won't allow himself to fall. That was when June asked Ma Jung-do, who was bullied for being weak, do you want power? Although Ma Jung-do didn't know what Jo Yoon was talking about. He truly desperately craved power. Then Jo Yoon granted his wish. However, the price is that you must become a mountain and protect. Ma Jung-do will protect June. No matter who the opponent is, he must hold them back. Ma Jung-do's transcendent skill is Death Struggle. Stats increase greatly as the situation becomes more unfavorable. He is Jo Yoon's blade, Mount Tai. Kim Soo-hyun didn't expect there to be such a broken card as Death Struggle. It's completely a special card made for fighting multiple opponents. Although Gangbuk West High has many people on their side, Kim Woo-hyun understands this won't work against someone like Ma Jung-do. Numbers are meaningless. Gangbuk West High with hundreds of people present can't do anything against Ma Jung-do alone. Jun-hyun reminds Kim Woo-hyun, we don't have time to deal with Mangdu. Before long, Jo Yoon will recover from his injuries. We must get past Ma Jung-do and leave quickly. But there's a problem right now. Who will handle Ma Jung-do? Aside from Kim Soo-hyun, no one is a match for Ma Jung-do. But at this moment, Gildu steps forward. Facing Kim Soo-hyun's objection, Gildu states his purpose isn't to win. He just needs to hold back Mangdu so Kim Soo-hyun can go to Ja Yoon. Kim Soo-hyun must also consider the bigger picture. However, he leaves some executives to help Gildu hold back Ma Jung-do. The others follow Kim Woo-hyun to June. But Ma Jung-do won't let them succeed. Chante-ho and Ryui immediately attack. Chante-ho can't wait to play with Mount Tai. Ryu-yong tells Han-ha to hurry. Kim Woo-hyun seizes the opportunity to penetrate deeper into North High with 4 executives. He tells Gildo to be careful too. Although the opponent is called Mount Tai, Gild believes he's ultimately human too, and he can at least hold him back. However, reality doesn't go as Gildu wishes. He doesn't understand what's happening. Ma Jung-do is equally surprised. Gangbuk West High, second in command, is surprisingly weak. After taking one hit, Gild's body can't move anymore. He wonders, can everyone else still keep fighting? Can they actually keep fighting this monster? Gild finally understands. Everyone has gotten stronger. Everyone has been working hard. Gild doesn't know what he's been doing. Was he just dating? Gild, as West High's second in command, feels deeply ashamed. What is Yangguk-ji, the Dark Lord, anyway? Is he trash who can't even hold back one person? Gild is very disappointed in himself. He's let everyone down. As the man ranked second in Gangbuk West High, he's actually this disappointing. Ryu Kyung seizes a chance to grab Mangdu just as he's about to use his specialty wrestling. Ma Jung-do easily breaks free from his hold. Ryu Kyung instantly realizes possibility. They simply can't beat Ma Jung-do. This guy is a monster. Having dealt with 2 more West High executives, he moves on to the next, but a voice comes from behind Ma Jung-do. He says calmly, although I'm not someone who enjoys fighting, fighting you is really boring. Gildo doesn't know why he's standing up again either. His body is starting to feel strange, although the opponent is insurmountably strong. Gildo's blood feels like it's boiling. Yonguchi's father once asked his wife, Yamazaki Tako, a question. Haven't you forbidden Ji Chi from fighting since he was little? But kids grow through fighting. Why did you do that back then? Yamazaki Tako's answer was, because Guji carries the blood of the Yamazaki clan. Once awakened, it never sleeps again. It's the cursed blood of violence, meaning the blood could go berserk at any time. So Yamazaki Takako forbade Guji from fighting since childhood, because the Yamazaki blood must not awaken. As a mother, she only wanted her son to grow up safely and normally. However, Yamazaki Tako told her husband not to worry because no strong opponent would appear who could awaken the Yamazaki blood. Under Li Hun's shocked gaze, Majungu's fist is blocked. Gildo's potential begins struggling against its limits. At this moment, Kim Woo-hyun is heading toward the final battlefield. He's always believed in Gildo. That was after the rankings of Gangbuk West High's executives were decided. Han Cha came to Kim Soo-hoon on official business because he couldn't understand Gildo being ranked second. Everyone was dissatisfied. Why make Gildo second in command? He doesn't have any particularly outstanding qualities. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't deny Han Cha's words. The current Gildo may not be strong enough yet, but he believes that someday Gildo will fulfill a major role. No one else can. Kim Woo-hyun believes in Gildo's potential. When Gildo's potential successfully exceeds its limits, the power of the Yamazaki bloodline within him finally awakens. Ma Young-do's punch shatters Gildo's glasses. Although he doesn't know what's happening, instinct makes Ma Jung-do sense danger. The quest pop-up notifies. Gildo's potential begins wavering again. He's actually also beginning his path of mastery. Because Gildo's potential is S rank, he obtains 2 Transcendence and Mastery cards. Ma Jung-do becomes more serious than ever before. And because Gildo is unconscious, he can't recover stamina. His Transcendent skills are Yamazaki Bloodline and Kill on Sight. His Mastery skill is Dark Lord Stage 2, and when unconscious in battle, he awakens into an unconscious state that feels no pain. Stats also rise based on the actual combatant's abilities. Gildo's power completely erupts. Ma Jung-do can feel it. After passing out and standing back up, his entire aura has changed. Is his body moving purely through his obsession with fighting? Mong-do has an ominous feeling. His instinct tells him, this guy is dangerous. So Ma Young-do wants to end it with one strike, but he doesn't understand what's happening. Gildo actually dodges it. Gildo's Dark Lord Stage 2 ability raises his own stats while reducing surrounding enemy stats by 2 levels. He begins using Yamazaki style, Kyokushin Karate. Ma Jung-do can also feel himself slowing down, but he can't just take the hits. To protect Jun, Ma Jung-do is willing to become his mountain. He activates Death Struggle again. His stats rise once more, nearly matching Gildo in his unconscious state. The others from West High never expected Gildo to be this strong. After all, his opponent is someone revered as Mount Tai. Yet, Gildo's strength matches his evenly. However, West High's officers can see it. The difference is actually quite obvious. Gildo's situation is very unfavorable. Ma Young-do had heard from Jo Yun before that unconscious state means fighting, using all your combat techniques while unconscious. Therefore, you must learn many fighting techniques for the unconscious state to be powerful enough. But even entering unconscious state is useless for Gildo because he only knows Kyokushin Karate. Mong-do can feel this man is dangerous. For Jo Yun's sake, he must eliminate all possibilities. This is a lethal strike. To put the unconscious state to sleep, just when Mong-do thinks he successfully dealt with Gildo, the Kill on Sight ability activates. After receiving the opponent's lethal attack, it counterstrikes with double the damage. This powerful strike catches Mong-do off G-guard. Lee Ji-hun immediately uses Lightning Quick Draw, which unconditionally hits enemies. She won't miss this golden opportunity. Young Chang Wang's attack follows right after. The West High crew launches another group assault. Young Cheon begins using Thunder Suplex, planning to end Mong-do with this move. As West High's underlings watch in shock, Gangbuk North High's Mount Tai finally falls. The entire arena erupts in cheers. Ma Jung-do wonders, have I already lost? I absolutely cannot lose. Jun Hyung starts directing. Lee Ji-hyun takes care of Gildo. Everyone else regroups with Kim Woo-hyun. But to West High's surprise, Mong-do, desperate to repay his debt, stands up again. He became strong from weak almost overnight. Mong-do doesn't know what Jo did to him. He's nothing more than an experiment Yun conducted. If Jo Yun doesn't want it, he can revert Ma Jung-do any time. Ma Jung-do instantly recalls his past self, enduring endless humiliation. He wholeheartedly wishes to become the mountain protecting Jo Yun. The quest pop-up issues a warning. Ma Jung-doo's potential begins to waver again. He's actually unlocked his own path of mastery. Even under Dark Lord's debuff, his stats are still terrifying. But at this moment, Kyo Young-jin arrives with over 300 people. His stats are equally formidable. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun encounters resistance. He warns the white-haired woman beside Jo Yun to get lost. But the white-haired woman has already been ordered to stop West High's people. At her command, figures emerge from the darkness. Kang Se wonders North High still has forces left. Must be just small fries, right? But Kim Soo-hyun, who can see stats, freezes when he used negotiation mist last time. Daniel told Kim Soo-hyun that Jo Yun has personally trained forces because Jo Yun doesn't just want to unify Gongbuk. He wants to unify all of Seoul. Therefore, the elites Jun personally trained might only be slightly weaker than Daniel. This was Daniel's first time seeing those guys in Gongbuk too, but they're still away. In any case, Kai Mu-hyun must be careful. Hanja worries that at this rate, Jo Yun will recover from his injuries. However, because Daniel gave them a hint, Kim Soo-hyun and Chung Il-jeon found help, and he's now appeared. The white-haired woman is instantly stunned. Because that legendary man has appeared, Chen Wuhan, who unified Gangbuk in one day with the Imperial Dog Alliance, his stats are unprecedentedly terrifying. Not long ago, Chen Wuhan refused Chung Yan's request for help without hesitation, because he'd already made it clear before. That was the last time, even for relatives. There won't be a next time. He told Chuni Chen to endure hardship on his own if he wanted to. But another voice makes the request again. Kim Soo-hyun, as West High's leader, humbly begs Chen Wuhan for help, because at this rate, Junyun will take over Gongbuk. Kim Soo-hyun isn't asking Chung Wuhan to help him stop Jun. If he loses, everyone will be in danger. Kim Woo-hyun wants to protect the people important to him. He'll do anything, but he can't let his people get hurt. Chen Wuhan asks Kim Woo-hyun one question. If I help this once, you won't bother me again. For this, Kim Woo-hyun is willing to bet his own sister. Chen Wuhan is somewhat exasperated. He tells Kim Woo-hyun not to bet family members, and this help will absolutely be the last time. Because Chen Wuhan doesn't want to get involved in messy affairs. These elites, personally trained by Jo Yun, can't even touch Chen Wuhan, and no one can withstand even one of his strikes. The white-haired woman doesn't understand what's happening. Why would Chen Wuhan appear here? She knows this won't work because this guy is a true monster. The white-haired woman roars, "He's an opponent we'll have to fight eventually anyway." Everyone attacked together. However, numerical advantage has no effect whatsoever. Jo Yun's trained elites are quickly dealt with. Kim Woo-hyun is amazed. As expected, someone who unified Gongbuk is different. Even he, having become this strong, can only follow Chen Wuhan's movements with his eyes. Kim Soo-hyun thanks him. Next comes the final battle. Now only Jo Yun remains. Meanwhile, Ma Jung-do is still fighting. He's lost count of how many people he's taken down. Ma Jung-do won't allow himself to fall. He won't let anyone get to Jo Yun. No matter how many there are, he must stop them, because he is Mount Tai. Death struggle activates again. West Eye's people are shocked. How does this guy keep getting stronger? Suddenly, they feel their bodies growing stronger too, because Kai Mu-hun used Battlefield's call. It raises Allied forces stats for 30 minutes. Kim Soo-hyun absolutely cannot let Mangu regroup with Jo Yun. He can only hope West High's people can win. Gildu and Lee Ji-hoon are ready. Yang Chan-se knows Nisha said to capture Ma Jung-do. Jeon Hyung doesn't remember Nisha saying that. Xianho shouts, "Don't let Ma Jung-gu fall." Ryu Yong corrects him. He needs to fall. Next, Mangu must face a fully enhanced Gangbuk, West High. Soon Kim Woo-hyun reaches North High's headquarters because there might be traps. It's better to search for Jo Yun together, but someone still stands at North High's entrance. Kim Woo-hyun tells everyone to be careful. Jo Yun might have used another scheme, but once they see who that person is, everyone freezes because the person in front of North High is Daniel. Kim Woo-hyun exclaims excitedly, "He's alive!" However, before Kim Woo-hyun can get close, Daniel punches him down because Jo Yun has already used the trade card on Daniel. His potential and mind have been burned away. Kim Soo-hyun never expected things to turn out this way. Jaun is truly inhuman. The others are confused. Isn't Daniel on West High's side? How did he become an enemy? How to defeat Daniel is now a huge problem. However, as a lighter flicks on, Gu-jun appears to save the day again. He wonders, what's happened to Daniel? This really pisses me off. Gu-ha-jun tells Kim Soo-hyun to go ahead. Go do what you need to do. It turns out that back then, Jo Yun was nearly defeated. Daniel made plenty of preparations to win. However, against Jo Yun with his cheat system, this is as far as it goes. So now Daniel will pay the price for his betrayal. Jo Yun begins using brainwashing rope on him, but as Jo Yun expected, it fails again because brainwashing rope cannot be used on targets with higher intelligence. Daniel smiles. Doesn't seem to be going well. Jo Yun grabs him by the throat, demanding what he's so proud of. Not being controllable by brainwashing rope is your misfortune, because I have other suitable cards to use on you. Thus, under the trade cards effect, Daniel becomes a monster. Guhajin wonders, are you really Daniel? You're not on drugs, are you? This isn't what I expected. I don't want to fight Daniel like this. Guhajun is thrown off by Daniel's Ikido, but things are different now. Guhajun is strong enough now. However, he can also feel. Daniel is faster than before, but Guhajun can still keep up. If the opponent keeps dodging, there's only one method. Just pin his legs down. Just as Guhajun's fist is about to land, Daniel uses Aikido to throw him off again. Guhajun never thought I could be used from that position. This won't work. Daniel sees control of the fight's rhythm. At Guhajun's speed, it's hard to catch Daniel. Even if he catches up, Daniel will throw him off with Aikido. Guhajun doesn't know how to win for the moment. Is there no way now? After burning his potential in mind, Daniel's stats have greatly increased. Just as Guhajun is thinking about what to do, Daniel stutters out. You don't give up. You must defeat me. On the other side, Ma Jung-do is still fighting. No matter how many opponents there are, he must win. He absolutely cannot let anyone reach Jo Yun. The prolonged battle exhausts Ma Jung-do, but he won't fall like this. Guild tells him to give up. Mong-do only finds it laughable. I'm Jo Yun's shield. I absolutely cannot give up. A barrage of attacks from West High's officers rains down on Ma Jung-do. Just when they think it's all over, Ma Jung-do still hasn't fallen. But now Lee Ji-hyun is in danger. Gildu rushes to block Ma Jung-do's attack, but Ma Jung-do's attack never comes. Kyo Yong-jin can't help but exclaim, "What a tough son of a gun." Because Ma Jung-do has passed out standing up, Gildu feels no sense of victory whatsoever. All of Gangbuk West High's fighting force came at him together, yet couldn't take down Ma Jung-do alone. The remaining forces can't continue either, making it unlikely they can help Kim Woo-hun fight Yun. Ma Jung-do actually held the line. He created a legend in Gungbuk. Now the time has finally come to end everything. Kim Soo-hyun successfully finds Jo Yun, but Jo Yun says coldly, "The ending is decided by the strong. You can't handle me with just this." The quest pop-up issues a warning to Kim Woo-hyun. If Ju Yun cannot be defeated, all rewards gained from the quest will disappear. Kim Woo-hyun's fourth quest, win the showdown against Jo Yun. Likewise, the quest pop-up issues a warning to Jo Yun. If Kim Woo-hyun cannot be defeated, all rewards gained from the quest will disappear. Jo Yun's fourth quest, win the showdown against Kim Woo-hyun. What begins now will be the final war. Guhajun stands back up, though he doesn't know what happened to Daniel. The only thing Guhajun knows is he must win and take Daniel down. This is the only way to save him. Daniel's speed is extreme, and all Guhajun can do is keep throwing punches. Just as he's about to land a hit on Daniel, Guhajun is sent flying by Aikido again. The current Daniel is simply too strong. Guhajun is now at a deadlock because every time Daniel takes a hit, he counters with Aikido. But Guhajun has no choice. The only thing he can do is keep throwing punches because only this way can he successfully corner Daniel. This time, he cannot dodge. Just as Guhajun's fist is about to come down again, Daniel is about to use Aikido again. But Guhajun suddenly stops because he's figured it out. Aikido is simply a technique for grabbing people. If that's the case, then it's simple. Guhajun uses Overlord's Descent to first break Daniel's wrist, then uses Return of the Overlord, hammering his fists into Daniel repeatedly. The final finishing blow comes down to end it all. However, Daniel still has the Softness Conquer Strength ability. It nullifies the opponent's attack and counterstrikes with double damage. Guhajun had no idea this technique existed. He can barely breathe now. Am I going to lose like this again? I've become this strong, and it's still not enough. At this moment, the quest pop-up alerts fatal damage received from the enemy, activating the Overlord series combo effect. This is the combo skill from collecting all 3 Overlord cards. After receiving fatal damage from an enemy, restore all stamina, and return all previously received damage with the Wrath Strike. Daniel finally goes down. Guhajun, who unleashed the Wrath Strike, is now gasping for breath. He said it before, he won't lose again. The battle inside North High's headquarters has already begun. Kim Woo-hyun begins using the chapter card, lower grade enhancement, and the childhood friends ability. He can feel it. Jo Yun is strong, but that's fine. Everyone from Gangbuk West High has also gotten stronger. Childhood Friends raises Allied forces stats in the area based on closeness. Kim Soo-hyun believes they will win. Jo Yun begins using the Lion's Roar ability. Its effect unleashes powerful energy, blasting surrounding enemies away. Kim Woo-hyun is shocked. This is Jo Yun's fighting power. Jeon begins using Flash Step to attack Kim Woo-hyun. Kim Woo-hyun simply cannot dodge Jo Yun's fists. He can only block at best, completely unable to counter. Han Ja begins attacking with Taekwondo, but what he finds unbelievable is Jo Yun can actually block attacks from his blind spot. He sends Han Ja crashing down with just one strike. Kangok seizes the moment and charges at Jo Yun with wrestling. But Infinite Suplex is only a feint. Rawom's Terabyte Thrust kick follows right after. But all of this is futile, because Jo Yun uses Indestructible Vajra, blocking it with ease. He takes down Kong in one strike with Muay Thai, then kicks at Ra with Jundo. This terrifying striking power is beyond what Rao can take. Jo Yun scoffs. Is this all Gangbuck West High has? Do you really think this is enough to beat me? Jo Yun begins using Fist Spirit Unity. Its effect raises stats based on the number of combat technique cards in hand. Jo Yun understands that Kim Woo-hyun fights his way through with strategy no matter who the opponent is. So he's curious, how does Kim Soo-hyun plan to beat him? Seeing Jun's unassurable stats, Kim Woo-hyun is also taken aback, but it's only just beginning. Kim Woo-hyun spent every last point for this final battle. He understands that West High's combined stats still can't match Jun. So Kim Woo-hyun made many preparations for today. Today is Jo Yun's end. His only weakness is that he stands alone, but Gangbuk West High is not. We share a deep bond. Kim Woo-hyun uses a card to restore allied forces' stamina in range and raise their stats. Kong Suk roars, "My name is Kong Suk, the king of Gangbuk South High, who will rise again one day." Hanja tells Kong Suk to calm down. Stop going on about being the king of Gangbuk South High. We need to deal with Jo Yun first. Raoui attacks in his usual silence, equally desperate not to lose. Jaon instantly closes the distance with Raoui, but Chongi Chan uses copy and unleashes Lion's Roar. Jaon is stunned. Isn't that my technique? Chung Chan tells everyone to focus on the fight. Kimu Chan begins attacking with true ancient flow martial arts Daegun. He can tell the tide is turning because West High's attacks are landing. Keep surrounding and attacking Jo Yun like this. Then find the opening to end the fight. This attack, Jo Yun absolutely cannot block it. However, Jo Yun uses the data exchange ability. It temporarily swaps any desired stat with another. Kim Soo-hyun is shocked. Isn't that Hongji Guang's card? It turns out Jo Yun also prepared for this battle. He also spotted the call-over ability at the card buffet. Jo Yun calls over CG1's Jack of All Trades ability. Attacks can randomly inflict status ailments on the opponent. After being hit, Kong falls into a faint status, temporarily unable to act. After being hit, Han Ji-ha falls into a silent status, temporarily unable to attack. Rao Jiong falls into a weakness status, his stats temporarily dropping. Chong Il-chong falls into a sluggish status, his speed temporarily slowing. The three in status ailments are helpless against Jo Yun's attacks. Kim Woo-hyun immediately uses Recovery Peach. It restores stamina for himself and up to 3 teammates, usable only once per month. Hanja, Raom, and Chong Cheon instantly recover their stamina, but Jo Yun begins using lethal damage. It prevents the opponent from recovering stamina, usable only once per day. Han Ji-ha is sent crashing down by Jo Yun's punch again. Kongi seizes the chance again and grabs Jo Yun with wrestling. He roars, "Jun Yun is nothing special. I'll just slam you straight into the ground," but Jo Yun uses Activate and slams Kang Suk into the ground instead. But Kang Suk won't fall like this. He begins using Invincible Wrestler. Taking no damage for 2 minutes, while stats continuously rise, Kim Woo-hyun immediately seizes the opening and attacks Jo Yun, who is held by Kong. He uses the call-over ability calling in Return of the Overlord, Overlord's Descent, and Jigan Ryu. This powerful strike drives straight down toward Jo Yun's head, but Jo Yun calls in. Daniel's Softness conquers Strength ability, nullifying the opponent's attack, then countering with double damage. Kim Soo-hyun is sent flying hard by Softness, Conquer Strength, but he still has cards he hasn't used. Jo Yun says coldly, "In the end, there's still no way to beat me." Kim Soo-hyun also understands. Conventional methods truly won't work, so he has no choice but to use an unconventional one. While Jo Yun is still puzzled, Kim Soo-hyun, refusing to let it end this way, stands back up. He knows exactly what will happen if someone like Jo is left to keep completing quests. First, it was Kang Chan who suffered, and next, it could be his brothers, sisters, mom, and dad. Kim Woo-hyun won't let someone like Jo Yun, who treats lives as a joke, go free. The quest pop-up suddenly issues a warning to Jo Yun. Kim Woo-hyun's stats are skyrocketing. It turns out he used the trade card on himself, burning his own potential in mind. Jo Yun never imagined Kim Woo-hyun would do this. And after using the trade card, Kim Woo-hyun's stats have also reached unmeasurable. Before Jun can even react, Kim Woo-hyun drives his fist straight into his face. Jo Yun can feel the gap between them. Even though both are at unmeasurable status, Kim Woo-hyun is simply stronger than Jo Yun. Jo Yun simply cannot touch him. Now it's Kim Woo-hyun's turn to fight back. Not long ago, he used the greeting card again to meet with the challenger card. Kim Woo-hyun asked, "What exactly is the trade card?" The challenger card explained, "It's a card that grants enormous power by burning your mind and potential. The higher your potential in mind, the greater the boost." Kim Woo-hyun asked, "How can I use the trade card on myself?" But the answer he received didn't change at all. The challenger card curiously asked Kim Soo-hyun, "Why are you working so hard to deal with Jo Yun? Is your agreement with us that important, or do you have other reasons?" Kim Soo-hyun has no obligation to stop Jo, but Kim Woo-hyun knows that only he can stop Jo. The challenger card sincerely praised him. "You truly are kind. That is exactly why we chose you, Kim Woo-hyun." Jo is being completely overwhelmed. He doesn't understand why. Why would Kim Woo-hyun go this far? Just to stop me, he's willing to sacrifice himself. He must pull himself together now. If he's defeated like this, Jo Yun's quest will fail. His mind races, searching for a way to turn the tide. Suddenly, Jo Yun has a flash of inspiration. He immediately uses Activate to push Kim Woo-hyun back, then focuses all his cards while charging forward. Jo Yun's most powerful attack card, the ancient martial technique Overlord's Fist. The devastating force sends Kim Soo-hyun's body flying backward. Jo knows he cannot beat the current Kim Soo-hyun. So there's only one way to turn things around, that is to return Kim Woo-hyun to the state before he burned his potential in mind. Jun also purchased the MasterCard Elixir at the card buffet, a legendary remedy that restores all status effects and stamina. A vial of liquid instantly appears in Jun's hand. He begins using the elixir on Kim Woo-hyun, then launches Overlord's Fist at Kim Woo-hyun again. Kim Woo-hyun takes the hit. Before he can recover, Jo Yun uses Overlord's Fist again, aiming to end the fight. But the next second, Jo Yun is stunned, because Kim Soo-hyun actually blocked it. After all, a healed Kim Soo-hyun with restored stats shouldn't be able to block Jun's Overlord's Fist. To Jo Yun's shock, Kim Soo-hyun's stats are still unmeasurable. It turns out all of this was within Kim Soo-hyun's calculations. Back then, he asked the challenger card one final question. "If I use the elixir while under the trade card's effect, what happens?" The challenger card answered, "The elixir is a legendary remedy that can heal anything. If used while in the trade state, it restores the burned mind and potential." So Kim Soo-hyun understood as the strongest recovery card in existence, the chance Yun wouldn't buy the elixir is extremely low. If I use the trade card, I can definitely overwhelm Jo Yun, and Jo Wai-hun absolutely cannot allow the possibility of failing his quest. This time, Kim Woo-hyun's gamble paid off. The cold-blooded Jun had never once used the elixir before this. Kim Woo-hyun pulled off a checkmate through strategy. This battle, he's the one who wins. Jo Yun never expected things to turn out this way. He is stunned from the moment Kim Woo-hyun used the trade card on himself. Had he already sealed my defeat, Jo Yun knows he can't win anymore. The current Kim Woo-hyun is too strong. There are no other options. Jo Yun's stats can no longer beat Kim Woo-hyun, he wonders. Is the quest really going to fail just like this? Am I going back to how things were before? Those dull, boring days, I despise them. The quest pop-up issues a warning to Kim Woo-hyun. Jaun's potential violently surges once again. Kim Woo-hyun is instantly sent flying with tremendous force. Jo Yun at this very moment has unlocked his own path of mastery. He refuses to go back to his old life. Joy's path of mastery cards are Strategy Seal and Master Factory. He will show Kim Soo-hyun who the final winner will be. Kim Soo-hyun has no idea how strong Jo Yun has become. So his only option right now is to watch for an opening and strike first. But before Kim Woo-hyun can make a move, he's already taking hits. Jo Yun is blindingly fast. Kim Woo-hyun can't react in time. Jo Yun is even stronger than he imagined. And Kim Woo-hyun is at a complete loss. And keep in mind, Jo Yun hasn't even used his mastery card yet his stats are already this overwhelming. Suddenly, a furious shout brings Yun to a halt. Lee Hun, ranked 17th at Gungbuk West High, arrives with backup. The West High crew quickly surrounds Jo Yun. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned. "Lee Hyun, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the inside? Get back before you get hurt." Lai Han replies calmly, "We're not here to win. We're just here to buy some time. Because we're the weakest of Gangbuk West High. There's only one reason we came here. To sacrifice ourselves for you. So please restore your stamina as fast as you can. Come up with a strategy to take down Zhou Yun and win just like you always do." Zhou Yun sends Li Hundong crashing to the ground with a single punch. Jun sneers, "What a waste of breath." Kim Soo-hun immediately seizes the opening and launches at Zhou Yun, but he can no longer match Zhou as he is now. Zhou Yun moves in to end it. Li Hyun snaps, "Who said you get to end this? I'm not done yet." Li Hyun's potential begins to clash against his limits. He says in a low, steady voice, "Don't get in the way of something great." This is the moment for Kim Woo-hun to unify Gangbuk. Li Hyun achieves transcendence. His transcendent skill is weakest body. His attack power rises in proportion to the stat gap between him and his opponent. Li Hyun knows he doesn't have what it takes to unify Gangbuk, so stay out of Kim Woo-hyun's way, you bastard. For Kim Woo-hyun's cause, Li Hyun will hold the line no matter what, but he's still too weak, and this is as far as Li Hundong can push himself. Zhou Yun grabs him and starts using star-absorbing art. Kim Soo-hun, burning with rage, launches another attack at Zhou Yun. In the past, every time Kim Soo-hyun returned to Gangbuk West High, Li Hyun would line up all the guys to salute and greet him. Before the fight with Zhou Yun even began, Li Hyun had already congratulated Kim Woo-hyun on unifying Gangbuk. Kim Woo-hyun was a little embarrassed. He hadn't unified it yet, but Li Andong believed he would. Kim Woo-hyun told everyone saluting him to get back to their posts. He told Li Hundong to stop putting everyone through this every single time. Li Hyun was puzzled. "Torture. Everyone does this voluntarily, but I'm sorry. I haven't been much help lately. I really wanted to be useful to you. I'm sorry for letting you down. I just can't keep up with everyone else's growth." But Kim Soo-hyun shakes his head. "You've done more than enough. Without you, West High would have fallen apart from the inside. Everyone has their own role to play. Without you, there would be no me." Those words hit Li Hyun right then. He made up his mind. One day he would truly become someone Kim Woo-hyun could rely on. Kim Woo-hyun absolutely cannot let Zhou Yun land another blow. The pain from Little Cloud's departure is already overflowing inside him. The quest pop-up suddenly flashes a warning at June. Kim Woo-hyun's potential is surging violently once again. June immediately shifts his focus, but by now Kim Soo-hyun has already activated his path of mastery. Jun is caught completely off guard and sent flying with a kick. As Zhou Yun gets back up, he hears laughter because Li Hyun knows June is finished because Kim Woo-hyun is genuinely angry now. It's time for that man to return, the one Li Hyun has always missed. Kim Woo-hyun's mastery cards are indomitable in Tank Top Kim Woo-hyun. He quickly tightens his tank top, and Tank Top Kim Woo-hyun makes his return. Zhou Yun says coldly, "How pathetic. You're treating this fight like a joke. I never liked you from the very start." Their fists crash hard into each other's faces. In the heat of the fight, they can both feel it. They are perfectly matched. Their stats are equal, and right now it's a dead-even fight. One moment of carelessness from either side, and it will mean lethal damage. This is the first time Kim Woo-hyun has faced an enemy this strong, but he won't lose. Since their stats are equal, the winner will be decided by which mastery card they choose to play. Kim Woo-hyun opens with True Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tune, but Zhou Yun just laughs before Kim Woo-hyun can react. His True Ancient Flow Martial Arts Tune is already sealed. Kim Woo-hyun never saw this coming. Jun has a card like that. Fine, Kim Woo-hyun switches to boxing, but the next second boxing is sealed too. No matter, Kim Soo-hyun immediately goes in with taekwondo, but the next second, taekwondo is sealed as well. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned. Zhou Yun got a totally broken card like that. His beast mode and Filipino stick fighting are sealed right after. It turns out Zhou Yun's mastery card lowers the opponent's stats and absolutely seals every attack card he knows for 5 minutes. Kim Woo-hyun thinks it's over. Every single one of his attack cards is sealed. Li Hundong watches anxiously. Why isn't he fighting back? But there's nothing Kim Woo-hyun can do. He has no fighting techniques left. Zhou Yun is really moving in for the kill now. His other mastery card, Master Factory, scales damage with the number of cards he holds. An unstoppable blow that cannot be dodged. A devastating strike slams into Kim Woo-hyun. With terrifying force, his body is sent flying like a cannonball. Lai Hyundi's in agony. Jun knows it's over. Kim Woo-hyun's quest has finally failed, but Kim Woo-hyun suddenly snaps upright and launches a surprise attack. Zhou Yun is baffled. "You took a hit from Master Factory. How are you still standing? Is that your mastery card too?" It turns out Kim Soo-hyun's mastery skill, Indomitable, lets him endure up to 3 of his opponent's attacks through sheer willpower. But right now that skill is completely useless. Without any fighting techniques, Kim Soo-hyun looks like a total mess. Jeon tells him, "This is who you really are. Victory will be mine." Indomitable activates again. But Kim Woo-hyun doesn't know what to do. He still has 1 mastery card left, but he can't use it yet because that card is the key to turning everything around. The tank top Kim Soo-hyun card, once activated, not only restores stamina, it also upgrades one of his attack cards. That upgraded card's damage then scales with the total number of cards he holds. Jo-yun finds it strange. Why isn't Kim Soo-hyun using his remaining mastery card? He can only think of 2 reasons. Either the mastery card he got is an attack card, or it's a type that powers up attack cards. Kim Soo-hyun activates Indomitable and stands up again. He will defeat Jo-yun within 5 seconds, and he believes he can do it. It's not that Kim Soo-hyun is avoiding combat, because his attack cards are sealed. Among the techniques he has drilled thousands of times, there is one he can still use, the jab. The very first move Kim Woo-hyun ever used, when he started fighting back. But even that does nothing against Jo-yun. That's enough, Kim Soo-hyun. If this keeps going, you're going to die. It's okay if Gongbok doesn't get unified, but for himself and for everyone else, Kim Soo-hyun has to see this through. Even as Jo-yun completely dominates him, Lee Hyun-dong cannot figure out how Kim Woo-hyun is supposed to beat Jo-yun in 5 seconds. Then suddenly it hits him. This scene looks just like that time. Kim Woo-hyun keeps throwing himself at Jo-yun. Now it's time to end this. Jeon unleashes Overlord's fist straight at Kim Woo-hyun. The sheer force of the blow seems to knock Kim Woo-hyun unconscious. He finally falls. Jun knows Kim Woo-hyun has nothing left. His recovery cards are all used up, and whatever remains can't touch Jo-yun. Jo begins using star-absorbing art on Kim Soo-hyun. Then Jo-yun freezes. Kim Woo-hyun is holding him, and Jo-yun can't move. The reason Jo-yun assumed Kim Woo-hyun's attack cards were all combat techniques is because he never witnessed Kim Woo-hyun's very first fight. Kim Woo-hyun's attack cards aren't limited to fighting techniques. It's one specific card that allowed him to grow this far. This familiar scene brings it all rushing back to Lee Hyun-dong. Back then, to defeat Gu Ha-jun, Kim Woo-hyun used the exact same method he's using now. Kim Woo-hyun's Exceed Limits card allows him to gain 100 kilograms of mass within 5 seconds. Boosted by the tank top Kim Woo-hyun card, that number jumps to 500 kilograms. This is what Kim Soo-hyun has been holding on for. Joy struggles and fails. He's completely stunned. Kim Soo-hyun roars, "What's your core card?" "Mine is this one." Kim Soo-hyun's current weight is 568 kilograms, and his striking force matches every single kilogram of it. This is a chance Kim Woo-hyun will never get again. He has to hit with everything he has. Lee Hyun's there, jaw on the floor. He snaps back to reality and shouts for Kim Woo-hyun to stop, because if this keeps going, Jo-yun will actually die. Kim Woo-hyun's Exceed Limits runs out at the same moment. The quest pop-up confirms it. Jo-yun has fallen. Lee Hyun-dong immediately rushes toward Kim Soo-hyun in excitement. The final quest for the unification of Gongbuk. Defeat the formidable rival Jo-yun is complete. An exhausted Kim Soo-hyun tells the quest pop-up to bring the rewards. He has finally unified Gongbuk. News of Jo-yun's defeat spreads fast. Everyone at Gongbuk West High has pulled off something huge. The remaining forces of Gangbuk North High surrender with Jo-yun's fall. This victory belongs to Gongbuk West High. Gu Ha-jun sighs, "That guy really has no limits." Gildu never doubted for a second that Kim Soo-hyun would win. Jung Ji-hook bursts out, "My lord, you actually did it. Gangbuk is finally unified." Jo-yun regains consciousness and accepts his defeat without a word because his main quest failed. Every reward he received is confiscated. Jo-yun's muscles begin to shrink, and the height his cards had granted him fades back to normal. Having lost everything, Jo-yun simply feels bored. So now he's curious. What will Kim Soo-hyun do with him? Honestly, Kim Soo-hyun has never thought about that. But Jo-yun has to face consequences. Though even if Kim Woo-hyun calls the police, they won't believe anything about quests. Before any of that, Kim Woo-hyun needs to undo the damage Yoon has caused. Even if his rewards were taken away, the harm he caused remains. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't know how many people Jo-yun has harmed. What about Iseo Gente? He uses the elixir. Things have to be dealt with one at a time. Kim Woo-hyun silently pleads, "Please wake up, Daniel." True to its reputation as the most powerful healing card, Daniel regains consciousness almost immediately. He looks at Kim Woo-hyun and has no idea what just happened. Kim Woo-hyun tells Daniel, "It's all over because I took down Joe." Then someone else calls out to Daniel. Chung Chun is here too. He now knows that Daniel never actually betrayed anyone, but Daniel had specifically asked Kim Woo-hyun to keep it a secret. Kim Woo-hyun doesn't care about that. As long as the outcome is good, that's enough. Chung Chun throws his arms around Daniel and breaks down in tears. Kim Soo-hyun watches from the side with a quiet, warm smile. Before long, everyone at Gangbuk West High gets the news. Kim Woo-hyun has actually unified Gangbuk. Word spreads that Kim Woo-hyun tore Yo-Yun apart and scattered the pieces in every direction. Most importantly, they heard Kim Soo-hyun doesn't flush. It's been a while since Kim Woo-hyun has heard rumors like that. Lee Hun-dong, just like always, lines up all the guys to greet him. Congratulations on unifying Gangbuk. You're amazing. But please remember to flush. Kim Woo-hyun thanks everyone from the bottom of his heart. Everything he's achieved is because of them. He hopes to continue counting on them from here on. Then more people arrive. It's Kang Such-chan, along with Daniel and Chung Il-cheong. Kang Such-chan congratulates Kim Soo-hyun on unifying Gangbuk. After the fight ended, Daniel and Chung Il-cheong had gone to visit Kang Such-chan and brought him the news that Kim Soo-hyun had defeated Ja-yun. Chung Il-chan doesn't know how much longer Kang Chan plans to stay in bed, wake up already, and celebrate with us. Just then, Kim Woo-hyun shows up too. No matter what, he has to try and save Kang Chan. Daniel picks up on the cue and takes Chung Chun outside. It took Kim Woo-hyun a while to obtain a new elixir. Kang Yi-chan has been unconscious for too long. Whether the elixir will even work is still uncertain, but Kang Yi-chan wakes up smoothly and he can already guess. Kim Soo-hyun used that power to save him. Kim Soo-hyun shakes his head just like Daniel said. Sharp instincts. Things have gone quiet on Jo-yun's end because Kang Chan had told everyone to leave him alone. Kim Woo-hyun still doesn't know what to do about Jo-yun. Then one of the guys comes running. We've got a problem. Kim Woo-hyun is stunned at this point. What else could possibly happen? Meanwhile, at Gangbuk North High, every single person looks up toward the roof because someone is standing at the edge. Jo-yun takes one last calm, deep breath. Teachers are desperately pleading for him to come down, but Jo-yun takes the step anyway. In the horrified eyes of everyone watching, Jo-yun's body plummets. He admits Kim Soo-hyun won. That's all there is to it. Jo has no regrets whatsoever. He only regrets that he could have kept playing, could have done more interesting things. Kim Woo-hyun and Kanga-chan arrive too late. As Yoon's breathing stops, Kim Woo-hyun receives a new main quest. He never expected Jun to die like this. Jun committed terrible things, but Kim Woo-hyun can't help feeling hollow about how it ended. He doesn't know if showing up here was the right thing to do. Then Kang Such-chan arrives at the funeral with the others. None of them really wanted to be here, but they came anyway. Even if Jo-yun was a bad person, a person still died. Kim Soo-hyun leaves the funeral arrangements to Kang Chan. He has something he needs to think over because a main quest appeared the moment Jun died. This time, all the quest requires is using the greeting card. After the war, everything returns to peace. Kim Woo-hyun hopes it stays this way, but things are so peaceful that no quests are coming. Kim Woo-hyun has no idea how to get the greeting card. It isn't showing up in the card buffet, and crafting it through Cardmaster feels too risky. Just then, Baek Chae-ryong asks Kim Soo-hyun why he's spacing out alone. Kim Soo-hyun's brain glitches, and he says, "Long time no see." They literally saw each other yesterday. Baek Cry thinks he doesn't look good sitting alone like that. There's actually something she's been wanting to ask. She heard that Gangbuk or whatever has been unified, so she asks if he's finally free. Bishae Ryan invites him to grab a meal together this weekend. Kim Soo-hyun says they could just eat at the school cafeteria. Baek Chang flushes slightly. Do you really not get what I mean? Either way, we're having a meal together this weekend. I'll let you know the time and place later. When Kim Soo-hyun gets home, his sister Kim Dae-hyun cuts straight to the point. That girl is trying to confess. Even though that's usually the guy's job. I seriously don't get it. What does she even see in you with all your flaws? Kim Soo-hyun asks if she has a death wish, but honestly, he doesn't know what to do. Kim Dean tells him to stop being an idiot and go. But first, what does he actually think of her? Kim Soo-hyun answers honestly. She seems assertive, but she's kind once you're talking with her. She's pretty, and she's fun to be around. Kim Dean tells him to just date her. Then Kim Woo-hyun starts thinking about what it would mean to accept the confession. Would I actually have a girlfriend? Baek Chae-ryong would be my girlfriend. The weekend comes fast. Bishae Ryong mutters, "Where's that guy? Why isn't he here yet?" She starts worrying he might ghost her, and she dressed up carefully for today. Then a low voice calls out to her and she's led away. Meanwhile, a late Kim Soo-hyun is sprinting at full speed toward the meeting spot. He bought a new outfit, especially for today, but suddenly someone attacks him out of nowhere. Things are very different now. The attacker is sent flying with a single kick. The startled attacker is confused. Are you remnants of Gangbuk North High? But if they were North High remnants, there'd be no reason for masks. The only reason to wear masks is so Kim Woo-hyun can't recognize them. That tells Kim Soo-hyun these are people he knows. His opponent says, impressed, quick as always, but it won't matter because today is the day you die. Meanwhile, Baek Ryong is following someone who claims Kim Woo-hyun sent them to pick her up. She wonders where Kim Swan is and why he isn't picking up. Could he be planning a surprise? But she quickly realizes she's been tricked. The one leading the group tells the others to keep a close eye on her because she's essential to our plan. Kim Woo-hyun takes down everyone surrounding him in no time. But when he sees the faces under the masks, he freezes. Then someone he never expected steps forward. He has no idea what's going on. Why is Young So-ha here? It turns out she's behind all of this because she found out that Baek Chae-ryong and Kim Woo-hyun were meeting this weekend. And it was Kim Da-hoon who told Young So-ha as a friend when Young Ha learned Kim Woo-hyun might accept the confession. She went completely still after hanging up. Young So-ha didn't know what to make of it. She didn't know what she would do if those two started dating. She was the one who liked Kim Woo-hyun first. She must not have made it obvious enough. Young Chan-as hears something and knocks on the door asking if everything's okay. But Young So-ha has already made up her mind. She'll make sure Kim Woo-hyun knows how she feels. Meanwhile, Kong Sak gathers everyone still loyal to him because he's going to betray Kim Woo-hyun. Since Gongbuk was unified, Kim Soo-hyun has gotten very lax. Kong plans to revive Gongbuk South High while he has the chance, restart his operation, and reclaim his throne. But Kang Saw can't figure out how to get past the swarm of officers protecting Kim Soo-hyun. Then the part-timer from the taibaki shop comes looking for him. Young So-ha wants in on his plan. She has information. She tells him Kim Soo-hyun is meeting a woman named Baek Charang this weekend. No officers will be with him that day. Kang takes in the information and asks, "You want something in return, don't you?" Sure enough, she wants Kang to lure Baek Cherry away so she can be alone with Kim Woo-hyun. What happens to Baek Cherry-young is not her concern. Finally, Young So-ha asks Kang Suk, "Do you understand what I'm asking?" And Baek Cherry-young trusted the situation because she recognized Kang-guk as one of Kim Woo-hyun's people. But now it's clear something is very wrong. Baek Cherry-young demands, "What is this? Where is Kim Soo-hyun?" The next second, she's grabbed. Kang snarls at her to shut her mouth. "I was never loyal to that guy. I was never his underling. If he could, Kangzo would crush her too. But for the sake of what comes next, he holds back." Kang orders his men to keep a close eye on her because Kim Soo-hyun will come looking. At this point, Kim Woo-hyun has no idea what's going on. Why is Yang so high here? And then she just goes ahead and confesses to him. "I've liked you since we were kids more than anyone else. I liked you first." Kim Soo-hyun feels like everything around him has gone completely off the rails. He doesn't have time for this right now. Hanja quickly gets word of Kong's betrayal. He sigh. That lunatic, he actually went and did it. Hanja tells Kim Woo-hyun to hold on. He's already rallying people to move out. After all, Kong may have spent a long time laying traps for exactly this moment. But Kim Woo-hyun tells him it's too late for that. He's already there. Kim Woo-hyun thought he treated them well. He doesn't understand why they would betray him. Why betray me and follow Kang Suk? It turns out the former South High members prefer the old way of doing things. Kang Suk is the only leader they recognize. Hearing that, Kim Woo-hyun can't help feeling a pang of sadness. He asks Kang Suk, "Are you really going back to dealing drugs? Do you honestly think you can beat me?" Kang can feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Kim Woo-hyun. Completely different from back when West High and South High were at war. Kang realizes he might actually die. He roars. He refuses to give up. Even if he can't win, he'll still fight. That's just who Kang is. Kim Soo-hyun tells him to come. He never expected Kang to be his final quest. The reward for defeating Kangsa is the greeting card, but Kang tells Kim Woo-hyun to get a grip on the situation. "Don't you care what happens to be Cherryong?" Kang Suk of Gongbuk South High. There's nothing he won't do. Kim Woo-hyun already knows. Kang is exactly that kind of person, but Kang couldn't care less about playing dirty. He has been waiting for this day all along. The day he reclaims his throne. From the side, a frantic Baek Cherang shouts at Kim Woo-hyun to forget about her and fight back. Kangze knows that, if this keeps up, he wins. No matter how strong Kim Soo-hyun is, he's still human. Enough damage will take him down. This victory belongs to King Sek. He has nothing personal against Kim Woo-hyun. He just wants to be king again. Just as Kangi moves to finish Kim Woo-hyun off, he hears something unexpected. Chung Il-chi has taken out the men guarding Bucketchair Ryong. He shouts, "I'm so disappointed in you, Kang. Now Kim Woo-hyun can fight back." Kang braces to take the punching counter. Kim Woo-hyun says coldly, still just as dumb as ever. A single punch leaves Kangia completely dazed. Kim Woo-hun would never hand Gongbuk West High over to him because what they built was paid for with everyone's sacrifices. By now, Kangi feels like he's about to black out, but he absolutely refuses to go down like this. Kangi activates Invincible Wrestler. He will never be anyone's subordinate. Kangik uses Invincible Wrestler to attempt a suplex. Kim Woo-hyun can understand the ambition behind it, but it's too late. The next second, Kong Sak is driven into the ground with one punch. The Kim Woo-hyun of today is nothing like the pushover he used to be. Meanwhile, Han Jia is rushing toward the scene with Gildo and Gu Ha-jun. But they quickly realize they may have worried for nothing, because the leader who unified Gongbuk is simply not someone who loses. Han Ji-ha doesn't understand why Kong Suk did this. Can he really not let go of that era? Han Jia knows himself well enough to admit their level and Kim Soo-hyun are on completely different planes now. It might sting, but you have to accept what's true. Meanwhile, Guild watches Kim Woo-hyun with quiet satisfaction because the moment for his own choice has arrived. Before long, word spreads through West High about Kang Sok's rebellion. They always knew that squinty guy was bad news. They almost got dragged into dealing drugs themselves. Kim Woo-hyun knows it's over. The defeated Kong Sik disappears that same day. Kim Woo-hyun won't hold it against him. Maybe they'll never see each other again. Then Baek Cheon calls out to Kim Soo-hyun to come with her to the supermarket. Kim Soo-hyun is not thrilled about being the one paying. Then their classmates witness something that leaves them speechless. These two are only getting together now. They heard they already had kids together. Everyone wants to know what on earth happened over the weekend. It turns out Kim Soo-hyun turned Yanga down without hesitation. He had thought it over for a long time, and had finally sorted out how he feels about Bae Cry. He doesn't know exactly when it started, but he can say it honestly now. I like you. Afterward, Yang Soha doesn't seem to be doing well. She really did love him after all. Kim Soo-hyun completes the quest, the reward, a girlfriend. His first thought, what is wrong with this system? Then Lee Hyun comes rushing over. Kim Woo-hyun sigh. Don't tell me there's another problem. Lee Hyun groans. How many times have I told you? Did you forget again? Today is the day we commemorate the unification of Gangbuk. All the officers of Gangbuk West High have gathered. The photographer tells everyone to get into position. It's time for the photo. Kim Soo-hyun thanks everyone from the heart. Gangbuk was unified because of them. A lot happened during this time, and I'm just glad everyone is okay. Thank you for following me, even with all my shortcomings. Thank you for believing in me and for fighting alongside me. From now on, it's my turn to repay you. I'll be a leader you can be proud of. I'm counting on all of you from here on. You've all worked so hard. Thank you. Before long, Kim Woo-hyun uses the greeting card. It's time for the final conversation. The challenger card connects Kim Woo-hyun to that man once again. Kim Woo-hyun has a lot of questions, and now that he has unified Gangbuk, he has finally earned the right to ask. First, Kim Woo-hyun asks who he is. The man answers, I'm human just like you. I once received quests the same way you did. Now I'm the one giving them. You may be able to meet me in person before long. Kim Woo-hyun then asks why the man chose both Jo-yoon and him as quest players. The man says, at first I only chose Jo-yoon. He was sharp and intelligent, and he did reach the top in his own way in a very short time, but he was too evil. Thinking I could control him through quests was my mistake. So I chose you, Kim Woo-hyun, to stop him. Kim Woo-hyun asks flatly, so you picked me because I'm kind and stupid. After hearing the affirmation, he tells the man he didn't have to be quite that honest. Kim Woo-hyun then asks what Jo-yoon was supposed to accomplish in the first place. The man says, it's related to the final quest. I mentioned it the first time we met. I didn't trust you at first, so I gave you the task of unifying Gangbuk. All of it was the foundation for what comes next, because a great evil is coming, and it has finally shown its true face. The man tells Kim Soo-hyun, what you have to do is stop that man, but you can't do it alone. The man tells Kim Woo-hyun there are people he can work with. They have already begun moving against the threat. From here on, the road ahead will be incredibly difficult, but I believe that the person who stopped Jo-yoon can do this. Now, I'll tell you the name. After the conversation ends, Kim Woo-hyun leads Gangbuk West High to the meeting. Guild can't help feeling tense because of who they're about to meet, but West High seems to have arrived a little late. Kim Soo-hyun says, good to meet you. The GNUI Alliance first-time meeting. Among them, Ironclad Legion Sang, Blue Flame Hero Vasco, Sun Anan Hyunsang, Master Chen Ho Bin, and Young Master Hong Jia-yol. The leader of the GNUI Alliance slowly rises to his feet. He raises an eyebrow. Isn't this a bit too late for a first meeting? Kim Soo-hyun apologizes. He had to take a dump, so he was late. And this man is the pride of the GNUI Alliance. Parkin Park says he's glad to meet Kim Soo-hyun. He has heard a great deal about him, and thanks him for agreeing to work with the GNUI Alliance. Gildu and Vasco look at each other and both think the same thing. The other one looks old. Guojun never expected Lin Sung to be part of the GNUI alliance, and he still owes Li Jinsung a favor. Chen Hoin squints at Chung Chong. Is this one a guy or a girl? If it's a guy, get lost. If it's a girl, leave your number first. I didn't expect to run into Anun Sung here. He'd love to pick his brain about the liquor business. Rog and Hey Yo just stare at each other in silence. Nobody knows who decided to put these two in the same room. But introductions are done, and there's no more time to waste. The enemy this time is someone who wants to swallow the entire world, the Nui Alliance and Gangbook West High. It's time to move to the next destination.